Chapter 74. The call of the national team. Following the conclusion of the 7th round of the Bundesliga, the league momentarily paused, reigniting the fervor of national team competitions. This season, Werder Bremen has performed admirably in the Bundesliga, with numerous players receiving calls to represent their national team. While this is advantageous for Werder Bremen in terms of elevating their club's visibility, it also presents challenges. The frequent travels between the national team and the club may adversely affect the player's stamina, and the increased number of matches heightens the risk of injuries, potentially impacting the club's performance. However, clubs find themselves powerless to prevent their players from representing their countries, as serving the national team is often the pinnacle of many professional athletes' aspirations. Lin Quan initially believed he would report to the Spanish U-21 national team, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was the senior Spanish national team that had summoned him, in a bid to address the deficiencies in their attacking line. Coach Vicente Del Bosque had recruited a substantial number of forwards for this round of matches, and Lin Quan was among them. The duo of Del Bosque and assistant coach Tony exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter. If we had only recruited Lin Quan, he would have undoubtedly attracted the media's full attention. However, by enlisting 7 new forwards, with Lin Quan included, the focus of the reporters would be diluted, alleviating much of the pressure on us, Del Bosque mused. Yet, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the team's striking woes had escalated to the point where they had to rely on a mere 17-year-old. He pondered why Spain's midfield was so formidable, while the forward line remained so feeble. If only we could distribute half of our midfield stars to the front line, Spain would undoubtedly be invincible. Their conjectures proved accurate. Upon the announcement of the new national team roster, the media's spotlight indeed shifted away from Lin Quan. Headlines such as "Desperate Measures? Del Bosque calls up 7 forwards to tackle offensive weakness. And can 7 forwards remedy Spain's chronic ailment? Who will emerge as the core of the invincible armada?" filled the airwaves. The Spanish media, well aware of their team's shortcomings, seized upon Del Bosque's decision to gather 7 forwards as a focal point for their coverage. Some speculated that the veteran coach was at a loss for solutions, resorting to desperate measures, while others viewed it as a bold initiative to infuse new talent into the squad. The supporters and detractors engaged in lively debates, and soon the day of the national team's assembly approached amidst this discourse. On October 8th, Lin Quan arrived at the training base of the Spanish national team. The Las Rosas facility, located in the outskirts of Madrid, falls under the domain of Real Madrid. Upon his arrival at the national team, Lin Quan was met with the jeers of spectators before even stepping onto the field. Taken aback by the unexpected reception, he glanced towards the crowd of fans. To his surprise, it appeared that the disdain was not directed at him. Following the gaze of the onlookers, he noticed a luxurious sports car parked behind him, from which emerged a dapper figure donning sunglasses. It wasn't until the individual removed his shades that Lin Quan recognized him as Gerard Piqué, a key defender for Barcelona. With his trendy attire and avant-garde style, one might have mistaken him for a model strutting down a runway. "Is that you, Lin?" Piqué queried, momentarily taken aback before acknowledging the young player. Lin Quan had initially intended to leave discreetly, but upon being recognized, he could only muster an awkward yet courteous smile in response. Reluctant to engage with Piqué, whose character had been called into question, his role in Guardiola's departure from Barcelona, and the rumored betrayal that led to Messi's exit weighed heavily on Lin Quan's mind. He resolved to maintain a respectful distance from the player. Unperturbed by Lin Quan's apparent indifference, Piqué, misinterpreting the silence as shyness, opened his arms wide and enveloped Lin Quan in a warm embrace. "Don't let those outside intimidate you. They are merely envious of our accomplishments at Barcelona." As the assembled fans recognized Lin Quan as a fellow Barca player, the cacophony of boos intensified. Lin Quan felt exasperated. Initially uninvolved, he now found himself in the crosshairs of Real Madrid supporters. "Thank you, Piqué." With Piqué's guidance, Lin Quan quickly acclimated to his fellow compatriots within the Barcelona squad. The Spanish national team, however, was not as united as it appeared. A distinct divide existed between the Barcelona and Real Madrid factions, with numerous players from both clubs. Their fierce rivalry in the league fostered a lack of communication and camaraderie within the national team. Yet, exceptions existed. Upon seeing Lin Quan at the training base, Real Madrid's young talent Morata approached him with enthusiasm. "Hey Lin, I didn't expect to see you summoned to the national team. I thought I was the only fortunate one." Just weeks prior, Morata and Lin Quan had been teammates on the U-20 national team, and now they found themselves together once more at this higher level. I didn't anticipate it either. Perhaps it's due to issues in the team's forward line? Lin Quan remarked, casting a glance at the coaching staff. It seemed that Del Bosque aimed to address the attacking concerns before the upcoming Confederations Cup. Spain's aging roster issues had begun to surface. And should the team falter in the Confederations Cup next year, the prospects for the 2014 World Cup could be bleak. This, perhaps, was the rationale behind the inclusion of younger players like Morata and himself. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Morata replied with a grin. Morata nudged Lin Quan with his elbow and quietly inquired, "Do you think we stand a chance of featuring in the match?" Being included in the national team's roster is merely the initial step. Securing a chance to play would signify a true ascent. I'm not sure. If there is a warm-up match, we should have an opportunity to participate. Otherwise, it seems rather unlikely. A look of dejection crossed Morata's face. The team is set to travel to Belarus for the World Cup qualifiers soon, and there are no friendly matches scheduled before that. When is the World Cup qualifier? Lin Quan asked. October 13th, isn't it? Morata gazed at Lin Quan with curiosity, thinking, "You've joined the national team and you're unaware of the matches we'll be playing? The actual game is on the 13th, and today is only the 8th. There are 4 or 5 days in between, ample time for a warm-up match." Lin Quan rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Morata for an extended period. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Lin Quan's gaze, Morata couldn't help but ask, "What are you staring at me for?" Without even having contacted an opponent for a warm-up match. How could we arrange it in time? Aren't you playing for Real Madrid? Why not consult your senior teammates and see if they can arrange for Real Madrid to play a match with us? Morata shook his head vigorously. Coach Mourinho wouldn't agree to that. Besides, most of the key players have returned to their national teams. Real Madrid barely has anyone left to form a complete squad. What about the Real Madrid B team? Wouldn't playing against them be unfair? If it weren't unfair, would young players like us even get the chance to play? Morata momentarily stumbled for words, realizing the validity of Lin Quan's argument. All right, I'll discuss it with the captain and see if they can approach the president about it. Morata swiftly sought out Ramos and Casillas, 2 prominent figures in the team, to propose the idea of a warm-up match. Both Casillas and Ramos were indifferent. If it were a match against the B team, the main players would likely not participate. However, they were more than willing to facilitate opportunities for the younger players to showcase their skills. Thus, the 2 contacted Real Madrid's president, Florentino, who agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Quan clarified the situation with Puyol, the captain of Barcelona, urging him to request a warm-up match from Del Bosque. After considering Puyol's words, Del Bosque reflected for a moment. He had recruited several young forwards, with Lin Quan's performance being of particular interest. A friendly match would provide a more intuitive understanding of their characteristics, enabling him to confidently utilize them in future competitions. Consequently, he nodded in agreement. Thus, a friendly match between the Spanish national team and Real Madrid's B team was confirmed, granting Lin Quan and Morata the opportunity to play as they had wished. Chapter 75. The Messi of Spain. Del Bosque, having previously coached Real Madrid, was acquainted with the president. As the match commenced, he chose not to occupy the coach's seat but instead sat in the stands, reminiscing with Florentino. Morata possesses remarkable speed, which, if utilized effectively, could serve as a formidable weapon. However, in terms of technical prowess, his skills are rather unremarkable, and his stamina leaves much to be desired, rendering him incapable of bearing significant responsibility. The 2 individuals appear indifferent to the outcome of the match, focusing instead on the performance of the players on the pitch. Morata is a substitute for Real Madrid. However, he finds himself overshadowed in the competition with Benzema. Unless Benzema sustains an injury and the team finds itself devoid of options in attack, Morata is unlikely to see much playing time. Bosch's decision to include him in the national team perplexes Florentino, who is well aware of the capabilities of his own players. It seems the rumors circulating in the media hold some truth. The national team is indeed in a state of desperation. Just how dire is Spain's need for forwards? Among the 7 strikers recruited by Bosch, besides young talents like Lin Quan and Morata, there is even the inclusion of the 35-year-old veteran Raul. This marks Raul's return to the national team after a 6-year hiatus. Following the 2010 World Cup, Raul had resigned himself to the belief that his chances of being called up were over. Consequently, at the age of 35, he departed from the Bundesliga to seek fortune in the Middle Eastern leagues. Yet, to his astonishment, just as he arrived in Qatar, he received a call-up to the national team. How surreal. Could it be that the Qatari league holds more prestige than the Bundesliga? Spain, a nation crowned as both world and European champions, is resorting to fielding a 35-year-old who has distanced himself from the top 5 leagues and is on the brink of retirement as a forward. Is this not a source of ridicule? Upon hearing Florentino's remarks, Bosch nodded with a smile. His recruitment of Morata and Raul was not predicated on their individual capabilities, but rather as a strategic cover for his inclusion of Lin Quan. Both Morata and Lin Quan are young players, one hailing from Real Madrid and the other from Barcelona, ensuring that his selections do not provoke controversy. Although Raul's competitive edge may have diminished significantly, his wealth of experience remains intact, and Bosch is well aware of his admirable character. The inclusion of Raul is intended to provide mentorship to these younger players, imparting valuable insights from his own experiences to facilitate their swift development. While the strength of Real Madrid's reserve team is commendable, the disparity with the Spanish national team is quite evident. Although the national team comprises mainly substitutes, featuring newcomers like Lin Quan and Morata in the forward line, the formidable midfield of the national team affords them countless opportunities. By halftime, Spain had already established a commanding 4-0 lead. In the second half, the national team made extensive substitutions, aside from Lin Quan, who remained on the pitch. Most of the midfield and defensive players were replaced with starters. Players such as Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, Ramos, Pedro, and Silva took to the field. The national team's midfield strength was further enhanced, and their formation and style increasingly mirrored that of Barcelona. Upon observing the head coach once again adopting Barcelona's tactical approach, the Real Madrid players within the national team felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. They had previously attempted this strategy with rather unimpressive results. The midfield and defense of the Spanish national team are certainly on par, if not superior, to that of Barcelona. However, in the attacking front, they lack a striking figure akin to Messi, resulting in a certain incompatibility of this style with the national squad. The sight of the coach fielding a newcomer, barely 17 years of age, only deepened the players' confusion. Is Coach Del Bosque truly expecting him to replace Messi and uphold the national team's offensive framework? Not only the Real Madrid players, but even those from Barcelona found themselves somewhat perplexed. As teammates of Messi, they are acutely aware of his greatness. While the outside world often labels Messi as a system player, many fail to comprehend that he is, in fact, the very essence of that system. Only teams possessing Messi can execute Barcelona's tactical style. Devoid of him, such effectiveness is unattainable, much like the Spanish national team. Is it not a touch too radical to expect a newcomer to fill Messi's shoes? Can this lad truly rise to the occasion? Busquets leaned closer to Xavi and Iniesta, inquiring of the two. I'm not certain, but his style of play bears a striking resemblance to Leo's. Iniesta remarked, although he had paid little attention to Lin Quan. He vaguely recalled having seen videos of him playing, noting a similarity in their styles. Indeed, I can vouch for that. I've watched highlights of his performances in the Bundesliga. Despite his youth, his abilities are undeniably robust. Xavi's interest in Lin Quan evidently surpassed that of Iniesta, considering the latter had once been his designated successor. While he may not have watched every match like he did with Messi, he occasionally caught glimpses of Werder Bremen's highlights, which featured many impressive moments from Lin Quan. Very well, shall we adhere to the club style of play? Busquets shrugged upon hearing their comments, begrudgingly acknowledging their perspective. After all, it was merely a friendly match. They were leading by a considerable margin and with no psychological burden. He thought it best to let the coach experiment as he pleased. All right then, let us ensure we pass to him frequently and provide him with ample support. Iniesta, brimming with anticipation, could hardly wait to collaborate with Lin Quan. He had enjoyed numerous partnerships with Messi, but had yet to work alongside another player of Messi's caliber, which filled him with excitement. The second half of the match commenced swiftly, with the primary midfielders of the national team now on the pitch. The players from Real Madrid's second team found it increasingly difficult to gain possession in midfield. Barcelona's possession-based system is formidable in its own right, and combined with the luxurious midfield configuration of the Spanish national team, it rendered even the first team of Real Madrid hard-pressed to reclaim the ball. Thus, the match evolved into a half-field offensive and defensive drill, with the national team relentlessly encircling the goal of Real Madrid's second team. Lin Quan had not anticipated being assigned such a role by Del Bosque, nor did he foresee the world's most illustrious midfielders supplying him with opportunities. This afforded him a level of comfort surpassing that which Messi experienced within Barcelona. How enviable it is to realize that Messi once lived such a life. Having only enjoyed half a match of elite treatment, Lin Quan did not fail to capitalize on the assists from the midfield maestros behind him. In the second half, he unleashed an astounding 11 shots, 9 of which found their mark within the goal frame, scoring 5 magnificent goals. This outcome left Bosque at the sidelines utterly astonished. Indeed, he had not erred in his judgment. This young man truly possessed the potential of a top-tier forward. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's president, Florentino, was left awestruck, his eyes widening in disbelief. What extraordinary fortune had befallen Barcelona to unearth such a talent? The mere thought of Barcelona boasting both Lin Quan and Messi sent him reeling, nearly fainting at the prospect. If one Messi posed such a challenge, how could they contend with two? No, it was imperative that he not remain at Barcelona. A strategy akin to the one employed to lure Figo must be devised to bring him to their side. After the match concluded, the demeanor of the national team players towards Lin Quan had undergone a complete transformation. What a remarkable young man. His prowess is undeniable. Puyol enthusiastically embraced Lin Quan, initially believing he was merely there to soak in the competitive atmosphere, only to discover his extraordinary capabilities. With such talent, securing a starting position seemed a mere formality. Even a spot as a substitute or in rotation was assured. It's all thanks to our elder brother's splendid passing. With our midfield configuration, we are likely unparalleled across the globe. Even without my presence in the attack, we could still wreak havoc. This statement resonated well with several midfield players, prompting Fabregas to interject. Yet, the precision of midfielders shooting pales in comparison to that of forwards. You have no idea. In our last match against Georgia, we unleashed dozens of shots, but only managed to score once. Busquets chimed in, and that solitary goal was scored by a defender. David Silva, who had temporarily played as a forward in that match, felt a touch of embarrassment. The opponent set up a formidable defense, and our shooting accuracy was lacking. Hence the dismal outcome. Xavi waved his hand dismissively. We often encounter dense defenses at Barcelona, yet Messi always finds a way to breach them. Lin Quan's style of play closely resembles Messi's. If anyone dares to employ such tactics against us in the future, they shall surely suffer. Having watched Lin Quan's highlight reel, Iniesta sensed that Lin Quan had perhaps held back during the match and curiously inquired, "Lin, did you truly showcase your full capabilities in that game?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Lin Quan. This fellow actually didn't he exert himself to the fullest? Just how formidable is his true strength? Chapter 76. Bosquet's favoring. After Lin Quan exhibited his remarkable skills, he felt a subtle elevation in his standing within the team. Raul, who always greeted others with a smile, extended his mentorship, sharing years of on-field experience and imparting valuable tips to avoid injuries. Lin, you are still young, and your professional journey lies ahead. It is of utmost importance to safeguard yourself and avoid injuries at all costs. Raul, having played football for many years, has witnessed the rise and fall of countless stars. Among the fallen players, a significant number were brought down by injuries, such as his former Real Madrid teammate, the extraterrestrial Ronaldo. In his uninjured state, Ronaldo, often referred to as an alien, was a formidable presence that struck fear into the hearts of all defenders. However, after suffering a severe injury, his threat diminished sharply, and his performance declined day by day, never to regain his former glory. Spain had finally welcomed a forward with such potential, and as an elder statesman of the national team, Raul genuinely hoped that Lin Quan would not meet the same fate as those fleeting talents of history, undone by injury. Rest assured, Captain, I shall take good care of myself. Lin Quan, having recently endured an injury in the league, was acutely aware of the implications of such setbacks. He resolved that after the national team matches concluded, he would diligently accumulate points to redeem a talent that would grant him immunity from injuries. Even if complete immunity were unattainable, any measure that could mitigate injury risk and lessen its impact would be beneficial. Raul nodded in approval. Young players often disregard wise counsel. Many times, they offer advice born from years of experience only to be met with indifference or annoyance. Little do they realize that these insights are the culmination of countless lessons learned over their lengthy careers. Due to his outstanding performance in the warm-up matches, Bosque held high hopes for Lin Quan. In tactical drills, he even assigned Lin Quan the role of a free-roaming player in the attacking line, granting him considerable freedom to dictate his play in the front line. Initially, this decision sparked discontent among some veteran players. who felt Bosque had set his expectations too high for the newcomer and was overly lenient. The role of a free-roaming player demands exceptional talent, technique, and match experience. Aside from the truly extraordinary superstars, most players are ill-equipped to occupy such a position. Just consider the legendary free-roaming players who have graced European football: Maradona, Platini, Zico, and later, Totti, Kaká, and Messi, each a superstar in their own right. Could a young man under 17 truly excel in the role of a free-roaming attacker? Unlikely. I would advise Bosque to first grasp the principles of football and to leverage Spain's inherent strengths. There is no need to delve into fanciful notions. The existing strength of the Spanish squad is formidable enough without resorting to gimmicks. Almost everyone was skeptical of Bosque's arrangements, yet the results of the practice matches were surprising. In the role of a free-roaming player, Lincoln not only exhibited no discomfort, but thrived remarkably. His synergy with teammates, his ability to connect, distribute possession, orchestrate attacks, and conclude matches were impeccable. It was as if he were born for this role. This not only met Bosque's expectations, but exceeded them. The other players in the Spanish squad were left speechless. Their perceptions of Lincoln transformed completely, as his abilities surpassed their understanding. "This fellow is nothing short of a genius," Coach Tony exclaimed to his longtime partner. Bosque beamed with delight, initially believing he had merely stumbled upon a rough diamond, only to realize he had discovered an entire mine. I felt a twinge of anxiety for Leo. Iniesta stood beside Xavi, his eyes reflecting shock and concern. Lincoln's prowess exceeded their expectations. Should he return to Barcelona and compete with Messi? Could the aging Messi truly contend with him? For the moment, Leo's starting position seemed secure, and with Lin's return, he might not usurp Leo's place. Both possessed exceptional football intelligence, perhaps allowing them to coexist and create a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. Xavi's heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to witness Lin's return from his loan spell, joining them in conquering the field once more. With Lin's addition, Barcelona's strength would ascend to new heights, especially with the negotiations underway for a young Brazilian winger. Just contemplating the potential might of Barcelona next year was exhilarating. The league title, the Champions League, the Club World Cup, all that once belonged to them would be reclaimed. After a brief training camp, the entire Spanish squad boarded a flight to Belarus on October 12th, preparing to face their second group stage opponent. The Belarusian fans warmly welcomed the world champions, greeting them at the airport and even escorting the team bus to their hotel. That evening, to stave off any potential loneliness for the Spanish players, an outdoor performance filled with drums and cheers was organized. Thus, upon waking the next morning, Lincoln noticed several teammates sporting panda eyes. "What time did you sleep last night? Those dark circles are severe." Lincoln chuckled at Morata's comical appearance. "Don't even mention it. Those guys partied all night, and I didn't fall asleep until past midnight." Morata yawned wearily and glanced at Lincoln, surprised to see him looking remarkably fresh and vibrant, devoid of any dark circles. This struck him as odd. "Did you not hear the noise those guys were making outside?" Lincoln produced his sleep earplugs, showcasing them to Morata. "I didn't hear a thing. I put these in before going to bed." "Damn, why didn't you tell me? I would have bought a pair," Morata exclaimed. "I thought you knew, so I didn't mention it," Lincoln replied, secretly grateful to his former captain Raul. The earplugs were a suggestion from Raul, who advised him to prepare for various unexpected situations when playing away games. It appeared Morata had not received similar guidance, or perhaps he had simply overlooked it. The home fans' antics outside their hotel were a common tactic employed by many team supporters, effectively impacting their opponent's competitive state without violating any rules. If you find it unbearable, you are perfectly free to change hotels. No one is stopping you. Yet, despite this assertion, with so many players in the late hour, the effort of finding a new hotel would only further deplete the player's stamina. Moreover, there is no guarantee that upon arriving at the new hotel, they would not continue to be harassed by the home team's fans. Therefore, in the face of such circumstances, aside from reporting to the local police, there appears to be no alternative. However, once a report is made, the response of the authorities is beyond their control. Judging by the events of last night, it is evident that Minsk's police do not regard this matter with much concern. After the team gathered, Bosque noticed that several players, particularly the younger ones, were not in good spirits. Consequently, he decided to allow them to return for further rest, while he led the remaining players in training. The training on match day was rather simple and not physically demanding. In the morning, they engaged in restorative physical training, primarily consisting of aerobic exercises that would not burden the player's stamina. In the afternoon, they undertook ball drills and practiced simple tactical combinations to ensure they maintained their touch for the upcoming match. Despite the simplicity of the training regimen, a large circle of reporters and fans gathered outside the training base, observing the long lenses and cameras set up by journalists. Lin Quan gained a more tangible understanding of the popularity and attention surrounding the Spanish national team. It is no surprise that as world champions, even a group stage match garners such treatment. If it were a focal match in the group, the number of journalists would likely swell even further. The match is not only of interest to fans from Spain and Belarus, but also to other teams within the group. Additionally, formidable teams aspiring for the 2013 Confederations Cup and the 2014 World Cup are keenly observing the new lineup of Spain, the defending champions. The world is aware of Spain's struggles with their forward line, and concerns linger regarding a sudden discovery of a solution to their attacking woes. Especially with the recruitment of numerous forwards, there is a palpable fear that they might stumble upon the right answer through trial and error. Thus, they remain vigilant in monitoring Spain's matches to keep abreast of their latest developments. Under the watchful eyes of many, the highly anticipated clash between the reigning champions and Belarus in the second round of the UEFA World Cup qualifiers officially commenced at the Dynamo Stadium in Minsk. Chapter 77. The national team's first hat-trick at the pre-match press conference. Bosque unveiled the starting lineup for Spain. To the surprise of the reporters, main strikers Torres and Villa were relegated to the bench. Instead, the 16-year-old prodigy Lin Quan from Werder Bremen was given the opportunity to start, invigorating the journalists. How audacious of Bosque to make such a bold decision. Having just recently recruited this young striker from the under-21 squad, he was immediately entrusted with significant responsibility. Should anything go awry, the blame for poor judgment would undoubtedly fall upon the veteran coach, casting a considerable shadow over the young player as well. Of course, if Lin Quan performs admirably on the national stage, the reporters would surely elevate both him and Bosque to great heights in their praises. The act of criticizing and belittling others has become a traditional skill of journalists. Regardless of the outcome of this match, one thing is certain: a significant story is unavoidable. The Belarusian coach stood by, speechless, acknowledging Spain's strength, yet feeling disrespected. Is Belarus truly that weak? You are challenging a player as young as 16. Whom are you underestimating? At 9 o'clock local time, the match commenced. Spain once again deployed a formation without a traditional striker. Although Lin Quan occupied the forward position, he effectively played as a false nine. Bosque granted him considerable freedom in the attacking third, allowing him to oscillate between positions of winger, forward, and attacking midfielder. As long as he felt comfortable, he could roam freely. However, this approach carried significant risk, leading Bosque to limit Lin Quan's playtime to just one half. Should Spain fail to score and secure a lead in the first half, he would substitute in Torres and Villa for a more conventional strategy. Although somewhat audacious, it was a necessary gamble. The next match against France loomed, and time was of the essence. Observing the starting lineup, Bosque sighed and remarked to his longtime associate, Coach Tony, the French team is a traditional powerhouse in Europe. While Spain may possess a slight edge in strength, a victory could not be guaranteed. Should they falter, the situation would turn unfavorable for Spain. With only 13 slots allocated to Europe for the World Cup, only the top team in the group would advance directly to the finals. Failing to secure first place would force them into playoffs, where the stakes are considerably higher against formidable opponents. To avoid calamity, they must secure their World Cup berth during the group stage. What purpose does it serve to dwell on these matters? Having chosen this path, trust must be placed in their decision. Tony, exhibiting a fearless demeanor, seemed untroubled. Having already claimed both the World Cup and the European Championship, they had garnered all the honors available, leaving no room for regrets. Bosque nodded in agreement, choosing to focus intently on the unfolding match. Just as the Spanish coach harbored concerns about Lin Quan's performance, Lin Quan nearly created a goal from the outset. Less than a minute into the game, David Silva turned and delivered a creative through ball from the right flank of the penalty area. Lin Quan, understanding the play, anticipated and positioned himself accordingly, receiving the pass within the box. Unfortunately, his angled shot struck the right post, allowing Belarus to escape unscathed. Despite the miss, Spain's form was evident early on. In the 5th minute, after evading a defender, Xavi executed a delicate lob pass, which Silva received before relaying it to Lin Quan. Lin Quan then sent a precise through ball, enabling the advancing Silva to find himself in a one-on-one situation within the penalty area. However, his shot narrowly missed, grazing the post before sailing out of play. These two near misses left the Spanish fans in the stands feeling both frustrated and exhilarated. It was utterly absurd that their team had failed to score. The performance of the team's newcomer in the front line has been remarkable, bringing them great surprise. In the 8th minute, Belarus launched a swift counterattack, but Ramos intercepted the cross from the right flank. The presence of Real Madrid's main defender in the back line instilled a sense of security. In the 11th minute, Spain mounted a resurgence. Alba delivered a cross from the left, and Xavi, without taking a touch, threaded a pass to Pedro, who deftly backheeled it to the supporting Lin Quan. With a feint that deceived the defender, Lin Quan entered the penalty area and returned the ball to Iniesta. As Iniesta received the pass, he found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. He could have taken the shot, but opted to pass to the unmarked Lin Quan instead. Lin Quan, initially taken aback by the pass, reacted swiftly and slotted the ball into the empty net. Spain took a 1-0 lead over Belarus. After scoring, Lin Quan excitedly pointed at Iniesta and ran over to embrace him in celebration, expressing gratitude for the selfless assist. Iniesta had the option to shoot, but chose to pass, a testament to his special care for the newcomer. Teammates rushed over, enveloping the two in a celebratory huddle. Leading a team like Belarus is not particularly exhilarating. Yet Lin Quan's outstanding performance within the team's tactics is truly commendable. Just 11 minutes into the match, Lin Quan had already showcased his versatility by playing in 3 different positions. His breakthroughs as a winger, shots as a forward, and playmaking as an attacking midfielder were all noteworthy. Doubts among his teammates dissipated, confirming that this young talent was not the type to falter under pressure. His performance in this crucial match mirrored that of training sessions, steadfast and reliable. Consequently, the players fully embraced this newcomer. A 1-goal lead is insufficiently secure. We should strive to score a few more, allowing us to conserve energy in the second half, proclaimed the seasoned captain Casillas. Nods of agreement followed. As the match resumed, Belarus attempted to organize an attack, but they struggled to even reach the midfield as Spain's formidable midfield began to assert dominance. In the 20th minute, David Silva intercepted the ball and delivered a surgically precise diagonal pass. Pedro surged into the penalty area, evaded Viliemko, and attempted a lob that was parried by the goalkeeper, allowing Lin Quan to smartly follow up and score. The score now stood at 2-0. Pedro felt a tinge of regret, realizing he had struck the ball too directly. Had he angled it slightly, the outcome might have been different. Nevertheless, it was gratifying that a teammate capitalized on the rebound. In the 27th minute, Belarus finally crafted a counterattack. However, Rodionov's turn and shot lacked power, and the ball was comfortably collected by Casillas. This marked Belarus's sole shot on goal in the first half. In the 29th minute, Lin Quan dribbled past defenders on the wing and cut inside, executing a feigned shot that turned into a pass for Silva. Silva, however, had started his run a fraction too early, prompting the assistant referee to raise the flag for offside. A minute later, Lin Quan broke through the center, drawing 3 defenders, before passing to Xavi. Xavi then lofted a pass to Silva, who, this time, was wise enough to wait for the pass before initiating his run. After receiving the ball on the left flank of the penalty area, he swiftly turned and shot, the ball soaring into the net. Just as Silva was preparing to celebrate, the linesman's whistle pierced the air. Silva, feeling a surge of indignation, was absolutely certain he had not been offside, and angrily approached the linesman for an explanation. Observing his teammates' heightened emotions, Lin Quan hurriedly intervened to pull him back. David, remain calm. There will be more opportunities ahead. No need for such agitation. Fortunately, Lin acted quickly, as the referee was poised to issue a card to the Manchester City star. Silva watched as the referee, having half-drawn a yellow card, ultimately returned it to his pocket, leaving him somewhat relieved. Thank you, Lin. I assure you I will not squander your chances again. As Lin Quan comforted his elder teammate, both Bosque and coach Tony exchanged glances, sensing a peculiar irony. Who truly was the newcomer and who was the seasoned veteran? This lad's composure surpassed that of some older players. Lin Quan's performance alleviated much of the elder coach's concern. Thus far, his display had undoubtedly met, if not exceeded, expectations. With the first half still underway, Spain extended their lead. In the 32nd minute, Silva was again flagged for offside, but this time he refrained from protesting. In the 35th minute, Xavi delivered a swift pass to Silva, who then executed a low cross from the right side of the penalty area. The ball was a challenging half-height delivery. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin instinctively performed a side volley. The goalkeeper, obscured by Lin's positioning, failed to notice his shooting motion until it was too late. The score transformed to 3-0, and within less than 40 minutes, Lin had completed a hat trick. Chapter 78. Good brother, I want to score too. The goal was executed beautifully, surpassing even Lin's own expectations. Teammates rushed to him, playfully ruffling his hair and patting his shoulder in congratulations. What a stunning shot. That goal deserves to be nominated for the best goal of the match. Well done, lad. That side volley was no easy feat. Haha. Luckily it wasn't me taking that shot. Had it been, I surely would have blasted it over the bar. Not necessarily. You might not have even touched the ball and ended up flat on your back. Silva's jest elicited hearty laughter from his teammates. Within the Spanish national team, the midfielder's shooting prowess was not particularly remarkable, often resulting in absurd misses during matches. Over-the-bar shots and failed one-on-ones were commonplace occurrences. Had their shooting skills rivaled those of top strikers, Spain's matches would not have been so arduous. As the game continued, Belarus, intimidated by Spain's formidable offense, retreated defensively in the latter stages of the first half, unwilling to pursue further attacks. The first half concluded with a score of 3-0. During halftime, Bosque praised the players for their performance, opting not to make any personnel changes for the time being. As the second half commenced, the dynamics of the match were assessed. Should they secure another goal or maintain their lead until the 70th minute? He would contemplate substituting Iniesta and Xavi to prepare for the upcoming match against France in 4 days. With the second half underway, in the 47th minute, Fabregas executed a precise pass from the left flank, enabling the swift Alba to deliver a low cross. The height of this delivery mirrored that of Lin Quan's earlier volley in the first half, albeit transitioned from the right to the left side. Lin Quan had positioned himself, ready for another shot on the volley, yet the Belarusian defender, lacking finesse, thwarted his opportunity with a well-timed tackle that sent the ball out of play. Lin Quan approached the corner area, preparing to take the kick. Xavi approached him for a brief discussion. We lack a tall striker. We won't gain an advantage in the box. How about we employ a tactical play? Lin Quan surveyed the players within the penalty area, realizing that the Spanish players were considerably shorter than their Belarusian counterparts, making aerial challenges seem futile. All right, Captain, what do you propose? After some deliberation, they executed a tactical corner kick. Xavi feigned a cross, instead directing the ball to Lin Quan, who received it and moved laterally as if to create space for a long-range shot. Noticing the tactical corner, the Belarusian players scattered, rushing towards Lin Quan. Seizing the moment, he deftly flicked the ball forward, unexpectedly bypassing the advancing defender. As he penetrated the penalty area, the Belarusian defenders instinctively converged upon him, fully aware that this young man, who had netted 3 goals in the first half, posed the greatest threat to their defense. What they seemed to overlook was that Spain was employing a false 9 formation, where no definitive striker existed. Every player could partake in the attack and score. Recognizing the encroaching defenders, Lin Quan threaded a precise pass into the vacant space on the right. There, David Silva awaited, effortlessly controlling the ball before dispatching a shot that resulted in a seamless goal. This time, the assistant referee refrained from signaling an offside, and the score transformed to 4-0. Following this goal, Silva exuberantly leapt into Lin Quan's embrace. Fortunately, Silva's slight frame prevented Lin Quan from an unfortunate encounter with the ground. Bosque and the Spanish coaching staff were visibly delighted by the goal, beaming with satisfaction. Indeed, this young talent not only scored but also assisted his teammates in finding the net. His synergy with the squad was remarkable. Exhibiting no signs of being a recent addition to the team, Coach Tony expressed his astonishment, admitting that despite their prior awareness of Lin Quan's capabilities before recruiting him, his performance on the pitch had exceeded their expectations. Their concerns regarding his integration into the team's tactical framework and collaboration with teammates had proven unfounded. The young man resembles a universal key, effortlessly adaptable and devoid of compatibility issues. With the team enjoying a commanding lead, the coaching staff felt a sense of ease. Bosque cast a glance at the substitutes bench, contemplating who might be summoned to experience the atmosphere of the match. Morata, anxiously watching Bosque, silently pleaded, "Choose me, choose me, choose me." However, Bosque's gaze merely brushed over him without lingering, leaving Morata profoundly disheartened. Just as despair began to settle in, the assistant coach called out his name. Morata. Navas, Martinez, shed your jackets and warm up. Morata sprang to his feet, exhilarated, swiftly discarding his jacket and bounding to the sidelines to begin his warm-up. The veteran players on the substitutes bench, including Raul, couldn't help but chuckle at Morata's enthusiasm. It evoked a nostalgic sense of camaraderie within the national team, a feeling long absent. Raul, reflecting on the moment, felt a pang of sentimentality. It had been 6 years since he had last donned the national colors, and he had never anticipated being called up again. Once at odds with the Spanish coach Aragonés, he had been sidelined. However, when Bosque took the reins of the national team, he faced a pressing issue of aging personnel. In a bold move, Bosque recruited fresh talent, leaving many seasoned players, including Raul, overlooked. Raul, unwilling to accept this fate, chose to leave his beloved Real Madrid for the Bundesliga to maintain his competitive edge. Under his leadership, Schalke 04 remarkably reached the Champions League semifinals, achieving the club's finest record. Yet, despite his stellar performance in Germany, he remained uncalled by the national team. This disillusionment led Raul to resign himself to his fate, transferring to a Middle Eastern league that summer, aiming to earn a pension before retirement. To his surprise, in a semi-retired state, he found himself summoned by the national team. A glance at Coach Bosque provided Raul with insight into the latter's intentions. The Spanish squad was brimming with talent, rendering his veteran presence seemingly unnecessary. His recruitment likely stemmed from a desire to compensate seasoned players following the triumphs in the World Cup and European Championship, ensuring stability in performance. Additionally, it was perhaps an opportunity to mentor the newcomers, particularly the young number 30 on the field. On the pitch, Spain, leading by a significant margin, began to play with increasing relaxation. They executed a dazzling array of combinations in the attacking third, showcasing the players' creativity and imagination, transforming the match into a visual delight. In the stands, 5,000 traveling Spanish fans sang and danced, reveling in the game, while the larger contingent of Belarusian supporters began to trickle out, their spirits waning as they recognized their team's disarray. Having suffered 3 consecutive defeats, their next match would be a battle for honor. In the 56th minute, Spain orchestrated a brilliant sequence, culminating in a series of 13 precise passes that delivered the ball into the penalty area. The Belarusian players were thoroughly bewildered by the opposing team's passes, resulting in significant lapses in their defense. Pedro received the ball within the penalty area and calmly slotted it into the open net, further extending the lead. The ball seemed to glide effortlessly into the goal, as the opposing goalkeeper had already misplaced his position due to a misjudgment prior to Pedro's shot. After scoring, Pedro exuberantly sprinted around the field. Despite having numerous opportunities throughout the match, he had failed to convert them. Witnessing a newcomer score 3 goals, alongside Silva netting another, only intensified Pedro's anxiety as he had yet to add to the tally. Fortunately, after squandering a multitude of chances, he finally seized one. Now, he felt liberated from any psychological burden. The assist for Pedro came from none other than Lin Quan, who, though capable of taking the shot himself, much like the pass he received from Iniesta in the first half, recognized Pedro's urgency and selflessly opted to provide him the opportunity. Whether Pedro could capitalize on this chance would depend solely on his skill. Should he waste this exquisite assist, Lin Quan might hesitate to pass to him under similar circumstances in the future. With a commanding lead and all 3 forwards having scored, Bosque could finally relax and make personnel changes. In the 65th minute, Spain made substitutions, bringing off Xavi, Iniesta, and Pedro, while Morata, Navas, and Martinez entered the fray. Lin Quan withdrew to a more central attacking role, with Morata positioned as the sole striker at the forefront. My good brother, make sure to pass to me later. I too wish to score. Chapter 79, a colossal blunder. As another newcomer, Lin Quan had started and scored 3 goals. Surely, Morata, coming off the bench, should manage at least 1 or 2. If he failed to find the net, he would face the embarrassment of being compared unfavorably to Lin Quan by the media later. Fine, if you find a good position, I'll pass to you. Lin Quan, now playing as an attacking midfielder, was less focused on scoring and more inclined to orchestrate the team's offensive plays. The Belarusian players had already been left dazed, having conceded 5 goals within just 50 minutes. Anyone would be at a loss. However, the sight of yet another young player, whose name they did not even know, being substituted and felt like an insult to them. As a result, Morata found himself in a precarious situation, observing from the sidelines that the opponent had lost their fighting spirit and lacked strength. He thought he could surely score a goal or two. Yet, upon entering the match, he discovered that the intensity of the opponent's defense remained undiminished. The moment he gained possession, the opposing players charged at him as if they bore a deep-seated grudge, knocking him down relentlessly. Poor Morata, amidst the fierce physical confrontations, found it impossible not only to score, but even to maintain possession of the ball. Surrounded by defenders, Lin Quan hesitated to risk passing to him. Alvaro, play smart. Avoid grappling with their defenders. Make your runs. Upon witnessing Morata once again being brought down by a defender, Lin Quan rushed to assist him. Unable to restrain his urge to offer a word of caution, Morata nodded emphatically. After a vigorous tussle, he realized that the Belarusian defenders were a formidable group of muscle-bound athletes. His own slender frame, alas, could hardly withstand their might. Thus, he humbly heeded Lin Quan's advice, abandoning the folly of merely waiting in the penalty area for the ball, and began to increase his movement, striving to receive passes and create scoring opportunities through dynamic positioning. In the 68th minute, after intercepting the ball in the backfield, Martinez passed it to Cazorla, who then relayed it to Lin Quan. Lin Quan advanced the ball to Silva, who deftly executed a precise through ball, finding Lin Quan in the penalty area. Noticing Morata making a run out of the corner of his eye, Lin Quan selflessly laid the ball across to him, presenting an exquisite chance to score. Regrettably, Morata's pace faltered slightly, causing him to miss the opportunity as the opposing defender intervened and cleared the ball away. My apologies. Morata gestured in apology, acknowledging the lack of synchronicity with his teammate. Had he reacted a moment sooner, it could have been a splendid opportunity. Fortunately, with a plethora of elite midfielders on the field, the Spanish forwards were not short of chances to find the net. In the 83rd minute, Morata finally found the back of the net. After a steal by Fabregas, he delivered a lateral pass, allowing Lin Quan to deftly flick the ball over the oncoming goalkeeper. Faced with an open goal, Lin Quan generously passed the ball to his teammate. Morata did not squander Lin Quan's assist, easily slotting the ball into the empty net. This marked Morata's inaugural goal in his national team career, while Lin Quan achieved a hat-trick of assists, having orchestrated all 6 goals scored by Spain. Following this goal, the Spanish players began to ease off, adopting a more leisurely style of play. The utterly bewildered Belarusian players appeared to concede their efforts. Ultimately, Spain triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory away from home, securing their second consecutive win in this qualifying campaign. In their next match, they would host their strongest rivals in the group, the French team. After the match, Lin Quan, who had exhibited an outstanding performance, was besieged by reporters. If he did not speak up, it seemed the journalists would not allow him to return to the locker room. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to their inquiries. Lin, I am a reporter from S. What are your thoughts on today's match? The performance of my teammates was exceptional today. We diligently executed the coach's tactics. After a challenging match, we emerged victorious, and we thoroughly enjoyed the game. A challenging match? If not for having witnessed the game live, I might have believed you. However, the reporters merely interpreted this as him being courteous to the opponents and refrained from confronting him. A reporter from his pressed further. What is your opinion on breaking the record for the youngest player to appear for the Spanish national team, previously held by your teammate Fabregas? Cesc is an exceptionally talented player and a mentor to me in the national team. There is much I can learn from him. Breaking this record does not signify much. Rather, it serves as a constant reminder of how far I still am from these esteemed predecessors. They have served the national team for many years, while I am merely a newcomer. Therefore, I must strive harder to follow in the footsteps of those veterans within the team and contribute to securing greater honors for the national squad. The journalists were somewhat astonished. This young man speaks with remarkable eloquence. A reporter from Marca quickly thrust a microphone towards him. Lin, are you aware that you have just shattered the records for the youngest goal scorer and the youngest player to achieve a hat-trick? Lin Quan shook his head. I have not paid attention to such matters. I simply wish to focus on the game alongside my teammates and deliver more thrilling performances for the fans, striving for greater accolades. Nearby, the press officer. Upon hearing Lin Quan's response and glancing over at Morata, who was boasting to reporters after scoring a single goal, couldn't help but reflect on the vast differences between individuals. While Lin Quan remains indifferent to these records, the Spanish media certainly does not. Following the match, in which the team triumphed overwhelmingly over their opponents, A wave of exuberance swept across Spain. As the team's most significant contributor to victory, Lin Quan was lauded by the media, a prodigy emerging from the shadows. He is the one Spain has long sought. Instant fame. The 16-year-old sensation shatters 6 national team records in a single match, contributing to 6 goals in one match. Who dares claim Spain lacks firepower? Aiming for the World Cup in Brazil, who can stand in the way of the bullfighting brigade? The media's adulation transformed Lin Quan, previously not well known, into a sensational figure in Spain. Online, countless highlights from his match against Belarus circulated, each accompanied by fervent discussions among Spanish netizens. This guy, obscuring his jersey number, is reminiscent of Messi. This dribble has that Messi flair. Tears of joy. Our bullfighting brigade has finally found a suitable forward. Lin is merely 16 years old. He could serve the national team for at least another 20 years. 20 years. Huh. I can hardly contain my laughter. With Lin's exceptional talent, how could Barcelona possibly loan him out? Indeed, Barcelona should promptly recall him. Then we could witness his prowess on La Liga's stage. The level of competition in La Liga surpasses that of the Bundesliga, and it emphasizes technical skills. He truly ought to be brought back. Or I fear he may become ineffective in the Bundesliga. The fervent discussions online have garnered Lin Quan a substantial following. His account, which had only a little over 10,000 followers, surged to 500,000 in less than 3 days after the match, with numbers continuing to climb at an astonishing rate. The influx of notifications and fan messages rendered his phone incessantly active, akin to a persistent alarm. Faced with the overwhelming volume of messages, Lin Quan had no choice but to silence the notifications to regain some tranquility. Although he has already made a name for himself in the Bundesliga, his recognition within Spain remains relatively modest. This match was indeed a pivotal moment for him, as he became the attacking linchpin of the world champion team before even reaching the tender age of 17. Meanwhile, in the sun-drenched paradise of Malta, Guardiola was savoring his honeymoon on the Mediterranean shores. As he set aside the newspaper, a contented smile graced his face. This young talent seemed to outshine him during his own playing days. He never enjoyed such glory while representing his national team. Fortunately, his coaching career had yielded some achievements. Otherwise, he might truly find himself overshadowed by this prodigy. Yet, the rapid ascent of this boy was alarming. If this trajectory continued, next year's Golden Boy Award, the subsequent World Cup, and even the Ballon d'Or loomed on the horizon. Guardiola dared not dwell on these thoughts, for he too felt the weight of expectation. He quickly sat up and began diligently reviewing materials on Bayern Munich and the Bundesliga. Although he had yet to officially assume his position, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Otherwise, when he eventually joined Bayern, if the team's performance faltered, he would indeed find himself eclipsed by his own son. On the sidelines, Sarah watched in both amusement and frustration. They had agreed to embark on a holiday to relax and enjoy their honeymoon. Yet just a few days into their respite, Guardiola had transformed back into a workaholic. What was fueling his competitive spirit was no longer the eccentric Mourinho, but rather his own adopted son. Was it really necessary for him to be this driven? Oh Pep, your relentless ambition. Chapter 80. Real Madrid and Barcelona are restless in Catalonia. Within the confines of FC Barcelona, President Rosell hung up the phone with a smile, only for his expression to darken in the next moment. Curse that Guardiola. Curse that Lin Quan. Rosell muttered a few expletives internally before forcing himself to regain his composure. The call had been from Silvio Berlusconi, the president of the illustrious AC Milan, who had expressed interest in the outstanding Lin Quan, inquiring whether they could procure him for a transfer fee of 45 million as compensation for Barcelona. Berlusconi rarely involved himself in the recruitment matters of AC Milan. Those responsibilities typically fell to his longtime associate, Galliani. However, this time he took the initiative, ostensibly out of respect for the Barcelona president, but in reality, it was a clear indication of his intense eagerness to acquire Lin Quan. Even before the winter break, their urgency was palpable. Even a football novice like Rosell could discern that this young player had truly made a name for himself. Yet, Barcelona could not profit from this transfer. They had yet to finalize Lin Quan's contract renewal, with only 6 months remaining. No one would be foolish enough to pay a hefty transfer fee for a player with such a short contract. If the contract details were to be leaked, they would find themselves with nothing to show for it, losing out entirely. Even if someone were willing to pay, it would likely only be the 5 million release clause directly, without offering a single cent more. No one would be foolish enough to gift them 40 million. Furthermore, the sale of players necessitates the consent of the players themselves. If Lin Quan refuses to agree, they will be utterly powerless to sell him. At that point, it would matter not if the figure was 45 million euros or 450 million euros. They could only stand by helplessly. The mere thought of this ignited a fury within Rosell. That damned brat. Why is he unwilling to renew his contract with Barcelona? If only he would extend his contract. The initiative would rest firmly in Barcelona's hands, allowing them to determine his fate at will. Yet now, Barcelona finds itself in a precarious and disadvantageous position. The refusal to renew signifies their inability to take any action. It is akin to guarding a treasure trove, yet lacking the means to exploit it. This must be the machinations of that rascal Guardiola, who is intent on opposing him at every turn. Rosell attributed the issue to Lin Quan's adoptive father, Guardiola, completely oblivious to the fact that he himself was the architect of this predicament. Meanwhile, in a discreet restaurant in Catalonia, the president of Real Madrid met with the individual he sought. This is what you requested, and do not forget your promise. Rest assured, Luis. As long as you resign from Barcelona, the managerial position at Celta awaits you. Celta is closely aligned with Real Madrid, and the relationship between the two clubs is profound. Real Madrid wields significant influence over Celta, whose managerial position is currently vacant. It seems that Florentino's promise is not mere empty words. Enrique nodded, handing over the documents to the other party. The distinguished Florentino casually unwrapped the materials brought by Enrique, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. However, upon reading a particular detail, his hands trembled with excitement, betraying his inner turmoil. Yet, Enrique, feeling like a thief, was nervously glancing around, anxious not to be discovered. Fortunately, the location of the restaurant was quite discreet, and Florentino had prudently reserved the entire venue in advance, ensuring no one was aware of their presence. After perusing the documents, a smile spread across Florentino's face. Rosell, oh Rosell, how careless you are. Such a gem in the youth team, and yet you choose not to renew his contract, instead seeking to expel him. How splendidly you've blundered this time. If you do not want him, I shall not hesitate to make my move. He had a premonition that if he could indeed bring Lin Quan from Camp Nou to Bernabeu, the impact of this transfer would likely eclipse even that of Figo's infamous move from Barcelona years prior. Following their victory over Belarus, the Spanish national team hurriedly returned from Eastern Europe to prepare for the imminent group clash against France. The attacking prowess of the French side is formidable, with Ribéry, Giroud, and Benzema serving as key forwards or wingers for their respective elite clubs. However, their midfield strength pales in comparison to that of the Spanish national team. For months prior, in the quarterfinals of the European Championship, Spain had triumphed over France with a score of 2-0, eliminating them from the tournament. Historically, Spain holds the upper hand in their encounters, boasting 14 victories to France's 10, alongside 7 draws. In the past decade, Spain has only suffered defeat to the French team in the round of 16 during the 2006 World Cup. Since then, the two teams have faced each other 3 times, with Spain emerging victorious each time. Despite possessing superior paper strength and favorable historical data, Spain remains cautious. Vicente del Bosque, along with his assistants, has meticulously analyzed the opponent's characteristics and devised targeted strategies. The French team is characterized by their physicality. They boast a high proportion of powerful, athletic players who are fast and possess great stamina. However, their shortcomings lie in their lack of agility and creativity. Since the retirement of Zinedine Zidane, the French squad has not seen the emergence of any midfield maestros of similar caliber. Examining France's midfield, Alou Diarra, Marseille, Blaise Matuidi, Paris Saint-Germain, Jan Villa, Rennes, Morgan Schneiderlin, Socox, Johan Cabaye, Newcastle, Florent Malouda, Chelsea, and Samir Nasri, Manchester City, it is evident that, aside from Nasri, the rest are predominantly hard-working, combative players. They are not adept at intricate play, relying instead on counter-attacking speed and physical prowess for victory. Interestingly, Spain harbors a certain apprehension towards such robust midfielders. Although lacking technical finesse, their strength and wide interception range pose a significant challenge. Much like Real Madrid's formidable Pepe, facing 3 or 4 such players can be intimidating for anyone. It is crucial to avoid giving the opponent opportunities for fouls, to keep the ball moving, and to increase passing frequency without overly dwelling on the ball. The French team possesses several speedy forwards, and losing possession to them could lead to perilous counterattacks. Del Bosque, a renowned strategist, is well acquainted with his team's strengths and weaknesses, as well as those of the opposition. Thus, he has resolved to capitalize on Spain's advantages, employing possession-based tactics and fluid passing to overcome formidable foes. Furthermore, recognizing the opponent's tendency to commit fouls due to their aggressive defensive style, Del Bosque has intensified training on set-piece strategies. Spain boasts several masters of free kicks, and while Iniesta originally intended to keep a low profile, he felt compelled to showcase his skills when Lin, a fellow teammate, engaged in a friendly challenge. As the likes of Xavi, Fabregas, and Silva observed, Lin's free kick technique displayed remarkable variety, while Xavi's was imbued with creativity. After watching for a while, Fabregas acknowledged the prowess of both players. Silva nodded in agreement. Yet Xavi posed a thought-provoking question. What do you think of Lin's free kick style? Does it remind you of anyone? A moment of silence ensued before Fabregas tentatively suggested, "Are you implying Messi?" "Precisely," Xavi confirmed. "Do you not find his approach to free kicks reminiscent of Messi's?" The duo, upon hearing Xavi's words, scrutinized Lin's technique more closely. David Silva, having never played alongside Messi, was less familiar with his style and refrained from commenting. Fabregas, having an astute understanding of Messi's technique, nodded thoughtfully after observing for a moment. "Indeed, there is a striking resemblance. Now that you've mentioned it, I sense that his free kick style mirrors Messi's. But it extends beyond that. The way he plays on the field is reminiscent of Messi as well." Xavi remarked, "Whenever I see him, it feels as though I am witnessing a youthful version of Messi. The similarities in their styles are truly uncanny." Just as Lin Quan and Iniesta were enjoying their time, Del Bosque appeared at the sidelines and called out to Lin Quan. "Lin, come here." Confused, Lin Quan approached and asked, "Coach, did you call for me?" Del Bosque nodded and said, "I've watched your matches in the Bundesliga. You've taken several penalties for Werder Bremen. Are you the primary penalty taker for your team?" Lin Quan shook his head. "No, but whenever I earn a penalty, the coaching staff allows me to take it myself." "Have you missed any penalties so far?" "No. I have converted all of them." "Would you like to become the primary penalty taker for the national team?" Lin Quan was taken aback, looking at Del Bosque earnestly. The seasoned coach's expression was calm, yet serious, devoid of any jest. "Is that really appropriate? I've just joined the team. Appointing me as the lead penalty taker might not sit well with others." Del Bosque glanced at him and inquired, "Do you know when the Golden Boy Award is announced?" Lin Quan had not particularly followed this, as he was not among this year's frontrunners. Having played less than half a season, his performance had been commendable, yet it paled in comparison to those who had been in the spotlight for a year or two. The Golden Boy Award is typically evaluated in late October and announced before Christmas in December. We are currently in a crucial period for the award, and the Spanish Football Federation is fervently advocating for Isco. However, I wish to advocate for you. Between Isco and Lin Quan, Del Bosque undoubtedly favored Lin Quan, as he was the one who had nurtured him. Isco had yet to be selected for the national team, and in this comparison, Del Bosque would certainly opt for Lin Quan. Even if he does not secure the award this year, it is essential to generate momentum, making it easier for him in the following year. Furthermore, our team's penalty taking has been notoriously unstable. Nearly all players on the field have a record of missed penalties. This was Del Bosque's rationale for his decision. The players simply could not be relied upon. If they were even slightly more dependable, he would not have entrusted the responsibility of taking penalties to a young player not yet 17. Lin Quan harbored his own reservations. To be candid, he was somewhat swayed by Del Bosque's proposal, who would not desire the privilege of taking penalties, which could increase their goal tally. Perhaps by converting several penalties during matches, the Golden Boot award would be within his grasp. Moreover, the system stipulates that winning the Golden Boot comes with a points reward. However, if this privilege were truly bestowed upon him, would the seasoned players within the squad accept it? He certainly did not wish to disrupt the team's harmony or provoke discontent among the veteran players. After a moment's reflection, he spoke, "I appreciate your kindness, but I believe it would be rather unjust for me to take the penalty kick directly." Upon noticing his intent to decline, Bosque sighed and amended his proposal. "Very well. In that case, you shall be included in the list for penalty kicks. You and the other players will take turns. Should one miss, the next will step up, and the sequence shall continue until someone fails to score. What do you think?" This suggestion was indeed appealing, as it neither conferred upon him any undue privilege nor deprived him of the opportunity to compete alongside his teammates. If his companions were to miss their penalties, he would have his chance, and they would have little cause for complaint. All right, I shall abide by your arrangement. Bosquet shook his head, bemused. While others clamored for the privilege of taking penalties, he, in contrast, voluntarily relinquished the opportunity. As Spain prepared intensively for the upcoming match, their rivals, the French team, had already arrived in Madrid by plane. Due to the formidable strength of the home team, the Spanish fans refrained from any overly aggressive actions towards their guests. Instead, they congregated near the national team's training facility to cheer on their own side. Is that Messi we see? Wow, what a magnificent display of skill. Such finesse. Truly a testament to the La Masia Academy. Numerous fans, having watched the live broadcast of Spain's match against Belarus, had come in droves to support Lin Quan, most of whom were now ardent admirers of the young talent. They held up various banners, some donned Lin Quan's national team jersey bearing the number 30, while others waved his 10 jersey from Werder Bremen, all wearing expressions of fervent excitement. Indeed, you seem to have quite the following, Morata remarked, feeling a twinge of envy. Why, despite his towering stature and handsome appearance, did he not command such a multitude of fans? Surely, if he could net a few more goals, these admirers would surely turn into his loyal supporters. Compared to the captain and others, he had much to aspire to. Lin Quan glanced towards the sidelines where Casillas and Ramos were signing autographs for their fans. The number of admirers surrounding them was considerable, and their arms must have grown weary from signing, as they had yet to extricate themselves from the throng. The national team's training base was situated in Madrid, a domain belonging to Real Madrid. It was hardly surprising that Ramos and Casillas, both key players for the club, received such a warm welcome from their supporters. In contrast, Barcelona players tended to adopt a more subdued demeanor while in Madrid, as they were acutely aware that, even within the national team, many Madrid fans were not particularly welcoming. This was exemplified by the jeers directed at Piqué upon his arrival, a reaction that could be traced back to his earlier humiliation of Real Madrid on the pitch. The long-standing animosity between Barcelona and Real Madrid had fostered a culture of mutual derision among their fans, a situation exacerbated by the Catalonian separatist sentiments, rendering the atmosphere all the more complex. In such circumstances, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. This is also the reason why Lin Quan refrained from signing autographs for his supportive fans. Although he has never played for Barcelona, he is still, in name, a player of the club. He is concerned that he might be booed if he steps outside, especially after having basked in the limelight alongside Piqué. Around 6:30 in the evening, the players of the Spanish national team boarded a bus, setting off towards the venue of the match, the Calderón Stadium. This may be the last time the Spanish national team plays a World Cup qualifying match at the Calderón, as Atletico Madrid has secured investment for a new stadium, likely sealing the fate of the Calderón Stadium for demolition. Consequently, among the candidate venues for this group match, the Spanish Football Federation deliberately selected the Calderón, foregoing other superior stadiums like the Bernabeu. The match between Spain and France is a focal point in the third round of the UEFA World Cup qualifiers for the 2014 Brazil World Cup. In addition to numerous domestic television stations opting to broadcast the match live, Sky Sports also covered the event. With the match between England and Poland scheduled for the following afternoon, the anticipation for this match in the UK is quite high. Sky Sports even arranged for renowned commentator Martin Tyler to provide the commentary. Spain has already achieved an impressive 24 consecutive victories in the World Cup qualifiers, having recently overwhelmed Belarus with a 6-0 win away from home, showcasing their current fiery form. The team boasts not only members of the World Cup winning squad, but also some fresh faces. One such player is Lin, wearing the number 30 jersey, who has been the attacking core for Werder Bremen, currently ranked 4th in the Bundesliga. He has played 6 matches in the Bundesliga this season, scoring 9 goals, achieving an extraordinary average of 1.5 goals per match, leading the league in efficiency. On the international stage, he has played only 1 match for the Spanish national team, but has already netted 3 goals and provided 3 assists. Despite his youth, he has already displayed the potential of a superstar, and it is believed that this winter will see a flurry of prestigious clubs pursuing him. Many, like Martin Tyler, are keenly focused on Lin, including commentators from France who emphasized Lin's threat to their team in their pre-match analyses. Frank Ribery, who has faced Lin in the league, also underscored in an interview that Lin is the most formidable player within the Spanish squad. Given the current state of the French team, facing a Spain without Lin would not yield much hope for victory. However, As Lin joins the ranks, Spain is evolving into an ultimate powerhouse, and their chances against Spain will diminish further. Though it pains us to admit it, we must acknowledge that in the face of the team's raw strength, we are no longer the world's best, having claimed 2 World Cups within a decade. The gap between us and the dual champions of the World Cup and European Championship, Spain, is substantial. Our objective in this match should be to secure at least a draw, as long as we do not suffer a loss away from home. We will have hope for victory when we return to our home ground in the next leg. The French commentators are quite pessimistic, and their head coach shares this bleak outlook. In this match, they adopted a defensive posture, intending to play conservatively. During the European Championship, they had played liberally against Spain, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Now, facing an even stronger opponent, if they were to employ the same strategy, it would be akin to courting disaster. However, playing defensively does not equate to conceding defeat. On the contrary, compressing their formation into the back line and inviting the opposition to advance could facilitate counterattacks. Although Spain's possession-based system is formidable, the French team prioritizes efficiency over ball control. If they manage to score 1 or 2 goals on the counter, they are likely to emerge victorious. After all, what value does high possession hold for Spain if it does not translate into goals? At 1945, players from both teams began to enter the field. The formations for the match were both 4-3-3. The starting lineups were as follows: Spain, 1 Casillas, 17 Arbeloa, 16 Busquets, 15 Ramos, 18 Alba, 8 Xavi, 10 Fabregas, 6 Iniesta, 21 Silva, 30 Llorente, 11 Pedro. France, 1 Loris, 2 Debuchy, 21 Koscielny, 5 Sacco, 3 Evra, 6 Cabai, 17 Gonalons, 12 Matuidi, 14 Menez, 10 Benzema, 7 Ribery. After the national anthems were played and the teams exchanged handshakes, the clock struck 2000 hours. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Chapter 82. The clash of new and old world champions. Following the kickoff, Spain did not rush into attack. Instead, they controlled possession, gradually probing the French defense. The French side had deployed 3 defensive midfielders today, showcasing formidable sweeping ability in the backline. Given the intensity of their movements and interceptions from the outset, one could anticipate a fierce battle in midfield. Within the first 5 minutes, Spain firmly held the advantage in possession. After gauging the vulnerabilities in the opposing defense, Spain began to accelerate their play. In the 7th minute, Llorente made a breakthrough on the right side of the penalty area, just as he evaded a defender and prepared to enter the box. He was tripped from behind by another defender, resulting in a free kick for Spain just outside the penalty area. The position was precarious for a direct shot due to the proximity of the defensive wall. Llorente conferred with his teammates and executed a tactical free kick. He passed the ball back to a teammate poised to strike. Xavi, who had been positioned behind Llorente, unexpectedly stepped aside as the ball approached, allowing his teammate the opportunity to shoot. Ramos, the Spanish central defender, appeared unexpectedly from behind and unleashed a powerful strike towards the goal. The French players, momentarily deceived by Xavi's feint, were caught off guard by the fact that a defender was taking the shot. Goalkeeper Loris remained stationary, failing to react to the shot. Fortunately for the French team, Ramos's attempt sailed over the crossbar, eliciting a sigh of relief from the players. Ramos, witnessing the ball ascend into the stands, could not help but chuckle. Encouraging defenders to take long shots can seem somewhat unreliable, as they are typically accustomed to clearing the ball with powerful kicks. In the 11th minute of the match, Lin Quan retreated to receive the ball, while Iniesta drifted to the flank, and the two executed a splendid combination play on the wing. Engaging in a 1-2, and then a 2-on-2, they appeared poised to penetrate the penalty area. But a timely intervention from the opposing defender cleared the ball out of play. During these minutes, Spain's offensive intensity was considerable. However, they found it challenging to breach France's defensive line. The opposing defensive midfielder covered a vast area with impressive intensity, and their physical prowess left Spain's players at a disadvantage during confrontations. Nonetheless, much of France's energy was devoted to defense, leaving their front line rather sparse, and several counterattacks faltered due to a lack of support, allowing Spanish players to neutralize threats within their half. As the match progressed, it became evident that neither side could find a way to outmaneuver the other. Observing the tight defense in the penalty area and the fierce tussles in midfield, Lin Quan opted to drop back, forming a diamond formation with Iniesta and others. This strategic adjustment brought his teammates in the forward and attacking midfield positions closer together. shortening passing distances and reducing the risk of interception. Furthermore, his retreat effectively transformed his position into that of an attacking midfielder, thereby augmenting Spain's presence in midfield. Consequently, Spain gradually gained the upper hand in midfield skirmishes, enhancing their ability to deliver threatening passes. On the sidelines, Bosque nodded in approval at Lin Quan's decision. Having recognized the same issue and intending to remind his players, he was pleasantly surprised that Lin had identified this matter independently and had made the adjustment promptly. This young man possesses a remarkable ability to read the game. In the 18th minute, Iniesta attempted to break through on the left side of the penalty area, but was intercepted. He passed the ball back to a teammate. Xavi transitioned the ball to Lin Quan, who, after a lateral dribble, created space and, glancing at the goalkeeper's positioning, unleashed a powerful right-footed shot from the top of the penalty area. The quality of this strike was exceptional, yet in pursuit of the perfect angle, it struck the post. The over 50,000 fans at the Calderón Stadium collectively sighed, lamenting that a slight adjustment would have resulted in a goal. France was startled and promptly fortified their defense against long-range shots. Noticing the heightened vigilance in the vicinity of the penalty arc, Lin Quan decisively sprinted to the flank, initiating attacks from the sides of the penalty area. In the 22nd minute, after breaking down the right flank and drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, Lin Quan passed the ball to his teammate Pedro, who feigned a shot, but delivered a precise through ball to the opposite side, where David Silva waited. Silva, receiving the ball on the left side of the penalty area, executed a low shot with his right foot. The ball passed through the legs of a defender, but was comfortably saved by Loris. It was a promising opportunity, well executed, yet it failed to surpass the goalkeeper's grasp. 3 minutes later, Lin Quan again ventured toward the byline, and upon reaching the vicinity, he delivered a swift low cross into the goal area. With remarkable synchronicity, Iniesta, David Silva, and Pedro all dove to attempt a sliding shot. With just one of them making contact, it would likely have resulted in a goal. However, all three players are of diminutive stature, with the tallest among them, Iniesta, standing at a mere 1.71 meters. Their legs are slightly shorter by a few centimeters. And despite their efforts, they failed to make contact with the ball as it slid past the goal. The Calderón Stadium echoed with sighs of disappointment. The three, having missed a goal, exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle. What could they do? They were simply born this way. The French team was left in a cold sweat. Had they possessed a tall striker like Giroud, it might have been a different story. They could not afford to let these young players continue their audacious runs down the flanks. Who knew when they might have such fortune again? The pressure on the French defense was mounting, with even forwards such as Benzema retreating to assist in defense. However, this seemed to yield little benefit. Their withdrawal inadvertently eased the pressure on the Spanish offense, allowing them to commit more resources to their attacking maneuvers. In the 25th minute, Lin Quan once again advanced down the flank, prompting French right-back Debuchy to rush forward in an attempt to thwart his cross. Debuchy, originally a winger, had been repurposed as a full-back during his time at Lille. He was a player known for his attacking prowess rather than defensive acumen, recalling the opponent's characteristics. Lin Quan made a decisive choice. He opted not to pass, but instead surged towards the penalty area. Debuchy positioned himself in front, angling his body to defend while attempting to push Lin Quan towards the baseline. Lin Quan bent his right knee, feigning a breakthrough. Debuchy, relying on his defensive instincts, anticipated an attempt to break through on his right and shifted accordingly. However, as he adjusted his stance, he realized he had been deceived. In that moment, Lin Quan swiftly touched the ball with his left foot, nudging it towards the baseline, and elegantly maneuvered around to take the lead. Debuchy was left astonished. Could it truly be played this way? Even Benzema, the prince of the baseline, was taken aback, incredulous that someone might have learned from his craft. From the perspective of the French fans behind the goal, it appeared the ball had gone out of play. They erupted in boos directed at Lin Quan, vociferously pressuring the referee to call for a foul. The assistant referee, eyes wide and fixed on the ball, was prepared to blow the whistle the moment it crossed the line. Yet, the ball merely grazed the baseline, never fully crossing it. After bypassing Debuchy, Lin Quan seized the opportunity before the retreating French defenders could intervene, accelerating into the penalty area. With Debuchy left behind, Lin Quan charged into the box, where the right side of the French penalty area became a scene of urgency. They had not forgotten their coach's pre-match admonition. The most significant threat from the Spanish side was the player wearing number 30. Having scored 3 goals in the previous match, any lapse in defense could lead to a goal. Without a moment's hesitation, Koscielny and Sacco instinctively lunged towards Lin Quan. Sensing their fierce approach, Lin Quan realized he lacked the confidence to navigate past them in such a short span of time. He cast a glance at the goalkeeper's position and noticed that the keeper was standing close to the near post, obstructing his shooting angle. This positioning indicated that a significant portion of the French goal was unguarded. If he could just pass the ball, it would present an opportunity to score into an empty net. Thus, he nudged the ball forward, feigning a shot. Szczesny immediately raised his leg to interfere, while Sacco rushed in with his arms behind his back to block. Lin Quan had been anticipating this moment. Upon seeing Szczesny lift his foot, he swiftly played the ball across to the open space in the center of the penalty area. If his teammates were in sync, one of them should make a forward run to shoot. Sure enough, as he delivered the pass, a figure clad in the red jersey number 6 surged from behind, reaching the ball just in time to execute a sliding shot, sending the ball into the net. In the 26th minute, Lin Quan assisted Iniesta in scoring, granting Spain a temporary lead over France. Chapter 83, Corrupt Referee? After nearly half an hour of relentless attacks, Spain finally broke the deadlock. Had they failed to score, the dynamics of the match could have shifted drastically. Prolonged pressure without a goal could easily lead to a frenzied mindset among the players, making them vulnerable to counterattacks. Upon witnessing the ball fly into the net, both Coach Bosquet and Tony embraced in jubilant celebration. Players and coaches from the substitutes bench surged forward, some exchanging embraces, while others rushed onto the pitch to join their teammates in celebration. The audience at the Calderón Stadium erupted into thunderous applause at the moment Iniesta scored. Spanish fans were ecstatic, fervently waving their flags and chanting the names of the players on the field. Having previously dominated the match, yet failing to score had left them anxious, but now, with a one-goal advantage, a sense of relief washed over the supporters. Indeed, Spain was invincible. Even a top-tier team like France posed no threat to them. Who could possibly stand in their way? With this thought, many Spanish fans began to dream of next year's Confederations Cup and the following year's World Cup. Given Spain's current display of strength and dominance in football, these two tournaments seemed almost assured. Spain was poised to become the first team in 50 years to defend their title successfully. On the French side, the newly appointed coach Deschamps, who had taken charge of the national team just that summer, sat on the bench, chin in hand, watching the Spanish players celebrate. His gaze was fixed on the player wearing number 30, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. His luck had been dreadful. The meticulously crafted strategy designed to counter Spain had been undermined by this young lad's emergence. After Spain had won the World Cup and defended their European Championship title, the entire world had been analyzing how to combat the Spanish national team, much like clubs were studying ways to counter Barcelona. The tactical styles of these two teams bore significant resemblance, with many players overlapping. Thus, strategies employed by clubs against Barcelona could indeed be applicable at the national team level. Indeed, the situation may prove even more favorable, as the Spanish national team's prowess is evidently inferior to that of FC Barcelona, particularly in the absence of a player akin to Messi in their front line. The most effective strategy against Barcelona has been José Mourinho's defensive counterattacking approach. As early as 2010, he led Inter Milan to eliminate Barcelona from the Champions League, ultimately securing the coveted title that year. Last season, Chelsea, meticulously crafted under his guidance, dispatched Barcelona in the Champions League semi-finals, thanks to their exceptional counterattacking tactics. Furthermore, his tenure at Real Madrid saw them snatch the La Liga title from Barcelona and even achieve victory against them on their home turf. It can be said that Mourinho has been the most successful coach in recent years when it comes to countering Barcelona. Although victories are not guaranteed every time, his success rate surpasses that of his contemporaries. Consequently, Didier Deschamps has chosen to adopt Mourinho's tactics, planning to employ defensive counterattacks against Spain. A month ago, he believed that the French team might have nearly a 50% chance of success against Spain, primarily due to Spain's lack of offensive firepower, which would struggle to penetrate the French defense. They merely needed to capitalize on a single opportunity to secure victory. However, the emergence of a player with a playing style strikingly similar to Messi has remedied their offensive shortcomings. This unexpected development has thrown Deschamps' strategy into disarray, leaving him uncertain about the viability of his tactics. With Lin Quan's presence, the Spanish national team has surpassed Barcelona in terms of strength. In contrast, the French national team evidently lacks the might of Real Madrid. Last season, Real Madrid faced Barcelona with 1 win, 2 losses, and 1 draw, clearly on the back foot. Now, the French team, weaker than Real Madrid, must contend with a Spanish team stronger than Barcelona, rendering their chances of victory nearly negligible. This analysis has immediately cast a shadow of pessimism over Deschamps' expectations for the match outcome. Can the French team reverse the tide? The challenge has intensified, as Lin Quan's addition has significantly bolstered Spain's attacking prowess, enhancing the effectiveness of their no-striker strategy. The French defense appears increasingly incapable of stifling their opponent's advances, and should they persist with a defensive counter-attacking approach, they may find themselves conceding even more goals. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler shook his head with a sigh. He had anticipated witnessing a clash of world-class caliber, yet the current state of play suggests that, aside from a marginally superior defense compared to Belarus, the French team has not outperformed their rivals in any significant aspect. Their attacks fail to pose a threat, and their defense cannot hold firm. The number 30 player on the opposing side roams freely in the front line, shifting from the center to the flanks, creating substantial difficulties for the French defense. If this trend continues, the French team is destined for defeat, trailing in both score and match dynamics. The French players are experiencing frustration. Despite their diligent efforts in defense, it appears that mere defense will not secure victory. To triumph, they must rely on their offensive capabilities. As the game resumed, Ribery and Benzema conferred, determining to channel greater energy into their offensive efforts. The team found themselves at a disadvantage. A bold push could potentially equalize or even reverse the score. However, if they persisted in their methodical play, defeat was inevitable. The French team, unwilling to accept their current plight, evidently intensified their offensive presence. While their midfielders lacked creativity, their physical prowess allowed them to effectively challenge Spanish players for possession. In the 33rd minute, Cabai intercepted a ball in the backfield and played a long pass to the wing, seeking Ribery. Upon receiving the ball, Ribery drove towards the baseline and delivered a cross, but Benzema's low shot within the penalty area was thwarted by his club teammate Casillas, who deflected it out for a corner. The corner was taken, and although Ramos managed to clear the ball with his head, it fell back under the control of a French player, who promptly sent it back into the penalty area. Chaos ensued, with Spanish defender Arbeloa and French winger Menez both collapsing to the ground. The ball was sent out of play by an unknown player's clearance. French players contended that a foul had been committed by the Spanish defender in the penalty area, crowding the referee and demanding a penalty. The referee, however, disregarded their pleas, awarding possession to the French team and signaling for the game to continue. Television replays indicated that Arbeloa indeed made a pushing motion, suggesting a possible oversight. As the French team pressed forward, their defensive line became increasingly vulnerable. Spain seized the opportunity to counterattack swiftly. In the 36th minute, Spain advanced rapidly into the attacking third, with Pedro's shot being deflected onto the crossbar by the goalkeeper's single-handed effort. Xavi took a corner from the left side, and Ramos, positioned centrally in the penalty area, headed the ball against the post. The ball rebounded to Lin, who, without taking a touch, attempted a delicate lob aimed at the top right corner of the goal. Unfortunately, the ball struck the arm of a defender, deflecting out of play. Spanish players immediately gestured for a handball in the penalty area, and the referee's whistle promptly signaled a penalty kick. The decision was sound, yet the French players were unable to accept it. They felt aggrieved that their own penalty claim had been overlooked earlier, had that been acknowledged. This subsequent penalty would not have arisen. Thus, it was as if 2 goals were unjustly gifted to the opposition. They surged toward the referee, seeking to engage in a debate. Surrounded by the French players, the referee retreated while brandishing a yellow card, issuing warnings to Koscielny and Gonalons among others. After receiving 2 yellow cards in quick succession, the French players finally regained their composure. Nevertheless, their simmering anger was building, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. According to the penalty-taking order established within the Spanish team, Fabregas stood at the penalty spot, poised to take the kick. Fabregas glanced at the goalkeeper's positioning and opted to direct his shot towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Loris, having accurately anticipated the direction of the strike, leapt in time to parry the ball away. Fabregas, in a fit of frustration, cradled his head in disbelief. How could he have missed the penalty? Had he converted it, the score would have been 2-0, and Spain would have been virtually assured of victory. Now, with the penalty squandered and the score unchanged, the French team was thoroughly incensed. Casting doubt on the outcome of the match, Chapter 84. Puyol's inner thoughts as Fabregas stood at the penalty spot. Both Bosquet and his assistant coaches rose in anticipation, ready to celebrate what they believed would be a decisive goal. To their dismay, Fabregas sent the ball soaring over the bar, leaving the two men with their arms raised in a moment of awkwardness, exchanging pained smiles. Why was it so difficult for these players to convert a penalty? Who would take the next shot? After a moment's contemplation, Tony replied, Xavi. He has a steady hand and should be reliable, though Bosquet outwardly agreed. Inwardly, he was apprehensive. Was Xavi truly that dependable? Spain's struggles with penalties seemed to be an unfortunate tradition, one that had been somewhat alleviated during Bosquet's tenure. Under Enrique, even after fervently practicing penalties 1,000 times before matches, Spain was eliminated in shootouts in successive World Cups. Fabregas's missed penalty did not significantly dent Spain's morale, but it greatly uplifted that of the French team. Following the restart, France pressed forward relentlessly, launching a series of fierce attacks against Spain. Given the prior controversial calls, it appeared that the referee was deliberately seeking to favor the French side. In the 41st minute, Ramos and Ribéry collided in a challenge, resulting in yellow cards for both players. Just 2 minutes later, Lin was brought down in a nearly identical fashion while advancing with the ball, yet the referee, mere steps away, refrained from issuing any response. This blatant inconsistency incensed the Spanish players, who rallied around Busquets and Xavi, demanding justice for the perceived injustice. Even if no card was warranted, at the very least, a free kick should have been awarded. The referee, without so much as a verbal warning, brandished a yellow card. However, it was directed not at the French defender, but at Spain's midfield stalwarts, Xavi and Busquets. This decision drew a chorus of boos from the over 50,000 spectators, who voiced their dissatisfaction with the officiating. By the end of the first half, having issued 4 yellow cards due to protests from players on both sides, the referee's capacity to manage the game was evidently in question. Unable to remain silent, Bosquet emerged onto the sideline to express his grievances to the fourth official. Look at what you've done. That was a clear foul deserving a yellow card. Instead, you penalize my players. Is this how you officiate? The fourth official gestured for Bosquet to calm down, stating that any complaints should be directed to FIFA, as he, being only the fourth official, had no authority to alter the referee's decisions. Bosch was acutely aware that protesting against the fourth official would yield no tangible results. Yet, refraining from voicing his displeasure left him feeling quite unsettled. I shall lodge a complaint with FIFA, he declared, before returning to the bench in a huff. Perhaps influenced by the jeers of the home crowd, or perhaps due to Bosch's outburst, the referee regained his composure after issuing 2 yellow cards to the Spanish team, and his officiating returned to its customary standards. In the 44th minute of the first half, Spain committed a foul in their own half, conceding a free kick from a less than advantageous position for their opponents. The decision was undoubtedly justified, yet the home supporters reacted with disdain whenever the referee rendered a decision unfavorable to their team. The French team, however, remained unaffected by the crowd's discontent, as it was not directed at them. Cabai took the free kick, and with time dwindling in the first half, they opted against a tactical maneuver, instead delivering a direct ball into the penalty area for their teammates to contest. Benzema, of similar stature to his clubmate Ramos, outjumped him to secure the first touch. Rather than attempting a direct shot, he deftly flicked the ball to a teammate. Menez leaped from the opposite side, executing a header that breached Spain's defenses. This was a splendid collaboration, allowing France to equalize in the dying moments of the first half. However, the instant replay on the large screen raised suspicions of offside. At the moment Benzema flicked the ball, Menez appeared to be teetering on the offside line. This revelation further agitated the Spanish supporters, inciting a chorus of protests against what they deemed of biased officiating. Conspiracy theorists even posited that the referee had been dispatched by FIFA with ulterior motives, suggesting that FIFA wished to prevent Spain from retaining their title and sought an opportunity to eliminate them. While such conjectures lacked substantial evidence, once conspiracy theories take root, the belief in them tends to proliferate. Even if FIFA were to swiftly clarify the matter, it would be a formidable challenge to eradicate the influence of such theories. Following the goal, the French team erupted in exuberance, celebrating amidst the cacophony of disapproval from over 50,000 spectators at the Calderón Stadium. To equalize under such adverse circumstances, trailing in score, facing an unfavorable situation, and contending with a seemingly unjust referee, was akin to a rejuvenating tonic for the French squad, igniting their fervor. Both the Spaniards and the French felt they had been wronged by the referee. Had the French team been defeated, they too would have surely lodged a complaint with FIFA. Of course, victory alters the narrative entirely. As the French team concluded their jubilant celebrations, the first half came to an end. Upon resuming play, the referee promptly signaled the conclusion of the first half. Players from both teams departed the pitch, retreating to their respective locker rooms. The atmosphere among the Spanish players was notably grim, having been psychologically unsettled by the referee's decisions in the final minutes, leaving their demeanor decidedly somber. Forget the first half of the match and the unjust decisions made by the referee. What you must focus on is playing your game well. Unperturbed by these external factors, Bosquet is not the type of coach who invigorates his players with impassioned speeches in the locker room. Rather, he embodies a more Taoist approach, methodically outlining tactical strategies and offering specific instructions on how to execute them on the field. Expecting him to berate players like Ferguson would be incongruous with his style. The true motivators within the Spanish dressing room are veteran leaders like Puyol and Casillas. Observing the somber mood among his teammates, Puyol stepped forward. "Hey, guys. We are not behind. This is not the end of the world, so there is no need for such despondency. Even if we draw this match, thanks to our goal difference, we can still emerge as group leaders and secure our place in the World Cup." The players lifted their heads to regard the aging captain, who, due to declining form and age, had not featured in the match. Puyol had undergone knee surgery that summer, and his recovery had not been promising. This World Cup journey might very well be the last time he would fight alongside them. For the players, missing this World Cup might mean there would be another opportunity in the future. However, for Puyol, who was already 34, there would be no next time. With our skill, combined with the support of over 50,000 home fans, do you truly believe that 45 minutes in the second half is insufficient to change the score? Is that really how you feel? Guys, you are world champions. You are European champions. You are the strongest players on the planet. No one can defeat you. Puyol reminisced about the years spent battling alongside his national teammates, the moments of triumph, and the honors they had earned through their hard work. With deep emotion, he spoke. "Many are aware of the severity of my knee injury, and I had planned to announce my retirement next year. However, Xavi persuaded me, urging that I accompany you all for one more World Cup. I accepted his counsel, not because I believe the national team cannot do without me, but because I wish to witness us ascend to the pinnacle of the world once more and forge an immortal dynasty for the Spanish national team. I hope to announce my retirement calmly after winning the World Cup, under the spotlight of the world's attention, rather than as a disheartened figure, defeated by injury, leaving the pitch in despair. As I cannot participate in this match, I must place my hopes in you. I implore you." Puyol's heartfelt address moved his teammates profoundly. Several of his longtime club and national teammates rushed to embrace him warmly. The gloomy atmosphere that had enveloped the team dissipated, and after Puyol boldly articulated the goal of defending their World Cup title, something that had only been whispered among them, his teammates' spirits were reignited. The path to defending the title is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. It is impossible for it to be smooth sailing. The French team is merely a stumbling block along the way, and there will be many more such obstacles ahead. If they cannot surmount this hurdle posed by the French team, how can they even contemplate defending their title? Upon witnessing the renewed fighting spirit of his teammates, Puyol jested. "Moreover, we have players like Lin on our team. As long as the ball reaches his feet, he is capable of performing miracles." Chapter 85. "Captain, please don't do that. I'm scared." Lin Quan feigned fear and said with a smile. Puyol burst into laughter. "What is there to fear? I believe your abilities rival those of Messi. If Messi can achieve it, so can you." This statement was half-truth, for having played alongside Messi, Puyol could not be oblivious to his true prowess. Indeed, Lin Quan is exceptionally talented, yet in comparison to Messi, he still has a way to go. However, the Spanish team's lineup is slightly superior to that of Barcelona, which can help bridge that gap. The halftime interval swiftly concluded, and the second half commenced with both sides resuming their battle. Upon the restart, both teams observed alterations in each other's gameplay. The French team caught a glimpse of victory, maintaining their elevated morale from the latter stages of the first half, and began to mount a more vigorous offensive in the midfield and forward positions, seemingly intent on defeating Spain with a surge of momentum. Conversely, Spain's tactical approach became more targeted, strategically avoiding the formidable three-defensive midfielder system of France, frequently exploiting the flanks. Spain's wings may not be particularly robust, with both sides lacking in speed. Yet, they possess an advantage that the French team lacks. Their players are versatile enough to excel in various attacking positions. Furthermore, Lin Quan is capable of stretching the play wide, allowing for positional exchanges with Pedro and David Silva, forming effective combinations on the flanks. The possession-based system necessitates the optimal utilization of the field's width, which can pull apart the opposing defenders, thereby increasing the available passing space and facilitating offensive maneuvers. Spain executed this principle adeptly in the second half. As the second half began, the Spanish team engaged in a series of intricate positional exchanges in the midfield and forward areas, leaving the French players bewildered. The strategy of positional interchange is highly esteemed primarily because it causes defensive players to become disoriented. They may be unsure of whom to mark. And without cohesive teamwork and effective communication, there is a heightened risk of leaving opponents unmarked, given that their adversaries are world-class players. Even a momentary lapse in their defense can result in a devastating counterattack. As the match progressed, the French team began to feel the strain. Their three defensive midfielders were compelled to frequently drift toward the flanks to aid their fullbacks in defense. The consequence of this adjustment was a noticeable decline in their central defensive solidity. In the 48th minute, Iniesta advanced with the ball through the center, and the French defensive midfielder, who should have pressed forward to intercept, found himself with only one player marking Xavi. This resulted in Iniesta being left unguarded. The unobserved novice is the most lethal. Observing his teammates' positioning, he executed a precise through ball towards the edge of the French penalty area. Lin Quan swiftly cut in from the flank to receive the pass, and after evading an advancing defender, he unleashed a shot from the left side of the box that struck the defender's leg, diverting the ball away from the goal. Fortunately, the defender's intervention averted a potentially dangerous situation. In the 53rd minute, Lin Quan and David Silva exchanged positions, with Lin moving to the left side and driving towards the byline. The French defense was on high alert, recalling how a similar cross in the first half had nearly resulted in a goal. Surprisingly, Lin Quan opted not to deliver a direct cross. Instead, he advanced closer to the penalty area and executed a backward triangular pass. David Silva, receiving the ball at the edge of the box, delivered a deft through ball. The pass was exquisitely crafted, threading through the gaps between several French defenders, yet none could make contact in time. Noticing that his defenders could not intercept the ball, French goalkeeper Lloris chose to rush out, aiming to seize the ball before the attacking player could reach it. However, a red figure surged ahead, claiming the ball before he could intervene. Lloris gazed in despair at the opposing player, left only with a view of their back and the trembling net. The prominent number 30 on the red jersey and the ball soaring into the net became an indelible image in his memory. Boom! The Calderon Stadium erupted once more. Countless fans chanted Lin Quan's name, fervently waving their flags and proudly displaying their newly purchased number 30 jerseys, expressing their unwavering support and admiration. This goal not only altered the scoreline, but also relieved the anxious hearts of Spanish supporters. Following this, the French team mounted a threatening offense, creating several chances that endangered the Spanish goal. If this trend continued, fears of a potential comeback from the French side loomed large. Thankfully, we have Lin. He emerged at a crucial moment to break the deadlock. After scoring, Lin Quan sprinted towards the sidelines, contemplating how to celebrate. Messi and Kaká's elegant gesture of pointing skyward felt overly religious for him, as he did not believe in God and thus wouldn't celebrate in that manner. Cristiano's iconic shoe seemed too controversial to imitate. He admired Raúl's celebration of kissing his ring, yet he had neither a marriage nor a championship ring to kiss. Perhaps he could channel the club's veteran, the carpenter close, and perform a front flip? Just as he prepared to sprint and execute his acrobatic display, his teammates caught up from behind, tackling him to the ground and piling on top, creating a human mountain. Well, that settled the dilemma of how to celebrate. After the goal, the coaching staff erupted into jubilation. Coach Tony was somewhat incredulous. This young man's scoring ability is truly astonishing, having appeared twice for the national team. He has already netted 4 goals. Surely, he must be the most efficient forward in the history of our national team. While Del Bosque had not kept track of these statistics, he had witnessed Lin Quan's performance firsthand on the pitch. His skills are exceptional, and his play is remarkably astute. Coupled with our formidable midfield lineup, it is no surprise that he exhibits such impressive scoring efficiency. However, despite this assertion, One must wonder why the forwards of the same squad previously failed to replicate his consistent goal-scoring prowess. At scarcely 17 years of age, I eagerly anticipate his future endeavors. Coach Tony remarked with a face full of hope, having previously led Spain to victory in the World Cup and European Championship. His fervor for the game had waned in the absence of a thirst for glory. Yet now, witnessing such a young and promising superstar flourish under his guidance has rekindled his enthusiasm, as curiosity about how far this talent may ascend stirs within him. Bosque, standing nearby, shared this sentiment. He harbored a premonition that this young lad could potentially rival the greats of the game. The experience of nurturing a future football icon. Watching him evolve step by step, and being a part of that journey evokes a sense of joy akin to playing a nurturing game. Moreover, with the infusion of Lin Quan's fresh energy, he felt a renewed confidence in the team's prospects, in a role that promised both success and enjoyment. Who could possibly resist such a calling? Meanwhile, Deschamps found himself less enamored with his duties to the national team. The French squad had just begun to gather momentum, only to be thwarted by a decisive strike from Spain's number 30. Following that goal, the morale on both sides underwent a dramatic shift. The French players succumbed to frustration, sensing their inability to contain that young talent. Prior to Lin Quan's goal, they had already recognized that the opposing number 30 was the most dynamic and threatening player on the field. His agility allowed him to occupy any position in the front line, leaving them at a loss for how to defend against him. As the match resumed, the buoyant Spanish side seized the moment to intensify their assault on the French goal, eager to capitalize on their momentum and extend their lead. This relentless pressure subjected the French goal to severe scrutiny. In the 56th minute, Pedro cut in from the left, delivering a return pass to Lin Quan, who then maneuvered laterally to create space before threading a precise pass into the penalty area. Iniesta received the ball on the left side within the box, but his powerful right-footed shot soared over the bar. The miss was below expectations. The fans had already prepared to celebrate Lin Quan's assist, only to have their jubilant anticipation dashed as the ball flew into the stands. In the 62nd minute, Xavi played a delicate chip pass, which Lin Quan selflessly directed to a teammate in a better position. Pedro, receiving the ball in the center of the penalty area, attempted a right-footed shot, only to be thwarted by Lloris's leg. The ball ricocheted out of the 6-yard box, landing at Fabregas's feet. Without taking a touch, Cesc unleashed a right-footed volley, which was miraculously saved by Lloris, who had yet to rise from the ground. The ball remained out of the net, leaving Pedro and Fabregas kneeling in disbelief within the penalty area, clutching their heads in shock. Truly, the French goalkeeper was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 86. Real Madrid begins to act. On the sidelines, both Bosque and Tony, much like the spectators, were poised to celebrate when Lin Quan made a pass. However, Pedro squandered a golden opportunity to score. They clutched their heads in despair. The ball then found its way to Fabregas, prompting them to lower their hands and prepare for another celebration. Yet again, Cesc's shot was thwarted. The two felt utterly exasperated, on the verge of unleashing their frustrations. What on earth are these guys doing? How can they miss such splendid opportunities? It's utterly outrageous. Tony nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, rendered speechless by the unreliability of his team's strikers. While the Spaniards were merely dumbfounded, the French fans felt their hearts racing. As the opposing team continued to threaten with relentless shots, each opportunity seemed so promising. Had it not been for the miraculous performance of their goalkeeper, they would undoubtedly have conceded a goal by now. Trailing by a single goal still left them with hopes of equalizing. But falling behind by 2 would practically seal their fate, given Spain's formidable defensive prowess. Hugo Lloris, the French goalkeeper, stood up in frustration, bellowing at his teammates. Wake up. Don't wander off, stay focused on your defensive assignments, and stop leaving gaps. His earlier saves had indeed been remarkable, but Lloris knew he couldn't guarantee he could thwart consecutive attempts should they arise again. Moreover, the player taking those shots was not even the most formidable threat from the opposition. Had it been their number 30 player, Lloris feared he might have to retrieve the ball from the net for a third time. Despite Lloris's admonitions, the French defense showed no signs of improvement. Upon resuming play, the Spanish team launched an onslaught, continuing their siege against France. Consequently, Lloris became the busiest player on the field, making spectacular saves as he thwarted 6 or 7 threatening shots from Spain that were on target. Without his stellar performance, the French team would likely have been overwhelmed by Spain's relentless assault. The French defense was undeniably culpable for conceding so many chances. In the final stages of the match, France intensified their defensive efforts and finally managed to avoid conceding again. However, their counterattacks proved ineffective, with several offensive attempts ending in futility. Neither side could alter the scoreline. And after a grueling 90 minutes, Spain emerged victorious on home soil with a narrow 2-1 win over France. Spain, boasting 3 victories, accumulated 9 points with an impressive goal difference of 8, standing atop the group. Following their triumph over their fiercest rival, France, the Spanish national team's prospects for advancing appeared exceedingly bright. Meanwhile, France, with 2 wins and 1 loss, secured 6 points, holding second place. Georgia, having played 1 additional match, recorded 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses for a total of 4 points, placing third in the group. Belarus, also having played 1 extra match, managed 1 win and 3 losses, accumulating 3 points and sitting in fourth. Finland, with 1 draw and 2 losses, languished at the bottom with a solitary point. Spain's next match is scheduled for March 22nd of next year, where they will face the Finnish team, currently at the bottom of Group I. Following a victorious match, the players, under the guidance of Captain Iker Casillas, ran to the sidelines to express their gratitude to the fans who supported them, circling the field in appreciation. The Spanish supporters are filled with joy, as their team has held the esteemed title of world number 1 since 2008. Over the past 4 years, they have not only secured 2 European championships, but also claimed a World Cup title. Such achievements are rare in the annals of football history. In terms of league performance, La Liga has been closely following the Premier League since 2010 in terms of influence, attendance, and international market development. With the likes of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo gracing La Liga, it undeniably stands as the most captivating league in contemporary football. However, what truly brings immeasurable happiness to the Spanish fans is the emergence of a prodigious talent, Lin Quan. At such a tender age, Lin Quan symbolizes a bright future. As La Liga continues to flourish and consistently provides a wealth of exceptional talent for the national team, this prospect fills the supporters with eager anticipation for the forthcoming matches. During the post-match press conference, out of 10 questions, 9 revolved around Lin Quan. Indeed, it was I who, against the tide of public opinion, chose to include Lin Quan in the national squad. In response to the journalists' inquiries, a beaming Vicente del Bosque spoke eloquently, boasting of his discerning eye for talent. Generally, coaches may hesitate to utilize such young players. However, after watching Lin Quan's gameplay on video, I recognized that he was precisely the type of player my team required. Thus, disregarding external pressures and his age, I recruited him, and it has proven to be the right decision. Following Del Bosque's remarks, he glanced at the reporters with an expression that beckoned their praise. The Spanish journalists readily applauded, acknowledging that Del Bosque indeed deserved such accolades. Lin Quan is undoubtedly the greatest revelation for the Spanish national team this year. His presence may signify the resolution of long-standing challenges that have plagued Spain. The prospect of an impeccable Spanish national team is simply exhilarating to contemplate. The journalists, now disinterested in the World Cup qualifiers, eagerly anticipate the 2013 Confederations Cup, where Spain will compete against the finest teams from across continents, allowing them to directly gauge the current prowess of the Spanish national team. The media's fascination with Lin Quan is palpable, and after the applause, questions began to flow in rapid succession. Mr. Del Bosque, as I understand, Lin Quan was loaned out due to a lack of opportunities at Barcelona to foster the development of Spanish football and secure better results for the national team. Would you support Barcelona in terminating his loan agreement early and bringing him back to prepare him for a starting position? Upon hearing this inquiry, a shadow crossed Del Bosque's face, and he glanced at the reporter, recognizing him as a representative of the Real Madrid-affiliated newspaper, AS. This question may seem innocuous at first glance, yet it conceals a significant pitfall. Lin Quan, despite his remarkable talent, finds himself unable to secure a position at Barcelona, unable to garner playing time. What is the reason behind this? It is because there exists a greater talent within the team, Messi. Now, if Lin Quan were to be recalled prematurely, what would become of Messi? Are we to expect Messi to relinquish his starting position for Lin Quan? Setting aside whether Messi would consent to such an arrangement, could Lin Quan truly replace Messi's pivotal role and significance within the Barcelona squad? One must remember that Messi has played alongside his teammates for nearly a decade. In contrast, Lin Quan has yet to step onto the pitch for Barcelona. And even if their abilities were perfectly matched, the disparity in their synergy remains vast. Therefore, should Lin Quan's Barcelona encounter even the slightest fluctuation in performance, fans will inevitably draw comparisons and cast criticisms toward him in relation to Messi. This presents an immense pressure for a young player who has yet to reach 17, proving detrimental to his development. This predicament is undoubtedly a source of concern for Barcelona, yet without openly addressing it, they can maintain a semblance of control. However, with Lin Quan's outstanding performances for the national team, the brilliance of this burgeoning superstar can no longer be obscured. It is at this juncture that the mouthpiece of Real Madrid has chosen to pierce through this veil. What is their intent? Bosque could easily surmise that this is undoubtedly the will of the Real Madrid club. He might even speculate that it originates from the directive of club president Florentino. It appears that Real Madrid has set their sights on Lin Quan, aspiring to bring him to the Bernabeu. Ahem. The matters of the club fall outside the purview of this press conference. I shall only address questions pertaining to the national team. Bosque is unwilling to answer directly, for any response would be inappropriate. As the national team coach, he cannot easily critique the actions of the club. Yet, the journalist from AS is relentless. The level of La Liga surpasses that of the Bundesliga. If Lin Quan were to return to La Liga, he would not only enhance his own prowess, but also foster greater synergy with his national teammates, thereby elevating the overall strength of the Spanish national team. How can this be merely a club issue? Chapter 87. The revelation of the buyout clause sends shockwaves through football ultimately. Bosque refrained from providing a direct answer to this inquiry. Nevertheless, the journalist's probing succeeded in capturing the attention of Spanish fans. Should Lin Quan be recalled from the Bundesliga during the winter break? This question has sparked countless discussions both online and in reality. I concur with the journalist's assertion. How can the Bundesliga compete with the splendor of La Liga? The two leagues exhibit starkly different styles. To truly learn the art of authentic possession football, one must turn to La Liga. Indeed, the Bundesliga's approach bears resemblance to that of the Premier League, emphasizing physicality with a rapid pace and a more direct style, contrasting sharply with our La Liga's commitment to technical finesse and ground-based penetration. Yet, the pressing issue remains. If Barcelona were to recall Lin Quan, what position would he occupy? Are we truly to believe that Messi would yield his place to him? Other teams' fans often speak without concern, as Lin Quan's return to play for Barcelona does not directly impact their own clubs. However, for Barcelona supporters, the potential return of Lin Quan raises significant questions about his coexistence with Messi. Both players are among the most formidable threats when in possession of the ball. Yet on the field, there exists only one football. The challenge of distributing ball control when both are present is indeed substantial. If Lin Quan is summoned back, but relegated to a substitute role behind Messi, it is not merely a question of Lin Quan's willingness. The Spanish national team would certainly not acquiesce to such a situation either. Having a pivotal player, a core tactical element of our national squad, unable to secure playing time at Barcelona would be less advantageous than allowing him to lead at a smaller club. Thus, the consensus among the discussion participants became clear. Lin Quan should not return to Barcelona, at least until a guaranteed starting position with ample playing time is assured. His return to the club is inadvisable. Once this consensus emerged, Florentino Perez's strategic intentions began to take shape. Shortly thereafter, various smaller newspapers reported rumors of Real Madrid making an offer to Barcelona for Lin Quan. While these rumors remained unverified and were not published by any major outlet, they nonetheless stirred considerable excitement within Spain. Real Madrid and Barcelona are fierce rivals. Would Barcelona ever agree to such a transfer? It seems they would prefer their player remain inactive rather than allow him to join their archrivals unless Real Madrid were to pay the buyout clause and forcibly acquire Lin Quan. When reporters sought comments from Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, he did not deny the speculation, stating, "Indeed, Lin is an exceptional player, and I hold him in high regard." Although this response lacked a direct admission, Perez's admiration for Lin Quan suggests a willingness to welcome him to the Bernabeu. Consequently, the pressure shifted to Barcelona. Faced with Real Madrid's overtures, how would they respond? Journalists flocked to Barcelona seeking an interview with President Rosell. In a fit of anger, Rosell declined to comment and firmly stated, "We at Barcelona will never sell our players to clubs like Real Madrid." Following this, Rosell immediately sought out Subisaret and Enrique. issuing them a stern directive to employ any means necessary to ensure Lin Quan re-signs his contract and remains with the club. Subasiret felt unjustly implicated, believing the situation was Enrique's fault and that he should not bear the consequences. However, before he could deflect blame, Enrique interjected, "I'm afraid, Mr. President, I cannot fulfill your directive. You were the one who initially sought to drive Lin Quan away. Should this not be your responsibility?" Rosell, already agitated by the media and external rumors, found himself in a particularly irritable state. At this moment, Enrique audaciously dared to retort, unleashing a torrent of anger that could no longer be contained. "Luis Enrique, are you instructing me on how to perform my duties?" He gazed at the furious Rosell, who was seething with rage, and suddenly burst into laughter. It was futile to expect him to admit his mistakes. It would be more reasonable to anticipate the sun rising from the west. How could those perched high above ever be wrong? Thus, it was always the subordinates who bore the brunt of blame. With this thought, Enrique felt an instantaneous lightness as if he had cast aside all burdens. He produced the resignation letter he had long prepared. Slamming it down on the desk, he addressed Rosell, "I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill the task you have assigned. Please find someone more capable." With that, he turned elegantly, ignoring the two speechless figures behind him. Rosell's face turned an ashen hue. He wished to intervene, but Enrique paid him no heed and strode out of the doors of FC Barcelona. The following day, Celta Club announced on their official website that they had successfully signed the former Barcelona youth coach, Enrique, who would assume the role of head coach. The news of Enrique's departure from Barcelona to take the helm at Celta stirred only a minor ripple in the Spanish football scene before fading into obscurity. Conversely, the debate surrounding whether Lin Quan should return to Barcelona during the winter break had reached a fever pitch. Despite FC Barcelona's insistence that Lin Quan was not for sale and would not entertain any offers, anonymous sources revealed that Lin Quan's contract with Barcelona had merely 6 months remaining. Furthermore, he was bound by a youth contract with a buyout clause of only €5 million. Such a sum, far from being a burden for even mid-tier teams, was a bargain. Barcelona may not have a place for him, but we at Real Madrid certainly do. Why not have Lin Quan play for us? Indeed, acquiring such a talented and promising player for a mere €5 million was an exceptionally advantageous deal. With Lin Quan on board, there would be no need to squander money on that winger from Tottenham. Real Madrid would not be taken for fools. The transfer saga surrounding Real Madrid's pursuit of Tottenham's Bale had become a hot topic, with Tottenham seemingly confident in their position, thus setting a lofty price of £80 million. Should this figure materialize, it would eclipse the world record transfer fee established when Real Madrid acquired Cristiano Ronaldo from Manchester United. While Real Madrid is wealthy, spending $100 million on a player whose reputation and skills do not measure up to those of Ronaldo or Messi would appear to be an egregious misstep. However, Lin Quan was a different story. His performances in the Bundesliga and the national team were well documented. Although still young, his current prowess was formidable, and he was destined for greater heights. A player with such immediate impact and immense growth potential was undoubtedly a worthy investment for Real Madrid. Moreover, with a buyout clause of merely €5 million, whoever secured him would surely awaken from a dream with a smile. Thus, what once seemed an enticing prospect in Bale, upon comparison with Lin Quan, quickly lost its appeal among the Real Madrid fanbase. With Lin Quan in the picture, who would still desire Bale? Moreover, considering the outrageous transfer fee of €100 million, any club that pursues him would be quite foolish. I have long yearned to witness the synergy between Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi on the pitch. One can only imagine the extraordinary chemistry they would create. If Real Madrid were indeed to acquire Lin Quan, then this dream could very well materialize. Anticipation builds. 1, 2, 3. Speaking of which, can the distinctly different styles of Ronaldo and Messi truly coexist? Why not test it and see? There should be no issue, as both possess remarkable football intelligence. Ronaldo does not require excessive ball possession, suggesting that they could form an exceptional partnership. If they were to achieve a remarkable synergy, one can only ponder the invincibility of a Ronaldo-Messi duo. I wonder how Ronaldo himself perceives Lin Quan. It is perhaps more pertinent to consider Lin's thoughts. If he were to join Real Madrid, would he not be relegated to a subordinate role beneath Ronaldo? Would he be amenable to that? Chapter 88. Ferguson's favor. It is not only Real Madrid that has taken an interest in Lin Quan, following the dissemination of this news. Virtually all the elite clubs in the top 5 leagues have been captivated. In Milan, AC Milan's Galliani promptly approached club president Berlusconi to discuss the matter. "Boss, should we still pursue Lin Quan with our original bid of €45 million to Barcelona?" Galliani seemed to have second thoughts. Lin Quan's release clause is merely €5 million, making a €45 million transfer a ludicrous proposition. If this were to leak, it would undoubtedly lead to ridicule. Berlusconi ignited a cigar and leisurely took a puff. This lad's performance with the Spanish national team has been exceptional, and he is now attracting the attention of numerous prestigious clubs. If €45 million could secure his return, would you consider that a loss? Galliani furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Based solely on Lin Quan's current performance, he has become a phenomenal player. If the €45 million were merely for his immediate impact, it might be deemed a bit steep. However, when considering his immense potential, that price not only seems reasonable, but remarkably cheap. For instance, if you were given the opportunity to return to the past and bid on a 25-year-old Messi when he was just 18, how much would you be willing to offer? Undoubtedly, many clubs would unhesitatingly part with over €100 million to pry Messi away from Barcelona. Lin Quan is akin to the young Messi, perhaps even surpassing him at the same age. In comparison, the €45 million valuation for Lin Quan appears exceedingly reasonable. If one is willing to pay €100 million for Messi, why hesitate to invest €45 million in Lin Quan? Unless one is convinced that he will be rendered incapable on the field due to injury, there exists no justification for not acquiring him. The style of the Bundesliga differs significantly from that of Serie A. They place less emphasis on defense and adopt a straightforward and direct approach, often resulting in remarkably high scores. Therefore, for attacking players, achieving impressive statistics is not particularly challenging. If this young lad were to play in Serie A, his goal tally would likely diminish by more than half. Galliani, still clinging to his pride, attempts to conjure various justifications to prove that Lin Quan is not worth the price. He harbors a sense of superiority, although the illustrious reputation of Serie A has waned. As a once mighty club with a rich heritage, they still look down upon the Bundesliga, a rising contender. In years past, even Germany's illustrious trio, Matthias, Klinsmann, and Bremen, sought their fortunes in Serie A. Berlusconi cast a glance at his longtime associate and remarked calmly, "Every league possesses its own distinct style, the Bundesliga champions offense, while Serie A venerates defense. There is no hierarchy between them. However, in terms of entertainment value, a higher frequency of goals in the Bundesliga does not necessarily render it inferior to Serie A. Furthermore, the Bundesliga operates as a genuine membership-based league, and its teams generally enjoy better financial health than those in Serie A. We must abandon outdated perceptions. In recent seasons, Bundesliga teams have performed significantly better in the Champions League than our Serie A clubs. AC Milan was once the face of Serie A in European competitions, yet their performances in the Champions League have been quite dismal in recent years. Since their triumph against Liverpool in the 2006 to 2007 season, where they avenged their previous loss to claim the Champions League title, they have faltered 3 times in the round of 16 and once in the quarterfinals, with another season where they failed to even secure a Champions League berth. Their decline is comparable to that of Real Madrid, who once suffered similar fates. However, after the arrival of Mourinho, Real Madrid's Champions League fortunes have surged, having reached the semifinals consecutively. Real Madrid has shed the label of being a mere round of 16 team, but what of AC Milan? With their current roster, achieving breakthroughs in the Champions League seems a distant prospect. Galliani, in truth, is concerned about finances and reluctant to spend excessively on new acquisitions. He is well aware of Lin Quan's potential. The €45 million price tag is not exorbitant, but AC Milan's financial situation is precarious at present. Club president Berlusconi is entangled in legal troubles, and following the telephone scandal, investment across Serie A has significantly diminished. Aside from Moratti, who foolishly splurged on a Champions League campaign in the 2009 to 2010 season, other prestigious clubs are reluctant and unable to invest heavily. The prospect of disbursing such a high transfer fee for a newcomer is a bitter pill for Galliani to swallow, especially when he could explore alternatives at a lower cost. Thus, it was decided that AC Milan must remain a flagship of Serie A. San Siro cannot be devoid of superstars. If that €45 million could indeed bring Lin Quan to us, it would ignite a spark of hope for AC Milan's resurgence. However, Berlusconi's perspective is more long-term. Given the president's stance, Galliani found himself unable to argue further and could only proceed with executing his orders. In Manchester, within the confines of Manchester United Club, the soon-to-retire Sir Alex Ferguson engaged in discussions regarding potential winter transfers with the Glazer brothers, Avram and Joel. Here is a list of players I have my eye on. Take a look, Ferguson said as he handed the list to them. Although he could make transfer decisions independently, considering his imminent retirement, it seemed prudent to consult with the Glazer family. After all, if he were to acquire players that the new coach did not favor, the blame would inevitably fall upon him, the retiring veteran. Avram glanced at the list, which featured renowned names such as Juan Mata, Luka Modric, Wesley Sneijder, and Sami Khedira, alongside younger talents like Mishu, Isco, Kevin De Bruyne, and Lin Quan. Notably, apart from Lin Quan, most of the players listed were midfielders, indicating Ferguson's intention to strengthen Manchester United's midfield. The recent acquisition of Shinji Kagawa had been marred by injuries, while Fletcher was plagued by a mysterious ailment, and Scholes was aging. The midfield was indeed lacking in depth and required reinforcement. Upon seeing Lin Quan's name, Joel's interest was piqued. He pointed it out to Ferguson, stating, "I followed this player. He occupies the same position for the Spanish national team as Messi does at Barcelona, and their playing styles are quite similar. Many believe he has the potential to become the next Messi. What do you think, Sir Alex?" Ferguson smiled, replying, "I too have high hopes for this young man's future. Given his current prowess, I have no doubt that he could one day ascend to the throne of football greatness." Avram and Joel were taken aback by Ferguson's elevated assessment of Lin Quan. It had been many years since the football world witnessed a player of such caliber since Maradona's retirement, and the closest contenders were undeniably the current stars, Messi and Ronaldo. Did Ferguson truly believe Lin Quan could surpass both? The brothers exchanged glances, instinctively sitting up straighter, their seriousness intensified. If Ferguson's judgment proved sound, such a player must not be overlooked. "Sir, what do you think would be a suitable price for his acquisition?" they inquired. Considering that even if Lin Quan did not reach the heights of greatness, becoming the next Ronaldo would suffice. At that time, both Messi and Ronaldo were at their peak, serving as pivotal assets to their respective teams. La Liga's allure was significantly bolstered by the presence of these two extraordinary talents, drawing countless fans and propelling the league's influence and commercial viability to rival that of the Premier League. Acquiring a player of such caliber would undoubtedly benefit Manchester United's future performance and enhance its commercial and brand image. Observing the eager expressions of the two brothers, Ferguson chuckled. "Ah, that's a tricky matter. Such outstanding players are not easily relinquished by Barcelona. The external world has been abuzz with the speculation that Lin Quan and Messi occupy overlapping positions on the field, questioning whether there is still room for him in the Barcelona lineup." Joel, well-versed in the latest football news, seized the moment to inquire. Ferguson shook his head, stating, "Both Lin Quan and Messi are versatile players capable of excelling in multiple positions. At Werder Bremen, he played as a winger. Upon his return to Barcelona, he can similarly fulfill that role. Once on the pitch, the synergy between him and Messi will be undeniable, as both are adept at ball control, dribbling, and passing. Their collaboration will only serve to complicate matters for their opponents." As for my book's launch sentiment, it has been over a month since I began writing this work. From February 3rd until now, more than 40 days have passed, and the word count has exceeded 200,000. It is time to publish. I wish to express my gratitude to my editor, Chilan, for his support in signing me for this book. Previously, during my initial publishing endeavors, I did not engage in internal submissions. Thus, securing a contract feels somewhat fortuitous. Moreover, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the loyal readers who have steadfastly supported me. Although I entered the field early, I am still a novice at the starting point. I am deeply appreciative that my readers do not disdain my humble writing skills, unexciting plots, or conventional ideas. I sincerely hope for your continued support, votes, subscriptions, and comments. On a more personal note, I find it difficult to express any self-pity, as I am not one to wear my heart on my sleeve. Instead, I would like to share why I embarked on the journey of writing novels. Ahem. I hold a degree in nursing and previously worked in the neurosurgical intensive care unit of a top-tier hospital. The cases in neurosurgery are often severe, and my role involved confronting the specter of death on a daily basis. Patients, particularly those in critical condition, often experience a loss of dignity within the confines of the ICU, surrounded by ventilators, intracranial pressure monitors, electrocardiograms, central venous catheters, and multiple intravenous lines. Yet, despite our best efforts, there are moments when we are utterly powerless. One case that struck me profoundly was that of a 32-year-old woman who was admitted due to a brainstem hemorrhage, a condition that is nearly fatal for the young. The expenses associated with ICU care are exorbitant, and her family was not well off. Her husband appeared worn and distressed, burdened by the high medical costs. During visitation, her daughter grasped our hands, asking when her mother would be able to return home. We could not provide an answer, as the mortality rate for such conditions is alarmingly high. Elderly patients may have a chance due to brain atrophy, but for the young, hope seems dim. During that time, I felt a tumult of sorrow and guilt as the patient succumbed 3 days after admission, with the family opting to cease resuscitation efforts. There are many such instances that haunt me. The experiences of life and death during this period were overwhelming. At times, we would lose several patients in a single day. The immense pressure of my work and the erratic hours led to a profound sense of despair, even bordering on severe depression. Consequently, I chose to relinquish my dream of being a guardian in white and departed from the hospital. Lacking any particular expertise, I found myself joining the ranks of online literature, thus becoming an unremarkable contributor. Chapter 89. Brother, you have been betrayed. In Barcelona, within the confines of the office belonging to the head coach of FC Barcelona, Tito Vilanova contemplated deeply after placing a call to an end. The caller was Vicente del Bosque, the manager of the Spanish national team, inquiring whether Barcelona intended to prematurely terminate the loan agreement during the winter break and recall Lin Quan to the team. He also sought to ascertain Lin Quan's potential position within the squad and whether he would be afforded ample opportunities to play. While Del Bosque intended to refrain from interfering in the club's decisions, he desired to be informed of the situation in advance. Should Lin Quan find himself lacking sufficient playing time at Barcelona, Del Bosque would consider calling him up for both the national and youth teams to ensure he maintained his competitive form. Villanova expressed his uncertainty regarding the club's intentions, assuring Del Bosque that he would promptly relay any updates. After ending the call, Villanova fell into contemplation. To be frank, prior to Lin Quan's selection for the national team, he had scarcely given the matter any thought. The rationale was straightforward. Barcelona already boasted the presence of Lionel Messi. Given his rapport with Pep Guardiola, he was well aware of Lin Quan and his capabilities. However, personal relationships would not sway his professional judgment. Villanova had yet to collaborate with Lin Quan, leaving him uncertain of the player's true prowess. Nevertheless, Messi's extraordinary performances under his management made it implausible for him to easily replace his unequivocal core player. Unless Lin Quan was willing to accept a role as Messi's substitute, it would be more advantageous for a player of his age to seek more playing opportunities, rather than serve as a backup in a prestigious club. Thus, Villanova did not intend to recall Lin Quan during the winter break, though he remained uncertain about the club's course of action. With this in mind, he resolved to make some preparations to avoid being caught off guard should the club decide to bring Lin Quan back. Villanova approached Messi, who was currently regaining his form on the training ground, to seek his opinion. If Messi was amenable to Lin Quan's return, Villanova could consider redesigning the tactical approach to accommodate both players on the field. Not long ago, Argentina, the national team Messi represented, had suffered a defeat to Venezuela in the World Cup qualifiers, leaving him in a somber mood. However, upon hearing that Lin Quan might return to the team for the second half of the season, he immediately expressed keen interest. Lin, I have watched his matches. He performed excellently at Werder Bremen. Can we coexist? Absolutely, that is not an issue at all. In fact, I look forward to collaborating with him. Villanova was pleasantly surprised by Messi's enthusiasm for Lin Quan, relieving a significant weight from his shoulders. After a moment's reflection, he decided to reach out to his old friend Pep Guardiola, who was currently enjoying a holiday, to solicit his perspective. While Barcelona was preparing Messi for this potential change, Real Madrid was simultaneously working on accommodating Cristiano Ronaldo. Florentino personally stepped in to persuade Cristiano, I am aware of your insatiable thirst for championships and your dissatisfaction with the team's current capabilities, particularly in terms of our offensive prowess. I assure you, I will bring in a superstar to aid you and the team in achieving greater honors. Cristiano had not been particularly content at Real Madrid since his transfer. The club's performance in European competitions had been underwhelming, and in La Liga, they were consistently overshadowed by Messi's Barcelona. This left him feeling disheartened, as he had hoped to triumph over his rival in direct encounters. A superstar? Are you referring to that rapid winger from Tottenham or the recently acclaimed young Spaniard? Florentino smiled at Cristiano. Which do you believe would be a better fit for you? After a moment's contemplation, Cristiano earnestly replied, if possible, I would desire both. The corners of the Real Madrid president's mouth twitched slightly, his smile becoming somewhat strained. Following his farewells to his national teammates, Lin Quan did not linger in Madrid. He took the next flight back to Germany, as the 8th round of the Bundesliga was imminent. Fresh from international duty, he required time to recuperate. As for the transfer rumors circulating, he paid them little mind. His agent, Per, was indeed keeping an ear to the ground and had received inquiries. However, Per understood that Lin Quan did not wish to leave Werder Bremen at this juncture, so he refrained from troubling him, allowing Lin Quan to focus on his preparations. The flight from Madrid to Bremen took approximately 4 hours. Although the duration was not excessive, Lin Quan felt quite fatigued. Fortunately, Werder Bremen's next match was at home, sparing him the rigors of travel. Upon returning to the club, he noticed De Bruyne practicing alone on the pitch. The Belgian national team had only one match during this international break, and he had returned to the club 3 days earlier than Lin Quan, appearing far more refreshed. De Bruyne seemed to be in high spirits, setting up training props while humming a tune as he prepared for a free kick. After a couple of months of practice, his lifted shots had shown significant improvement. Now he had over a 50% chance of executing a successful one. This made his free kicks a formidable weapon for Werder Bremen. Ah, you seem in good spirits. Let me guess, have you started dating or scored for the national team? Lin Quan approached, greeting his teammate while teasing him. De Bruyne's cheeks flushed, and he lowered his gaze, seemingly caught off guard by the inquiry. Observing his reaction, Lin Quan remarked, it seems you have indeed found romance and scored for the national team, haven't you? Lin Quan had not watched the Belgian match, but he remembered that De Bruyne had been a part of the national team since as early as 2010. At this moment, the European Red Devils lineup had not yet reached its later pinnacle of strength, coupled with the head coach's penchant for promoting newcomers. It was hardly surprising that a player as talented and promising as De Bruyne was granted playing opportunities. De Bruyne, known for his honesty, did not hesitate to nod in acknowledgement when Lin Quan recognized his truthfulness. Lin Quan initially intended to tease him lightly, but the sudden recollection of the scandal involving his friend's wife dampened his spirits. Could it be that the girlfriend he was currently dating was the very woman who had betrayed him? As a friend, it was imperative to caution him against potential infidelity. However, Lin Quan was uncertain whether such an incident had already transpired. The scandal had emerged in 2014, coinciding with the season when De Bruyne was on loan at Werder Bremen. The specific date, however, eluded him, given the ambiguity of the timeline. Lin Quan hesitated to bluntly inform De Bruyne that his girlfriend might eventually be unfaithful. Such a declaration would undoubtedly provoke a sharp retort from De Bruyne, branding him as irrational. As he observed De Bruyne's reactions, Lin Quan discreetly sought information regarding the girlfriend. De Bruyne chuckled and shook his head. I met her during my time at Genk, but we never officially confirmed our relationship. You know, I'm not particularly skilled at social interactions. Genk, the very club where Courtois and De Bruyne had played together? Lin Quan felt a sense of foreboding. How did you meet? Is she a fan of yours? De Bruyne nodded. Her family are avid supporters of Genk, and she often attended matches, so we got to know each other over time. The pieces of the puzzle seemed to fit together. With this realization, Lin Quan decided to forego any pretense and directly inquired, what is your girlfriend's name? De Bruyne, sensing a hint of investigation in Lin Quan's tone but not overthinking it due to their close friendship, replied candidly, her name is Caroline. Upon hearing this, Lin Quan instinctively placed a hand to his forehead. Indeed, this was the name associated with the scandal. Has she recently traveled to Madrid? De Bruyne paused, taken aback by the suddenness of the question. I don't think so. I saw her sharing travel posts on social media, and there were no pictures from Madrid. Lin Quan recalled that it was during a trip to Madrid that Caroline had encountered Courtois, leading to an intimate connection that ultimately resulted in De Bruyne's betrayal. The fact that Caroline had not visited Madrid indicated that the scandal had not yet unfolded. Is there a problem? De Bruyne inquired, noticing the curious expression on his friend's face. No problem at all. I merely wonder about the implications of your long-distance relationship. Given that you are often away from home, is it truly sustainable? Long-distance relationships pose challenges in any country, and De Bruyne, being somewhat oblivious, might find the situation particularly troublesome. After 2 years of being deceived, he finally realized that he had been wearing a metaphorical green hat. It is indeed bewildering, especially considering he ultimately chose to forgive her. I, however, have no issues. After all, my schedule is filled with matches, leaving little time for solitude. Yet, Caroline's remarks struck a chord. De Bruyne had not contemplated this issue until Lin Kuan's words illuminated the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the solution lies in persuading Caroline to relocate to Bremen, a notion De Bruyne found appealing. Lin Kuan nodded in agreement. Cohabitation seemed a feasible approach. As long as Caroline steered clear of Madrid, she would likely not entangle herself with Courtois. Still, De Bruyne harbored doubts about the simplicity of this resolution. Caroline was not the type to remain compliant. If she could engage in an affair with Courtois while traveling, would she truly refrain from infidelity in Bremen? Nonetheless, this remained a personal matter for De Bruyne. It was unreasonable to expect him to end his relationship. What Lin Kuan could do was keep a watchful eye on De Bruyne, ensuring he did not remain oblivious to any potential betrayal. Chapter 90. The retention of Werder Bremen after a 3-day respite. On October 20th, Werder Bremen hosted the formidable Borussia Mönchengladbach. This team is rather peculiar. As domestic fans often say, they are the DGL of the Bundesliga, notorious for their penchant for upending the status quo and redistributing wealth in the league. They possess an uncanny ability to defeat or draw against Bayern Munich, leaving the latter in disarray. However, their performance falters against other teams. In this match, Werder Bremen unleashed a torrent of attacks, with the informed Lin Kuan and De Bruyne each finding the back of the net. Before the end of the first half, the score had escalated to 3-0, with Lin Kuan netting 2 goals and De Bruyne adding 1. As the second half commenced, Werder Bremen continued to dazzle their home fans with a display of goal-scoring prowess. In the 67th minute, De Bruyne struck again, bringing the score to 4-0. Recognizing that the outcome was beyond doubt, Coach Schaaf promptly initiated substitutions. The goal-scoring duo, Lin Kuan and De Bruyne, were replaced, both having participated in international matches and in need of rest. With the game already decided, there was little point in risking injury by keeping them on the pitch. Despite the exit of Bremen's star players, the substitutes did not disappoint the home crowd. In the 77th minute, substitute Füllkrug added another goal, increasing the score to 5-0. The Little Ponies were thoroughly outmatched. Ultimately, Werder Bremen triumphed at home with a resounding 5-0 victory over Borussia Mönchengladbach, dispelling the shadows of their previous 3 winless matches. In this round of fixtures, Bayern Munich also claimed a 5-0 away victory against Düsseldorf, securing their second consecutive win and maintaining their position at the summit of the league. Borussia Dortmund suffered a disheartening defeat at home, losing 12 to Schalke 04, which widened the gap between them and Bayern Munich to a staggering 12 points. Consequently, their ranking plummeted to the 12th position in the league table. Although the season is not yet halfway through, the number of those who believe in Dortmund's chances of defending their title has dwindled significantly. It is evident to all that the team's form this season has faltered. Following their match against Borussia Mönchengladbach, the next round of the Bundesliga is scheduled for a week later. With Werder Bremen not participating in European competitions, they have no matches to play during this week. Thus, after the game, Coach Schaaf granted the team a 3-day break, allowing those players who had been traveling for international fixtures to rest and recuperate. Upon hearing the news of the break, the club's players erupted in cheers. Some unmarried players suggested a night out at a club and even invited Lin Kuan to join them. Lin Kuan, however, was not particularly fond of such venues and was about to decline when he heard the captain, Fritz, interject. "Don't lead the boy astray. Lin is still a minor. Let us not take him to such places. Why not come over to my house this weekend? My wife and I are hosting an outdoor barbecue party, and anyone interested is welcome to join." Out of respect for the captain, Lin Kuan felt obliged to accept, especially since he had no plans for the weekend. When the weekend arrived, Lin Kuan called De Bruyne, hoping to invite him along to the captain's home. To his dismay, De Bruyne had returned to Belgium to fetch his girlfriend. After expressing his annoyance at the prioritization of romance over friendship, Lin Kuan set out alone on his bicycle. He stopped along the way to pick up a small gift and soon arrived at Fritz's residence. Upon ringing the doorbell, he was greeted by Fritz's wife, Elena Gebel. At just 24 years old, Elena is 8 years younger than Fritz. While the age difference is not particularly notable, Fritz appears somewhat older, whereas Elena, a former model, has well-preserved skin and physique, creating a striking contrast between them that evokes a sense of an older man with a younger wife. "You must be Lin, the one Clemens often mentions." Elena recognized him immediately, aided by Fritz's prior introduction and Lin Kuan's distinct East Asian features. "Hello, sister-in-law. Is the captain home?" Lin Kuan was taken aback by how youthful and beautiful the captain's wife was, making him hesitate to enter. If the captain were not home, it would indeed be awkward. "He is." Elena noticed Lin Kuan's hesitation and, with a playful smile, called out. Moments later, Fritz appeared, donning heat-resistant gloves and an apron, clearly engaged in culinary preparations. Lin Kuan was surprised to discover that his captain was quite the domestic chef, deepening his understanding of Fritz. "Lin, you made it. Come in." Fritz warmly welcomed Lin Kuan inside, leading him to the backyard. Before Lin Kuan could take a seat, he noticed club manager Olafs and head coach Thomas Schaff engaged in conversation at a nearby table. Upon spotting Lin Kuan, Olafs rose to greet him with a handshake. "Lin, how have you been during your time in Bremen?" "Quite well. The weather here is pleasant, not as arid and sweltering as in Spain. My teammates at the club have been very considerate, especially the captain." Lin felt somewhat perplexed by the other's intentions and engaged in casual pleasantries. "Haha, I'm glad you like it here. Although Bremen isn't an international metropolis, once you reside here for a while, you will surely grow fond of it." Olafs remarked with a smile, then exchanged a knowing glance with his longtime partner, signaling him to speak. Seeing no way to evade the conversation, Schaff cleared his throat and began. "Lin, the team is planning to make a push for European competition next season." This was the first time Lin had heard the club discuss ambitions for the upcoming season. At the beginning of this season, the club's primary focus was merely on avoiding relegation. However, after 8 matches, they found themselves in 4th place in the standings, comfortably distanced from the relegation zone, and even harboring hopes of securing a Champions League spot. This led Werder Bremen to entertain new aspirations, believing that with the stellar duo of Lin and De Bruyne, their performance this season would significantly surpass that of the previous one. Setting their sights solely on relegation now seemed overly cautious. Such a conservative objective would fail to ignite the players' competitive spirit. Once they realized their survival task was accomplished, their enthusiasm on the pitch might dwindle, leading to a lack of ambition. Conversely, if they aimed for a position in the European competition, the players might sustain their momentum and fight relentlessly. Perhaps, in the end, they could indeed break into the European zone. Even if they fell short of the Champions League, at the very least, they could contend for the Europa League. The Bundesliga is among the top leagues in the world, trailing only the Premier League and La Liga in European competition points. Thus, each season, they are allocated 7 European spots, including 4 for the Champions League and 3 for the Europa League. Given that the DFB Pokal has long been dominated by the top-ranked teams, this means that the top 7 teams in the standings are eligible to represent the Bundesliga in the following season's European tournaments. Werder Bremen had a dismal performance last season, missing out on a European spot. However, this season, if they maintain their current form and hold on to their position in the standings, they stand a strong chance of achieving their European aspirations. If they can secure a place in European competition, whether it be the Europa League or the Champions League, it would not only bolster our finances, but also provide opportunities to compete at a higher level, thereby attracting more exceptional players to join us. Club manager Olaf stated candidly, UEFA tends to extend favorable treatment to smaller teams. Simply qualifying for the Champions League can yield a substantial financial reward. Should their performance improve even further, the financial gains would be even greater. Of course, larger clubs, particularly the elite ones, enjoy significantly higher broadcasting revenues, a comparison that smaller teams cannot match. In the era of commercial football, successful and well-developed clubs operate on an entirely different financial plane than ordinary teams. Moreover, an increase in financial resources signifies the capacity to offer more competitive salaries, as well as ample funds to venture into the transfer market in pursuit of coveted players. The primary reason that mid-tier and smaller teams in various leagues struggle to retain star players is their comparatively lower wages, fewer opportunities in European competitions, and a lack of allure that renders them vulnerable to the advances of wealthier clubs. Players, being inherently pragmatic, are driven by 2 fundamental pursuits: the chase for monetary gain and the quest for honor. At prestigious clubs, they may find both financial rewards and accolades. Thus, when faced with the choice between elite clubs and ordinary teams, it is only natural for them to gravitate towards the former. If Werder Bremen aspires to reclaim its former glory, it must enhance its revenue and prestige. By capitalizing on broadcasting rights and match bonuses from European competitions, coupled with sponsorship income, the club can invest in formidable players to bolster its strength and performance. An improvement in performance would further amplify their visibility and commercial value, thereby attracting more fans and superior sponsorships. This creates a virtuous cycle. Werder Bremen once flourished, capable of challenging Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga and competing with other elite teams in European tournaments. However, the club has now fallen to the depths of lacking participation in European competitions and teetering on the brink of relegation. If they wish to revive and ascend, merely retaining the current core players will not suffice. They must also invest in acquiring additional high-caliber talent. The existing squad, aside from a handful of national team representatives, consists largely of unremarkable players with modest salaries, deemed practical yet lacking in notoriety. Relying on these players to merely compete in the league and avoid relegation is acceptable, yet expecting them to advance further into European arenas is inadequate. Consequently, they are keen to retain the promising talents of Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Securing their presence could lay the foundation for Werder Bremen's revival. Lin Quan feels that there is no need for the club to elaborate extensively on these matters. A simple announcement from Coach Schaff in the locker room would suffice, without the necessity for such grandiosity involving both the club manager and the head coach. Unless, of course, their intentions extend beyond merely setting goals. It seems that news regarding his contract from Spain has indeed reached Germany. Coach, rest assured, I will give my utmost effort and perform well in every match. Without any explicit indication from the other side, Lin Quan chooses to feign ignorance. Lin, I envision you as a core player, central to the offensive framework of Werder Bremen. Schaff earnestly declared, with your attacking prowess complemented by De Bruyne's playmaking abilities, our forward line will be nearly complete. The remaining task is to bolster our midfield and defense by recruiting a cadre of strong players. Schaff endeavored to paint a grand vision of the club's ambitions to entice Lin Quan to remain. However, Lin Quan understood that neither De Bruyne nor himself could remain at Werder Bremen. Coach Schaff's grand vision was destined to remain unfulfilled. Rest assured, Coach, before my loan agreement concludes, I shall diligently fulfill my duties as a professional player, striving to score more goals and win every match possible. After uttering these words, Lin Quan rose and bid farewell to the two men. Indeed, the captain's call was not merely for a barbecue gathering. Lin Quan sighed. He had long comprehended the underlying implications of their conversation, yet he had been evading a direct discussion on the matter. Life at Werder Bremen was agreeable, but it could never serve as his ultimate destination. Sooner or later, he would depart Bremen for other horizons. If the topic remained unaddressed, their cooperative relationship could continue amicably. However, once the topic was broached, it would be challenging for their relationship to revert to its original state. Thus, he could not afford to provide an opportunity for an open discussion and felt compelled to leave promptly. Barbecue will be ready shortly. Why not stay for a meal before you go? Fritz attempted to persuade him as Lin Quan prepared to leave. No, Captain, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Thank you and your wife for your hospitality. Observing Lin Quan's decisive departure, Schaff and Olofs exchanged glances, their faces etched with wry smiles. They could not retain him after all. Are you disappointed? Olofs inquired of his old partner. Schaff shook his head. There was never any real hope to begin with. So how could one be disappointed? He appeared quite accepting, without a hint of lamentation. The initial lack of hope stemmed from the knowledge that Lin Quan's contract had only 6 months remaining and that the buyout clause was not exorbitant, which had sparked a flicker of hope. The stage at Werder Bremen was too confined. Keeping him here would only serve as a restraint. It would be better to let him go and allow him to soar freely. And what of De Bruyne? Like Lin Quan, there was little hope for him as well. Indeed, De Bruyne's loyalty to Chelsea far surpassed Lin's allegiance to Barcelona. Over time, Schaff had discerned that Lin Quan harbored no intentions of returning to Barcelona. It was precisely this realization that had instigated a glimmer of hope for a potential recruitment. Regrettably, even if the other party did not return to Barcelona, it was improbable that he would remain at Werder Bremen. Olofs recognized the validity of this assessment, yet he still harbored a sliver of hope. How could one ascertain the outcome without attempting? Should the endeavor fail, at least there would be no regrets in the future. Once De Bruyne returns, I shall reach out to him. He is different from Lin Quan. There may not be a place for him at Chelsea. Olofs sighed, determined that even the slightest chance warranted pursuit. For the revival of Werder Bremen, he would not overlook even a minuscule opportunity. Lin Quan surmised that the club would likely extend an effort to retain De Bruyne, yet he did not broach the subject with him. In recent days, he had been diligently training, preparing earnestly for the forthcoming league matches. He calculated his points and realized that he was not far from reaching 20 points, which would soon allow him to acquire a talent worth 20 points. Without a doubt, his next choice would be to select a talent that alleviates injuries. Chapter 91. The tenacious Clover. On October 26th, Werder Bremen faced off against Greuther Fürth in an away match. Greuther Fürth, a small town located in Bavaria, spans only 65 square kilometers and is home to a mere 110,000 residents. Compared to the grand cities of Munich and Berlin, it pales in size. And even when juxtaposed with Bremen, it appears diminutive. This season marks Fürth's inaugural ascent to the Bundesliga, and for them, amassing sufficient points to secure their place and avoid relegation on this pinnacle of German football is the singular ambition of the entire team. However, this goal seems daunting. Prior to the 9th round of the league, Fürth had managed only 1 victory, 2 draws, and 5 defeats across 8 matches, accumulating a mere 5 points, thus sharing the bottom position in the Bundesliga with Wolfsburg. Despite the team's lackluster performance, the football market in Fürth remains vibrant. Perhaps it is due to their first promotion to the top tier that the local fans ardently support their team. The attendance for each match exceeds 80, with some rounds even surpassing 90. The stadium, which accommodates 18,000 spectators, welcomed 17,000 fans for this match, achieving an attendance rate of over 90. The Clover fans raised their team flags and scarves, brandishing an array of slogans and banners in fervent support of their beloved team, unabashedly displaying their passion and devotion. Germany boasts numerous football clubs, each with its own dedicated following. Clubs like Fürth and Hoffenheim, despite being situated in remote towns with sparse populations, still garner substantial support. Even with a smaller fan base, supporters can produce an atmosphere that rivals that of the larger clubs. During this match, the Clover fans sang their team anthem throughout, unwavering in their encouragement regardless of the team's standing, whether leading or trailing. This deeply moved Lin Quan. If domestic football could cultivate such a robust community spirit and culture, how could it not thrive? Amidst the raucous cheers from the fans, Fürth launched an aggressive assault against Werder Bremen from the outset. With nothing left to lose, they had already hit rock bottom. A loss would still leave them at the bottom, but risking it all for even a single point could be their salvation. Perhaps the fervor of the home crowd had an impact. Within just 8 minutes of the match, Fürth's forward, Edu, breached Werder Bremen's defenses. This dreamlike beginning ignited the atmosphere in the stadium, and the goal illuminated the hopes of the Clover fans, who erupted in joy, embracing one another in exuberance. The team yearned for victory, as these precious 3 points were akin to a lifeline. However, their joy was short-lived. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Lin Quan made a breakthrough along the flanks before cutting in and unleashing a superb long-range shot from outside the penalty area, piercing through the net of Fürth's goal, bringing the score to 1-1. The longed for 3 points for the Fürth fans seemed to slip away. At the moment Lin Quan scored, the Primobiler Stadium fell eerily silent, as if a muffler had been installed. The Clover fans appeared unable to accept this reality, with some of the more emotionally fragile supporters even shedding tears. Witnessing the distress of the opposing fans, Lin Quan felt no inclination to celebrate. Indeed, Fürth's prowess was undeniably at the bottom tier. Their players could only be considered of 2 Bundesliga caliber, struggling to establish themselves in the Bundesliga. The fact that they managed to hold on for so long in the first half was quite remarkable, especially considering they had initially scored a goal that invigorated their spirits, keeping them in a state of excitement. Given Werder Bremen's attacking prowess, they should have netted at least 2 goals by halftime. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of silence, the Fürth fans wiped their tears and resumed waving their flags, singing their team anthem. The team had not yet been relegated. There were still many rounds left in the league, and as long as they persevered, hope remained. As the second half commenced, the teams resumed battle, with Werder Bremen's offensive surge overwhelming. De Bruyne and Lin Quan scored in the 55th and 68th minutes, respectively, shifting the score to 3-1, leaving Fürth with little time. After Lin Quan netted the 3rd goal, Coach Schaff exhaled a sigh of relief. He had previously worried that Lin Quan's performance might be affected by recent events at Fritz's home. It appeared, however, that his concerns were unfounded. With the score in their favor, the opponent's attacks had become disorganized, and their defense resembled headless chickens. Schaaf did not believe the opposition could stage a comeback. So he began substituting players, with Lin Quan, Elia, and Fritz being replaced in succession. Due to De Bruyne's recent brilliance and his request to remain on the field, Schaaf opted not to include him in the substitution list. In the closing stages of the match, Fritz still found no means to breach Werder Bremen's goal. Instead, De Bruyne added another goal in the final moments, completing a brace and aiding Werder Bremen in a resounding 4-1 victory over Fürth. The Clover fans were deeply pained. Before Lin Quan's goal in the first half, they had believed their team could secure their second victory of the season. Yet, the final outcome was heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, they did not blame the team or the players. Even in the face of a significant deficit, they steadfastly remained at the venue, continuously singing their anthem to support the team. With such devoted fans, even if the Clover were to face relegation, they could surely rise again in the future. Following this victory, Werder Bremen's points reached 18. However, due to Schalke 04's victory as well, their ranking remained unchanged at 4th place. In this round of matches, a significant upset occurred, as Bayern Munich, who had been unbeaten for 8 rounds, suffered a staggering defeat at home with a score of 1-2 against Bayer Leverkusen. Meanwhile, the season's dark horse, Frankfurt, faced a loss on the road against Stuttgart. The defeats of the two top teams resulted in notable changes in the standings. Bayern Munich remains at the summit with 22 points, while Schalke 04, accumulating 20 points, has surpassed Frankfurt to claim the second position. Frankfurt currently holds 3rd place with 19 points, just 1 point ahead of Werder Bremen, who occupies 4th. 4 days later, the second round of the DFB Pokal commenced. In this round, Werder Bremen hosted Augsburg, a team they had previously faced in the league. Over 20 days ago, Werder Bremen returned home from Augsburg with disappointment, as they suffered a 0-3 defeat, a match in which Lin Quan was sidelined due to injury, leaving Bremen with a depleted squad that was dominated throughout the game, setting a record for the most goals conceded in a single match this season. Determined to avenge their earlier defeat, Werder Bremen launched a vigorous assault in this encounter, overwhelming Augsburg with an impressive 6-2 victory at Weserstadion, thereby eliminating them from the tournament. In this match, Lin Quan contributed with 2 assists and 1 goal before being substituted in the 65th minute. De Bruyne played the entire match, scoring 1 goal and providing 3 assists, placing him at the top of the assist leaderboard in the DFB Pokal. After advancing to the 3rd round, the atmosphere within Werder Bremen was jubilant. However, their elation was short-lived, as they faced unfortunate luck in the subsequent draw for the 3rd round of the DFB Pokal, where they were paired against the Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich, marking their 3rd encounter this season. The players of Werder Bremen expressed their discontent, exclaiming, "Why is it always Bayern? We seem to be destined to clash with them." Despite having a favorable record against Bayern this season, the players were not keen on facing them. Nevertheless, the DFB Pokal is not a tournament of negligible prestige like the Telekom Cup. It is the most significant cup competition in Germany, and the trophy holds great allure for all clubs. Thus, Bayern is unlikely to relinquish their pursuit of the DFB Pokal easily. For Werder Bremen, emulating the miraculous success of the Telekom Cup would prove exceedingly challenging. Following the draw, few outside the club held optimism for Werder Bremen. Although they had previously managed to draw against Bayern at home, such sporadic upsets do not alter the evident disparity in hard strength between the two teams. However, Werder Bremen did not yield to the power of their formidable opponents, especially after their coach and club manager declared their ambition to qualify for European competitions this season. They were even more resolute in their pursuit. Securing the DFB Pokal title would grant them a direct berth in European competitions, effectively achieving their objective ahead of schedule. Moreover, facing Bayern earlier in the tournament would mean they would not encounter them again in the subsequent matches, alleviating the burden of contending with a strong adversary in the later stages of the league. Should they be eliminated, it may indeed prove to be a fortuitous turn of events, allowing them to concentrate solely on the league without the distraction of cup competitions. 5 days later, in the 10th round of the Bundesliga, Werder Bremen triumphed at home with a score of 2-1 against Mainz, securing their 3rd consecutive victory. Having expended excessive energy in the Champions League, Schalke 04 unexpectedly succumbed to Hoffenheim, while Frankfurt was held to a resilient draw by Greuther Fürth at home. Following this victory, Werder Bremen ascended to 2nd place in the standings with 21 points, trailing the leaders Bayern Munich by a mere 4 points. Although the gap appears narrow, Akin to 2 matches, it is improbable to expect Bayern to lose 2 consecutive games. On November 8th, the 4th round of the Champions League group stage commenced. Bayern Munich hosted the challenge of French team Lille. To better assess Bayern Munich's competitive form, Werder Bremen's coach, Schaff, personally attended the match at the Allianz Arena. In a display of their devastating prowess, Bayern showcased their ability to inflict a rout, with the score reaching a staggering 5 o'clock by the 33rd minute of the first half. Goals were scored by Schweinsteiger, Pizarro, and Alaba in the 5th, 18th, 23rd, 28th, and 33rd minutes, respectively. The legendary Werder Bremen striker, the 34-year-old Pizarro, notably netted 3 goals, achieving a hat trick. Witnessing this spectacle, Schaff furrowed his brow. Bayern had evolved into an even more formidable force, their offense more dynamic and their defense more structured, demonstrating significant improvements on both ends. Overcoming such a Bayern would indeed be a formidable challenge. Chapter conclusion. In this chapter, Lin Quan also watched the live broadcast from home. Upon seeing the final score crystallized at 6-1, he was taken aback. Teams participating in the Champions League are typically among the top in their respective leagues. They cannot be considered weaklings. Even with disparities in strength, such a lopsided scoreline is rare among these teams. In the realm of the Champions League, a 5-goal margin constitutes a veritable rout. However, witnessing such a score from Bayern in the 2012 to 2013 season is not entirely astonishing, given their reputation as the architects of calamity. Truly, Bayern, you strike with remarkable ferocity. Out of curiosity, he perused the internet and, as expected, found fervent discussions surrounding the match. My goodness, Bayern's offensive firepower is overwhelming. They dismantled their opponents without Robben and Ribéry on the field, should they return from injury. One can only imagine how exaggerated the score might be. I can't shake the feeling that a certain team will once again face Barcelona or Bayern this year. Though you did not specify who it was, I instantly understood. Haha, the relentless pursuit of the 4th position. A habitual strong start, a mid-phase of confusion, and a collapse in the latter stages, ultimately exiting the Champions League as the 2nd in the group, only to face the likes of Real Madrid or Bayern Munich and be sent home. 3 years with Barcelona, 5 years with Bayern. It seems like Arsenal is perpetually caught in a cycle of unfortunate draws. I can't help but suspect that UEFA has it out for my beloved club. If only Arsenal could secure a 1st place in the group, they might avoid such formidable opponents. Ultimately, it all boils down to the Gunners' shortcomings. How unfortunate for my dear Nene, who was held to a draw by Schalke. Otherwise, they could have clinched the top spot in the group, breaking free from this cursed fate. Initially, discussions online revolved around Bayern's terrifying offensive prowess, but somehow the topic veered towards Arsenal. The mockery of Arsenal online is not something I wholeheartedly endorse. The team lacks substantial strength, and their players are rather youthful. It is common knowledge that young players can be prone to mental lapses, and Wenger, relying on these youngsters, ought to have considered this. However, Arsenal's minimal investment in the transfer market each year means they cannot afford marquee players and must settle for lesser talents. Given such limited expenditure, Wenger's ability to guide Arsenal into the Champions League year after year, consistently advancing from the group stage, is commendable in itself. Of course, bad luck is indeed a factor. While Arsenal fans lament online, in the shadows, Werder Bremen supporters are also in despair. After witnessing this match, many fans who previously held confidence in their team now feel the upcoming clash against Bayern will be daunting. Bayern's evident improvement makes facing a team on the rise exceedingly difficult, not to mention their inherent superiority in strength. This season, Bundesliga teams continue to thrive in the Champions League. Following this round of group matches, 3 Bundesliga teams remain unbeaten. Schalke 04 drew 2-2 with Arsenal at home, accumulating 8 points from 2 wins and 2 draws, leading the group with good prospects for advancement. Dortmund, trapped in a group of death, outperformed Real Madrid, similarly securing 2 wins and 2 draws for a total of 8 points, also topping their group. In the same group, Real Madrid has 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, totaling 7 points, while Ajax trails with 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, accumulating 4 points. Meanwhile, the well-funded Manchester City has performed poorly in the Champions League group stage, with 2 draws and 2 losses, essentially sealing their fate for elimination. It appears that mere wealth is insufficient. Manchester City must find the right players and coach, a process that will undoubtedly take considerable time. The Bundesliga has showcased remarkable performance in this season's Champions League group stage, with 3 teams achieving 7 wins, 4 draws, and only 1 loss. Aside from Bayern's single defeat, the other 2 teams remain unbeaten, each securing the top position in their groups. This overall performance has brought recognition to the strength of the Bundesliga, leading to an increasing interest in the league across Europe. Some prestigious clubs have begun to dispatch scouts to identify exceptional talents within the Bundesliga, intending to wield their financial power during the winter transfer window to acquire players at reasonable prices. Among the teams garnering considerable attention is Werder Bremen, currently ranked 2nd in the Bundesliga standings. Recently, during training sessions, numerous scouts from unknown clubs have been spotted observing their practice. The players under the most scrutiny are Lin Quan and De Bruyne. Lin Quan's contract, with a mere 6 months remaining and a buyout clause of $5 million, is remarkably enticing. Many clubs are eager to take a chance on him. However, Lin Quan has chosen to ignore their interest. To avoid unwanted attention, he has opted to reside in the club's dormitory, rarely venturing outside. As for De Bruyne, he has publicly declared his unwavering commitment to Chelsea, resolutely intent on proving himself at Stamford Bridge. With Lin Quan and De Bruyne seemingly out of reach, numerous scouts have shifted their focus to other players, such as the impressively young Füllkrug, who has made a notable impact this season in the Bundesliga. He has already scored 5 goals, and the transfer market values him at $3.5 million. For a substitute, such a scoring efficiency within just 10 matches is extraordinary. Thus, his price is not only modest, but also remarkably affordable. While elite clubs may overlook him, mid-tier teams are keen on such a valuable and cost-effective player. Should Werder Bremen be willing to part with him, it is likely that many clubs would be eager to invest in his talents. In addition to Füllkrug, Dutch international Elia has also attracted interest from several teams. Elia, having been dismissed by a club like Juventus, yearns for the opportunity to return to a prestigious team to showcase his abilities. His performances this season have been commendable. However, acquiring him will prove more challenging than securing Füllkrug. He generally dismisses offers from ordinary clubs, preferring the allure of a big-name team. Otherwise, he may find staying at Werder Bremen more advantageous. Due to the instability of Werder Bremen's defense, their defenders have not piqued the interest of many clubs. Lin Quan remains indifferent to the external attention, as he has no intention of transferring during the winter break. With only 6 months left on his contract with Barcelona, he will be a free agent next year, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters during the winter window. Thus, time progressed to November 10th, when the 11th round of Bundesliga matches commenced. This round featured Werder Bremen, in 2nd place, traveling to face Schalke 04, currently ranked 3rd. With both teams positioned so high in the standings, their encounter is poised to significantly influence the determination of this season's Bundesliga champion, making it the focal point of the round. In a preceding match, Bayern Munich secured a 2-0 victory at home against Frankfurt, pushing the latter down the standings while widening the gap between them and Werder Bremen. Considering Bayern's current commanding lead in the standings, if Werder Bremen and Schalke 04 were to draw in their upcoming match, the gap between them and Bayern would widen to 6 points. Should they suffer a defeat, Bayern's advantage over the 2nd-place team would increase to 5 points. Therefore, a draw would be most beneficial for Bayern. However, if a winner must be determined, it would be more advantageous for Schalke 04, currently in 3rd place, to triumph over 2nd-placed Werder Bremen. Schalke 04 is no easy opponent. Despite their prior loss to Hoffenheim in the league, a match marred by a controversial penalty decision, culminating in a last-minute defeat. Without that penalty, Schalke likely would not have resorted to such frantic attacks in the closing stages, which ultimately allowed their adversary to seize victory. Both teams are acutely aware of the significance of this match. On paper, Schalke 04 possesses a slight edge in strength. However, having recently engaged in a strenuous Champions League battle against Arsenal, their physical condition may not match that of Werder Bremen, who have had the luxury of conserving their energy without European commitments. This encounter promises to be a closely contested affair, with the outcome resting on the performance displayed on the pitch. The importance of the match has made tickets for Schalke 04's home ground a rare commodity, with the 55,000 available tickets swiftly snatched up. Chapter Conclusion. Chapter 93. Welcome to Heightens. The fervor of Schalke's supporters is palpable. Before the players of Werder Bremen have even disembarked from their bus, the path has been obstructed completely. Such treatment was once reserved solely for their fierce rivals, Borussia Dortmund. during the Ruhr Derby. Hey, Bremen kids, you're finished. This is Veltins Stadium. You lot should scurry back with your tails between your legs. The raucous fans taunt, haha. They be crying for their mothers after the match. The supporters of the Miners bombard their league rivals with an array of unsavory language. They have never claimed to be gentlemen. They are the descendants of miners, taking pride in their roots and the raw, unrefined culture they represent. As the team bus faces a barrage of hostility, the Werder Bremen players remain composed, biding their time for the police to arrive and clear a path. They are reluctant to exit the bus prematurely and risk an onslaught from the fervent opposition supporters. Witnessing their rivals' hesitance, the Schalke fans erupt in triumphant laughter, gesturing obscenely at the Werder Bremen bus while singing their team anthem in unison as they queue to enter the stadium. The Werder Bremen players find themselves increasingly incensed by the taunts of their opponents, although they too have their own northern derby. Even the rivalry with their arch-nemesis Hamburg does not reach such an incendiary level. The provocation and humiliation from the rival fans ignite a fiery rage within the Werder Bremen players, each one yearning to charge onto the field and dismantle Schalke, trampling them underfoot. This match was initially merely an ordinary league game. However, the proximity of the two teams' points, coupled with the Schalke fans' humiliation and provocation directed at the Werder Bremen bus, infused the encounter with a palpable tension. In the locker room, after devising the tactical approach, Schaff fell silent, allowing the players to immerse themselves in the atmosphere of the Veltins arena. The away team's locker room lacked proper sound insulation, enabling them to distinctly hear the thunderous cheers resonating from the pitch. What are your thoughts? Schaff queried as he noticed the players had quieted. He raised his gaze, scanning each of their faces. I feel an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through my veins. I desire victory more than ever from this place. I vow, there is nothing more exhilarating than celebrating before 50,000 Schalke fans. I intend to humiliate Schalke 04 thoroughly, to trample them underfoot. Indeed, we shall crush them, making them aware that they are the true trash. Schaff nodded approvingly. Excellent. Maintain this fighting spirit. Remember the words you just uttered. On the pitch, give it your all. Give it your all. The players, gritting their teeth, shouted in unison before stacking their hands together. Werder Bremen. Charge. With their battle cry echoing, the Werder Bremen players, ignited with fervor, departed the locker room and entered the players' tunnel, preparing to take the field. The tunnel at Veltins Arena, unlike typical stadiums, was redesigned to resemble a mineshaft, reflecting the history of the Miners team. Traversing the tunnel-like passage, they were greeted by the sight of a magnificent, roofed stadium. Though Schalke is known as the Miners, their home ground is far more opulent than that of Werder Bremen. As Lindquan stepped into the stadium, he cast a glance at the grand arena. The Veltins arena was filled to capacity, resembling a sea of sky blue. In one section of the stands, a massive emblem composed of white and blue patterns was unfurled by the fans. The Schalke supporters erupted in cheers, their roars crescendoing, creating a noise so overwhelming that one might instinctively wish to cover their ears. The attendance was astounding. It was not merely a full house, but likely every standing ticket had been sold as well. In the context of the top 5 leagues, Bundesliga tickets are among the most affordable, with prices for a match often under €30 and season tickets dropping as low as €10. Given the average income in Germany and the relatively low ticket prices, Bundesliga consistently boasts the highest attendance in the 5 major leagues, with every match filled to the brim. Germans truly have a passion for football. However, due to the overwhelming demand for tickets, these low-priced options are challenging to acquire. Ordinary fans often find themselves needing to purchase tickets from scalpers, who are certainly not inclined to be accommodating. Schalke has allocated merely 2,000 tickets for away supporters, resulting in more than half of the over 5,000 Werder Bremen fans accompanying the team being unable to procure tickets. Lindquan searched tirelessly and eventually located a small cluster of green-clad supporters encircled by sky-blue fans in a corner of the southeast stand. Their position was not only disadvantageous, but they were also surrounded by Schalke supporters. Had it not been for the police separating the two factions, Lindquan suspected that the Schalke fans might have charged forward to provoke or even engage in a brawl. This grievance against Werder Bremen would not be forgotten. When Schalke visits the Weser Stadium, we shall also allocate 2,000 tickets to their supporters, leaving them with nothing to witness. George Evans, a scout from Chelsea, also failed to secure a ticket, ultimately resorting to purchasing one at an exorbitant price from a scalper for a seat that was far from ideal. This ticket cost him a staggering €320, causing him considerable distress, as it was over 10 times the retail price. The fervor of the Schalke supporters was astonishing. After all, it was merely a league match. With great effort, George finally squeezed through the throngs of people to reach his seat, all the while adjusting his disheveled suit and grumbling. Before he could even settle in, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd, leaving his ears ringing. The Schalke fans at Veltins Arena were exceedingly passionate, having once reached a remarkable cheering volume of 129 decibels. Under such a cacophony, any player's performance would undoubtedly be affected. At that moment, they were fervently cheering for each Schalke player taking the field. However, when Lin Quan and his teammates stepped onto the pitch at Veltins Arena, they were met with the resounding boos of over 50,000 home fans. Well, this was to be expected, had it not been for the difficulty in unifying their insults. They would likely have been greeted with a chorus of foul language. Schalke 04 supporters were not likely to welcome them, but the players on the field might not feel the same animosity. Prior to the match, Atsuto Uchida, the right-back from Japan, politely approached Lin Quan to greet him, expressing a desire to exchange jerseys after the game. Lin Quan was bewildered by Uchida's enthusiasm, as he did not know him at all. Was it true, as rumored, that the Japanese were excessively sycophantic towards those they perceived as stronger? He had no acquaintances at Schalke. A Chinese player he once knew had already transferred away. Moreover, the national team's former captain, Raoul, was no longer with Schalke. Thus, under normal circumstances, Lin Quan would not have declined Uchida's request. However, the unpleasant scenes instigated by the Schalke fans prior to the match left him quite displeased, prompting him to refuse Uchida's offer to exchange jerseys. Despite being rebuffed, Uchida graciously bowed to him, perhaps thinking that Lin did not recognize his prowess and simply did not wish to exchange jerseys with someone of lesser renown. In light of this, I shall prove my prowess on the field, as long as I can thwart Lin's saying and prevent him from scoring. I am confident that I will earn the opportunity to exchange jerseys after the match. Uchida Atsuto's gesture of bowing to Lin Quan drew the attention of players from both teams. What is happening? De Bruyne nudged Lin Quan with his arm, curiously inquiring. He requested to exchange jerseys with me, but I declined. Then why did he bow to you? De Bruyne appeared utterly bewildered. Shouldn't the other party be furious? Perhaps it is due to the customs of their country? After pondering, De Bruyne recalled that characters in Japanese anime often bow to others, which made Lin Quan's explanation seem plausible. Uchida Atsuto had transferred from Japan's J-League team, Kashima Antlers, 2 years ago, at a modest fee of only €1 million. After joining Schalke 04, he spent 2 years diligently earning the trust of the head coach and finally secured a starting position this season. In contrast, Lin Quan, hailing from a prestigious background, immediately established himself as a key player upon arriving in the Bundesliga, becoming the focal point of Werder Bremen's attacking front. This fact incited a sense of jealousy in Uchida Atsuto, who felt that Lin Quan's prominence stemmed from his elite origins rather than superior talent. However, as the match progressed, Lin Quan dominated the Bundesliga, even breaching Bayern's goal multiple times. This realization struck Uchida Atsuto, making him aware that he and Lin Quan were on entirely different levels as players. Consequently, his jealousy dissipated, replaced by profound admiration. The achievement of a person of Asian descent in the European arena commanded Uchida Atsuto's respect, given the challenges of competing in the top 5 leagues. Of course, admiration does not equate to surrender. Lin sang, "In this match, I will strive to keep pace with you and will not allow you to score easily." After bowing, Uchida Atsuto returned to his position, resolutely making a silent vow. At 16:30, the match commenced punctually. Both teams approached with caution, aiming to probe their opponent's vulnerabilities without committing heavily to an attack. For Werder Bremen, playing away, a defensive stance was part of their premeditated strategy. Conversely, Schalke 04, trailing Werder Bremen in the standings, sought a victory on their home turf. Failing to do so could spell trouble in future encounters at their opponent's ground. This season, Werder Bremen had been in excellent form, and if they maintained their momentum in the second half, they would inevitably contend with Schalke 04 for a Champions League spot. Thus, for Schalke 04 to secure their position for the next season's Champions League, they must triumph in direct confrontations against their rivals. The same logic applied to Werder Bremen as well. This match is a 6-point contest, where neither side can afford to lose. After 5 minutes of cautious probing, both teams began to bolster their offensive efforts. The first to strike was the home team, Schalke. In the 13th minute, Schalke executed an exquisite combination play in the attacking third. The previous season's Bundesliga top scorer, Huntelaar, unleashed a powerful shot inside the penalty area, which was expertly parried away by Millets. The quality of the shot was exceptional, and had it not been for Millet's impeccable positioning, it might have found the back of the net. A minute later, Werder Bremen responded in kind. Hunt received a through ball from Lin Quan, turned, and fired a shot that was deftly deflected by the goalkeeper. This attempt was equally impressive, as Schalke's young keeper, Onastadel, displayed remarkable skill to avert the danger. With both sides having exchanged attacks, they shed their initial hesitations, realizing their opponent's capabilities were rather matched, prompting them to commit further forces to the offensive. The pace of the game quickened, with both teams launching relentless assaults, swiftly reaching each other's half and threatening the goal. Each net faced immense peril, creating an atmosphere where a goal seemed imminent at any moment. In the 19th minute, Holtby received the ball with his back to the goal, laying it off for Huntelaar, whose well-placed shot struck the crossbar. A collective gasp and curses emerged from the fans at Veltins Arena. They had anticipated a goal, only to be betrayed by the woodwork that denied their hopes. 2 minutes later, Werder Bremen initiated a rapid counterattack, with Lin Quan's shot from within the penalty area also striking the post. The supporters at Veltins Arena clutched their chests, relieved that the post had intervened, preventing their team from trailing. Thus, the two teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange akin to a round-based contest, each trading blows. Although the score remained unchanged, the match was anything but dull. It was brimming with excitement. This exemplified the essence of the Bundesliga, where both sides eschewed hesitation, opting instead for direct, attacking play. Such matches are captivating, as every opportunity, whether promising or otherwise, culminates in a shot on goal. If penetration into the penalty area proves elusive, long-range efforts are attempted. Should those fail, they seek to deliver crosses into the box for headers. In essence, every conceivable method of scoring is employed, regardless of efficacy. Action precedes deliberation. While the spectacle was thrilling, it proved somewhat overwhelming for the Schalke 04 supporters, who had envisioned a scenario where their team would dominate Werder Bremen. Instead, the contest unfolded as an evenly matched affair, with Werder Bremen's counterattacks posing a greater threat. In this chaotic battle, the team that could capitalize on opportunities first would seize the lead, yet the home side struggled to find the net, while each counterstrike from the visitors left them in trepidation. The fans of the Miners found themselves perplexed as to how Werder Bremen, whom they had decisively defeated last season, suddenly transformed into such a formidable opponent. In their previous encounter at home, they had ruthlessly vanquished Bremen with a score of 5-0. Yet, now in this renewed clash, scoring even a single goal seemed an arduous task. With 30 minutes elapsed, the two teams had combined for over 15 shots, yet not a single goal had materialized. As the team struggled to break the deadlock, many Schalke supporters began to voice their concerns. Would their team falter in this match? Fears were realized in the 32nd minute, when Werder Bremen seized an opportunity for a swift counterattack following a midfield interception. After a few clean passes, the ball found its way to Lin Quan's feet. Observing the defensive positioning of the opponents, Lin discerned an opening on the right flank and surged forward. Schalke's defensive midfielder, Neustadter, rushed over in an attempt to intercept, but was easily bypassed by Lin's nimble footwork. Having evaded Neustadter, Lin was now faced only with the Schalke backline. Right back Uchida dared not afford Lin any space, immediately signaling for his teammates to bolster their defense. He advanced to intercept, aiming to halt Lin's advance. In preparation for this moment, Uchida had meticulously analyzed nearly every match Lin had played, examining his dribbling techniques and tendencies. He recognized Lin's rapid footwork and his adeptness at employing feints to deceive defenders. This insight rendered Uchida cautious. He refrained from recklessly lunging. Uchida opted for a positional defense, intent on forcing Lin to decelerate, thus allowing his teammates to regroup and encircle Lin for a potential interception. Although Lin's dribbling prowess was formidable, under the pressure of a double team and intense physical confrontation, it was implausible for him to retain possession indefinitely. Uchida had studied the successful defensive strategies employed by other teams against Lin, noting that triumph often came when Lin was compelled to slow down, thereby losing his dribbling and passing opportunities. However, attempting to steal the ball during Lin's rapid advance was a daunting challenge, as his touch was swift, and defenders struggled to match his rhythm. A hasty challenge was nearly certain to result in failure. Uchida's strategy was sound, and his teammate Papadopoulos positioned himself strategically behind, ready to assist should Lin manage to break through. Confident in his preparations, Uchida silently urged, "Come on, Lin. Show me your true strength. How will you breach my impregnable defense?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. A successful defense would signify that he had discovered the key to neutralizing Lin. Lin's playing style bore remarkable resemblance to that of Messi's. If Uchida could successfully contain Lin, perhaps they could employ the same tactics against Messi as well. To stifle Messi, a feat unattainable even by the world's elite defenders, would undoubtedly catapult Uchida to fame, making him a household name overnight. As he contemplated this, a smile involuntarily spread across Uchida Atsuto's face. He envisioned himself being courted by elite clubs, eager to acquire his talents. Lin Quan cast a puzzled glance at his counterpart, wondering what was amiss. Why was he so exhilarated upon seeing me approach? Did he not fear conceding a goal? There was no time for further contemplation. Observing Uchida's choice, Lin Quan swiftly made his decision. With a simple flick and a deft maneuver, he adjusted his rhythm and feigned an attempt to break through Uchida's left flank. Here it comes. Was he truly going to penetrate this way, or was it merely a ruse? Uchida faced the daunting dilemma that nearly all defenders encounter when confronted with Lin Quan and Messi, discerning the direction of the impending breakthrough. His center of gravity had shifted, his right foot firmly planted as a support. This was genuine, not a feint. Uchida quickly assessed the situation and raised his left foot, ready to intercept. Yet, just as he extended his leg, Lin Quan retracted his right leg, while his left stepped forward by half a pace. What? Was that a feint earlier? Uchida stood frozen, bewildered. The opponent's center of gravity had evidently shifted. How could it be a mere deception? Indeed, the theoretical and the practical are vastly different realms. Though he had studied Lin Quan's match footage and recognized the latter's penchant for feints, the reality of the game proved disorienting, as the authenticity of the deception was overwhelming. Uchida's reflexes paled in comparison to Boateng's. Had it been Boateng defending, he would have instinctively shifted right upon witnessing Lin Quan's adjustment, only to stumble over himself. However, Uchida lacked such exceptional awareness and athleticism. His center of gravity was still in flux, unable to respond effectively to the sudden shift. Thus, he stood like a wooden post, helplessly watching as Lin Quan glided past him on the right. The fans of Veltins were in an uproar. They were not players on the field and had no insight into the subtle intricacies of that brief tussle. All they perceived was their right back, resembling a mere wooden stake, allowing the opponent to bypass him as if he were throwing the match. Their indignation soared to the point where they almost began to insult Uchida's family. Papadopoulos, witnessing Uchida's failure, was taken aback. He swiftly positioned himself to impede Lin Quan, hoping to buy time for his teammates to recover defensively. Yet, the now accelerated Lin Quan was not easily thwarted. He nudged the ball right, feigning a move to the left, mirroring his earlier maneuver that had outsmarted Uchida. Papadopoulos, having witnessed his teammates' misstep, repeatedly admonished himself not to fall for the opponent's feints, yet his body involuntarily swayed slightly to the left. There was little he could do. It was nearly instinctive for a defender. Fortunately, his movement was minimal, and he promptly readjusted, managing to avoid complete disarray. However, even a mere half-second of hesitation from his opponent was more than sufficient for Lin Quan. After observing the reaction of his adversary, he executed 2 swift volleys while sprinting at high speed. The ball returned to his left foot, and just like his teammate, Papadopoulos was effortlessly bypassed, akin to a mere post. On the sidelines, Schalke's coach, in a fit of anger, hurled his suit jacket to the ground. A foul. Why didn't you commit a foul before the opponent penetrated the penalty area? If you're not going to foul, at least double-team him. What is the meaning of lining up one by one to meet your demise? How do you think you can stop him one-on-one? The fans at Veltins Arena instinctively held their breath, rising from their seats, stretching their necks towards their goal, fervently praying, "Please, do not let him score. We must hold our ground." The young prodigy, Anastasios, only 22 years old, appeared remarkably composed in the face of Lin Quan's one-on-one situation. He was acutely aware of his opponent's terrifying accuracy, recognizing the difficulty in thwarting such a shot. Thus, the moment he saw Uchida being bypassed, he opted to advance, intending to intercept the ball alongside Papadopoulos. Yet, before he could position himself, Papadopoulos had already been outmaneuvered, leaving Anastasios to face Lin Quan alone. There was no choice. Retreating to defend was not an option. He could only expand his body to cover as much area as possible, diminishing Lin Kuan's shooting angle. Standing at an imposing 198 centimeters, Anastasios towered over the 173-centimeter Lin Kuan, resembling a giant before him. His towering stature afforded him an extensive interception area, making it no simple task to breach his defensive reach. On the Schalke bench, including the previously furious coach Jens Keller, many stood in anxious anticipation, their eyes fixed on the goal. Upon witnessing Lin Kuan's clear opportunity, their hearts sank. According to Bundesliga statistics, this young man possessed an astonishing one-on-one conversion rate, seldom missing such chances. If he secured a clear shot, it was almost a foregone conclusion that a goal would ensue, with the first half yet to conclude. Conceding an early lead would render the match exceedingly difficult. Despair had begun to envelop Schalke, yet Anastasios' decisive advance ignited a flicker of hope within them. As Anastasios closed the gap, Lin Kuan hesitated to shoot, implying that the angle for his shot was narrowing, making it increasingly challenging to surpass the goalkeeper's reach. Could it be that he was faltering? The players and staff of Schalke were perplexed by the unfolding events, but witnessing this situation, they collectively exhaled in relief. Regardless, if they could neutralize the threat of this one-on-one opportunity, they might escape calamity. He should have taken the shot earlier. He was far too hesitant. Now, the angle is gone. In the commentary booth of CCTV, Duan Xian began to feel anxious for Lin Kuan. Faced with such a towering goalkeeper, the longer one hesitates, the slimmer the chances of scoring become. A decisive strike might have resulted in a goal. Observing Lin Kuan's prolonged indecision to shoot, the longtime supporters of Werder Bremen grew increasingly anxious. What was amiss with Lin today? His choice of play seemed illogical. Indeed, he was overthinking it, appearing to be out of form. Had he not converted that earlier opportunity off the post, he would have surely scored on a typical day. Could it be that he was intimidated by the home crowd's momentum? Surely not. Lin, the emperor of the great stage, is no timid contender. Just when everyone anticipated the imminent conclusion of this one-on-one chance, Lin Kuan made his move. He deftly maneuvered the ball laterally, seemingly attempting to create space and angle for an open goal. How could the goalkeeper allow him such liberty? Anastasios swiftly employed his limbs, extending his long leg to block the ground shot while preparing to intercept any half-high ball. With that long leg extended, the opponent would find it nearly impossible to advance. Should the adversary attempt a lob, the distance was sufficient for him to react and intercept in midair. He had executed his defensive strategy to the best of his abilities, ensuring no threat loomed over his goal. However, at the very moment he extended his leg, Lin Kuan abruptly halted, glancing at Anastasios' nether region, and gently nudged the ball. Anastasios was utterly unprepared for such cunning, having been fixated on his lower body. Upon witnessing Lin's shooting motion, he immediately crouched, attempting to block the ball with his body. Yet, his reaction was too sluggish. His towering height of 198 meters granted him a significant defensive area, yet it correspondingly diminished his agility, rendering this colossal vessel cumbersome to maneuver. As the ball successfully rolled past Anastasios' legs, a smile graced Lin Kuan's face. From the moment he entered the penalty area, he had orchestrated this very shot. Anastasios' frontal defensive area was extensive, coupled with his prior positioning. Given his height, Lin knew that even aiming for the far corner might not guarantee a goal. The optimal strategy for scoring was to outmaneuver the goalkeeper and strike an open net. Alternatively, he could find a way to slip the ball through Anastasios' legs, rendering him incapable of interception. Anastasios had remained vigilant, denying Lin any opportunity to execute a nutmeg. Yet, as Lin dribbled laterally, attempting to sidestep him, Anastasios was compelled to extend his foot, inadvertently granting Lin the opportunity. The ball passed through Anastasios' legs and, under the watchful gaze of over 50,000 spectators, leisurely rolled toward the goal. Though the pace was slow, it still crossed the goal line, coming to rest against the net. Witnessing the ball rolling within their own net, the fans at Veltins Arena fell into a profound silence. We are actually trailing behind. End of chapter 95. High pressing, rabid dog tactics. Following the goal, amidst the tranquil atmosphere of the stadium, Lin Kuan placed a finger to his lips, sprinted to the sidelines, and directed a shushing gesture towards the south stand of Schalke 04. This is evidently a response to the previous provocations and jeers from the fans at Veltins Arena. After enduring more than 30 minutes of such cacophony and disdainful boos, Lin Quan was already exasperated by the incessant jeering from the crowd. He was booed upon entering the pitch, jeered while receiving the ball, and derided during his passes. Yet, at this moment, an unexpected silence enveloped the stadium. What is this? I've scored, and you refuse to acknowledge me? Do you look down upon me, Lin? Come on. Let me hear those boos. I'm not accustomed to being unchallenged. The Schalke fans were incensed. Their boos crescendoed, and some spectators near the sidelines hurled various objects onto the field: wrappings, beverage bottles, melon rinds, keychains, and even coins. What is this? A €2 coin? Who is so generous? Lin pretended to pick up the coin in front of him, a gesture that further inflamed the home crowd. One burly fan, in a fit of rage, even began dismantling the stadium seating, seemingly intent on using a chair back to strike Lin. Startled, Lin quickly made his escape before his adversary could act. The fans at Veltins Arena were furious, their ire fueled not only by the opponent's provocation, but also by their team's conceding of a goal. Their anger was palpable, almost enough to pierce the stadium's roof. How could they allow the opponent to score? They simply could not accept it. Those two defenders must be traitors. Had they been bribed to ensure the opponent's victory, thus orchestrating a sham match? Lacking any other rational explanation, they clung to this theory, convinced that their defender's woeful performance was not intentional. Yet, some took a different stance. No wonder it's Lin, his feints are so genuine. I simply cannot defend against him. Although Uchida Atsudo had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, he showed no signs of frustration. Rather, he felt an exhilarating admiration for Lin's prowess. Many players from Japan and South Korea have ventured to Europe, like Shinji Kagawa, who was recently acquired by the English Premier League giant Manchester United, a source of pride for the Japanese national team. However, Uchida felt that compared to Lin, his compatriot Kagawa paled in comparison. Kagawa was not an absolute cornerstone at Dortmund. He merely shared the spotlight with others like Götze and Lewandowski. Yet at Werder Bremen, Lin was undeniably the focal point. The recent goal only reinforced Uchida's perception. In national team training, he could stifle Kagawa, but when facing Lin, despite their well-coordinated teamwork, they were still effortlessly outplayed. The defensive strategies meticulously crafted for Lin seemed utterly ineffectual against his brilliance. How could a player of Asian descent achieve such heights? Uchida felt no jealousy. Only admiration remained in his heart. Following that goal, the dynamics on the field shifted dramatically. Schalke 04, trailing at home, found their morale shaken. The earlier fierce exchanges between both teams, while thrilling, had yielded no goals, leaving them on equal footing. However, at present, Werder Bremen has taken the lead. The balance between the two sides has been disrupted. Following Lin Quan's breakthrough, the Schalke 04 players endeavored to mount a vigorous offensive in hopes of equalizing the score. Yet, as they intensified their attack, their defensive line began to falter precariously. Coach Schaff's strategy for today was to retreat into a defensive counterattacking stance after taking the lead, luring the opponent forward to exploit the gaps in their backline, utilizing the speed of both flanks for rapid counterattacks. While this tactic may not yield favorable results in a positional battle, it proved remarkably effective when the opponent pressed forward. In the 38th minute, Schalke besieged Werder Bremen's goal, but to no avail. After thwarting the opposing attack, Werder Bremen executed their own swift counterattack. Junjazovic intercepted the ball and promptly passed it to De Bruyne, who delivered a diagonal long pass exceeding 30 meters to the forward winger Elia. Elia accelerated down the flank, pursued frantically by Schalke's players. The Dutch international's off-the-ball speed was impressive, though his pace with the ball was somewhat slower. Just as he was about to be ensnared by the opposing defenders, Lin Quan timely approached. Elia quickly passed the ball to Lin Quan, who, after taking a few steps and drawing the defender's attention, swiftly executed a through ball to Hunter. Hunter, upon receiving the pass, found himself at the edge of the penalty area. He accelerated into the box and unleashed a shot. Onana stood tall, quickly maneuvering and leaping high to deflect Hunter's shot onto the crossbar. The save was exquisite, showcasing Onana's considerable height to its fullest advantage. Had it been a slightly shorter player, they might have capitulated to such a shot. After missing this opportunity, Hunter knelt on the ground, cradling his head in despair. At the beginning of the first half, he had squandered a similar chance, and now, unexpectedly, he had been thwarted once more by the diminutive goalkeeper. This fellow, clumsy as a bear in the presence of his teammates, how could he exhibit such agility against his own? Following this missed opportunity, neither side could alter the score in the remaining time. and the first half swiftly came to a close. As the second half commenced, the teams switched sides, and Schalke 04 altered their defensive strategy. They began to implement a high-pressing tactic, with several forwards relentlessly pursuing Werder Bremen's defenders, intent on stifling the opponent's offense within their half. This strategy placed immense pressure on Werder Bremen's backline, leaving players with limited passing options when in possession. They had to be exceedingly cautious with their distribution, as a careless interception could allow the opponent to launch an immediate counterattack in the face of the opposing forwards. Such counterattacks were perilous. The high-pressing tactic also curtailed the opponent's offense. With their defensive lines advanced, long passes from the opponent's backline became ineffective, due to their propensity for passing into offside positions and the challenge of penetrating the tightly knit three lines of defense through ground passes. The situation on the field began to turn unfavorable for Werder Bremen. In the 55th minute, Schalke 04's Jones intercepted the ball in midfield and passed it to Huntelaar, whose long-range shot was parried by the goalkeeper. Militz intended to launch a long ball to his forward, but, upon a fleeting glance, he abandoned the idea. His forward was in an offside position, and any pass would merely serve to gift the ball to the opposition. Consequently, he opted to pass back to the defenders, intending to initiate an offensive from the back. Observing this, Schalke 04's players immediately commenced a pressing attack on the ball-holding defender. The defender, wary of holding onto the ball for too long, swiftly passed it to Captain Fritz. Yet, before Fritz could receive the ball, two Schalke players charged toward him, overwhelming him with pressure. Thus, he hastily passed to De Bruyne. However, this pass had long been anticipated by the Schalke players. Their defensive midfielder, Neustadt, had already moved into position to intercept the ball. Schalke launched a counterattack. Following the loss of possession, Werder Bremen's defensive line quickly retreated, but the opponent's speed was unmatched. Like a phantom, Huntelaar had stealthily slipped into the penalty area just as the ball was delivered. Werder Bremen's defender Schmitz attempted to intercept, but to his surprise, Huntelaar let the ball pass through, deftly deceiving the defenders and diverting their attention. The substitute, Drackels, who had entered the fray in the second half, charged into the penalty area like a roaring tank and unleashed a powerful shot that found its way into Werder Bremen's net. The score now stood at 1-1, erasing the 20-minute advantage that Werder Bremen had held. Following Drackels' goal, the Veltins arena erupted with a deafening cheer, igniting the fervor of the Miners fans and dispelling the tense atmosphere that had prevailed throughout the first half. They were electrified, fervently waving their fists and shouting at the Werder Bremen players, "Bremen scoundrels, it's time for us Miners to strike back, so prepare yourselves." On the sidelines, Coach Schaff sensed trouble as the opposition adopted a high-pressing strategy. With Werder Bremen relying on a single defensive midfielder, their passing options were limited, making it easy for the opposition to predict their passing lanes and intercept the ball. Realizing the impending issue, he prepared to make adjustments, only to be caught off guard by the opponent's goal before he could implement his changes. This left Schaff deeply frustrated. He recognized that he should not have hesitated upon identifying the problem, as immediate adjustments might have prevented that goal. He promptly made personnel changes, introducing an additional midfielder in place of a forward, and instructed the midfield line to drop back, thereby shortening the distance between the defensive lines. By increasing the number of players in the back, he aimed to curtail the opponent's pressing, while simultaneously focusing on flank play during attacks, bypassing the midfield through coordinated efforts between the fullbacks and wingers. The high-pressing tactic is indeed formidable. Teams that master this strategy tend to achieve commendable results. However, this approach demands exceptional physical stamina from the players, unless one is a team like Borussia Dortmund, who play with relentless energy in every match. Most teams simply cannot sustain such intensity. Moreover, Schalke has recently engaged in a grueling contest against Arsenal in the Champions League, meaning their physical condition is already inferior to that of Werder Bremen. Employing this tactic now is truly puzzling. Despite Schalke's current prominence, once their stamina wanes, they will find themselves in dire straits. Securing a draw away from home is something Werder Bremen can accept. After all, they harbor no ambitions for the championship. As long as they can hold Schalke to a stalemate, they will maintain their dominance in the standings. However, Schalke will undoubtedly find this score unacceptable and will intensify their offensive efforts in an attempt to alter the outcome. This, however, presents an opportunity for Werder Bremen. Just wait. After 80 minutes, once you can no longer run, we shall determine the victor. Chapter 96. De Bruyne's injury, Lin Quan's retaliation. After Werder Bremen adjusted their tactics, the battle in midfield intensified dramatically. Amidst such fierce competition, both teams began to engage in more aggressive maneuvers. In the 77th minute, Neustadter failed to seize the ball from De Bruyne and, in a fit of rage, violently kicked the dribbling De Bruyne from behind. The referee promptly intervened, issuing a yellow card to Schalke's midfielder without hesitation. However, Neustadter arrogantly dismissed the card's significance. As he retreated past De Bruyne, he taunted, "Watch your legs, kid. Next time, you won't be so fortunate." Upon hearing this, the Werder Bremen players erupted in anger, surrounding Neustadter to confront him, while others gathered around De Bruyne, concerned for his injury. De Bruyne lay on the ground, clutching his ankle, his face contorted in pain, slow to rise. Lin Quan attempted to assist De Bruyne to his feet, but noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his complexion alarmingly pale. Realizing the severity of De Bruyne's injury, he quickly signaled for the team doctor to come to the field. On the sidelines, the coaching staff of Werder Bremen rose anxiously, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. De Bruyne is an indispensable core player for the team. His absence would significantly undermine Werder Bremen's strength and disrupt their attacking system. The referee approached, assessed the situation, and gestured for a stretcher to be brought on, as De Bruyne clearly could not continue. "Damn butcher," muttered Schaff under his breath as the stretcher bearers entered the field to carry off the injured De Bruyne, leaving him no choice but to make a forced substitution. He called upon Ekasai, preparing to send him onto the pitch. Aegis, aged 22, hails from Bayern Munich's youth academy. Yet he has never had the opportunity to represent the first team. This season, he has not been afforded many chances to play for Werder Bremen, as the remarkable performances of De Bruyne have relegated him to the bench. Under normal circumstances, Schaff would be reluctant to deploy such an inexperienced young player, particularly in a challenging away match. However, the lack of depth on the bench left Schaff with little choice but to consider Aegis. As Schaff prepared to make a substitution, Lin Quan suddenly approached the sidelines and stated, "You want me to play in the midfield?" Taken aback by Lin Quan's unexpected suggestion, Schaff had always utilized him as a winger and had never contemplated using him in a central role. It seemed he had forgotten that Lin Quan had originally been loaned from Barcelona as a defensive midfielder. "Indeed, I shall play as an attacking midfielder," Lin Quan asserted with unwavering determination. "We must secure victory in this match, not merely settle for a draw or accept defeat, even for De Bruyne's sake." Given Lin Quan's resolute attitude and his prior experience in that position at Barcelona's youth team, Schaff decided to trust him. "Very well. The responsibility of orchestrating our attacks is entrusted to you. Which forward would you prefer to collaborate with?" Schaff inquired, glancing at the substitutes bench. Among the reserves sat players like Füllkrug and Nils Petersen, while Arnautovic had previously been substituted and could not return to the field at this moment. Upon hearing the coach's words, both players turned their attention to Lin Quan. Since the last match against Augsburg, Petersen had not been granted another starting opportunity. Even when Lin Quan was substituted, it was Füllkrug who had entered the fray, leaving Petersen with scant chances to prove himself. This lack of playing time had disheartened Petersen, prompting him to contemplate discussing an early termination of his loan with Bayern during the winter break, seeking opportunities elsewhere. However, leaving Werder Bremen in such a manner would complicate his prospects of finding a favorable new club. For a player of his age, prolonged inactivity on the field could prove detrimental. Thus, upon hearing the coach's words, Petersen earnestly glanced at Lin Quan, having abandoned any thoughts of competing for a core role or starting position. Given Lin Quan's current form, it was evident that he could not usurp the latter's place. Moreover, the coach's inclination to consult Lin Quan before making substitutions underscored his significant standing within the team, while Petersen remained merely a peripheral player. Continuing to harbor discontent would only lead to personal dissatisfaction. With this realization, Petersen took the initiative to stand and proposed, "Lin, choose me. I possess speed and impact, making me suitable for our current counter-attacking strategy." Lin Quan regarded Petersen with surprise at his sudden assertiveness. Given their usual dynamics among the trio of Lin Quan, Füllkrug, and Petersen, he would typically have prioritized Füllkrug first. However, when the coach inquired a moment ago, he hesitated. This hesitation was evidently due to the fact that Füllkrug, a stationary center forward, does not quite align with the current playing style of Werder Bremen. Once he took to the field, his contributions to the team were minimal. What Lin Quan truly requires is a player who can maneuver, shoot, possesses technical skills, and is adept at forming connections with him on the pitch. Füllkrug's positional awareness is rather lacking, and his footwork pales in comparison to Peterson's. He is more suitable for a structured, positional game rather than the swift, dynamic play currently demanded. Contemplating this, Lin Quan nodded and said, "Very well, you shall take the field. Once you're in, remember not to linger on the ball. When I have possession, you must surge forward immediately, regardless of whether I can deliver the ball to your feet. Charging ahead is imperative. If I fail to pass, that is my concern, but if you do not run, then that is yours." Lin Quan's tone was rather brusque, clearly still perturbed by Peterson's excessive ball holding in the previous match. However, Peterson paid no mind to the other's demeanor. He nodded earnestly, taking Lin Quan's admonition to heart. No matter how the strategy unfolds, as long as he is afforded a chance to shoot, he would seize the opportunity. It had been far too long since he savored the exquisite delight of scoring. In the commentary booth, upon witnessing De Bruyne's injury and subsequent departure, several commentators expressed their regret. De Bruyne is an exceptional midfielder, the cerebral core of Werder Bremen. Without him, the team's offensive threat would undoubtedly diminish. Indeed, with De Bruyne's passing threat eliminated, Schalke's defense could breathe a sigh of relief, now only needing to focus on Lin Quan. Let us observe how Werder Bremen will adjust their lineup, as only Ekisu remains as an option on the substitutes bench. Wait, what? Werder Bremen has substituted a forward? This is not a direct positional swap. They ought to have brought on a midfielder. Hold on, what do I see? Lin Quan has moved to the attacking midfield position. Could it be that Werder Bremen intends for him to fill De Bruyne's role? The commentators were astonished by this tactical shift. They had replaced a seldom used forward and repositioned their key player back to the midfield. What is the reasoning behind this? Are they undermining their own strengths? Does the newly introduced player pose a greater threat on the front line than Lin Quan? It is bewildering, impossible to fathom their thought process. The match quickly resumed, and immediately, Werder Bremen responded assertively. As Neuhaus advanced with the ball, Lin Quan charged forward without hesitation, executing a tackle that sent him crashing to the ground. Neuhaus emitted a cry akin to that of a wounded animal, clutching his leg and rolling in agony. The referee approached Lin Quan, issuing a verbal warning without brandishing a yellow card, merely advising him to temper his tackles. In truth, Lin Quan had aimed for the ball, making contact first. Technically, it was a clean play. Acknowledging this, Lin Quan said nothing, watching Neuhaus writhe on the ground while slowly retreating. In the spirit of reciprocity, one must not neglect the return of favor. He previously struggled to comprehend the aggressive playing style exhibited by several of Manchester United's captains, particularly Cantona and Keane. Their fouls were both brutal and wild, often appearing unnecessary. At times, even without provocation, they would launch a kick to assert their dominance. If you dare to provoke them, you would be wise to protect your legs. They would rather risk expulsion or suspension than hesitate to break your limbs. Holland's father fell victim to Keane's wrath, suffering a broken leg that forced him into premature retirement. Now he understands that on the pitch, if one does not play with a degree of ferocity, they are likely to be the one at a disadvantage. Perhaps inspired by Lin Quan, the players of Werder Bremen subsequently took turns targeting Neustadter. In less than 10 minutes, Neustadter was brought down 5 times. The most ruthless among them was the forward, Alan Hunter, a product of Werder Bremen's youth academy, who, with few words, seized the opportunity to foul Neustadter for the 5th time. The latter writhed on the ground, clutching his leg in agony, prompting the referee to realize that if he did not issue a card, Werder Bremen's players would not relent. Consequently, he showed a yellow card to Hunter, who, unfazed, spat at Neustadter, who was feigning injury, before returning to his position with satisfaction. As he passed Lin Quan, Lin gave him a thumbs up, to which he responded with a knowing glance, an indication that he would seize the opportunity to target him again, knowing Lin could afford another yellow card. However, Schalke's coach dared not keep Neustadter on the field any longer and promptly made a substitution, bringing on Hildenbrand for Neustadter. With this butcher withdrawn, Werder Bremen's players shifted their focus back to the game. After dealing with individual opponents, it was now time to confront the entire Schalke team. Chapter 97. Are there such fortunate events? After De Bruyne's exit, Werder Bremen experienced some issues in their midfield operations. The players seemed unaccustomed to Lin Quan's presence in the attacking midfielder position, resulting in a lack of synergy in their coordination. While they were confident in Lin's abilities as a winger, doubts lingered regarding his effectiveness in a central role. Observing this, Lin took the initiative to drop back and engage with his teammates. Fritz, seeing Lin's proactive movement, had no choice but to pass the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Lin was immediately met with pressure from multiple Schalke players. Commentators expressed concern, noting the danger of losing possession in such a critical area. However, Lin did not grant the opposition an opportunity. He skillfully distributed the ball. The pass was executed conventionally, lacking any flair, as the commentators objectively noted. A few minutes later, the ball found its way back to Lin's feet. Before receiving it, he surveyed the positions and movement patterns of both teams and then attempted a long pass. Regrettably, a synergy had not developed between Lin Quan and his teammates. After his pass, no one followed up, rendering his attempt less like a pass and more akin to a blunder. Lin Quan shook his head, taking the initiative to shoulder the blame, indicating it was his error. He had overestimated his teammates' positioning. Had this been with the Spanish national team or even the youth squad, players would have grasped his intentions, leading to a splendid collaboration. However, in the club setting, the players were unfamiliar with his playing style, making such coordination exceedingly difficult. Clearly, a simpler approach was necessary. The Schalke players, witnessing Lin Quan's glaring mistake, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Given his considerable reputation and the earlier goal he had scored against them, they had approached him with trepidation. Initially, they were concerned when he unexpectedly played as an attacking midfielder, fearing he possessed some secret weapon. Yet, after several minutes of play, they realized, is this all? If this was the extent of his capabilities, they could now breathe easy. With little time remaining in the match, Schalke sought to overturn the scoreline and had no time to indulge Werder Bremen in a leisurely game. They intensified their offensive efforts, aiming to rewrite the score in the closing moments and secure all 3 points. With key midfielders from the opposing team sidelined due to injury, failing to secure victory under such advantageous circumstances would be an untenable outcome before the over 50,000 fans in attendance. The former Bundesliga Golden Boot winner, Huntelaar, appeared exceedingly eager, frequently signaling for the ball in the hopes of becoming the hero to alter the score. However, Werder Bremen was acutely aware of his threat, deploying a tight defense that afforded him few opportunities. Conversely, the substitute Drakler and Schalke's number 10, Holtby, managed several threatening shots during the match, nearly altering the scoreline. Noticing their team being pressed, the coaching staff of Werder Bremen began to grow concerned. By placing Lin Quan in the attacking midfield role, our offensive coordination has diminished significantly, reducing our threat level. Is this decision truly justified? Assistant coach Rolf voiced his worries, perceiving the situation on the field as increasingly dire. Patience is essential. His time on the pitch has been brief, and it's premature to draw conclusions, countered another assistant coach, Hennebach, who remained considerably calmer. Having witnessed Lin Quan perform miracles on multiple occasions, he held a deep-seated trust in him. Lin Quan had proactively requested to play as an attacking midfielder, and he must have had his reasons. Since they could not decipher his motives, it was best to place their faith in him. After successfully neutralizing the opponent's offensive surge, possession returned to Werder Bremen. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan began to alter his style of play. When faced with the opponent's pressing, he refrained from an immediate pass. Instead, he attempted to break through, a tactic seldom seen among attacking midfielders. This was critical, as losing possession could lead to a swift transition from offense to defense. While launching an offensive, a sudden loss could leave their defense vulnerable, making them susceptible to conceding a goal. Due to this factor, many formidable teams emphasize the timing of counterattacks, preferring to exploit the moments when their opponents are vulnerable. The players from Schalke were caught off guard, failing to anticipate that their adversary would opt for a breakthrough. Previously, he had consistently chosen to pass after receiving the ball, which significantly lowered their vigilance, seemingly causing them to forget that he was once a sharp winger known for his incisive dribbles. A player proficient in dribbling, whether positioned on the flanks or centrally, can navigate past defenders if given the opportunity. After evading the pressing opponent, Lin Quan found himself with numerous passing options. He delivered the ball to the wing, where Elia was positioned, and swiftly made a forward run in anticipation of receiving it. Having collaborated with Lin Quan on several occasions, Elia adeptly threaded the ball through to him after the opponent's movement. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan lifted his head to survey the penalty area. At the edge of Schalke's box, the substitute Peterson was sprinting with all his might. His enthusiasm was palpable. However, he appeared oblivious to the fact that he was in an offside position. Lin Quan refrained from passing to him, instead continuing his advance and executing a wall pass with another forward, Hunter, before unleashing a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. The attempt was too straightforward, allowing the goalkeeper to easily gather the ball. Lin Quan gave Peterson a thumbs up, signaling him to keep up the good work. Peterson had expected the ball to be played to him, but ultimately, it never arrived. In the past, he might have angrily confronted his teammate about the lack of a pass. However, now that he recognized who the true leader of the team was, he dared not voice any grievances. Reflecting on the moment, he realized he might have run a tad too quickly, not even noticing the opposing defender nearby. The Schalke players were taken aback, not anticipating such a breakthrough from their opponent in midfield. It was a fortunate success. Had he failed to dribble past, it would have resulted in a lamentable situation. Although the opposing team took a distant shot, the Schalke players remained unfazed. Without Lin Quan applying pressure on their front line, defending against Werder Bremen's attacks became exceedingly effortless for them. They even experienced a nostalgic sense of returning to last season, when they effortlessly triumphed over Werder Bremen at home. The opponent was still the same underdog, unchanged. As the match progressed, the Werder Bremen players gradually acclimated to Lin Quan's rhythm. Their adversaries perceived Lin Quan as underperforming in the attacking midfielder role, even deeming him rather mediocre. However, the players of Werder Bremen held a different perspective. With the sudden replacement of key midfielders, they had no time to adjust, yet Lin Quan managed to establish synergy with his teammates in such a short span, ensuring an impeccable passing success rate without a single turnover. This alone was a testament to his prowess. As he adapted to his teammates' playing styles, Lin Quan's coordination with them continued to improve. Compared to a mere 10 minutes prior, his passing and receiving became increasingly effortless, and his ball handling grew markedly more judicious. The midfield of Werder Bremen was meticulously organized by him, which significantly bolstered his teammates' confidence and encouraged them to collaborate more willingly. Meanwhile, Schalke remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the impending danger. In the 83rd minute, Schalke launched another offensive, amassing a multitude of players in the attacking third, attempting to breach Werder Bremen's defenses through sheer numerical superiority. Although Schalke created a considerable spectacle in front of Werder Bremen's goal, their offensive efforts proved to be more thunderous than effective. Several attempts at goal either struck the defenders or were thwarted by the goalkeeper's interventions. The corner kicks they executed failed to secure the first touch, allowing Werder Bremen to adeptly neutralize their advances. When it was time for Werder Bremen to counterattack, the ball was swiftly delivered to Lin Quan's feet. Initially, Lin Quan anticipated a rapid press from the opposing players, prepared to evade their defensive grasp. To his surprise, however, the Schalke players did not rush forward as they had previously. Observing the scene, he noted that the Schalke players were gasping for breath. Despite their efforts to intercept, their stamina seemed to betray them, leaving them a step behind. After a half of relentless pressing, the players from Schalke were quickly running out of steam. Their energy reserves, already depleted from the Champions League match, were now nearly exhausted. The players from Schalke were losing their ability to run. This was fortuitous news. Werder Bremen had awaited this moment. He raised his hand, signaling for an all-out attack, urging his teammates to surge forward. It was their turn to besiege Schalke's goal. His teammates, understanding the cue, began to position themselves with fervor. Peterson was the most vigorous, recalling Lin Quan's earlier advice: forget everything else, just run straight ahead. Learning from past experiences, he refrained from sprinting too far ahead, ensuring he remained level with the opposing defenders. This strategy prevented the opponents from catching him offside. Schalke's defenders underestimated him. They perceived him as merely a player who ran aimlessly since his arrival, while their forwards sought spaces. Yet, Peterson, running in a straight line, found himself wedged between Schalke's two center-backs. Did he truly expect to find an opening for a shot here? The defenders scoffed at him, noting his energetic running, yet failing to see his teammates pass him the ball. Coupled with his poor positioning choices, they regarded Peterson as nothing more than a decoy, a distraction meant to divert their attention. Consequently, they ignored him, focusing intently on Alan Hunt and Elia, as they presumed Lin Quan would pass to one of them. However, to their astonishment, Lin Quan deviated from this expectation. In the midst of his rapid advance, he glanced at the positioning of several teammates and swiftly made his decision. Lin Quan's pass was a low, curved ball that skimmed the grass. The pass was exceptionally challenging, soaring over the outermost Schalke defender, Atsuto Uchida, bending gracefully before landing directly in front of the penalty area. At that moment, Peterson had just arrived at the scene. As he sprinted, he pondered how his teammate would maneuver the ball past two defenders. If the ball truly reached him, how would he evade the two defenders flanking him to score? Suddenly, as he ran, the ball appeared before him, and the two defenders had mysteriously vanished. Could such fortune be possible? Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his leg and struck the ball. Chapter 98. A resounding victory over Schalke 04. The ball found its mark. In the 84th minute of the match, the substitute Peterson scored a crucial goal. This goal pushed Schalke 04 to the brink of despair, with one foot already dangling over the edge. If they could not equalize in the final minutes, they would lose this pivotal match, allowing Werder Bremen to extend their lead to 4 points in the standings. For Bayern Munich, the leaders of the Bundesliga, the prospect of this match concluding with such a scoreline was far from desirable. Should Werder Bremen triumph over Schalke 04, they would maintain their 4-point gap from Bayern, preserving the suspense in the Bundesliga. In light of Borussia Dortmund's recent underperformance, it is imperative for a team to rise and challenge the giants of the Bundesliga. Now, Werder Bremen has taken on this significant responsibility. From the perspective of commentators and the majority of casual fans, the desire is to witness Bayern not run away with the title from start to finish, clinching the championship several rounds early. Such an outcome would strip the league's most compelling narrative, the race for the championship, of its intrigue. Matches devoid of suspense tend to appear rather dull. Furthermore, Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga has led to a long-standing monopoly that is detrimental to the league's overall development. In the previous 2 seasons, Borussia Dortmund played the role of the disruptor admirably, seizing the championship from Bayern consecutively and almost undermining Bayern's monopolistic hold on the Bundesliga. However, this season, Dortmund's performance has plummeted, and they require a disruptor. Even if the disruptor fails to claim the title, they must at least create some difficulties for Bayern Munich, complicating their path to victory. Currently, Werder Bremen embodies this role. In the commentary booth, the announcers are delivering information about the player who scored the goal and the significance of this match, and indeed the entirety of the Bundesliga, with remarkable speed and enthusiasm. For the viewers, aside from the fans of both teams, the outcome of this match is of little consequence. What truly matters to them is the quality of the game. As for who wins or loses, as long as there is no draw, it is of no import. Conversely, Lin's recent assist has captivated their attention, providing a refreshing moment amidst the match. The pass delivered by Lin was nothing short of extraordinary. How did he achieve such a feat? I was left utterly astonished. Could the ball truly be played in such a manner? If I were a defender for Schalke, witnessing that play would have surely incited a torrent of expletives. As the ball lay directly before me, yet I could do nothing but watch helplessly as it rolled to the feet of the attacking player, who then struck it decisively into our own net. The sense of despair was palpable. While I have witnessed straightforward through balls, the art of a low, curved pass is a skill I had never encountered. It is evident you are not a seasoned football aficionado. Many years ago, when Beckham graced the club, he delivered assists of this caliber. The Beckham curve is indeed legendary. Alas, with Beckham having moved to Major League Soccer, we are deprived of witnessing his brilliance on European pitches. Although fans may draw parallels between Lin's remarkable pass and Beckham's, the truth is that Lin had gleaned inspiration from the masterful De Bruyne, a De Bruyne of 10 years hence, not the still nascent player we see today. Following the goal, Peterson exuberantly rushed over to embrace Lin, exclaiming, "Thank you. What a beautiful pass. Your run was splendid as well." They shared a hearty laugh, a moment of camaraderie that seemed to dissolve any previous animosities. The players from Werder Bremen eagerly approached, encircling the two in celebration. This goal significantly bolstered the team's morale. At a critical juncture, as the opponent's stamina waned, their strike could be deemed a decisive turning point. As the match resumed, Schalke 04, unwilling to succumb to defeat, opted for a final substitution. They replaced the midfielder Jones, number 13, with the forward Pucky, number 20. This change signified their refusal to surrender easily. The jeers from the Veltins arena faded as the home crowd, recognizing their team's plight, devoted their attention to rallying behind their players. At this juncture, it was evident that Schalke's players were running out of steam. They could only cling to the hope that their indomitable willpower would see them through the remaining minutes. A single goal was all they sought. They no longer dared to dream of victory, but merely desired a draw, content with securing a point. However, following the substitution, Schalke's passive position remained unchanged. In fact, losing a midfielder weakened their defensive intensity, allowing Werder Bremen to penetrate through the middle with increasing frequency. Although Werder Bremen's second-half offense lacked fluidity, Significantly hampered by the opponent's relentless pressing, they began to reclaim the initiative as Schalke's stamina diminished, slowly mounting an assault on Schalke's goal. In this onslaught, Lin's talent shone brilliantly. His organization and link-up play in the attacking third were impeccable, and whenever a gap appeared in the opponent's defense, his passes would swiftly follow. Regrettably, the players of Werder Bremen displayed a slight deficiency in awareness, missing several such opportunities. Had they capitalized on these chances, the score could have easily escalated to 3-1 or even 4-1 in the 90th minute of the match. As the fourth official signaled 3 minutes of stoppage time on the far side, Lin Quan opted against passing to his teammates. He resolved to take a shot himself. Upon receiving the ball, Peterson, immensely impressed by Lin Quan's passing prowess, immediately commenced his run. After scoring a goal, his confidence surged significantly. Having been substituted in during the second half, his stamina was notably superior to that of the other players, enabling him to dart around the opponent's penalty area with the agility of an eel. The Schalke defenders could no longer afford to overlook this erratic player. The previous goal, whether attributed to fortune or keen awareness, served as a stark reminder that neglecting him would come with consequences. Consequently, they designated a defender to closely mark him, with another player assigned to provide constant support. Whenever the ball reached Peterson's feet, Schalke's players would swiftly converge to intercept and reclaim possession. Peterson was taken aback by the extent of his influence, drawing so many defenders towards him, which instilled a sense of pride within him. See that? This is my prowess. Although Lin Quan found Peterson's movements somewhat perplexing, he couldn't help but commend him internally for attracting 2 defenders. Well done. As Lin Quan approached the edge of the penalty area, Uchida Takahiro cautiously advanced, refraining from recklessly extending his foot. Lin Quan glanced over his shoulder, leaning back as if to prepare for a pass, unaware of the situation behind him. Uchida assumed Lin Quan intended to pass like before and hurriedly lifted his foot to disrupt the play, hoping to intercept or at least diminish the likelihood of a successful pass. However, much to his dismay, Lin Quan had no intentions of passing. At the moment Uchida lifted his leg, Lin Quan deftly pushed the ball forward, leaving Uchida stranded, bewildered in his wake. Lin Quan's dribbling was as sudden and deceptive as ever. Onastatarl felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed Lin Quan infiltrate the penalty area. Having conceded 2 goals in this match, both linked to this very player, he deemed Lin Quan his nemesis. Having previously suffered the humiliation of being nutmegged, he hesitated to engage directly. He adjusted his positioning, striving to maximize his defensive coverage and resolutely prepared to thwart any shots on goal. As Lin Quan surged into the penalty area and assessed the positioning of the defenders, he instinctively cast a glance at Onastatarl's lower region. The latter felt a sudden chill. Sensing impending doom, not again, he swiftly closed his legs, denying any opportunity for a repeat humiliation. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no nutmeg. Lin Quan opted instead for a shot aimed at the top left corner. Damn it, I was deceived. Anastasia swiftly shifted to the right, extending his arm in an attempt to deflect the ball. However, his movement was a fraction too slow. The football grazed his fingertips, crashing against the junction of the crossbar and the post before rebounding into the net. The score transformed into 3-1. A profound silence enveloped the Veltins arena as, in the second minute of stoppage time, the opponents netted that goal. What this signified was unmistakable to all. Once again, that cursed number 10 had single-handedly accounted for all 3 goals, nearly obliterating Schalke with his prowess. Discontent simmered among the fans, who could not fathom why their team, capable of dominating the Champions League and remaining undefeated, would succumb to a rival they had previously vanquished at home last season. This reality was intolerable. The jeers echoed once more throughout the Veltins arena, yet this time it was uncertain whom the Shakhtar supporters directed their disdain towards. 2 minutes later, the referee blew the final whistle. The visiting Werder Bremen triumphed over Schalke 04 with a score of 3-1, further solidifying their lead on the points table. Following the match, the Shakhtar fans were incensed. They attempted to scale the barriers of the stands, charging towards the pitch. This startled the Werder Bremen players, who were on the away supporters' side, expressing gratitude for their fan support. To avoid the wrath of the Shakhtar fans, they hastily concluded their celebrations and retreated to the locker room. Ultimately, under police protection, they departed the Schalke home ground with great difficulty on their team bus. While the match itself posed little challenge, the impression left by the rival fans outside the stadium was profoundly impactful. albeit decidedly negative. This unpleasant away trip forged a lasting rift between the two teams. Upon returning to Bremen, Lin Quan promptly sought out the team doctor to inquire about De Bruyne's injury. De Bruyne had sustained an ankle injury from a tackle. Fortunately, the damage was not excessively severe. After an examination, the team doctor advised that he would require 2 to 3 weeks of rest. Lin Quan harbored doubts regarding the doctor's expertise, and while De Bruyne recuperated at home, he contacted a medical specialist previously recommended by Guardiola to seek a second opinion. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a contusion of the muscles and soft tissues. No need for alarm, the specialist assured. De Bruyne himself appeared indifferent, though it was unclear whether this nonchalance was genuine or a facade for the sake of his friend. Regardless of his sentiments, Lin Quan insisted on accompanying him, hailing a vehicle to take him to the specialist for a thorough examination. The injury was not overly grave. There was slight ligament damage, but with proper rest, he would recover. The medical expert rendered a diagnosis nearly identical to that of the team doctor. "See, I told you there was nothing to fret about." After hearing the specialist's words, De Bruyne felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he felt as though the trip had been in vain, he was nonetheless touched by Lin Quan's concern in bringing him for a follow-up. For the youth, recovering from such an injury is not particularly arduous. However, one must bear in mind that re-injuring the same area within a short period can easily lead to habitual damage, resulting in severe long-term consequences that could significantly impact one's athletic performance and career. This notion left De Bruyne less than amused. At merely 21 years of age, he has a lengthy career ahead. To think that this injury could potentially derail his professional journey would indeed be a tremendous loss. All right, I shall take heed. Initially, De Bruyne intended to return to the field after just 2 weeks of rest, but upon hearing the expert's advice, he hesitated. Perhaps it would be wiser to rest for 3 weeks instead. Yet, he felt the impending disappointment of missing at least 3 league matches. During his absence, the team would have to rely solely on Lin Quan to hold the fort. "It's up to you now. I will cheer you on." De Bruyne gestured encouragement, to which Lin Quan responded with a skeptical glance. "Take care of your injury, and don't overexert yourself." "Ahem, what are you saying? I can't comprehend." "If you can't understand, why are you blushing?" Lin Quan patted his friend's shoulder, offering a look of restraint before greeting Caroline and departing. Caroline, observing Lin Quan's retreating figure, handed De Bruyne a glass of water and inquired, "Is that the teammate you frequently mention?" "Indeed, he is my closest friend at Werder Bremen, and arguably the most formidable young player in the world," De Bruyne declared with pride. Each time he heard accolades from the outside world praising Lin Quan's prowess, comparing him to Messi and heralding him as a future football king, he felt a sense of shared glory. Conversely, he paid little mind to the praises directed at himself. "Is that so? Just how remarkable is he?" Caroline, lacking extensive knowledge of football, sought a reference from De Bruyne for a clearer understanding. "You know the Golden Boy Award, right? While this year's winner is uncertain, if all goes according to plan, next year's Golden Boy will undoubtedly be his." Caroline was somewhat taken aback. The Golden Boy Award is the pinnacle of recognition for young players, and the fact that her boyfriend, De Bruyne, had never won it, yet his teammate, 4 or 5 years his junior, could potentially claim it next year was astonishing. Despite securing a crucial victory against Schalke, the atmosphere at Werder Bremen was not as jubilant as one might expect. De Bruyne's injury cast a shadow of concern over their upcoming matches. The latter half of the game confirmed that Lin Quan could indeed play as an attacking midfielder, yet teammates believed his threat would be greater on the front line. It would be a considerable waste to underutilize such a talented striker. However, apart from Lin Quan, no one in the Werder Bremen squad possessed the ability to deliver threatening passes like De Bruyne. While De Bruyne's defensive skills were not particularly strong and his ball control was average, his capacity to make decisive passes in open play was truly remarkable. He epitomized an attacking midfielder whose offensive prowess far outweighed his defensive capabilities. Without him, the team's attacking potency would immediately decline a notch. If Lin Quan is not allowed to play as an attacking midfielder, who shall take the place of De Bruyne? There is no one who can truly replace him. De Bruyne's injury has instigated concerns within the club. Currently, only one of the twin stars is injured, leaving the other to uphold the facade. However, what if both are incapacitated? Since the arrival of Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Werder Bremen has become accustomed to a style of play centered around the two of them. The absence of either player on the field would likely leave the team devoid of a guiding force. rendering them incapable of executing even the simplest of plays. This predicament has caused considerable distress among the coaching staff, who find themselves monitoring Lin Quan closely during training sessions, constantly reminding him to be cautious with his movements to avoid injury. Their level of concern seems to surpass that of his adoptive parents. Lin Quan feels exasperated. During the intra-team practice matches, his teammates are careful and do not pose a risk of injury. The coaches are clearly overreacting. Yet, despite his reassurances, the coaches remain unyielding. There is little that can be done, as injuries are an uncontrollable aspect of the sport. One can never predict whether they may sustain an injury in the next match. This anxiety has even instilled fear in Lin Quan himself. With De Bruyne sidelined for 3 weeks, if he were to suffer an injury as well, he might face several matches on the bench. This would directly impact their points tally, if both he and De Bruyne are unavailable. The likelihood of Werder Bremen losing increases significantly. Each loss equates to a reduction of 2 points, given that points are already scarce throughout the season. Incurring such losses would be devastating. Thus, it is imperative to acquire an injury-related talent promptly. Upon accessing the system panel and reviewing his personal attributes, Lin Quan sighed. His height has not changed for several months, stagnating at 173 centimeters, and it seems increasingly unlikely that he will grow taller. He shifted his focus to the system shop, honing in on the injury talent section. Among the offerings, the most coveted is the 100-point injury immunity talent, which, when activated, allows a player to steer clear of injuries altogether, eliminating the worry of sustaining harm. After competing against Schalke 04, Lin Quan currently has a total of 28 points, which is still a considerable distance from the 100 required for the top-tier talent. Consequently, he can only admire it from afar, as it is beyond his financial reach. After contemplating the 10 and 20-point talents for quite a while, he ultimately resolved to purchase the 20-point talent of rapid recovery. The benefits of this talent encompass 2 aspects: damage reduction and cooldown reduction. Specifically, it diminishes the direct damage a player receives on the field by 30. In the event of injury, it can also shorten the recovery time by 30. Both effects are quite advantageous, particularly the first. In matches, it is inevitable that physical contact with defenders will occur. Being bumped or kicked is quite commonplace. Sometimes, even minor injuries can cause significant pain, severely affecting a player's competitive state during the game. Under the burden of pain, many technical maneuvers that are typically achievable may become distorted or even impossible to execute. Should the pain be alleviated, the detrimental impact of these injuries on competitive performance would significantly diminish. After confirming with the system that the injury-related talent could indeed be upgraded to mitigate deficiencies, Lin Quan expended 20 points to activate this talent. Upon activation, there was no remarkable sensation, a stark contrast to the previous physical talent. However, given its association with injuries, it was expected that its effects would manifest solely in that regard. Contemplating this, Lin Quan pinched himself. Ouch. It seems to hurt less. Lin Quan was somewhat astonished. Upon trying again, he found it truly painless. Upon further reflection, he noticed that when his hand made contact with his skin, it felt as though a delicate layer of soft fabric enveloped the area, providing a cushioning effect. He increased the pressure and discovered that he needed to exert twice his usual force to experience pain beyond the normal threshold. This suggested that the damage reduction effect, combined with the natural protection of his skin and muscles, was notably superior to what the system had indicated. This revelation filled Lin Quan with excitement, and he eagerly anticipated testing it on the court. During the afternoon's team scrimmage, Lin Quan raced down the sideline with the ball. The substitute team dispatched 2 players to double-team him. As Lin Quan maneuvered past the first defender, his touch was slightly heavy, causing the ball to drift over a meter away, momentarily out of his control. The second substitute defender, seizing the opportunity, dove in without a second thought, sliding to knock the ball out of bounds. Although it was a clean tackle, Lin Quan's line of sight was obstructed, preventing him from evading in time, and he was brought down along with the ball. An uproar erupted on the field, with players from both the starting and substitute teams, as well as the coaching staff on the sidelines, growing tense. Damn it. Why did he have to make that tackle? What if Lin gets injured? Peterson was the first to rush in, shoving the substitute defender to the ground before hurriedly checking on the fallen Lin Quan. Other starting players gathered around. While they refrained from reprimanding the young substitute, they offered no words of comfort either. Lin Quan was the unequivocal linchpin of the team, and with De Bruyne sidelined due to injury, it was imperative that he remained unscathed. If he were to sustain another injury, how would the team perform in the upcoming matches? Lin, are you all right? Several teammates inquired as they helped him to his feet, expressing concern for his condition. The coaching staff had already summoned the team physician, who was preparing to assess Lin Quan's injury. Lin Quan hobbled a few steps, testing his ankle. To his relief, it wasn't as painful as he had feared. Upon removing his sock, he observed that the impacted area was only slightly reddened, not even qualifying as a surface wound. Thankfully, he was unharmed. The team physician examined him and sighed in relief. It appeared that even ice treatment for swelling would not be necessary. He chuckled lightly, reassured that Shima had just pulled back his foot and had not truly kicked him. Let us not blame him. It was my oversight for failing to evade in time. Lin Quan approached, gently ruffling Shima Rock's hair, offering consolation. That tackle was executed splendidly. Do not carry the weight of guilt. When you return to the field, play just like that. Shima Rock, a recent promotion from the U19 team of Werder Bremen, was merely 18 years old. Although he was 2 years Lin Quan's senior, he regarded Lin Quan with the reverence of a younger brother, completely viewing him as the leader. Initially feeling a tinge of grievance, he had nearly shed tears after being jostled and reprimanded by his teammates. However, upon receiving Lin Quan's comforting words, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Nearly brought to tears. I would do anything for you, Brother Lin. Thank you. On the sidelines, Sha Fu and others observed Lin Quan, lively and unperturbed as if nothing had happened, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. This kid just can't sit still. With a match approaching, he's making a scene that could frighten anyone. Consequently, they decisively substituted Lin Quan, prioritizing his health over any training match. Days later, the 12th round of the Bundesliga commenced. Werder Bremen hosted Düsseldorf, one of the 3 teams promoted from the 2. Bundesliga, apart from Frankfurt. Both Düsseldorf and Fürth had not performed well, languishing in the relegation zone with one team at the bottom and the other third from last after 11 matches. With Bremen's midfield linchpin, De Bruyne, sidelined due to injury, Düsseldorf harbored some ambitions. They adopted an aggressive approach at the Weser Stadium, intent on toppling Werder Bremen on their home turf. However, they seemed to have underestimated Bremen's capabilities. Despite De Bruyne's absence, with Lin Quan commanding the midfield, Bremen's offensive prowess remained formidable. In just 30 minutes of the first half, Bremen had already secured a 2-goal lead, with the scorers being Arne Tavik and Peterson. Due to accumulated yellow cards, Hunter was suspended, granting Peterson another chance to start. His consecutive goals in 2 matches had rekindled his confidence, having previously felt lost within the team. As the second half commenced, Düsseldorf managed to snatch a goal through a surprise attack. Nevertheless, Bremen responded with a goal from the substitute, Füllkrug. In the dying moments of the match, Peterson seized an opportunity for a follow-up shot, ultimately leading to a resounding 4-1 victory over Düsseldorf. Although Lin Quan did not score, he made significant contributions with 3 assists, bringing his total assists for the season to 8, placing him second in the Bundesliga assist rankings, just behind his teammate De Bruyne. In the goal-scoring chart, he currently led with 15 goals, 5 ahead of the second-placed Mandzukic, showcasing a substantial advantage. In the system of rewards, 10 points can be earned from the assist leaderboard, while the goal-scorer leaderboard offers 20 points. This makes competing for the goal-scorer title appear more advantageous under similar circumstances. However, if one can ensure the leading goal-scorer consistently secures their position, vying for the assist title to obtain that additional 10 points seems equally appealing. Moreover, with his direct competitor De Bruyne currently sidelined due to injury, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to narrow the gap between them. Once De Bruyne returns, one can only imagine how he would thrive in feeding off chances. Unlike the forwards at Manchester City, who seem indifferent to scoring as long as they enjoy themselves, Lin Quan decided to focus on boosting his assist statistics on the field. In the 13th round, Werder Bremen faced VfL Wolfsburg away. Following an unexpected draw between Bayern Munich and Nuremberg in the last match, Werder Bremen found themselves merely 2 points behind Bayern in the standings. If they could secure a victory against Wolfsburg in this game, they would temporarily ascend to the top of the table. Once the match commenced, the relegation-threatened Wolfsburg was determined to avoid dropping points on their home turf. With the rallying support of their fans at Volkswagen Arena, they launched a fierce offensive against Werder Bremen. Yet, their attempts met with no success, as if they had collided with an impenetrable wall. Conversely, Werder Bremen's counterattacks were executed with remarkable precision, leaving the Wolfsburg supporters in a cold sweat. During these counterattacks, Lin Quan's orchestrations and his astonishing passes left a lasting impression. Recognizing the threat he posed, Wolfsburg sent 2 players to mark him tightly, aiming to stifle Werder Bremen's midfield. Nevertheless, Lin Quan played astutely. When pressed closely, he opted for quick passes instead of dwelling on the ball. When the opposition relaxed their grip, he would swiftly dribble past defenders and deliver incisive passes to his teammates. This incessant adaptability frustrated the Wolfsburg players, who felt as though they could not contain him. Consequently, they resorted to underhanded tactics, employing fouls to limit Lin Quan's impact. In the 25th minute of the match, Lin Quan evaded a tackle from Wolfsburg's midfielder Alec and prepared to pass to a teammate. However, in a fit of rage after being bypassed, Alec executed a harsh tackle from behind, bringing Lin Quan down. This foul was clearly aimed at him, with no contact made with the ball. The referee promptly issued a yellow card to Alec, a decision that left the Werder Bremen players somewhat dissatisfied. They believed the foul was malicious and warranted a red card for immediate expulsion. Yet, the referee stood firm in his judgment and did not alter his decision. Alec, rather than protesting, felt a sense of relief. He knew that his actions were likely to earn him a card, possibly even a red one. Ultimately, the referee settled for a mere yellow card, and Alec considered it a favorable exchange, trading a yellow for the injury of an opposing key player. Unexpectedly, the opposing number 10 did not leave the field. After the team doctor from Werder Bremen attended to Lin Quan's injured area, he continued to limp around the pitch. How could this be? He had been kicked by his own foot and seemed unharmed? Alec was astonished. Could it be that the young lad was merely pretending? Anger welled up within him. How dare he deceive me? I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Yet, before he could act, a player from Werder Bremen initiated the first strike. Chapter 100. Exorbitant signing fees. Werder Bremen is known for its robust style of play, unafraid of receiving cards, a hallmark of their team. Previously, in a match against Schalke 04, their midfielder Neuhaus had committed a malicious foul on De Bruyne, leading to a concerted retaliation from Werder Bremen's players, who ultimately forced him off the field. In this match, Alec intended to play the villain once more, aiming to harm his team's sole core player. This was intolerable. Before Alec could make another move, Werder Bremen launched a counterattack. In the 33rd minute, Schmitz was the first to act, executing a vicious tackle that sent Alec crashing to the ground. The latter let out an exaggerated scream, rolling on the ground in agony, as if on the brink of death. The referee, witnessing his dramatic display, issued a yellow card to Schmitz. Without protest, Schmitz cast a piercing glare at Alec as he passed by. This foul rendered Alec subdued for a while. After all, the defiant fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the unconcerned for their own well-being. When one is willing to risk a foul for the sake of revenge, one must ponder the value of one's own limbs. Winning or losing is a matter of the team, but one's legs are an individual concern. With Alec's malicious fouls curtailed, Lin Quan became increasingly hard to contain on the field. In the 35th minute, he replicated his spectacular 45-degree curved pass from the match against Schalke 04. The ball, following an incredibly unorthodox trajectory, skimmed past the Wolfsburg players and found its way to Werder Bremen striker, Arnautovic. The precision of the pass astonished Arnautovic, who, upon receiving the ball, found it had slowed enough that he did not need to control it before taking a shot. He wasted no time, unleashing a powerful strike that pierced through the fingers of the Wolfsburg goalkeeper, Bellarabi, and found the back of the net. After scoring, Arnautovic dashed toward Lin Quan, squatting in front of him, beckoning him to ride on his back, and together they raced to the sidelines to celebrate. More than half of the credit for this goal belonged to Lin Quan. Had it not been for his pinpoint accuracy, Arnautovic would not have had such a comfortable opportunity to shoot. Lin, how on earth did you execute that pass? Surely it wasn't sheer luck? His teammates rushed over, intrigued, wanting to uncover the mystery behind Lin Quan's astonishing pass. Can this thing be learned independently? If it can be, then everyone would certainly wish to master it. The greatest fear when delivering a through ball in an offensive play is the presence of opposing defenders along the passing line. If they merely extend a foot, the ball becomes unobtainable. However, Lin Quan's recent pass elegantly resolved this dilemma. His delivery curved artfully, its exaggerated arc allowing defenders to merely watch as the ball sailed past them, utterly unable to intercept. Should they all acquire such a skill, Werder Bremen might soon find every player a master of the curved ball. Not only the players on the pitch yearned to learn this technique, but even De Bruyne. Seated at home watching the live broadcast, was wide-eyed after witnessing Lin Quan's astonishing pass, wishing to rush to the field immediately to seek tutelage. How is such a feat accomplished? How can one produce such imaginative passes? De Bruyne clutched his head, longing to replay Lin Quan's recent pass 100 times. As the match resumed, Wolfsburg, now trailing, resolutely committed to a vigorous offensive. They could not afford to lose. A defeat would plunge them into the relegation zone. Even if victory eluded them, securing a draw would suffice, but losing on home turf was entirely unacceptable. Run, run. Everyone, lift your spirits. Their coach, Felix Magath, renowned in the Bundesliga for his rigorous training regimens, was particularly stringent about physical conditioning. He was infamous for having players embrace oversized medicine balls for strength training across various muscle groups. Additionally, he favored mountain climbing and long-distance runs through forests. Under such intense training, Magath's teams boasted superior stamina compared to their competitors. Thus, his strategy demanded players engage in relentless running and fierce challenges, employing an aggressive approach to overwhelm opponents. Initially, this tactic may have yielded some success, yet with its frequent application in the Bundesliga, adversaries learned to counter it effectively. In the match against Werder Bremen, for instance, you enjoy running, do you? Then I shall implement a possession-based strategy, increasing passing frequency and ensuring you run to your heart's content. With Lin Quan orchestrating play in midfield and Fritz and Juniozovic intercepting and sweeping up from defensive positions. Werder Bremen's possession game, while distinct from Barcelona's, proved sufficient against a relegation-threatened Wolfsburg. The Wolfsburg players found themselves in a frustrating predicament. They were reluctant to run, as they could not reclaim the ball and were instead toyed with by their opponents. Nevertheless, their coach incessantly urged them from the sidelines to keep running. With no alternative, they had to push forward. Ultimately, they ran aimlessly for several minutes without gaining possession, allowing Werder Bremen to secure another goal in the 64th minute of the second half, sealing their victory. As the match drew to a close, fans at the Volkswagen Arena began to exit prematurely. The match was an eyesore, as our players were utterly outclassed, resembling mere pets being walked by their opponents. Watching for even a second felt like risking an explosion of frustration. Magath sat on the sidelines with a grim expression. After a series of defeats, he had begun to sense the encroaching threat. The club has recently been in discussions with Schuster, seemingly intending to appoint him as his successor. This season, Wolfsburg has not only suffered poor results, but the atmosphere within the locker room has also been dismal. Numerous players harbor conflicts with Magath, expressing discontent over his grueling training regimen. Had his rigorous methods yielded better outcomes, perhaps the players could have tolerated him. Yet, his relentless drills have brought no rewards, merely tormenting the team. In such circumstances, the players were naturally disinclined to support him, instead yearning for a change in coach and tactics. Wolfsburg's troubles have little to do with Werder Bremen. Following their away victory, their league points rose to 30, placing them 1 point ahead of Bayern Munich, who have played one match less, temporarily securing the top position in the Bundesliga. Although Werder Bremen did not hold the lead for long, just 3 hours later, Bayern Munich reclaimed the top spot by decisively defeating Hannover 96 at home with a score of 5-0. Nonetheless, this marked the first instance of a lead change in the Bundesliga since the season commenced. Consequently, major German media outlets reported on this development, lauding Werder Bremen's remarkable performance and suggesting that their 6 consecutive victories position them as strong contenders to dethrone Bayern Munich from the championship throne. Moreover, the media expressed astonishment at Lin Quan's ability to lead the team so effectively in the absence of De Bruyne due to injury. Even before the season's Best Newcomer award had commenced, it was evident that no one could rival Lin Quan for this accolade. A football legend wrote in the Bild, "In De Bruyne's absence, Lin Quan has emerged in the midfield." And while the public may have initially doubted his ability to perform in this role, he has silenced critics with 4 splendid assists in the last 2 matches, proving himself to be among the elite in midfield. Considering his role as a free-roaming player in the Spanish national team, we have every reason to believe he can excel in any position across the midfield. It is hard to fathom that he is not yet 17 years old. Frankly, even with my years of watching football, I have never encountered a player quite like him. This suggests we may very well be witnessing the birth of a legend. Despite the German media's abundant praise for Lin Quan, this particular report sparked widespread discussion. The reason is simple: the winter break is approaching. The arrival of the winter break signifies that the winter transfer window will soon open, presenting a crucial opportunity for many top clubs eager to acquire Lin Quan. As Lin Quan's agent, Per has been exceptionally busy during this time. His phone scarcely ceased ringing, almost incessantly throughout the day. The desire to take Lin Quan's team away this winter was overwhelming. It was not only the renowned elite clubs that expressed interest, even some mid-tier teams reached out, eager to test the waters. After all, the buyout clause at Barcelona was relatively modest, merely €5 million. Regardless of the likelihood of success, attempting was certainly worthwhile, as it entailed little to no cost. Should the other party develop an interest in their team, the rewards would be substantial. Per's influence within the realm of sports management was not yet formidable. He lagged significantly behind the top agents in the field. Thus, in the face of inquiries from prestigious clubs and a multitude of smaller teams, he exhibited remarkable patience, taking the time to explain and communicate on each call. This diligence allowed him to become a familiar face among these clubs. Whether or not the transfer materialized, he had successfully established connections that would prove invaluable for future dealings with other players. For this reason, Per felt an immense sense of gratitude towards Lin Quan for signing with him. Without Lin Quan, he would not have had the opportunity to engage with so many clubs. Consequently, after attending to his current responsibilities, he made a special trip to Germany, heading to Bremen to report to Lin Quan on the progress of his work. The current situation was as follows. 9 prestigious clubs had extended invitations, hoping to secure Lin Quan during the winter transfer window, while the remainder consisted of smaller teams, which he presumed Lin Quan would find uninteresting, so he declined those offers on his behalf. Lin Quan nodded, glancing at the list. At the forefront of the elite clubs was Real Madrid, who promised a starting position and were willing to offer Lin Quan an annual salary of €7 million. While this salary was not exorbitant among top players, it represented a substantial sum for a young player of Lin Quan's age. As he scanned the remaining clubs, he noted the names of AC Milan, Inter Milan, Juventus, Manchester United, Manchester City, Arsenal, Liverpool, and Bayern Munich. Among these, Bayern Munich piqued his interest. What were the terms being offered by Bayern? Lin Quan was not currently interested in the other clubs, especially considering that Pep Guardiola was likely to join Bayern, making it probable that his next destination would be there. The Bundesliga was conducive to the development of young talents, and having played there for 6 months, he had already acclimated to the rhythm of the games. Before reaching full maturity and completing his physical development, he was reluctant to take risks by venturing into other leagues. Firstly, different leagues possess distinct styles, and abruptly switching to a new league could lead to adaptation issues, hindering his ability to swiftly accumulate system points. Secondly, Guardiola excelled at nurturing and utilizing young players, and under his guidance, Lin Quan would have ample opportunities to learn. Additionally, Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga was formidable, and the team was currently experiencing a peak in its roster's capabilities. Playing for Bayern would allow him to earn points, achieve glory, and simultaneously foster his growth. All of these factors were of paramount importance for a player of Lin Quan's age. He had previously discussed this with Per, who understood the significance of these considerations. Upon hearing Lin Quan's inquiry, Per promptly produced the proposed contract from Bayern. They were keen to secure a 5-year agreement with an annual salary of €6 million, in addition to a signing bonus of €5 million. As he absorbed this information, Lin Quan furrowed his brow. How does the salary structure within Bayern compare? Within the team, 5 players earn more than you, with the highest being Ribery at €8 million, followed by Schweinsteiger at €7,700,000, and Robin, Gomez, and Lahm each at €650,000. Your national team colleague, Javi Martinez, earns €4 million. Lin Quan nodded. Given this perspective, Bayern's offer was not insignificant. Their wage expenditures, however, would undoubtedly fall short of Real Madrid's, as the latter is regarded as the most successful club in the world, with commercial ventures that Bayern cannot rival. Last season, Real Madrid's salary expenditures surpassed Bayern's by approximately €45 million, a substantial one-quarter increase. In light of the comparable team sizes, it is entirely reasonable that Real Madrid's players receive higher compensation. All these salaries are post-tax, when calculated before tax. Lin Quan's earnings exceed €10 million, placing him firmly in the millionaire category. It seems unlikely that Bayern could significantly increase their wage offerings, as doing so would disrupt the stability of their internal salary structure. However, I can advocate for you regarding the signing bonus. Should you join Bayern as a free agent after your contract with Barcelona concludes, it would save them a considerable transfer fee. This fee could be allocated to you in the form of a signing bonus, serving as additional compensation. Pair's words piqued Lin Quan's interest, as he had previously encountered similar reports. External evaluations suggested that his transfer fee would exceed 40 million euros, if that amount were entirely allocated as a signing bonus. It would indeed be a windfall for him. The thought that Guardiola had tirelessly labored for years only to find himself unable to gather even 20 million euros, while he could potentially receive 40 million euros upon signing, caused a slight smile to emerge at the corners of Lin Quan's mouth. Ahem. Bayern is unlikely to offer such a sum. 20 million is probably attainable, but anything beyond that, they would likely be reluctant to part with. Pair's statement momentarily stunned Lin Quan, prompting him to retort, "Why? Does Bayern not believe I am worth that amount?" "No, they undoubtedly recognize your value. However, they might assume that securing your contract would be straightforward after signing with Pep, leading them to set a lower psychological price point. A signing bonus of 40 million euros seems implausible." Lin Quan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, not out of greed, but because the other party's approach appeared somewhat disrespectful. "What if I joined Real Madrid for free? How much signing bonus would Mr. Florentino offer me?" 50 million euros. Pair replied without hesitation. Lin Quan regarded him with surprise, realizing that it seemed Pair had already engaged in private discussions with Florentino. No wonder he placed Real Madrid's name at the forefront. One can only speculate on the extent of the benefits Florentino may have privately bestowed upon him. Ahem, he promised me that if I could facilitate this transfer, he would grant me an additional 5 million as a commission. Typically, a professional player's agent receives a commission of around 10, while the contract commission for Pair and Lin Quan is merely 5. Nevertheless, should Lin Quan sign with Real Madrid, he would still be entitled to 5 million from the 50 million signing fee. In such circumstances, Florentino's offer of 5 million is undeniably appealing to him. It's clear why he prioritizes Real Madrid. From his personal interest perspective, orchestrating Lin Quan's transfer to the club would yield the greatest profit. Lin Quan gazed at Pair for a few seconds, reflecting on the immense power of money, which nearly tempted his uncle. "If you have no desire to join Real Madrid, I can promptly call President Florentino to decline his invitation." Pair felt somewhat embarrassed under Lin Quan's scrutiny, while he was eager to earn this money. He would not defy Lin Quan's wishes if the latter had no interest in Real Madrid. "No need to respond to them for now. I do not intend to transfer during this winter break, so I will decline all other offers. We can discuss this after the season ends when my contract with Barcelona expires. As for the invitations from Real Madrid and Bayern, you may continue negotiations with them. I don't need to put in much effort with Real Madrid, as I am highly unlikely to join. The main focus should be on Bayern. You need to negotiate the signing fee, with my bottom line set at 30 million. As for the contract, I prefer it to be limited to 3 years, as I do not wish to sign a long-term deal with Bayern. Additionally, we should include a buyout clause not exceeding 1.5 billion in the contract." Lin Quan is quite assertive regarding his contractual matters, and Pair merely needs to negotiate according to his instructions. There is no rush. As the season's conclusion is still far off, negotiations can proceed at a leisurely pace. Lin Quan is confident that as his performance on the field continues to improve, Bayern will surely make concessions. Chapter completed. Chapter 101. Unexpected defeat. The hidden dangers of Werder Bremen in the 14th round of the Bundesliga. Werder Bremen hosted Bayer Leverkusen. This match posed the greatest challenge for Werder Bremen since De Bruyne's absence. Currently, Leverkusen ranks 4th in the standings, trailing Werder Bremen by 5 points. For the pharmaceutical company, Werder Bremen is a direct competitor in their pursuit of a Champions League spot. In this fiercely competitive race for the Champions League, they wish to avoid falling too far behind their rivals. Conversely, for Werder Bremen, Leverkusen has recently been in formidable form, and given the absence of a key player, securing a victory at home against them would be quite challenging. Since their triumph over Bayern Munich in the 9th round of the league, which ended Bayern's winning streak, Leverkusen seems to have unlocked their potential, transforming overnight from a mid-table team into a formidable force. Prior to their visit to the Weserstadion, they had already achieved an impressive 5 consecutive victories in the Bundesliga, making them the second team with the most consecutive wins in the league. The first place, astonishingly, belonged to their opponents for this match, Werder Bremen, who boasted a remarkable 6-game winning streak. This match promised to be challenging. However, once the game commenced, the players of Werder Bremen quickly realized that the difficulty exceeded their expectations. Bayer Leverkusen executed a highly strategic approach, intensifying their defensive efforts against Lin Quan. The pivotal figure in both attack and organization, while their central defenders effectively marked Werder Bremen's forwards to limit their ability to receive the ball. The prodigious Dani Carvajal, hailing from Real Madrid's youth academy, delivered an outstanding performance, thwarting Werder Bremen's attacks on multiple occasions while also making several surging runs from his own penalty area to the opponents, providing high-quality crosses. Leverkusen's offensive arsenal was formidable, with players like Skiri, Skirl, and Castro proving to be no easy adversaries. Before the first half concluded, Werder Bremen found themselves trailing by 2 goals, marking the first time this season they had fallen behind by such a margin. Even Bayern Munich had not managed to establish such a significant lead during their visit. At halftime, the players of Werder Bremen appeared somewhat disheartened. While Leverkusen's strength was not overwhelmingly superior, it felt insurmountable to them. They struggled on both offensive and defensive fronts, sensing they were being specifically targeted. Head coach Schaaf recognized this, noting that the opposing formation was a 4-3-2-1, a classic Christmas tree formation, which provided substantial control over the midfield, precisely where Werder Bremen was most vulnerable. Although Lin Quan was capable of playing in midfield, he was an orchestrating midfielder rather than a defensive one. His lack of defensive prowess resulted in an insufficiently robust midfield for Werder Bremen, leading to a loss of control. Compounding their difficulties, they employed a familiar 4-1-4-1 formation, which struggled to withstand the dual offensive support from the opposing fullbacks. A change in formation and tactics was imperative. In the second half, Werder Bremen promptly altered their formation to a 4-2-3-1, substituting a central midfielder for a defensive midfielder. This adjustment bolstered their defensive stability. Yet the offensive issues remained unresolved. With only a single forward up front, they were easily marked by the opposition, rendering their counterattacks ineffective and devoid of threat as they reached the final third. Werder Bremen's disadvantages persisted unabated. Concerns were voiced in the CCTV studio, where Duan Xian remarked anxiously that retreating Lin Quan's position significantly diminished their attacking threat. Although there were indeed some capable attackers within Werder Bremen's ranks, none could replicate Lin Quan's impact in the forward line. Beside him, Su Yang nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, however, we cannot remove him from the midfield at this juncture. Werder Bremen's midfield relies heavily on him. If he shifts to play as a forward, the midfield would struggle to deliver the ball. We cannot expect him to carry the ball from our half and breach the opponent's 3 defensive lines each time, can we?" Although they had witnessed Lin Quan triumph over numerous challenges before, performing such miracles is rare. Miracles are termed as such precisely because they occur infrequently. In the face of a well-prepared opponent, having him single-handedly dismantle the entire defensive structure is not impossible, yet the difficulty is immense, and the success rate is dismally low. The fans in attendance were growing anxious. Some began to reminisce about De Bruyne. Had De Bruyne been on the pitch, the match would undoubtedly have been far less arduous. Lin Quan found himself in the unenviable position of being both the orchestrator in midfield and a participant in the attack, as if he were expected to fulfill the roles of 2 players simultaneously. As the match reached the 65-minute mark, Werder Bremen still trailed behind. Observing this, Lin Quan realized he must step up. If the team failed to score soon, defeat was imminent. In the 55th minute, substitute Juniozovic, despite the risk of injury, seized the ball in a contest, passing it to Lin Quan just before being pulled down by an opponent. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan found a Bayer Leverkusen defender pressing against him, making it difficult to turn. Simultaneously, another Leverkusen player rushed in, intent on intercepting the ball. Noticing this, Lin Quan expertly pivoted 180 degrees, using the defender behind him as a shield against the approaching player. The 2 Leverkusen players were momentarily stunned. Could one truly maneuver with such finesse? They had witnessed the magic of Xavi's circular dribbling, yet this was an entirely different spectacle. While evading them, Lin Quan's supporting foot remained steadfast, merely adjusting his direction with the movement of his body. He neither sprinted nor changed direction. It was a pure display of stationary dribbling skill, a technique that his opponents had neither attempted nor even contemplated. It was no wonder they were taken aback, given their limited exposure. After all, the master of circular dribbling, Anthony, would not unveil his unique skill set until a decade later. Lin Quan had distilled the essence of Anthony's exclusive circular technique, merging it with dribbling. He executed a mere 180-degree turn, resolutely avoiding a full 360 or 720. While Anthony reveled in his circular maneuvers, Lin Quan's approach was pragmatic, as his stationary spins did not hinder the team's counterattack speed, thereby preserving the opportunity for a timely pass. As the saying goes, with a flurry of movements as fierce as a tiger, upon closer inspection, he stands still, dribbling in circles, a spectacle for all to see. In the midst of the match, Antony's relentless obsession with showcasing his skills and spinning maneuvers has drawn a torrent of criticism and ridicule, with epithets such as compass-shaped forward, little spinning top, and king of circles hurled at him mercilessly. Yet, from Lin Kuan's application of spinning techniques, it appears that this approach is not entirely devoid of merit. Rather, it is merely a matter of him not utilizing it effectively. With his genius-like dribbling, he dances upon the field like a sprite. Observing him play is akin to witnessing a beautifully choreographed dance. The creativity behind his play is truly remarkable. One can only imagine the bewilderment experienced by the Bayer Leverkusen players. In the commentary booth, the German announcer was rendered nearly speechless with excitement, showering Lin Kuan with lavish praise. In his eyes, the brilliance of Lin Kuan's creativity and imagination on the pitch is beyond any hyperbole. After deftly bypassing his opponents, Lin Kuan surged forward with the ball, charging towards Bayer Leverkusen's penalty area. The two wingers from Werder Bremen were sprinting at full throttle, flanking Lin Kuan as they advanced like a triad towards the Leverkusen goal. The defenders, acutely aware of Lin Kuan's formidable threat, knew all too well of his exceptional passing ability and the enigmatic trajectory of his curved balls, which had yet to be intercepted by anyone. Unable to afford neglecting the two wingers, they had no choice but to assign personnel to mark them, denying them any opportunity to receive the ball. With two fullbacks drawn away, Lin Kuan faced only the two center-backs of the opposing team. Toprak and his teammate, Woolscheid, synchronously opted to double-team Lin Kuan, aiming to thwart him just outside the penalty area. However, Lin Kuan executed a deft cow-tail maneuver while in full stride, evading Toprak with ease. He then followed up with a rapid deep-fried meatball move, leaving Woolscheid trailing in his wake. His explosive power, agility, and exceptional dribbling skills were vividly displayed in this moment. The two defenders were left in a state of despair, utterly confounded by his continuous feints and changes in rhythm, completely unaware that the ball would glide past them. Leverkusen's goalkeeper, Leno, was left in awe, questioning if Lin Kuan was some kind of monster. In such a confined space and at such velocity, he managed to execute two high-difficulty dribbling moves in rapid succession. How did he accomplish that? In the midst of his astonishment, Leno failed to make the correct decision in time. It was only when Lin Kuan approached the near post that he realized he needed to attempt a save. By the time he completed his save motion, the ball had already found its way into the net. It was too swift. The shot had come too fast for him to react. At the moment the ball hit the net, the Weserstadion erupted like a volcano. The crowd chanted Lin Kuan's name, celebrating his magnificent goal. Even if the match were to end in defeat, that single goal from Lin Kuan would have made the ticket worthwhile. In the stands, Chelsea scout George Evans was left utterly stunned by the display, so much so that he dropped his popcorn without even noticing. After De Bruyne's unfortunate injury, he has been in a state of hiatus. Today, he visited the Weserstadion not out of professional obligation, but rather to indulge in a moment of personal respite. To his surprise, he witnessed a captivating match, which left him somewhat regretful. He lamented the absence of his notebook, for he would have eagerly documented the impressive performance of the opposing team, showcasing to Chelsea the prowess of the young talent he had been eyeing. Do not linger in folly. Make the purchase swiftly, lest another seize him. The scouts present at the match were not limited to George. Many others were equally astonished. Upon witnessing Lin Kuan's remarkable goal, several scouts resolved to promptly report to their clubs after the match. The number 10 from Werder Bremen possesses boundless potential. Should the team hold any interest, they must prepare diligently. Otherwise, they risk defeat in the winter transfer fray. As the match progressed, Lin Kuan's goal significantly boosted morale. Inspired by his achievement, Werder Bremen launched a relentless series of attacks on Bayer Leverkusen over the following 10 minutes, nearly pinning their opponents in their own half. However, Leverkusen's defense proved remarkably resilient, withstanding the onslaught from Werder Bremen. The clock soon ticked to the 80th minute, nearing the conclusion of the match. After a flurry of fervent attacks, Werder Bremen's players were poised to catch their breath. Suddenly, the opponents counterattacked. Bayer Leverkusen's substitute forward, Hegeler, received a pass from Skirl inside the penalty area and unleashed a volley that breached Werder Bremen's goal. The score shifted to 3-1. as the hard-earned goal by Werder Bremen was swiftly negated. Yet, the drama did not end there. Seizing the opportunity following the conceded goal, Werder Bremen launched a counter-offensive in the 85th minute. Castro, penetrating the box, was brought down by a Werder Bremen defender. The referee, unyielding, issued a red card, expelling the culprit, Piontek, and awarding a penalty to Bayer Leverkusen. Their captain, Rolfs, a former Werder Bremen player, converted the penalty with poise. The score escalated to 4-1. With less than 5 minutes remaining, Werder Bremen, now 3 goals adrift, seemed bereft of hope. In the final stages of the match, Werder Bremen refused to abandon their offensive efforts. Even with merely 10 players on the field, they resolutely pressed towards Leverkusen's penalty area. In the dying moments of stoppage time, Lin Quan, after a brilliant breakthrough, delivered a pass just before being fouled. Peterson, who had tirelessly run the entire match without scoring, struck the ball with ferocity, sending it like a cannonball into Leverkusen's net. Regrettably, this goal arrived too late. Following the restart, the referee signaled the end of the match. The players of Bayer Leverkusen celebrated exuberantly at the Weser Stadium, reveling in their triumph over the hosts, which not only halted their opponent's 6-match winning streak, but also secured their own 6th consecutive victory. In stark contrast, the players of Werder Bremen appeared dejected, their gazes fixed upon the grass beneath their feet, rendered speechless by their disappointment. Despite their utmost efforts in the match, victory eluded them. The 2 sudden goals scored by their adversaries in the second half capitalized on defensive lapses, breaching their goal with alarming ease. Bremen's offensive structure suffered significantly, rendering their attack lackluster and ineffective. Although Lin Quan managed to net 2 goals single-handedly, 2 goals were insufficient. If only De Bruyne were present. The players once again reminisced about De Bruyne. With him on the field, Lin Quan would have been liberated to score even more goals. Following the match, media outlets expressed skepticism regarding Werder Bremen, suggesting that the team's reliance on a single star had become painfully apparent. Should this issue remain unresolved, future encounters with other teams could very well result in further defeats. Lin is undeniably talented, yet Werder Bremen cannot expect him to fight alone in the front line. His teammates must rise to the occasion and offer their support. During the post-match commentary, Gerd Müller, once again serving as a pundit, lamented, "I believe it is time for Lin to consider a change of scenery. The stage at Werder Bremen is too small, and his teammates' limitations stifle his potential." The host exchanged a knowing glance with another commentator, silently acknowledging the boldness of Müller's assertion. Yet, for the sake of the program's dynamic, he feigned curiosity and inquired, "What stage do you believe Lin Quan should aspire to in order to fully realize his talents?" Without hesitation, Müller responded, "That would undoubtedly be Bayern Munich. At Bayern, he would have a plethora of exceptionally skilled teammates like Ribery, Robben, Müller, Kroos, and Schweinsteiger to alleviate the pressure. Coupled with his creativity and finishing ability in the midfield and attack, Bayern could not only excel in the league, but also achieve glory in the Champions League. This would be a mutually beneficial collaboration for both the team and him, would it not?" The host, unusually silent, seemed to concur with Müller's perspective. Should Lin Quan indeed join Bayern, it would significantly bolster the team's strength and prove advantageous for him personally, making victories and accolades more attainable. The current capabilities of Werder Bremen are simply too feeble. I fear that Bayern's dominance in the Bundesliga is already precarious. If they were to activate their excavator mode and acquire Bremen's core player, their supremacy would likely solidify further. Who could possibly challenge them in the future? One of the most criticized aspects of the Bundesliga is the overwhelming dominance of Bayern Munich, leaving other challengers struggling to pose a genuine threat. This stands in stark contrast to other leagues. The Premier League, for instance, boasts a multitude of formidable teams, with each season's championship battle shrouded in suspense. Last season even witnessed the miraculous last-minute triumph of Manchester City, although La Liga has been jestingly dubbed La Superliga, with Barcelona and Real Madrid exhibiting a prowess that significantly eclipses that of other teams. They still only present 2 strong contenders. In the Bundesliga, however, Bayern reigns supreme without any real competition. Borussia Dortmund, after managing to secure 2 championships, has swiftly fallen from grace this season, leaving their supporters utterly disheartened. The chapter concludes with Chapter 102, a 5-goal match that dispels the gloom. Following a defeat, the atmosphere within the team grew notably tense. Players, who typically engaged in light-hearted banter on the training ground, became unusually subdued in recent days. A cloud of despondency seemed to envelop Werder Bremen, one that neither wind could disperse nor rain could wash away. Lin Quan himself felt quite discontented, opting to practice his shooting alone on the training field. Losing was not something he found unacceptable. However, succumbing to Bayer Leverkusen on home turf was a bitter pill to swallow. Was Leverkusen truly superior to Bayern Munich? They had managed to draw against Bayern, yet were overwhelmed by Leverkusen, conceding 4 goals. Head coach Schaff approached the sidelines, observing the players' somber demeanor, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it is as I suspected. The team's previous streak of success had fostered a false sense of invincibility among the players. In truth, Werder Bremen was not as formidable as they appeared. Compared to the previous season, their squad had only gained the relatively strong additions of Lin Quan and De Bruyne in the forward positions. In the midfield and defense, their strength had not only remained stagnant, but had arguably diminished. Millets was a decent goalkeeper, inexpensive and effective, yet he fell short when compared to last season's mainstay, Wiese. His timing for interventions was not as sharp as Wiese's, and he lacked the same level of synergy with his teammates. More importantly, he lacked Wiese's commanding presence. Wiese's formidable mental attributes significantly inspired the team on the field, instilling confidence in the players. The 4 defenders were of mediocre quality, apart from Papastathopoulos, who was slightly more competent. The others were unremarkable. Since the beginning of the season, Werder Bremen had failed to establish a consistent pairing for the center-back position. Leukemia, Pradl, Schmitz, and Selassie were all tried, yet dissatisfaction persisted. As for the defensive midfield role, this was the team's most glaring weakness. Captain Fritz, though versatile in both offense and defense, lacked standout qualities and could not excel at any one task, serving merely as a jack-of-all-trades in the backline. He had played both as a fullback and a defensive midfielder. Meanwhile, Juniozovic and Ekasai were both stronger in attack than defense, possessing some organizational and offensive capabilities. Yet their defensive shortcomings rendered Werder Bremen's midfield too soft, often allowing opponents to penetrate their defenses with ease. If Werder Bremen's midfield lacked the exceptional orchestrator Kevin De Bruyne, could coach Florian Kohfeldt endure the performances of both players? After all, the team requires their playmaking abilities. However, with De Bruyne already in the forefront, the organizational skills of Juniozovic and Egestein become superfluous and insignificant. Conversely, the team requires them to provide defensive intensity and robustness in the holding midfield position to ensure that the backline remains impervious to threats from the opposition. Yet, it is evident that they fall short in this regard, leading to frequent breaches in their midfield, allowing adversaries to penetrate into the danger zone with alarming ease. These positions undeniably require reinforcement, yet they are not the most pressing issues at hand. Currently, the paramount concern is to soothe the emotions of the team's core player, Lin Quan. Ever since the loss, Kohfeldt has observed a noticeable decline in Lin's spirits, which are no longer as optimistic as they once were. Thus, after training, he summoned Lin to his office, intending to have a private conversation. "Coach, did you call for me?" Lin Quan had just come off the training pitch, perspiring profusely and yet to change or shower. Not wanting to soil the chair in the coach's office, he opted to stand during their discussion. "Please, have a seat. Do not worry about dirtying my leather sofa. We'll simply deduct it from your salary," Kohfeldt jested. Lin responded with a polite smile. "Coach, you cannot deduct my salary. Both my salary and bonuses are paid by Barcelona." Kohfeldt paused, taken aback. He had never considered this aspect. However, upon hearing Lin's statement, his expression became slightly awkward. Had Werder Bremen been receiving Lin's services without any financial contribution since his arrival? That seemed rather excessive. No wonder Lin displayed little interest in the club's attempts to retain him. The club's frugality was astounding. He resolved to discuss this with his old friend, Frank Baumann, suggesting that Lin should receive a bonus. After all, Lin had scored numerous goals for the team. Failing to reward him would be unjust. Cough, cough. I will speak with Baumann about this matter. It matters not that Barcelona pays your salary. We must ensure you receive a bonus. A sincere smile appeared on Lin's face. Will it be exactly the same as my bonus from Barcelona? Kohfeldt was unaware of the amount Lin received from Barcelona, though he had heard that Lin was on a youth contract. For a young player like him, the bonuses under such a contract would likely be modest. While Werder Bremen may not be a lavish club, they could certainly manage to provide bonuses in the range of tens of thousands of euros. Yes, I will discuss this with Baumann. Just wait for your bonus to arrive. Thank you in advance, coach, with someone offering him a financial incentive. And quite a generous one at that. Lin was certainly not going to refuse. However, Kofeld might be oblivious to the extent of Lin's bonuses from Barcelona. Once he discovers that amount, the mere thought of it promises to be quite amusing. Very well, let us engage in a discussion regarding the previous match. After exchanging pleasantries, Schaff finally delved into the main topic. Upon hearing Schaff mention the game, Lin Quan fell silent, adopting an attentive demeanor. I am aware that you are all disheartened by our defeat in the last match. However, such is the nature of professional football, no team is impervious to loss. Even formidable clubs like Barcelona frequently stumble in La Liga, and Bayern has succumbed to Bayer Leverkusen in the past. Losing is a commonplace occurrence, and one should not perceive it as the end of the world or attribute it solely to oneself. Reflecting on his own playing days, Schaff spoke earnestly. Even the weakest teams can triumph over stronger opponents through indomitable spirit and exceptional teamwork, experiencing the joy of victory. This is the allure of football. At the season's outset, we were considered a weak side, overlooked by other teams. However, thanks to your and De Bruyne's stellar performances, we soared. Now, however, we find ourselves in second place in the standings, and numerous teams will be strategizing on how to counter us and limit your influence. Consequently, victories will not come as easily as they did earlier in the season, and fluctuations in our performance are to be expected. You must navigate these challenges. For the path of life is seldom smooth. It is fraught with obstacles and setbacks. Your task is not to wallow in self-blame, but to seek solutions to overcome difficulties and assist both yourself and the team in rising from adversity. Lin Quan nodded, acknowledging that although he recognized this as a motivational speech, it was indeed quite effective. At the very least, his spirits were considerably lifted. Observing Lin Quan's improved mood, Schaff felt a sense of relief. Young players often lack experience. As they encounter more challenges, they will be less affected by such setbacks. Now, let us turn our attention to the tactical approach for the forthcoming matches. De Bruyne, having watched the team's defeat from home via television, was also disheartened. The following day, he arrived at the training ground, seeking out Lin Quan for a conversation. I plan to make my comeback in the upcoming away match against Hoffenheim. What do you think? Lin Quan glanced at him, confirming that he was not jesting, then lifted his foot as if to strike at De Bruyne's ankle. Hey, what are you doing? That is quite dangerous, you know. De Bruyne exclaimed, startled, and swiftly evaded the impending kick. Indeed, your reflexes are impressive. Your agility appears to have returned, so it seems you are genuinely recovering. Lin Quan had no intention of actually kicking De Bruyne. He merely sought to test his reaction. Of course, I have been diligently following the doctor's orders during my recovery, essentially staying at home, so naturally, I feel much better. De Bruyne seemed to be a tad restless from his confinement at home, and today he was particularly loquacious. It had been over 2 weeks since his surgery, and he felt quite well, believing himself ready to play. Nevertheless, with his health in mind, Lin Quan declined his eagerness to return. Let us await the next match. This game requires us to travel away, a tiresome endeavor that may exacerbate your injury. De Bruyne wished to voice further thoughts, but Lin Quan promptly invoked the prior warning from the medical expert. It was then that De Bruyne fully succumbed to the reality, ultimately abandoning his intention to return to play. Upon reflection, Lin Quan's argument held merit. Hoffenheim languished at the bottom of the league standings, a team ripe for the taking. Even in an away match, Werder Bremen possessed ample capability to triumph over their adversaries. Should De Bruyne contemplate a return, it would be more prudent to await the 16th round when Werder Bremen faces Eintracht Frankfurt. By that time, nearly a month would have elapsed since his injury, allowing for a safe return. Furthermore, he had spent over 2 weeks without training with the team prior to his official comeback. He needed to gradually regain fitness and acclimate to the rhythm of the game. It would be unwise to rush back into play immediately after recovery, as this greatly increases the risk of re-injury. On December 2nd, the 15th round of the Bundesliga commenced. Werder Bremen visited Rhein-Neckar Arena to face Hoffenheim. Hoffenheim's performance this season had been dismal. By the 15th round, they had secured only 3 victories, suffered 8 defeats, and drawn 3, placing them third from the bottom in the standings. Corresponding with their poor results, they had conceded 36 goals over 14 matches, averaging 2.57 goals per game, the worst defensive record in the Bundesliga. This figure exceeded that of the second-worst team by a full 10 goals, leaving one to ponder their style of play, which seemed to suggest a potential for calamity in every match. This alarming statistic illustrated just how abysmal Hoffenheim's defense had been this season. Evidently, Hoffenheim had analyzed the match footage from Werder Bremen's previous defeat, attempting to replicate Bayer Leverkusen's tactics to counter them. They seemed to hope that such a strategy would lead them to victory. However, the disparity in raw talent between Hoffenheim and Leverkusen was insurmountable, particularly given their woeful defensive line. After several exchanges, they were quickly overwhelmed by Werder Bremen. The match rapidly evolved into a showcase for Lin Quan. Before the first half concluded, he had already netted a hat trick. Coach Schaff's new tactics liberated Lin Quan's offensive prowess, granting him greater freedom to strike, and in return, Lin Quan delivered 3 exquisite goals. Witnessing these 3 goals, Coach Schaff sighed in relief. It appeared that victory was assured. By defeating Hoffenheim, they could maintain their position in second place on the league table. The Hoffenheim players, demoralized by their opponent's relentless scoring, hung their heads in despair, unable to penetrate the defense and failing to secure their own. This disheartening display incensed their coach, who, before the first half had concluded, made 2 substitutions in the 37th minute. Number 22, Firmino, entered the fray, replacing number 40, Stefan. Number 32, Griffer, took the place of number 9, Skiplock. Regrettably, the recent personnel changes yielded little in terms of positive outcomes. Hoffenheim's form remained unaltered until the conclusion of the first half. As the second half commenced, it seemed as though the Hoffenheim coach had unleashed a tempest in the locker room, as the players appeared to be roused from their slumber. Following the restart, their performance markedly improved compared to the first half, transforming the match into a spectacle. With a substantial lead, Werder Bremen showed no signs of conservatism, pressing forward with relentless assaults on Hoffenheim's goal. Faced with a 3-goal deficit, Hoffenheim had no choice but to abandon caution and embrace an all-out offensive strategy. With both teams engaging in attacking football, the match became increasingly thrilling. Merely 5 minutes into the second half, Hoffenheim, after a series of coordinated plays, saw Salahovic finally break the deadlock, altering the score to 1-3. However, this was still insufficient. They trailed by 2 goals and needed to score at least 3 more to claim victory. The round nature of the football and the freshness of the second half, coupled with their recent goal, invigorated their spirits, providing ample time for a potential comeback. After all, Liverpool had famously equalized in Istanbul with 3 goals in just 7 minutes. They had over 40 minutes left, plenty of time. Hoffenheim seemed to envision themselves as the architects of a miraculous turnaround akin to Liverpool's. Yet Werder Bremen was not the celebratory AC Milan either. In their locker room, rather than rejoicing, they maintained an unwavering fighting spirit, eager to shake off the shadows cast by their previous home defeat with a resounding victory. Just 3 minutes after Hoffenheim's goal, Lin Quan executed a direct free kick that found the back of the net, narrowing the score to 1-4. The excitement did not end there. In the 71st minute, Peterson's attempt struck the post, and the ball fell fortuitously to Lin Quan, who, albeit in an unconventional manner, directed it into the goal. The score escalated to 1-5, marking an extraordinary achievement for Lin Quan as he netted 5 goals in a single match within the Bundesliga. Following this remarkable feat, his teammates rushed to him, bowing in reverence. Those who have not played professional football cannot fathom the immense difficulty of scoring 5 goals in a single match. Once the first goal is secured, defenders will begin to focus their efforts on you. With each additional goal, the intensity of the opposing defense escalates, and ultimately, when in possession, you may find yourself surrounded by multiple defenders, even facing fouls. In such circumstances, to continue finding the net requires not only exceptional individual skill, but also a touch of fortune. For instance, had the ball not ricocheted off his head, Lin Quan would have never had the opportunity to score with a header. Following this goal, Hoffenheim's resolve completely disintegrated. Their roster, filled with extraordinary talents, left them feeling like mere mortals, unable to contend against such formidable opponents. With their morale plummeting, they were unable to mount any significant response in the waning moments of the match, resigning to the fate of being thoroughly vanquished on their home turf. Following the conclusion of this round of matches, Lin Quan's lead in the Bundesliga scoring chart has significantly increased to 9 goals, making the Golden Boot appear to be firmly within his grasp, with no one able to contest it. The victory in this match has restored smiles to the faces of the Werder Bremen players, dispelling the overshadowing gloom that followed their previous losses. Even more delightful is the complete recovery of De Bruyne from his injury, as he has officially resumed training with the team. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, He is expected to make his comeback in the upcoming home match against Frankfurt. Frankfurt has emerged as the season's most surprising dark horse in the Bundesliga, having enjoyed a remarkable run of victories at the season's outset, closely trailing the league leaders Bayern Munich. At that time, many speculated they might replicate the remarkable feat of Kaiserslautern. Although they have since fallen behind, they remain a team not to be underestimated. Currently, Frankfurt sits fifth in the Bundesliga standings, and their capabilities have gained recognition after half a season of competition. They are a resilient team with a robust playing style, making every match against them a formidable challenge. In such a critical encounter, De Bruyne's return undoubtedly enhances Werder Bremen's chances of success. As the first half of the Bundesliga season draws to a close, following the match against Frankfurt, Werder Bremen will have only one league match and one cup match remaining. Apart from the home game against Frankfurt, the other two matches will be away, particularly the last cup match, where they will face the Bundesliga giants at Bayern Munich's home ground. This cup match holds immense significance for Werder Bremen, as their opportunity to secure a spot in European competition hinges on their ability to emerge victorious at the Allianz Arena. For now, they must focus on the immediate challenge ahead. Coach Schaff, during the pre-match address in the dressing room, urged the team to remain vigilant, warning them not to become complacent due to their opponent's lower ranking or to assume victory is assured with De Bruyne's return. Frankfurt should not be underestimated. They must avoid the mistakes made previously against Bayer Leverkusen. We cannot accept consecutive home defeats to our rivals, and the fans at Weser Stadium will not tolerate it either. Therefore, in this match, I expect you to unleash your full potential, hold nothing back, and strive to overcome them. Chapter 103, Breaking Records Again. The terrifying power of the Twin Stars. On December 8th, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Weser Stadium was filled to capacity, despite the team's previous home loss to Leverkusen. This did not dampen the enthusiasm of the Parrot supporters. The team quickly rebounded with an emphatic away victory, instilling confidence that they could triumph over Frankfurt at home. Furthermore, the return of the team's twin stars, including De Bruyne, to the pitch has undoubtedly heightened the anticipation and joy for the fans, allowing them to witness the twin swords of their team in action. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome the players of our Parrot Legion onto the field. The host's words ignited a fervent response from the fans, as over 50,000 spectators rose in unison, enthusiastically chanting the names of each player entering the match. Millets, Papastathopoulos, Plender, Schmitz, Fritz. The applause and cheers grew ever louder, especially when Fritz made his entrance, causing the crowd's excitement to reach a fever pitch. Shiniwei, somewhat overwhelmed, covered her ears. She had never attended a football match before and was astonished by the electric atmosphere. Is this the allure of football? Finally, let us welcome our team's top scorer, the prodigious Lin from the La Masia Youth Academy. As the host's words faded, the audience erupted in the most exuberant cheers yet, a cacophony surpassing that for any previous player. Lin, Lin, Lin. The entire crowd chanted his name, and Lin, upon hearing it, smiled and waved to the fans in the stands. The previous match's resounding victory had completely restored the team's morale, and prior to this game, club manager Olafs had also dispersed the bonuses Lin had earned over the half-season. The amount was substantial. Upon first seeing the figure, Olafs wondered if his eyes were deceiving him. After multiple confirmations, he finally believed that it was not an error, but rather that the number itself was astonishing. A youth team player had somehow earned a bonus of €13 million in just half a season. Surely this was a jest? With skepticism, he called FC Barcelona to verify the details, only to be informed that Lin's bonus was indeed correct, with no mistakes. At this revelation, Olafs began to question his own life choices. Were the wealthy at Barcelona truly this extravagant? Offering such a hefty bonus to a young player under a youth contract seemed utterly outrageous. However, when he reflected on Lin's performance on the field, Olafs felt that perhaps this contract was not so unreasonable after all. Barcelona likely intended to retain Lin, incentivizing him to stay with the team. On the pitch, Lin remained focused, undistracted by other matters. Their opponents were formidable, necessitating that they approach the game with absolute seriousness. How should they play? Before the kickoff, De Bruyne turned to him and inquired, "Shall we execute a lightning strike?" Lin glanced at the opposing formation and asked De Bruyne, "That is feasible. But how will I pass the ball to you? I'm not familiar with your technique." De Bruyne looked at Lin eagerly, wishing to learn the exquisite 45-degree curved cross that Lin executed so well. I'll teach you after we win this match. Lin's reluctance to share his skill did not stem from stinginess. Rather, he had just recovered from an injury. He feared that if he were to teach De Bruyne at this moment, the latter's competitive nature would lead him to practice excessively, potentially causing a recurrence of Lin's ankle injury. Thus, he hesitated to agree. However, De Bruyne was like an unyielding gum, persistently seeking to learn this particular skill despite any resistance. Lin Quan had no choice but to relent and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Lin Quan's consent to impart his unique technique, De Bruyne was as exhilarated as a 21-year-old child. After his moment of joy, his gaze towards the Frankfurt players shifted entirely. My dear friends from Frankfurt, I apologize, but in pursuit of that exclusive skill, I must regard you as mere stepping stones. Witnessing De Bruyne's enthusiasm, Lin Quan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It is I who have pilfered knowledge from you, yet you shall still address me as your master. At 16:30, the match commenced. Werder Bremen initiated the kickoff, and after Lin Quan deftly passed the ball back to De Bruyne, he surged forward with great speed. De Bruyne followed closely, as Werder Bremen launched a fierce offensive towards Frankfurt's half right from the start. The Frankfurt players were evidently unprepared for such a swift and resolute assault, leaving them momentarily stunned. Stop him! The Frankfurt coach, witnessing his players frozen like statues, erupted in frustration from the sidelines, urging them to intercept De Bruyne and prevent him from advancing further. Previously, when De Bruyne was absent, Bundesliga teams only needed to focus on Lin Quan. However, now it was insufficient to merely monitor Lin Quan. They faced an additional offensive core. De Bruyne's passing possessed formidable potency. One could never predict when or how he would deliver the ball, nor to what destination. In terms of the suddenness and creativity of his passes, De Bruyne was unparalleled. As Lin Quan evaded the defenders with the agility of an eel, he found himself at the edge of the opponent's penalty area. De Bruyne made his pass. During his rapid sprint, he merely glanced at Lin Quan's positioning and the defender's stances before releasing the ball. Observing the trajectory of De Bruyne's pass, Frankfurt's number 20, the defensive midfielder rode, believed he could intercept it. He dashed towards the path of the ball, preparing to block it with his foot. What he thought was a guaranteed interception turned out differently. The ball bounced off the ground and slipped right past his legs. What? Is that even possible? Rode stood dumbfounded. He glanced back at De Bruyne in disbelief. Was that part of your plan? De Bruyne was equally surprised. He indeed intended to play a bouncing ball to complicate the defender's interception. However, he hadn't anticipated such perfect fortune, as it rolled just past the defender's legs. Perhaps one could say it was serendipity. While sprinting forward, Lin Quan was not solely focused on his own run. He also kept an eye on De Bruyne's timing for the pass. As the ball evaded the defensive midfielder's interception and approached him, Lin Quan gauged its speed and accelerated into the opponent's penalty area. The moment arrived. The player and the ball converged. He took the shot. The opposing goalkeeper stood frozen before the goal, unable to react in time as the ball soared into his net. Instinctively, he glanced at the scoreboard, where a shocking crimson numeral 9 illuminated the screen. In a mere 9 seconds from the kickoff, Werder Bremen had executed a lightning-fast strike, with their star duo, De Bruyne and Lin Quan, seamlessly connecting to alter the scoreline. This remarkable timing shattered the Bundesliga record for the fastest goal, previously held by Kirsten, who scored in 11 seconds during the 2001-2002 season match between Kaiserslautern and Bayer Leverkusen. Lin Quan's goal elevated this record by a full 2 seconds. Many fans in the stands were still processing the astonishing turn of events as their team scored. Oh my God, is this real? Am I dreaming? We lead right from the start. What a splendid shot, though it was all too quick to truly appreciate. De Bruyne's pass was exquisite, leaving the opposing defensive midfielder bewildered. Once the supporters at Weser Stadium comprehended what had transpired, they erupted into a jubilant chorus, singing the anthem of the Green Whites. Our name is Werder Bremen, the footballing sovereigns of the North and all of Germany. Green and white are our colors. Werder, champions from the Weser. The rapid assault executed by De Bruyne and Lin Quan had completely blindsided the Frankfurt coaching staff. They had anticipated a conservative approach from Werder Bremen, still reeling from their previous match defeat. Instead, they were caught off guard by the ferocity of the attack, which left them dazed just 9 seconds into the game. This early setback rendered their pre-match tactical plans utterly ineffective. Moreover, falling behind so early would escalate the pressure on the players, potentially leading to increased physical exertion and even distorted movements. severely impacting their performance. Damn Werder Bremen. Damn those numbers 10 and 6. Damn that goal. In stark contrast to the frustrated visiting coach, the home side, led by Schaaf and the coaching staff, was elated. Establishing an early lead would greatly soothe the players' emotions, allowing them to play with calmness and confidence. In such a state, players often exceed expectations, significantly easing the path to victory. Was that goal part of your tactical plan? Schaaf inquired of his assistant coaches, as he had not devised such a strategy himself. The assistants exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, understanding their response. Schaaf turned his gaze towards Lin Quan and De Bruyne, who were celebrating on the field, a smile spreading across his face. So it was your own strategy all along. You two little rascals always managed to concoct something new. Was that entire sequence part of your design? Lin Quan, through the replay on the grand screen, finally beheld De Bruyne's enchanting pass. It was merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate encounter, while the opposing side faced their own misfortunes. De Bruyne candidly recounted the entire scenario. Upon hearing this, Lin Quan could not help but give him a thumbs up. That was a splendid pass. If you deliver a few more like that, I assure you, I shall not squander your offerings. De Bruyne, somewhat perplexed, could not comprehend why Lin Quan emphasized his commitment to not waste such opportunities, having been untouched by the mischief of Manchester City's formidable trio. Lin Quan's remarkable shooting efficiency was well acknowledged among the team. Any threatening ball that found its way to his feet had a high probability of becoming a goal, as he seldom missed opportunities. However, with his teammates possessing such fervent desires to score, De Bruyne was naturally inclined to cooperate. The match soon resumed, and Frankfurt could not accept the fate of being behind. They launched an offensive towards Werder Bremen's half as if aspiring to replicate the lightning-fast miracle just witnessed. Unfortunately, their attack faltered even before breaching Werder Bremen's midfield. This marked De Bruyne's return from injury, and his performance on the field was exceedingly proactive. His vibrant presence was evident in both offensive and defensive plays. Together with his teammates, they thwarted Frankfurt's fervent counterattack. Having missed 4 matches, De Bruyne's hunger for the game was palpable. In the commentary booth of the German television station, the commentators praised his spirited defense as he chased back into his own penalty area, disrupting an opposing attack. Despite his defensive prowess being somewhat lacking, and the team's defense not heavily relying on him, his commitment to track back to his own box was commendable. Thanks to an early lead and Lin Quan's invigorating goal, the entire Werder Bremen squad displayed an admirable level of activity. Even Lin Quan, whose defensive capabilities were rather subpar, managed to execute a tackle from behind against an opposing forward during one of his defensive pursuits. The referee promptly brandished the first yellow card of the match towards Lin Quan. The commentators, witnessing his tackle, could not stifle their laughter. His defensive awareness was commendable, and his enthusiasm was undeniable, yet his defensive skills left much to be desired. Indeed, it is evident that the universe is just. While it bestowed upon Lin Quan the pinnacle of offensive talent, it simultaneously endowed him with rather woeful defensive capabilities. Defense is predominantly a matter of experience, and given his background as a non-specialist defender, such an outcome is entirely understandable. It would be prudent for him to seek wisdom from the team's defenders. Learning about defensive positioning and timing for tackles, such knowledge could indeed prove beneficial. No, I contend that rather than enhancing his defensive capabilities, he should concentrate more on offense, engaging in pursuits where his talents truly shine, rather than squandering his exceptional gifts in a futile quest for well-roundedness. The commentators' opinions remain divided. Some assert that Lin Quan's improvement in defensive skills could significantly benefit the team, while others believe that his continued advancement in offensive prowess, contributing more goals, would prove more effective. Following Frankfurt's initial offensive flurry, the team soon found themselves lacking vigor, their attacking force quickly waning. After successfully withstanding the opponent's counterattack, Werder Bremen began to assert firm control over the match. Despite having previously sustained an injury, De Bruyne has not only maintained his prowess, but has also developed a greater composure and poise. He increasingly exudes the demeanor of a commanding midfielder. During the period of injury recovery, he studied Lin Quan's playing style in the attacking midfield role. Although Lin Quan's ability to deliver threatening passes may not rival his own, the ball control he honed at La Masia has proven immensely beneficial to De Bruyne. Unlike the traditional midfield orchestrators who maintain possession, De Bruyne's control is comparatively weaker. Coupled with his limited physicality, He refrains from excessive ball retention on the field. The ball swiftly transitions from his feet, a practice that, while reducing errors, places the onus on Fritz to fulfill such responsibilities when De Bruyne is not in possession. Fritz, positioned deeper, must navigate the ball forward through the attacking midfielder or winger, effectively necessitating an additional pass. This extra pass can afford the opposition crucial time to reposition defensively, thereby diminishing their attacking efficiency. However, having assimilated aspects of Lin Quan's technique, he now enjoys greater opportunities to receive the ball in midfield, aided by his teammates. De Bruyne not only has more chances to collect the ball, but also attentively observes the positioning of both teammates and opponents, allowing for remarkably judicious distribution and ball handling. Faced with this upgraded version of De Bruyne, the Frankfurt players find themselves at a loss. Each time he gains possession, they become exceedingly anxious, fearing yet another astonishing pass. Consequently, they find themselves resorting to frequent fouls to contain him. Within less than 40 minutes of the first half, 5 Frankfurt players had received yellow cards, 2 of which were drawn by Lin Quan, while the remaining 3 were attributed to De Bruyne's influence. The disparity in yellow cards clearly indicates that De Bruyne poses an even greater threat to Frankfurt than Lin Quan. Frankfurt's attempts to restrict De Bruyne through foul tactics appear futile, as Werder Bremen is no longer solely reliant on one star, but rather operates with a dual-core strategy. While the opposition focuses intently on De Bruyne, Werder Bremen subtly adjusts their offensive tactics, with Fritz, upon regaining possession in the backfield, opting to pass directly to the flanks, thereby delivering the ball to Lin Quan. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan sprinted down the flank, penetrating into the opponent's 30-meter area before swiftly cutting inside and passing the ball to De Bruyne. This maneuver not only drew the opposing defender's attention towards De Bruyne, but also positioned him within the opponent's half, facilitating one of the most challenging advancements in positional play. At this juncture, De Bruyne's responsibilities were minimal. He merely needed to execute a precise pass. He did not disappoint, deftly lifting the ball over the defender's head under close scrutiny, landing it inside Frankfurt's penalty area. The Frankfurt defense was decisively breached by this pass. Lin Quan quickly surged forward, skillfully controlling the ball with his chest. After assessing the goalkeeper's positioning, he opted to shoot towards the far corner. The shot was executed with remarkable ease, leaving the goalkeeper powerless to intervene, allowing Lin Quan to score once more, altering the score to 2-0. This chapter concludes. Chapter 104. Champagne is not allowed in the locker room. AC Milan, no cues. As the first half of the match concluded, the Frankfurt players returned to the locker room with their heads hung low. Prior to the match, they had been brimming with confidence, believing they could secure a victory at the Weserstadion. However, reality shattered their dreams, making them acutely aware that Werder Bremen's home ground was not easily conquered. In the second half, they needed to exhibit more vigorous movement. Meyer, Schwegler, and Egnal, you must play more intelligently and vary your attacks. Do not allow your intentions to be so easily discerned. In the visitors' locker room, the head coach of Frankfurt was earnestly reminding his players of the tactical approach for the second half. However, his instructions garnered little feedback. The players hung their heads, seemingly oblivious to his words. In contrast, within the home team's locker room, the Werder Bremen players had already begun their celebrations. Haha, with the Twin Stars here. It's undeniably different. This match has been an absolute thrill, Arnautovic exclaimed, flexing his muscular arms, playfully trapping Lin Quan and De Bruyne under his armpits while bursting into exaggerated laughter. Although he had not scored, the exhilarating sensation of winning while merely participating was delightful. Marco, let go, damn it. Your armpits reek, Lin Quan exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed by the odor, unable to restrain his sharp retorts. Ha ha ha. A real man has a scent, doesn't he? Arnautovic replied, unfazed, as his banter elicited hearty laughter from his teammates. Indeed, you wouldn't believe it. Every time he struts into a nightclub showcasing his masculine aura, the ladies' eyes instantly light up. What light? The tears from the stench. Jinjazovic mimicked a dramatic escape, prompting another round of laughter from the group. Captain Fritz was nearly doubled over with laughter, tears welling in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely hilarious. You never disappoint. Marco, alas, it is no wonder that every time I accompany you to the nightclub, those young ladies flee upon sighting us. I had presumed the fault lay with myself, only to discover it was you, my old companion. Laughter erupted once more, filling the dressing room with a joyous atmosphere. Although his embarrassing moment was unveiled by his fellow Austrian, Juniozovic, Arnautovic remained utterly unconcerned. From somewhere, he unearthed a bottle of champagne, intent on igniting the celebratory spirit within the dressing room. The sight of his action caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. "Do not open it. Quickly. Put it down." Several individuals united to wrest the champagne from his grasp. "Marco, opening champagne at halftime is a curse. Do not jest about such things." The captain, Fritz, approached with a grave demeanor, addressing Arnautovic with utmost seriousness. The incident in AC Milan's Champions League final dressing room had long since spread throughout the football world. It is frequently referenced in jest about AC Milan, attributing their dismal second-half performance to their lax attitude during halftime. Moreover, the opposing team was undoubtedly provoked by their premature champagne celebration, contributing significantly to Liverpool's increasingly frantic play in the latter half. In summary, premature celebration before securing victory is deemed highly inauspicious. The 15-minute halftime break swiftly concluded, and both teams returned to the pitch to resume their contest. Following their lead, Werder Bremen played with great ease, and in this relaxed state, they initiated a series of dazzling passes within the opponent's half. In the 55th minute, De Bruyne advanced with the ball, glancing at Lin Quan's positioning as he executed a precise through ball. Lin Quan, noticing the approaching ball, instinctively moved to receive it. Yet as it neared his feet, he intentionally let it pass. The Frankfurt defender, caught off guard, overlooked the advancing Hunter at the far post. Upon receiving the ball, Hunter, without regard for the defenders, delivered a splendid pass into the penalty area, where Lin Quan had ingeniously found space, perfectly positioned to receive the ball. The goalkeeper, responding instantly, chose to rush out, yet Lin Quan refrained from shooting, opting instead to pass to a teammate in the vacant right flank. His lead in the scoring chart was substantial, and now he sought to enhance his assist statistics. De Bruyne arrived just in time, receiving the ball and effortlessly slotting it into the empty net, altering the score to 3-0. With this goal, Werder Bremen essentially secured their victory. Upon witnessing De Bruyne's successful strike, Lin Quan exhaled in relief, recognizing that the curse of the halftime champagne had not manifested. Following the goal, De Bruyne joyfully waved his arms before sprinting towards Lin Quan for a celebratory high five. It appears that De Bruyne's enthusiastic gestures were not merely a habit cultivated at Manchester City, but had always been his style. "Why didn't you take the shot yourself?" De Bruyne inquired curiously after their celebratory exchange. His movement had merely adhered to the tactical strategies set forth by the coach, and he had not anticipated Lin Quan would pass under such circumstances. As he had already netted 2 goals, had he scored that last shot, he would have achieved a hat-trick. The allure of a hat-trick is undeniably potent for forwards, and it is believed that few could resist the temptation of accomplishing such a feat, yet he chose to pass instead. Let us not overthink this. It was merely because your position was more advantageous. Lin Quan could not elaborate further. It would be inappropriate to divulge to De Bruyne that he harbored ambitions of usurping the title of assist king from him. Initially, De Bruyne had given it little thought, but upon Lin Quan's suggestion, he began to ponder. Could it be that, as this was his first match since returning from injury, he had orchestrated such a splendid opportunity for himself to score at home? The more he contemplated, the more he perceived this possibility as highly plausible. After all, this fellow was known for his selfless acts behind the scenes. Grateful for this, he subsequently displayed an extraordinary level of commitment in the ensuing match, fervently providing Lin Quan with exquisite passes. Lin Quan was taken aback. "My friend, your method of assisting me is quite distressing. You suggest I shoot. What if I score? That would count as your assist. Yet, if I refrain from shooting, it feels somewhat ungrateful towards your splendid pass." Thus, with reluctance, he scored yet another goal, bringing his tally for the match to 3. Witnessing their duo, the twin stars of the team, one completing a hat-trick of assists and the other a hat-trick of goals, the fans at Weserstadion erupted with excitement. What a divine match this was. Having watched matches for years, they had never encountered such a peculiar spectacle where both goals and assists were concentrated in the hands of just 2 individuals. Scoring 3 goals in a single match is already a rarity, but 3 assists in one match seems even more exceptional. Most astonishingly, both occurrences transpired within the same game. They were privileged to witness history unfold. Lin Quan, having performed his hat-trick, was soon substituted by Schaff, who could sense the murderous glares from the Frankfurt players directed at him. Schaff dared not risk allowing his prized asset to remain on the pitch. Subjected to the opposing team's tackles, the match had already been secured with a 4-goal lead. Was there any chance of a comeback? With victory no longer in doubt, keeping Lin Quan on the field would only heighten the risk of injury. Should he sustain an injury, the attacking framework of Werder Bremen would surely collapse. Lin Quan himself was quite relieved to be substituted. Upon seeing Schaaf's signal, he hurried to the sidelines, exchanging a high five with the incoming Peterson before wrapping himself in a coat and taking a seat on the bench. Having scored 3 goals amidst tears was sufficient to overwhelm him. He could hardly bear to contemplate how many more he might score had he continued. Even if De Bruyne did not achieve further assists after his exit, he had already amassed a total of 14 assists. In contrast, Lin Quan found himself with only 11 assists, trailing him by 3. These were 3 assists, not merely 3 goals. Scoring 3 goals might not be overly challenging, but achieving 3 assists posed a formidable challenge indeed. He does not possess the same exceptional attributes as De Bruyne, who plays as an attacking midfielder, where passing and assisting are his fundamental responsibilities. Moreover, he has a prolific goalscorer like himself aiding in accumulating assist statistics, while he lacks another Lin to support him in scoring. The challenge of amassing assists is far greater for him than it is for De Bruyne. Furthermore, the latter is not one to remain idle, awaiting his assistance. Given his current fiery form, who can predict how many more assists he might accrue in the forthcoming matches? After Lin's departure, although De Bruyne continued to exert himself by providing passes to his teammates, the shooting skills of his teammates were considerably inferior to Lin's. Following a dismal defeat, the players of Frankfurt seemed to awaken, no longer appearing as lethargic as before. They not only intensified their defensive efforts, but also began to find success in their offensive endeavors. Shortly after Lin exited the pitch, Frankfurt scored a goal in the 71st minute through Mayer. 2 minutes later, Schwab's shot deflected off a defender's leg and into the net, bringing them back within 2 goals in a mere 2 minutes. These 2 goals sent a wave of anxiety through the fans of Werder Bremen. Could it be that a 4-goal lead at home could be overturned by the opponents? It seemed impossible. On the substitute bench, Lin, like the players on the field, couldn't help but recall that bottle of champagne in the locker room. Surely, the champagne hadn't been opened? Lin nearly succumbed to the urge to rise and confirm in the locker room. Champagne can lead to calamity. Fortunately, the players of Werder Bremen quickly recognized the looming danger. They began to bolster their midfield defensive intensity, closely marking Frankfurt's number 10, Hoffler, effectively curtailing their offensive efforts. Ultimately, the match concluded after 90 minutes, with Werder Bremen triumphing at home with a resounding score of 4-2 against Frankfurt. However, following this match, a new rule was instituted in the Werder Bremen locker room. Champagne is strictly prohibited from entering. Chapter 105. A phenomenal performance that shook the football world. The match in which Werder Bremen triumphed over Frankfurt reverberated throughout German football in the aftermath. Lightning goal. Lin breaks the record for the fastest goal in Bundesliga history, with 2 matches yielding 8 goals, leading the Bundesliga scoring chart with 24 goals. Werder Bremen's young winger may shatter the single-season scoring record in the Bundesliga. With 3 assists in a single match, De Bruyne's stellar performance prompts Chelsea to consider recalling him early. The dark horse fades. Werder Bremen emerges as the true super dark horse. Shining twin stars of the Bundesliga, the frontline duo of Werder Bremen strikes fear. This match garnered immense attention, whether it was Lin's record-breaking 9-second goal or his remarkable hat trick, bringing his total to an astonishing 8 goals over 2 matches, captivating a multitude of casual fans and sparking discussions. I have a premonition that following this match, Lin's market value will soar. The Bundesliga transfer market will announce the latest valuations this Wednesday, and we shall soon discover how much Lin's value has risen. A blind guess. I believe Lin's market value could very well exceed 50 million euros. The current performance is rather lacking. A sum of 80 million euros seems more appropriate. If it were truly possible to acquire him for such an amount, I suspect there would be a multitude of eager buyers. Real Madrid might as well request my identification. Clubs like Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, backed by wealthy Middle Eastern owners, would surely express interest in Lin Huang. Years ago, Manchester City offered 200 million euros for Messi, and Barcelona refused. One wonders how much they would be willing to shell out for Lin Huang. Isn't it said that Lin Huang's release clause is merely 5 million euros? If I were Manchester City, I would offer him that 200 million euros as an annual salary. I refuse to believe that Lin Huang would remain indifferent. What a bold strategy. However, Should such a high salary be proposed, Manchester City's wage structure may very well face collapse. Barcelona must be in quite a quandary. Should they sell Lin Huang, they would likely profit handsomely, potentially exceeding the world record transfer fee of €94 million set by Cristiano Ronaldo. Yet another record. Lin Huang, the record breaker. Why does he so delight in shattering records? Indeed, in his last match, he broke the record for the youngest player to appear in the Bundesliga. And with a goal, he surpassed the record for the youngest scorer. Should he score even faster, he could break the record for the quickest goal in the Bundesliga. If he tallies more, he could claim the title for the youngest player to net a hat trick, or even 4 goals in a match, or 5 goals in a single outing. Called up to the national team, he would break the record for the youngest national team player. And with goals for the national team, he would shatter the record for the youngest national team scorer. Truly, he is a record-smashing phenomenon. You tell me, is he really just 17? A minor, yet in a mere half season, he has netted 24 goals, scoring 8 in just 2 matches. Such figures could only be matched by legends like Messi or Ronaldo. To those fans of Ronaldo who might disagree, this season, Ronaldo has scored only 13 goals in league play and 6 in the Champions League. Combined, he has fewer league goals than Lin Huang. The Ronaldo supporters lurking in the forums can hardly contain their frustration, especially upon hearing Lin Huang's fans suggest that his transfer fee might eclipse Ronaldo's record. When they see Lin Huang being compared to Messi and Ronaldo, even belittling Ronaldo, they are quick to react. It is you who are exaggerating. Ronaldo has scored 6 goals in the Champions League, including 1 hat trick, which surely carries more weight than Lin Huang's goals against lesser teams in the Bundesliga. Indeed, while Ronaldo may have fewer league goals, it is ultimately because he does not prioritize league matches, finding little interest in dominating lesser opponents. His focus is on the Champions League, and if he placed more emphasis on league play, he would undoubtedly surpass Lin Huang's tally in no time. Such statements immediately provoke rebuttals from those in the forums who are less than fond of Ronaldo. The arrogance of Ronaldo's fans mirrors that of your idol. This season, while Messi has scored 5 goals in the Champions League, he has also found the net 23 times in the league. What say you to that? If one fails to score in the league, then so be it. Must you insist on praising the notion of not valuing league play, as if it were not a source of embarrassment? Well said. Messi has reached an impressive tally of 86 goals this year, surpassing your beloved Ronaldo by 25 goals. How can you possibly have the audacity to compare your idol with Messi, touting them as the unparalleled duo? The term unparalleled duo seems to have originated from somewhere, and its acceptance in the public sphere is quite broad. However, as fans of both sides, whether supporters of Messi or Ronaldo, they invariably believe that the other is unworthy of standing alongside their idol, each asserting that their own champion possesses superior prowess. Consequently, the debate over who reigns supreme has persisted for many years, and it is likely to continue until one of the two, Messi or Ronaldo, secures the prestigious World Cup and is crowned as the king, thus putting an end to this ongoing dispute. While fans of Ronaldo and Messi incessantly argue in forums, the supporters of Lin Huang have chosen not to partake in this fray. Instead, they have initiated a new thread to discuss. Lin's form is undeniably improving, especially after De Bruyne's return from injury, making his scoring opportunities even more accessible. Indeed, in just over 60 minutes of play, he netted 3 goals. Given De Bruyne's precision in passing during the second half, had he been afforded a bit more time, Lin might have even staged a remarkable quadruple or quintuple. Nevertheless, such feats may not be necessary at this stage. He is still quite young, and achieving too much too soon could potentially dampen his ambition and limit his future potential. Many seasoned fans in the forum have witnessed the meteoric rise and subsequent fall of players once labeled as prodigies. They hold a dual perspective on Lin's current phenomenal performances, being both optimistic and skeptical. This apparent contradiction is not truly contradictory, as their sentiments resonate with others holding similar views. After the match against Frankfurt, Lin received a call from Guardiola that very evening. Guardiola first congratulated him on his performance, expressing pride in his achievements. Yet, following the accolades, he cautioned Lin to take care of himself and to temper his exuberance on the field. Excessive fervor could render him a target of public disdain. Moreover, he subtly warned Lin that breaking records too early could hinder his future development. Lin understood Guardiola's concerns, which stemmed from the fear that achieving everything too soon might diminish his hunger for the game. just as Guardiola hastily substituted Haaland after he scored 5 goals in the Champions League. Even when Haaland expressed a desire to remain on the pitch to break the single-match scoring record, Guardiola insisted on his substitution. In the post-match press conference, when questioned by reporters, Guardiola remarked that if Haaland were to break Messi's Champions League single-match scoring record at the age of 22, he would lose a clear objective. He hopes Haaland maintains his passion for the game and uses the aspiration of surpassing Messi's records as motivation to propel himself forward and enhance his skills. The call he made to Lin was essentially aligned with his earlier decision to substitute Haaland. Guardiola's mindset distinctly sets him apart from others. Lin Quan is able to comprehend his original intentions. However, others may not share the same understanding. Were he in Haaland's position, with no close ties to Guardiola and on the brink of etching his name into history, only to be substituted prematurely, feelings of discontent would undoubtedly arise. Should Haaland later find himself unable to surpass Messi's record, Guardiola's decision to replace him would surely haunt him for a lifetime. Just after terminating a call with Guardiola, another call from him came through. "What is it, Uncle Per? Is there something on your mind?" Per typically does not contact Lin Quan frequently, nor does he usually reach out immediately after a match. Thus, Lin Quan surmised that Per's call likely pertained to something significant, perhaps the outcome of negotiations with Bayern. As anticipated, the first matter Per addressed was the transfer discussions with Bayern. Bayern has softened their stance. They are willing to offer you a signing bonus of 25 million, along with a salary increase of 500,000, bringing it to 6.5 million euros. Per regarded this contract as quite advantageous. Although the signing fee fell short of Lin Quan's target by 5 million, the annual salary increase was noteworthy. The salary not only impacts a player's income, but also their status within the team. A higher salary does not always equate to a higher status, but a lower salary certainly diminishes one's standing. Should Lin Quan secure a net annual salary of 6.5 million euros, he would match Robben, ranking just below Ribery and Schweinsteiger, thus establishing himself as a pivotal figure within the squad. Lin Quan found the contract satisfactory and nodded, inquiring, "How long is the contract duration? I presume it is not 3 years, nor could it possibly be 5? Given the concessions made in terms of signing fee and contract amount, it was reasonable to expect demands in other areas, such as image rights and contract length. Ahem. They have rejected your stipulation on the penalty for breach of contract and are asking to extend the contract duration to 5 years. A 5-year commitment, under normal circumstances, would have led Lin Quan to sign without hesitation, especially when presented with such a lucrative offer from a prestigious club like Bayern. However, equipped with his system, Lin Quan possessed unwavering confidence in his future career trajectory. He understood that he would only grow stronger, and concerning injuries, once he accumulated sufficient points to exchange for the talent of injury immunity, such worries would be rendered moot. Consequently, he firmly resolved not to accept Bayern's offer. 5 years was an excessively long period. By the time he completed the contract, it would be 2018. At that juncture, what seemed like a generous salary would no longer hold value. For instance, taking the highest paid player in football, Mbappé, as an example. During his renewal with Paris Saint-Germain in 2022, his annual salary alone soared to 72 million euros, complemented by a signing bonus of 1.8 billion and at least 70 million euros annually in loyalty bonuses. Over the course of 3 years, the cumulative value of the contract has reached an astounding 6.3 billion, averaging 2.1 billion annually. Lin Quan does not consider himself inferior to Mbappé. However, he recognizes that securing such a substantial contract at this moment is unlikely. Yet, he understands that the longer the negotiations extend, the more favorable the salary prospects may become. Thus, he cannot accept Bayern's long-term offer. The longer the contract, the greater the potential loss for him. Ideally, if Bayern were amenable to a 1-year deal, it would be most advantageous. Regrettably, for any prestigious club, such arrangements are virtually inconceivable. Such contracts are typically reserved for aging veterans whose performance may decline at any moment. In most cases, particularly with core players, clubs prefer to secure them with lengthy agreements spanning several years. If a 1-year contract were to be implemented, the core members of the team could potentially depart at any time, complicating the team's structural integrity. Chapter 106. Bayern's concession. You should continue negotiations with Bayern. If they truly wish to sign for 5 years, they must make concessions regarding signing bonuses and annual salaries. Otherwise, we would rather not enter into an agreement with them. On the other end of the line, Per nodded. I understand. But to negotiate effectively with Bayern, I recommend engaging with other clubs as well. We must ensure Bayern knows we are not exclusively reliant on them. Bayern has already signed a letter of intent with Guardiola, which places Lin Quan in a somewhat disadvantageous position during negotiations. Having secured Guardiola, they seem to presume that Lin Quan will inevitably transfer to Bayern to join him, which gives them a sense of confidence. Unless we create some complications to illustrate that Lin Quan is not solely dependent on Bayern, they are unlikely to yield easily. Indeed, when I return to Spain during the winter break, I will attend several matches at the Bernabeu. The number of teams in La Liga exceeds that of the Bundesliga, resulting in a longer schedule and a shorter winter break. While the Bundesliga is on hiatus, La Liga will still have several matches to play, with Real Madrid hosting a game in the 18th round. At that time, if Lin Quan simply visits the Bernabeu, even without engaging with the president or club officials, it would be sufficient to stir speculation. The media would undoubtedly find various angles and reasons to sensationalize his potential move to Real Madrid. Meanwhile, Lin Quan would maintain silence, neither confirming nor denying the rumors, allowing the speculation to thrive. He doubts Bayern would remain complacent in such circumstances. A prudent approach. It's best for you, as a player, to avoid direct contact with Real Madrid representatives to prevent any violations of regulations that might compromise your position. According to the Bosman ruling, professional players are prohibited from privately engaging with other clubs before certain conditions of their contract are met. However, the ruling also stipulates that any contract with less than 6 months remaining allows for legal contact without infringing upon regulations. Lin Quan's contract currently has 6 months remaining, meaning that by January of next year, he will be legally able to engage. Nonetheless, it is advisable for such matters to be handled through an agent, rather than the player directly participating in discussions and negotiations. In the middle of the week, the highly anticipated transfer market unveiled its latest player valuation rankings. Naturally, Lionel Messi, who has equaled Gerd Muller's record for goals in a calendar year, saw his value soar to an astonishing $1.5 billion. This valuation implies that any prospective buyer would need to part with at least 2 or 3 small fortunes to even entertain the thought of acquiring him. Cristiano Ronaldo, who delivered a hat-trick in the Champions League at Old Trafford, experienced a modest increase of $5 million, bringing his worth to $1.05 billion, momentarily securing the second position beneath Messi. The rankings from 3rd to 10th place are as follows: Andres Iniesta at $70 million, Wayne Rooney at $65 million, Radamel Falcao at $60 million, Edinson Cavani at $60 million, Cesc Fabregas at $55 million, Gareth Bale at $55 million, Sergio Aguero at $51 million, and David Silva at $50 million. Aside from Gareth Bale, whose value surged by $15 million due to rumors linking him with Real Madrid, both Falcao and Cavani, the South American goal-scoring prodigies, saw their values rise by varying amounts between $10 million to $15 million owing to their prolific scoring records at their respective clubs. The top 10 largely comprises familiar faces. However, between the 10th and 20th positions, 2 new entrants emerged: the Brazilian prodigy Neymar from Santos, whose valuation reached $45 million, ranking him 13th, and Lin Quan from Werder Bremen, valued at $43 million, placing him 14th. Both players are exceptionally young, with Neymar being 17 and Lin Quan merely 21 by next February. Thus they have at least a decade of prime playing years ahead of them, particularly for Lin Quan. If he remains injury-free, his prime could extend beyond 15 years. The latest valuations from the transfer market incited fervent discussions online. Yet, the focus of the debate was not Lin Quan, but rather Neymar. Who is this Neymar? His value surpasses that of our own Lin Quan. Is he truly that valuable? Neymar is the star player of Santos, the recipient of the Brazilian Footballer of the Year and South American Footballer of the Year awards. And last year he ranked 10th in the Ballon d'Or standings. Thus he is far from being a newcomer and is already quite renowned. Is this the same Neymar linked with Barcelona? Indeed, it is he. According to rumors, Barcelona appears to have reached a preliminary agreement with Neymar, and barring any unexpected developments, he is set to don the colors of Camp Nou next year, reportedly with a fee amounting to a small fortune. A small fortune in euros? Of course. The apparent transfer fee seems to be $57 million, but additional costs such as commissions, club compensation, and player signing bonuses make the total quite substantial. Goodness. If Neymar is already so expensive, how much would it cost for a club to acquire Lin Quan should he be transferred? Who can say? However, It is important to note that the transfer market valuation does not necessarily reflect a player's true worth in the transfer market. Some may be overpriced while others could be discounted. Thus, it serves merely as a point of reference. Lin Kuan's style bears a striking resemblance to Messi's. Thus, one might consider the offers made for Messi by various clubs to estimate his value. At present, Lin Huang undoubtedly does not surpass Wang Gao in terms of goalball prowess. However, he possesses a European passport, which does not occupy a foreign player slot. This particular advantage places him in a more favorable position than Messi. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, it is conceivable that his transfer value may even eclipse that of Messi. As the latest player valuation rankings were released by the Transfermarkt, Uli Hoeneß, the manager of Bayern Munich, was briefing chairman Karl-Heinz Rummenigge on the latest developments in the transfer negotiations with Lin Kuan's agent. The agent expressed a disinterest in signing a long-term contract, insisting on a mere 3-year agreement, while also requesting a clause for a buyout compensation and a higher signing bonus. Hoeneß appeared visibly displeased with the demands presented by Lin Kuan's camp, feeling that as a young player, they should be grateful for the generous terms offered by Bayern and should sign without such meticulous bargaining. Rummenigge listened attentively, lightly tapping his fingers on the back of his chair in contemplation. Understanding this was a moment of reflection, Hoeneß opted for silence, awaiting a decision. Guardiola's intention for a 3-year contract aligns with Lin Kuan's desire for the same duration, which could be understood if Lin Kuan is indeed coming to play under Guardiola. Currently, Bayern has only an intention agreement with Guardiola, allowing either party to withdraw without significant penalty. Given that both Guardiola and Lin Kuan are only willing to commit for 3 years, Bayern finds itself uncertain about the other party's intentions. Could this 3-year time frame have been privately agreed upon between father and son? If so, should the negotiations for Lin Kuan falter? Would it impact the prior intention agreement with Guardiola? If Guardiola decides against signing with Bayern due to this, the club might find itself in a fruitless endeavor. The thought of this possibility made Rummenigge cautious. For Bayern, securing Guardiola is of utmost importance and must be prioritized. Regarding Lin Kuan, Rummenigge had witnessed his performance in person and was thoroughly impressed, which sparked the notion of acquiring him. Presently, Lin Kuan's unstoppable presence in the Bundesliga further solidifies Rummenigge's resolve to recruit him. Such a highly promising young talent, even if not utilized immediately, would be a sound investment. Moreover, according to Lin Kuan's agent, he would join Bayern as a free agent, meaning Bayern would not need to pay a transfer fee. In light of this, offering him a signing bonus as compensation is quite reasonable, akin to how Inter Milan compensated Samuel Eto'o after his low-cost transfer from Barcelona with a lucrative salary and signing fee. Bayern is not short on funds, and while Hoeneß, as the manager, seeks to save money, his perspective is understandable. However, one must not jeopardize matters in an attempt to save costs. Otherwise, one may find oneself with mere funds, devoid of a suitable head coach and promising players. What value does wealth hold in such a scenario? Exceptional players like Lin Kuan are serendipitous occurrences, their worth immeasurable by monetary standards. Due to his youth, his market value remains modest. Were he to surpass the age of 21 this year, his worth would likely exceed 100 million euros, and Bayern would have to expend considerable resources to acquire him. Currently, he can be obtained without a transfer fee, even if a substantial signing bonus is offered, should the need arise to monetize him in the future. Recouping costs would be entirely feasible. Provided he does not suffer a catastrophic injury, his value is bound to rise steadily, never to decline. During his tenure at Barcelona, Guardiola had the formidable Messi at his disposal. Should he find himself at Bayern with a similar caliber of support, he is highly likely to replicate the miraculous success he achieved at Barcelona, leading Bayern to secure further championship titles. If the signing fee is deemed excessive, selling him before the expiration of his contract would suffice to recuperate the investment. Given his current form and immense growth potential, finding buyers in a few years would be effortless, and they would undoubtedly be willing to pay a premium. Bayern could potentially command over 100 million euros. After deducting costs, significant profits could be realized. Should he choose to remain with the team, Bayern would effectively possess their own version of Messi, and Lin Kuan's mere presence would ensure a minimum standard of performance. Such players are akin to high-quality financial investments. Why hesitate to acquire them? Contemplating this, Rummenigge decisively concluded, "Let us approach this pragmatically. Inform his agent that we shall make concessions." Bayern agrees to their demands regarding the signing fee and release clause. but we require an extension of the contract term by 1 year, proposing a 4-year agreement. Should they consent, let us expedite the signing to avoid unnecessary delays. Chapter 107. A free kick goal, an unexpected turn of events. Bayern's response exceeded Lin Quan's expectations. He had anticipated a protracted negotiation, yet Bayern conceded much sooner than anticipated. They accepted a signing fee of €30 million, with an annual salary remaining at the previously agreed €6.5 million, increasing by 10% each year. The club will share image rights equally, with both parties holding 50%. Bayern's commercial department will assist in promotional endeavors, potentially arranging activities with sponsors. Currently, Bayern's sponsors include Adidas, Deutsche Telekom, Volkswagen, and Allianz Insurance. Should Lin Quan sign with Bayern, these brands may seek him for endorsements or collaborations. Thus far, Lin Quan has had limited engagement in endorsements and advertising partnerships, primarily due to his modest fame, which previously deterred potential offers. Now, however, he refrains from participating, as the compensation has been deemed insufficient. His commercial value is unlikely to rise significantly until he secures prestigious trophies or honors of substantial influence. At this juncture, frequently engaging in advertisements and endorsements merely squanders one's influence and diminishes commercial value. He is not in need of money at the moment and has no intention of tarnishing his reputation. As for whether he will accept offers upon joining Bayern, that will depend on the financial incentives provided by sponsors. Should the compensation be substantial and the sponsors' influence significant, collaborating with them would be mutually beneficial, and he would naturally have no objections. Conversely, if the sponsor's brand recognition is lacking and the remuneration meager, he might opt to decline. Overall, the contract proposed by Bayern reflects a commendable sincerity. Lin Quan is not inclined to hold out for a better offer. After making an inquiry about Guardiola's contract with Bayern, he nodded in agreement. With the successful negotiation of this transfer to Bayern, Pelé exhaled in relief, as his agency finally commenced operations. Even before the winter transfer window officially opens, he can ensure an income of at least €2 million. The Bundesliga's winter break arrives swiftly on December 16th. The league held the final round of matches for the first half of the season. Following this round, Bundesliga teams will embark on a lengthy 35-day winter hiatus. Due to geographical factors, Germany's winters are notably cold, making their winter break the longest among the top 5 leagues. In stark contrast to the Premier League, which has no winter break, the difference is substantial. Compared to La Liga and Serie A, which have shorter breaks, Germany's winter intermission extends a full 20 days. Even League One, the second longest winter break among the top 5 leagues, is 5 days shorter. Furthermore, considering that Germany has only 18 teams and 34 match rounds, alongside a lesser number of cup matches than the Premier League, Bundesliga players enjoy the fewest matches each year and the longest vacation periods, which can truly be considered a blessing. It is no wonder that many young talents are drawn here, with high salaries, extended holidays, weekly matches, and no overtime. Who could resist such a lure? For players in the Bundesliga, this winter presents an opportunity to enjoy a lengthy holiday, allowing them to escape to the south with their families to bask in the sun and sand, rather than endure the snow and cold in Germany. Lin Quan also plans to return to Spain after completing a match in the DFB Pokal. The winter in Spain is considerably milder than that in Germany. This is his first winter in Germany, and he is somewhat unaccustomed to the climate here. Although German interiors are equipped with heating, rendering indoor temperatures comfortable, outdoor training and matches do not afford such luxuries. The low temperatures inevitably pose certain inconveniences. Playing and training in cold conditions, if one fails to adequately warm up, the risk of injury increases significantly. This is merely Germany. Should he venture to the higher latitudes of the north, such as the already frozen expanse of Russia, he would likely find himself utterly unprepared for the harsh cold. In this round of matches, Werder Bremen continues to host Nuremberg. Nuremberg currently occupies the 14th position in the standings, yet enjoys a comfortable 8-point buffer from the relegation zone, thus remaining relatively secure. In this match, they faced the formidable Werder Bremen, currently ranked second in the league, and naturally, they did not harbor any illusions of victory. From the outset, their mindset was to secure an away draw, aiming to snatch a single point. Consequently, the visiting Nuremberg team adopted a notably defensive stance, fortifying their midfield and defense with a considerable number of players, intent on preserving a stalemate. They hoped that if an opportunity for a counterattack arose, they might seize a goal, which would be a delightful bonus. Werder Bremen initially anticipated an easy triumph, but shortly after the commencement of the first half, an unforeseen incident transpired. Their star forward, Arnautovic, was struck on the head by the advancing goalkeeper while contesting for a header in the penalty area, rendering him unconscious on the spot. After the team doctor assessed the severity of his injury, determining it exceeded their immediate capabilities, they promptly contacted an ambulance to transport him to the hospital for further examination and treatment. Witnessing their teammate being whisked away by the ambulance, the players of Werder Bremen were engulfed with concern. The gravity of their teammate's injury diverted their focus, leaving them unable to concentrate on the match, resulting in a disjointed performance. As the second half reached the 75th minute, neither team had breached the other's defenses, with the score still standing at 0-0. The spectators, unable to contain their unease, began reaching out to friends in the hospital to inquire about Arnautovic's condition while vociferously rallying support for their team, hoping to ignite the players' fighting spirit and restore their form. The fervent cheers from the fans seemed to awaken the players' resolve, and their performance began to improve. In the 84th minute, Werder Bremen found themselves with a golden opportunity in the attacking third. After deftly evading the defender, De Bruyne delivered a brilliant pass. Lin Quan received the ball and skillfully laid it off to the open space in the penalty area, where substitute Peterson made a well-timed run, receiving the ball for a shot on goal. His positioning was impeccable. However, the quality of his final touch was lacking, resulting in the goalkeeper's successful save. Missing this chance, Peterson sank to his knees, burying his head in the grass and pounding the turf in frustration, seemingly unable to accept the outcome of his squandered opportunity. Lin Quan approached him, lifting him up and gently patting his shoulder. "It's all right. Everyone misses chances. Learn from it, reflect on the experience, and seize the next opportunity." Peterson nodded heavily, casting a nervous glance at Lin Quan. "Boss, will you still pass to me? You will, right?" Lin Quan, seeing the apprehension in Peterson's eyes, responded with a sly smile. "That will depend on your subsequent performance." Although Peterson's attempt did not find the back of the net, it ultimately galvanized the players of Werder Bremen. Realizing that time was slipping away, they commenced a relentless assault on the Nuremberg goal. They unleashed a barrage of free kicks, headers, and long-range efforts, employing every tactic at their disposal, yet they could not penetrate the opponent's resolute defense. As Nuremberg players sensed a precious point within reach, they abandoned their attacking ambitions, resolutely stationed themselves within their own 30-meter area, determined to hold the line steadfastly. If they could just hold on for a few more minutes, they would secure a draw against Werder Bremen and snatch a point from their grasp. Under the opponent's defensive shell, Werder Bremen's offense struggled to pose any threat. In the 88th minute, Lin Quan attempted to dribble through, seeking an opportunity to penetrate the penalty area for a shot. However, before he could enter the box, an opposing player brought him down just outside the penalty area. After falling, Lin Quan did not linger on the ground. He quickly rose and conferred with De Bruyne on how to execute the free kick. "Shall I take it, or will you?" Time was of the essence as the match had reached the 88th minute, leaving them scant moments to act. De Bruyne pondered for a moment, realizing that his signature curled shot could not be effective from this distance. Thus, he conceded the opportunity to Lin Quan, whose repertoire of free kick techniques was more varied and perhaps could capitalize on this chance. Seeing De Bruyne step back, Lin Quan approached the ball. He assessed the goalkeeper's position and scrutinized the opposing wall, then began to retreat slowly. The Nürnberger players were not well acquainted with Lin Quan's free kick prowess, as De Bruyne typically took charge of set pieces, and Lin Quan had rarely taken them himself. As Lin Quan retreated significantly, they assumed he was preparing for a powerful strike. The Nürnberger players in the wall braced themselves for the anticipated leap, knowing that being struck by a fierce shot would be painful, yet conceding a goal at this juncture would render their efforts futile. Observing their demeanor, Lin Quan formulated a cunning plan. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Lin Quan commenced a rapid run-up, gaining momentum until he reached the ball, leaning back as he raised his right leg high and struck the ball with force. Indeed, he was aiming for a high shot. As the Nürnberger players instinctively leaped to block it, the ball soared not into the air, but skimmed low across the ground, rolling beneath their feet. What? A ground shot! They had been deceived. The players still airborne were taken aback, instinctively turning to glance at their own goal. They noticed the goalkeeper's reaction was delayed, and by the time he lunged to save it, the ball had already rolled into the net. The goalkeeper had also anticipated a high shot and was caught off guard by the ground ball. His attempt to save it was commendable, but ultimately futile. In the end, Lin Quan's free kick found the back of the net, securing a narrow victory for Werder Bremen over Nuremberg, preserving their position in second place on the league table. After the match, the players hastily expressed gratitude to the fans who had supported them and swiftly departed the club, heading to the hospital. They wished to visit their injured teammate, hoping to share the joy of victory with Arnautovic if he had awakened. The chapter concludes. Chapter 108. The treatment of a superstar. In the hospital, Arnautovic has regained consciousness. Following a thorough examination, the doctors have concluded that he is suffering from a concussion-induced transient coma, necessitating a period of hospitalization for observation. This condition requires ample rest, and until the doctors ascertain his complete recovery, he is prohibited from engaging in any vigorous activities, lest his condition worsens. Consequently, he will miss at least a month of matches. Fortunately, the winter break is approaching, during which they are only scheduled to play one match in the DFB Pokal. This is a stroke of good fortune for Werder Bremen, albeit slightly mitigated by the fact that their adversary in the DFB Pokal is Bayern Munich. In the absence of their primary striker, Werder Bremen's chances of success are considerably diminished. The team has faced a string of unfortunate events, not only drawing the most formidable opponent in the Bundesliga, but also receiving the disheartening news of their main striker's injury prior to the match. This could prove to be a significant disadvantage. Leading up to the game, various commentators have expressed skepticism regarding Werder Bremen's ability to secure a victory away from home. Their already inferior strength compared to their opponent has been exacerbated by the injury to their leading striker, adding to their woes. The third round of the DFB Pokal is set to take place just 4 days after the league match. Bayern Munich will have played 2 days earlier than Werder Bremen in the 17th round, granting them a more substantial period for rest and recovery. This situation stands in stark contrast to the previous encounter where Werder Bremen benefited from a well-rested approach against Bayern. Now they face the looming threat of a physical crisis. In the 6th round of the league, Werder Bremen managed to draw against Bayern Munich at home, largely due to Bayern's need to conserve energy for a Champions League match just 3 days later. The exertion they faced against Werder Bremen took a toll, almost leading to a collapse in their campaign across all competitions. After being held to a draw by Werder Bremen, Bayern found themselves fatigued as they traveled to Belarus, where they suffered a 3-1 defeat to Bate Borisov, the only loss in their Champions League journey that season. Since then, Bayern has placed greater emphasis on squad rotation, striving to manage player stamina effectively and arrange substitutions judiciously. To this point, under the pressure of competing on 3 fronts, Bayern's physical issues have not only been mitigated but have also been alleviated as numerous substitutes have gained valuable playing time, showcasing their bench strength. The adage proclaiming a fear of Bayern's substitutes has begun to materialize as a daunting reality. The challenge of confronting an increasingly formidable Bayern Munich has become a pressing concern for the coaching staff at Werder Bremen. Simultaneously, Bayern's coaching team is deliberating strategies to curtail Werder Bremen's attacking framework. While Werder Bremen's overall strength may not be particularly robust, they do possess key players who are pivotal to their offensive efforts. By neutralizing De Bruyne and Lin Quan, Bayern could effectively stifle a significant portion of Werder Bremen's attacking firepower, potentially crippling their offensive capabilities entirely. Assistant coach Grande illustrated the customary offensive tactics of Werder Bremen on the tactical board, presenting his insights on how to disrupt or curtail the opponent's attacking strategies. De Bruyne possesses a slender physique and lacks formidable physicality. We merely require a tenacious and physically robust defensive midfielder to neutralize him. We happen to have 2 such players, Martinez and Gustavo, and if necessary, we can deploy Timišjuk specifically to mark De Bruyne. Another assistant, Hermann, interjected, I concur with your suggestion to closely monitor De Bruyne. But let us not forget that Werder Bremen's front line also boasts Lin. Even if we manage to contain De Bruyne, we may not entirely stifle their organization and attack. Remember, in De Bruyne's absence, Lin has been the orchestrator of their front line, exhibiting remarkable offensive prowess. Indeed, I have not overlooked this, Grande replied, and it is precisely the subject I am about to address. Heightens, stroking his stubble, observed the spirited exchange between the 2 assistants with keen interest. Upon catching Heightens' encouraging gaze, Grande breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the tactical board clean and redrew it, marking the habitual activity zones of Lin and his most frequently employed offensive maneuvers. To effectively restrain Lin's offensive capabilities, a solitary defender would be inadequate. His rapid footwork and exceptional dribbling skills would easily outpace a larger defender. The collective nodded in agreement, recalling the torment their defense had endured during their encounters in the Telecom Cup and the league, where Lin had wreaked havoc. Central defender Dante had nearly faced a season-ending injury, his knee taking over 3 months to recuperate. The young defender Boateng, too, had suffered a severe blow to his confidence. His performance this season faltering compared to his previous form due to repeated humiliations at Lin's hands. This player had indeed become a nightmare for Bayern's defenders. If one were to inquire which player Bayern's defenders most dread encountering in the league, Lin would undoubtedly be their choice. To curtail Lin's offensive impact, a targeted tactical approach must be adopted, akin to the strategies employed against superstars like Messi and Ronaldo. Grande picked up the remote control, switched on the television, and navigated to a La Liga match between Real Madrid and Barcelona. Observe how Mourinho's team constrained Messi by limiting his space of movement. The group focused intently, recognizing that the strategies employed against Messi, who shares a similar style to Lin, could be applicable. Mourinho is a master in this domain, and seeking his wisdom is certainly no folly. Lin typically operates on the right flank. However, his movement in the front line is unpredictable, making it easy for defenders to lose their positioning and create defensive vulnerabilities. To remedy this, we must erect a formidable barrier between the midfield and the defense to confine his operational range. The specific approach entails having our left back closely mark Lin Quan, shadowing him wherever he ventures. To address the concern of the left back losing his defensive position while marking, our left midfielder can retreat to temporarily fill the left back's role. Our objective is straightforward. We must not allow Lin Quan to effortlessly infiltrate the perilous zone between our defensive midfield and backline. This area is merely a single line of defense from the goal. Should he breach it, our net would be subjected to grave threats. Hermann furrowed his brow, questioning. With such a method, wouldn't our defenders still be engaged in one-on-one battles? Grant chuckled and circled the position of the left defensive midfielder. Here lies our left defensive midfielder. Here is our center back, here is our left back, and here is the left midfielder who will provide cover. Should Lin Quan operate along the flanks, only the left back will be tasked with his defense. However, the moment he vacates his position and dribbles towards the center, he will be immediately surrounded by our 4 players. As long as our left defensive midfielder can dominate the area around him, he can construct an impregnable prison for Lin Quan, ensnaring him within. Heink's eyes sparkled. Grand. That old fox certainly possesses considerable insight. Thus, it appears that the crux of our defense hinges on the defensive midfielder and the midfielders. Heinz began to ponder which players would best suit this tactical framework. Javi Martinez is undoubtedly set to take the field, as he is Bayern's most formidable defensive midfielder. Yet, one Martinez alone would not suffice. They also need to contain De Bruyne. This implies the necessity for another defensively adept midfielder, which can only be Gustavo. However, deploying these two would significantly diminish the organization capabilities of the midfield. Should Kroos, as the orchestrator from the back, also be included, potentially altering the formation to 4-3-2-1? Bayern's deep bench has left Heinz deliberating over whether to field certain players. On the other hand, Werder Bremen faces no such dilemma. They are instead troubled by the lack of a suitable primary striker. Should they field Füllkrug or advance Hunter's position? Füllkrug, like Arnautovic, is a center forward. Yet his abilities are somewhat inferior to Arnautovic, posing less of a threat within the penalty area. Hunter's advantage lies in his speed, but his lack of height would make him an easy target for Bayern's defenders if placed as a center forward. Should he take the field, Werder Bremen would likely lack a solid focal point in their attack. It is quite a predicament. With limited resources at hand, they can only make do. Ultimately, Schaff opted for Füllkrug, a product of their youth academy. His ability to serve as a pivot for teammates in the attack is adequate. The diminished threat in the penalty area is a minor concern, for with Lin Quan and De Bruyne as scoring options, their ability to find the net should not be a worry. Time swiftly approached December 18th, the day of the DFB Pokal third-round match. This is the final match before the winter break in the Bundesliga, and many teams that have already been eliminated from the league have taken an early holiday. As the winter break approaches, several prominent clubs eager to recruit talent from the Bundesliga have dispatched numerous scouts to observe the matches live. Among them, the highly anticipated clash between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich has garnered significant attention. Kevin De Bruyne, who has excelled since his loan to Werder Bremen this season, has attracted the interest of Chelsea Football Club, In addition to George Evans, who has been closely monitoring him, the club's senior scout, Peter de Visser, has also made his way to the Allianz Arena. Since Kevin's return from injury, his performances in recent matches have been exceptional. He currently leads the Bundesliga in assists. Having scored 8 goals at the halfway point of the season, by the end of the season, it is expected that he will surpass 20 assists and 10 goals. Filled with excitement, George reports his findings to the seasoned veterans within the team, believing that the presence of such an experienced scout signifies the club's intention to recall De Bruyne. As someone who has witnessed De Bruyne's growth and development, he feels a sense of pride. However, after his report, de Visser's response is rather tepid, seemingly indifferent to De Bruyne's statistics. Instead, when he sees the number 10 player in the green jersey take the field, his eyes brighten, and he inquires, "Is that the Messi of the Bundesliga?" Indeed, he is referred to as the Messi of the Bundesliga, though I believe he surpasses the young Messi in prowess. At just 16 years old, he is merely 2 months shy of turning 17. Such youth? De Visser is taken aback by this revelation. Commissioned by Chelsea's manager, Emmanuel, to assess Lin Quan's capabilities at the Allianz Arena, he had heard of this exceptionally young player, but had assumed the term young referred to someone in their late teens. The fact that this player is not yet 17 astounds him. How can someone of such tender age possess such formidable readiness for competition? Indeed, that is the most astonishing aspect of him. His maturity on the field belies that of a young player, instead resembling an experienced professional who has played for 7 or 8 years. George Evans has closely followed De Bruyne's journey, witnessing Lin Quan transform from obscurity into a rising star in the football world, leaving him with profound reflections. De Visser remains skeptical of what he hears. Experience in matches is something that must be accrued over time, without shortcuts, unlike innate talent. Consequently, he falls silent, focusing intently on the match. The Allianz Arena boasts a high attendance for this match, with a capacity of 75,000 over 65,000 fans, including approximately 5,000 from the visiting team, are present today. Werder Bremen has exhibited remarkable performances this season, particularly in their encounters against Bayern Munich, where they have remained unbeaten. This impressive record has instilled a sense of reassurance among the fans of the Green Whites, who willingly traverse great distances to support their team at away matches. Even before the match commenced, the Werder Bremen supporters began to sing in unison, observing the opposing fans creating a ruckus in their home ground. Bayern's supporters quickly joined in song. However, the sheer number of Bayern fans soon overwhelmed the voices of the Werder supporters, whose melodies could only be heard in the vicinity of the southeast corner of the stadium. On the pitch, the 22 players could only discern the Bayern Munich anthem. For the players of Werder Bremen, this anthem was not unfamiliar. They had first heard it during their initial visit to the Allianz Arena earlier in the season, when the Bayern fans had serenaded to the tune of Forever First. That match had seen Werder Bremen triumph decisively over Bayern, leaving the latter to falter in the Telekom Cup. The anthem Forever First had thus morphed into a jest. Upon hearing the Bayern fans sing it once again, the Werder players felt no pressure. Instead, they erupted into laughter. What was amiss? What could possibly be amusing them? The Bayern players, poised for kickoff, were bewildered by the inexplicable mirth of their opponents. The home fans, initially taken aback by the laughter of the visiting players, swiftly responded with a cacophony of boos. Clearly, they perceived the Werder Bremen supporters to be ridiculing them, and in their indignation, they momentarily forgot their singing, focusing solely on jeering and insulting their rivals. As the Bayern anthem faded, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Werder Bremen claimed possession, with De Bruyne nudging the ball to Lin Quan, who then returned it to Juniozovic. Bayern's players aggressively pressed forward, launching an immediate assault on Werder Bremen's defense. Under pressure, Juniozovic struggled to maintain possession and swiftly passed the ball to Fritz. Fritz then shifted the ball to the flank, where right-back Selassie received it and relayed it to the retreating Lin Quan. Werder Bremen played with patience, refraining from hastily initiating an attack. However, passing in their own half proved perilous, especially against a formidable team like Bayern Munich. As the opponents intensified their pressing in the forward line, they sought to disrupt Werder's passing game. The ball soon found its way back to Lin Quan, who, before receiving it, surveyed the positioning of the Bayern players, calculating his route for a potential offensive. This time, rather than retreating, he opted to advance with the ball. Bayern's left winger Ribery immediately moved to intercept. The two had clashed twice before, with each having had their moments of triumph. In terms of attacking prowess, both were exceptional, effortlessly maneuvering past one another as if it were second nature. In terms of defense, neither player excels significantly. However, Ribery, due to his physical attributes and tenacity in challenges, possesses a slightly superior defensive capability. Yet, when faced with Lin Quan, who boasts exceptional dribbling skills, Ribery's defensive prowess appears inadequate, allowing Lin Quan to bypass him with ease. Following their encounter, Ribery once again failed to contain Lin Quan, who effortlessly evaded him. Witnessing this play, De Weiser smiled and nodded in satisfaction. It is no wonder George remarked on this young man's extraordinary maturity. Indeed, he stands apart from typical youth players. While others might applaud his ability to outmaneuver Ribery, De Weiser was particularly impressed by Lin Quan's earlier contributions during build-up play in the backfield. Each time a teammate found themselves under pressure and struggling to distribute the ball, Lin Quan adeptly positioned himself to facilitate a safe pass. Upon receiving the ball, he maintained composure even under the pressing of Bayern's players, successfully delivering the ball. This remarkable ability to pass and shield the ball helped his team avert numerous potential threats. Were it not for his presence, Werder Bremen would have undoubtedly succumbed to several turnovers against Bayern's intense pressing. However, a solely defensive strategy would render them reactive. The players of Werder Bremen are not on par with Bayern, and as Bayern committed more players to their pressing, even Lin Quan's proactive support for his teammates would ultimately lead to the complete shutdown of passing lanes by Bayern. Once the passing routes were sealed, conceding a goal was merely a matter of time. Yet, Bayern's decision to deploy numerous players into the opponent's half to press meant that their defensive strength at the back would be compromised. This presented an opportunity for Werder Bremen. It remained to be seen whether Lin Quan could recognize it. Lin Quan's performance did not disappoint De Weiser. He evidently discerned this opportunity, and upon identifying the moment to transition from defense to attack, he decisively made the choice to initiate an offensive play. This is what truly captivated De Weiser. Merely bypassing Ribery was not a remarkable feat in itself. Ribery is more adept at attacking than defending, and many players can surpass him, Lin Quan being just one among many. The crux of the matter lies in the technical skill and football intelligence Lin Quan exhibited throughout this series of actions, which was the source of De Weiser's delight. It is no surprise that external evaluations of him are so high. This young man indeed possesses remarkable talent. However, surpassing Ribery was merely the beginning. Bayern's defense remains formidable. Their two sweeping defensive midfielders awaited Lin Quan, and De Weiser was eager to witness how Lin Quan would navigate this challenging situation. As Lin Quan maneuvered past Ribery, he was immediately confronted by his national teammate, Martinez. While outsiders may not fully grasp how formidable Hamari truly is, Lin Quan has first-hand experience of his prowess, remarkable physical attributes, boundless stamina, expansive range, and formidable interception skills. Not to mention his recovery speed, explosive power, acceleration, and positional awareness. These are all attributes of the highest caliber. Hama is not merely a simplistic defensive midfielder. He is a versatile player who has excelled in various positions, including midfielder, defender, and even forward. Bayern's investment of €40 million in him certainly reflects their keen insight. The appearance of such a player immediately heightened Lin's vigilance. "Lin, you won't score today at Allianz Stadium," Hama jested while defending Lin. As teammates in the national team, Hama regarded Lin as a younger brother, thus refraining from harsh words. "That is not for you to decide," Lin replied with a smile before attempting to surge forward with the ball. Martinez, exhibiting impressive speed, kept pace with Lin, utilizing both body and limbs to engage in physical confrontation while attempting to intercept the ball. This closely matched dynamic made it quite uncomfortable for Lin to maneuver. Hama, standing at 192 centimeters and weighing over 80 kilograms, possessed a physicality that rendered him formidable in physical contests, an aspect Lin could hardly rival. Had Lin not been slightly faster, maintaining a half-step lead over Hama, he would have been easily pushed aside. However, seizing the opportunity as Hama engaged him, Bayern's left-back Alaba surged forward, successfully disrupting the play. Although the ball was cleared, possession remained with Werder Bremen. Juniozovic approached to take the throw in, but upon glancing at the field, he noticed that the two key players, De Bruyne and Lin, were both tightly marked by opponents. To avoid potential loss of possession, he opted to pass the ball back to his teammate Selassie. Upon receiving the ball, Selassie observed that De Bruyne was closely guarded and lacked viable passing options. Consequently, he had to pass laterally to the captain, Fritz. After receiving the ball, Fritz furrowed his brow at the positioning of Bayern's players. De Bruyne was continually shadowed, whether by the defensive midfielder Gustavo or the attacking midfielder Schweinsteiger. The strength of Bayern's midfield was overwhelming, featuring the versatile Schweinsteiger, the all-around Martinez, and the dedicated Gustavo. The presence of these three stalwarts exuded an aura of impenetrability. Given Werder Bremen's midfield capabilities, engaging Bayern in a direct contest would be tantamount to humiliation. Thus, Fritz hesitated to pass to De Bruyne and instead chose to feed the ball to Lin, who, upon receiving it, was immediately pressured by Ribery. Bayern's striker Mandzukic also approached, seemingly intent on double-marking him. Lin advanced a few paces, only to find Martinez joining the fray, with Mandzukic inexplicably trailing him. "Aren't you supposed to be playing center forward? Why are you following me into your own half?" Lin halted and returned the ball to a teammate, feeling as though he was being specifically targeted by Bayern. The evidence was clear. Every time he crossed the halfway line, he was invariably met by at least two, if not three, Bayern players converging upon him. The threat to the opposing defense has yet to materialize, should the approach draw closer, with the addition of two more fullbacks and centre-backs. It would transform into a siege akin to the 6 great sects assaulting the bright summit. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 110, the quintuple encirclement. This treatment rivals that of Messi. This lad is in trouble. In the stands, Duizer observed the thwarted offensive efforts of Werder Bremen, and as Lin Quan returned the ball, a faint smile graced his lips. 6 months prior, Chelsea faced Bayern Munich on the grand stage of the Champions League final, and the formidable strength of Bayern's defensive line remains vividly etched in their memories. This season, the addition of Javi Martinez has further fortified Bayern's defensive resilience. Coupled with the tenacious and audaciously offensive Mandzukic, Bayern's striking prowess has escalated beyond last season's intensity. In this match, Werder Bremen finds itself in dire straits. However, the more precarious the situation, the more curious he becomes about how the number 10 of Werder Bremen will perform under adversity. If the initial 10 minutes of attempts merely aroused Lin Quan's suspicion that Bayern's tactics were particularly tailored to counter him, as the match progressed, his conviction grew stronger that their defensive strategy had indeed been meticulously crafted. After once again outmaneuvering Ribery on the flank, he encountered an interception by Martinez. This time, Lin Quan did not hesitate. Denying his opponent the opportunity for physical confrontation, he accelerated and executed 3 consecutive feints, momentarily displacing Martinez from his defensive stance. Seizing the moment, he surged towards the opponent's penalty area. However, Bayern's left-back Alaba swiftly closed in, obstructing his path. Behind Alaba, Boateng had already positioned himself, ready to assist his teammate in quelling the attack. Martinez was hot on Lin Quan's heels, diligently pursuing from behind. With no time to bypass Alaba, Lin Quan opted for lateral movement, intent on creating space to either shoot or break through. Typically, as a left-back, Alaba would relinquish his marking duties to a teammate to maintain defensive integrity once an opponent vacated his area. Yet this time, bewilderingly, with Boateng and Dante advancing, Alaba continued to cling to Lin Quan like a piece of stubborn chewing gum. Lin Quan found it peculiar. Did Bayern not require their left-back? He glanced towards Bayern's left flank, only to discover Ribery had returned at some point, temporarily substituting for Alaba in the role of left-back. At this juncture, Martinez caught up from behind Lin Quan, while another defensive midfielder, Gustavo, approached, blocking Lin Quan's passing lanes. Suddenly, he found himself ensnared in a quintuple encirclement. The ball could not be passed, nor were there any viable passing routes. He was left with no choice but to forcefully advance. First, he executed a deft nutmeg to evade Alaba's interception, then spun away from Dante's advance. But before he could bypass Boateng, Martinez knocked him down from behind. This was a foul just outside the penalty area, and the referee awarded a free kick without showing a card. Hama, with an apologetic smile on his face, extended a friendly hand to lift Lin Quan from the ground, gently patting him on the back. He had actually shown restraint. Had Lin Quan not been his teammate in the national team, he would have executed a tackle without hesitation, allowing no opportunity for his opponent to break through. Lin Quan felt a sense of frustration. He had faced double-teaming numerous times, but never had he experienced the peculiar situation of being surrounded by 5 players. Such treatment was rarely seen, even for someone of Messi's caliber, particularly facing an opponent like Bayern Munich. Was it really necessary to deploy such an elaborate strategy against a young player? As Werder Bremen prepared for the free kick, Lin and De Bruyne conferred on how to execute it. De Bruyne was also feeling quite vexed during this match, having been closely marked by the opposition. Gustavo and Schweinsteiger had persistently shadowed him, limiting his ability to receive and pass the ball. The slightest delay in his control could lead to a turnover. Under such intense marking, the physically less imposing De Bruyne struggled to perform at his usual level. His passing accuracy had significantly declined, and he had committed 3 errors. Thankfully, his advanced position allowed his teammates to quickly regroup and reclaim possession before Bayern could launch a threatening shot. The two equally frustrated players stood over the ball, exchanging glances. Lin gauged the distance to the goal and chose to defer the opportunity to De Bruyne. After a brief run-up, De Bruyne opted for a delicate chip shot, sending the ball soaring over the wall before it suddenly dipped, hurtling toward the bottom left corner of Bayern's goal. However, just before the ball crossed the goal line, a large hand emerged, deflecting the shot away. It was Neuer. After parrying the opponent's attempt, the Bayern goalkeeper let out a roar, exuding confidence. The fans at Allianz Arena erupted in applause for their goalkeeper's remarkable display. This season, Neuer had been in exceptional form. Following a draw against Werder Bremen in their away match, he managed to keep a clean sheet in 8 of the subsequent 11 league games, conceding only 7 goals in the first half of the season. On numerous occasions, he thwarted threats before they could reach the goal, actively engaging beyond the penalty area. His expansive range of movement had earned him the title of a guardian. Although the free kick was not directly taken by Lin, Neuer's gaze shifted toward him after making the save. "This time, I shall not allow you to score against me." Center-back Dante conferred with a few teammates, deeming the shot a significant threat. Were it not for Neuer's excellent form and swift reflexes, they might have indeed conceded a goal. It was imperative not to grant the opponent such a favorable set piece. Their number 6 was a master of free kicks, and they must not be given an opportunity. Dante, with his wealth of experience, understood that after neutralizing Werder Bremen's conventional attacking methods, long-range shots and set pieces will pose the most significant threats to Bayern. Effectively guarding the perilous zones just outside the penalty area can substantially mitigate the danger of long-range attempts. As for set pieces, it is imperative that players exercise prudence during defensive maneuvers. If a foul is unavoidable, it should be committed in a less precarious location. One should not wait until the opponent is encroaching upon the edge of the penalty area or even inside it to infringe the rules. That would not merely be a foul, but an egregious transgression. During a corner taken by Werder Bremen, De Bruyne aimed for the near post. However, Füllkrug was outmatched by Boateng, whose physical prowess and pre-jump shove on Füllkrug proved decisive. The young Füllkrug learned a hard lesson in experience. Had Arne Tavik been present, he would have certainly used his body to gain an advantage prior to leaping, thus securing a better position in the aerial duel. Upon regaining possession, Bayern swiftly initiated a counterattack, with Ribery surging into Werder Bremen's half. Many of Werder Bremen's players were still positioned in the opponent's territory, unable to retreat in time. This presented a golden opportunity for Bayern. With Ribery unmarked on the flank, instead of opting for a cross, he cut inside towards the penalty area. At the back, Werder Bremen was left with only 3 defenders, while Bayern's counterattack boasted an equal number of 3 players, resulting in an intriguing 3-on-3 scenario. As Ribery penetrated the dangerous zone, Captain Fritz rushed to intercept. Ribery, eschewing the chance to dribble, swiftly passed the ball to Robin, who in turn returned it to Ribery. Now in a favorable position, Ribery was poised to strike a goal. However, in a desperate bid to avert danger, Werder Bremen's center-back Papastathopoulos abandoned his mark on Mandzukic to intervene. Noticing the movement of the opposing defender, Ribery lifted the ball over Papastathopoulos' head, sending it into the penalty area. Simultaneously, Mandzukic, having shrugged off his marker, leaped into the air like a warrior, meeting the ball with a powerful header. The ball soared into Werder Bremen's net, and despite Millet's earnest attempt to save it, he could not alter the fate of his goal being breached. In the 32nd minute of the first half, Bayern capitalized on a counterattack, with Ribery assisting Mandzukic for a goal, thus altering the score to 1-0. The Allianz Arena erupted into a sea of celebration, as 60,000 Bayern fans jubilantly reveled in the moment. In stark contrast, the 5,000 Werder Bremen supporters gazed in despair at their team's net, their faces etched with concern. The team had played passively for the past 30 minutes, with their offensive efforts nearly stifled. Aside from De Bruyne's free kick, there had been no substantial threats. Lin Quan attempted a few long-range shots from outside the box, but his efforts were rendered ineffective due to Martinez's interference, with one attempt even soaring high into the stands, a rarity for Lin Quan. Falling behind in the score is not particularly daunting. After all, it is merely a single goal. Given Werder Bremen's formidable attacking prowess displayed throughout this season, the opportunity to equalize or even mount a comeback is not beyond reach. However, the team's pride in their offensive capabilities seemed to be entirely stifled during this match, a fact that has left the fans of the Parrots Legion deeply concerned. Without their offensive strength, Werder Bremen becomes a mere shadow of itself. In the live broadcast, supporters noted the unusual silence surrounding Lin and De Bruyne during this game. They found themselves constrained by Bayern's tactical approach. Throughout the match, Martinez shadowed Lin closely, hindering his ability to maneuver freely in the attacking third. Indeed, Bayern's defense was meticulously targeted. With Martinez at the forefront, they established a blockade around Lin, confining his movement to the periphery of Bayern's left penalty area, rendering him incapable of posing a threat to their goal. As for De Bruyne, his physical confrontations fell short, and when faced with vigorous challenges from the opposition, he struggled to maintain possession. Bayern's central and defensive midfielders consistently engaged in such tactics, effectively severing the connection between him and Lin. Have you not noticed? Up until now in the first half, there has not been a single direct collaboration between De Bruyne and Lin. It appears so. But how can one unravel Bayern's defensive system? There aren't many viable strategies. If one must suggest a course of action, it would involve contesting the midfield, asserting dominance over them to control the situation and alleviate pressure on Lin. Indeed, yet Bayern's midfield is exceedingly robust. The tenacity of their midfield would pose challenges even for Barcelona. To those Bayern fans up there, spare us the ungracious critiques. Barcelona previously managed to score 4 goals against Bayern with relative ease. Are you really citing such ancient history? Comparing matches from the 2008 to 2009 season is quite audacious. Today's Bayern is a significant upgrade from that transitional squad, I assure you. This Bayern is evidently stronger than 4 years ago. And what of Barcelona? The once mighty club seems to dwindle with each passing year. Bayern's fans certainly excel in banter. You only dare to dominate in the Bundesliga. But let us see if you can match us openly on the Champions League stage. Barcelona fans, do not revel too much. If you encounter Bayern, prepare to be schooled. I eagerly anticipate Bayern returning to Camp Nou only to be bested again. The discussion quickly derailed into a rivalry between Barcelona and Bayern fans. However, the onlookers, amused by the unfolding drama, began to analyze the situation earnestly. Both Barcelona and Bayern stand atop their respective groups, ensuring they will not clash in the round of 16. Yet, there might be a chance in the quarterfinals or semifinals. End of this chapter. Chapter 111. A miracle unfolds before thousands. Trailing in the score. Our offensive tactics have been curtailed by the opposition. Both core players in the attacking front seem somewhat lost, presenting a rather challenging situation for Schaff on the sidelines. He cast a wary glance towards the home team's coaching bench, where Heinrich maintained his composure, quietly observing the unfolding match. Much like during their previous encounter at the Weser Stadium, the old tactician had truly become increasingly enigmatic, leaving others unable to discern his depths. Schaff sighed, having deciphered Bayern's tactical approach. The starting lineup was evidently tailored to counteract their strategy. Typically, Bayern's midfield consisted of Schweinsteiger paired with either Martinez or Gustavo, rarely deploying 2 defensive midfielders simultaneously. In this match, Heinrich had benched Kroos and Müller, shifting Schweinsteiger from a defensive role to an attacking one, while placing 2 robust defenders in the midfield. This adjustment significantly enhanced the physicality of Bayern's midfield. Lacking the orchestrations of Kroos and Müller, Bayern's offensive patterns were somewhat diminished. However, their attack relied not on tactics, but rather on the exceptional individual abilities of their wingers. Unfortunately for Werder Bremen, they found themselves utterly helpless against such an onslaught, unable to stifle the opponent's offensive maneuvers. Consequently, their attacking efforts were stifled, while their defense buckled under the pressure. As the match progressed, their chances of victory dwindled. Currently trailing by a single goal, should they allow a few more counterattacks, they could find themselves in a far worse predicament. What to do? How to curb the adversary's offense? Schaff's first inclination was to fortify the defense, but he quickly recognized that Werder Bremen's defensive capabilities were already woeful. Attempting to enhance a fundamentally flawed defense seemed futile. it would be wiser to focus on revitalizing the team's offensive system. If they could invigorate their attack and liberate Lin and De Bruyne, perhaps they could alter the course of the match through goals. But how could they penetrate the opponent's defensive setup? This dilemma was not solely on Schaaf's mind. In the stands, Chelsea's season scout De Visser pondered the same question. Werder Bremen needed a third player to emerge. Relying solely on those two would make them too easy to contain. De Visser considered Marco Marin from his own team, who had been a key forward for Werder Bremen last season. Had he been on the field instead of Füllkrug, Bayern would certainly have hesitated to suffocate Lin and De Bruyne with such abandon. On the field, as the match resumed, Lin contemplated how to break through Bayern's blockade. He attempted to maneuver down the right flank, only to find Martinez marking him closely. Shifting to the left, he anticipated Gustavo would follow, yet to his surprise, it was still Martinez who tracked him. The opposition had deliberately swapped positions between Martinez and Gustavo with a clear intention to target Lin. Recognizing the situation, Lin understood that he could not shake off Martinez in this match. Thus, rather than rushing toward the opponent's penalty area, he opted to maneuver within the space between the defensive and attacking midfielders. The players of Bayern certainly would not allow him to dribble comfortably, including the likes of Mandzukic, Ribery, and Schweinsteiger. A total of 4 players swiftly charged towards him, intent on seizing the ball from his feet. However, Lin was fortunate to have numerous teammates in close proximity, and before the opposition could apply pressure, he passed the ball to Hunter. Upon receiving the pass, Hunter relayed it to the flanks, where Elia rapidly surged down the left wing. Instead of reverting to the right side, Lin opted to follow Elia's movement to the left. Martinez hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to mark Lin. He had faith in his teammate Lam's ability to contain Elia without requiring assistance. Lam's prowess as a fullback is unparalleled, and Elia could not breach his defense. At that moment, Lin approached, prompting Martinez to pass the ball to him while making a run into the penalty area. As soon as Lin received the ball, Martinez closed in. The two had clashed several times before, and Lin had discerned his opponent's characteristics. Martinez possessed excellent footwork and a robust physique. However, standing at 192 centimeters, his turning speed could not rival that of shorter players. Thus, the strategy to counter him was evident. Exploit the space behind him. Lin ambled forward with the ball as if on a leisurely stroll, while Hama refrained from a rash challenge. He had previously attempted to intercept and was skillfully evaded. Luckily, a teammate had covered for him, preventing dire consequences. Having learned from that encounter, Hama understood that in one-on-one defensive situations, reckless challenges were ill-advised. To Lin, every movement of a player of Hama's stature likely appeared in slow motion. Lin operated in the left flank, near the 30-meter zone. According to Bayern's defensive strategy, their right-back Lam should have advanced to assist Martinez in containing Lin. However, Lam was drawn away by Elia and did not arrive in time. Nevertheless, there was still the right midfielder Robin. Yet, Martinez failed to notice Robin's presence. This player had not retreated to defend, but remained in Werder Bremen's half. Robin declared, "I'm here to score goals, not to engage in the dirty work of defending." If the opposition were near the center circle, he might have made a token effort to track back. But with the opponents nearing the 30-meter zone, retreating would hinder his ability to contribute to the offensive play. Robin believed that given his lackluster defensive skills, returning would only complicate matters for the team, rendering him of little assistance. Thus, he resolved not to fall back, lest his performance on the offensive front be compromised. This, however, rendered Bayern's tactical containment of Lin somewhat ineffective. Positioned as he was, aside from the right midfielder, defensive midfielder, and fullbacks, no one could approach him. It was unlikely that a center-back would venture into such territory. Schweinsteiger, playing as an attacking midfielder, could move, but he was preoccupied with marking De Bruyne and could not break free. This presented Lin with a fleeting opportunity for a one-on-one duel with Martinez. He cast a glance at his center forward, Phil Kruger's position, suddenly springing into action with a passing motion, sending the ball away. Yet, it did not roll far, stopping just behind Martinez. Had he made an error? Martinez felt a flicker of doubt as he observed Lin's kick. Before he could fully process it, he sensed a gust of wind pass before him. Lin had vanished from sight. This was bad. The lad had slipped behind him. With his seasoned experience, Martinez almost instantly deduced the opponent's intention. Lin's pass was not aimed at the center forward of Werder Bremen, but rather at himself 3 seconds into the future. Instinctively, Martinez raised his arm, attempting to obstruct Lin Kuan's advance, but with a deft sidestep, Lin Kuan darted past him. Who would have thought that being shorter could be advantageous? For the first time, Lin Kuan felt a sense of satisfaction with his height. Alas, the moment he bypassed Lin Kuan, Martinez realized the imminent danger. The warnings from the coach before the match echoed in his mind, now coming to fruition. Splendid. In the stands, De Weiser could not help but commend Lin Kuan for outmaneuvering Martinez. Beside him, George Evans looked on in confusion. Martinez had been bested by Lin Kuan several times before, especially near the penalty area. In those instances, De Weiser had not exhibited such fervor. Why was he so animated this time? Fool. It's about space. Lin Kuan now had room to operate. De Weiser seemed to see through the novice scout's bewilderment, patiently explaining. Previously, when Lin Kuan had evaded Martinez, he was surrounded by several Bayern players, which left him with little room to maneuver. Even though he was closer to the goal, he could not pose a threat to Bayern's net. However, the scenario had shifted. After pulling wide, he faced only Martinez, and once he outpaced him, he had ample space to carry the ball. At this juncture, whether to pass or to launch an attack, his options had expanded significantly. More crucially, he was no longer restricted by Martinez and merely had to contend with the Bayern defense line. Upon hearing this, George experienced an epiphany. So that was it. Truly, De Weiser was a seasoned scout. His insight was something that could not be matched without years of experience. Since De Weiser believed this was a prime opportunity, George grew even more curious. Would Lin Kuan seize this chance and alter the score? Javi had lost sight of his target. On the home team's bench, Heinrich, who had remained composed until now, lost his calm in an instant. Indeed, Robin had failed to track back in time. The architect of this defensive strategy, Grand, also grew anxious upon witnessing the play. It was not just Robin who had failed to return. The positioning of the other players was inadequate as well. The lad's appearance on the left flank was clearly no accident. Heinrich fixated on Lin Kuan, who was advancing towards Bayern's goal, marveling inwardly. How could this young player possess such high football intelligence? He astonishingly managed to discern the flaws within Bayern's defensive structure in such a brief span and seized upon them. Are you suggesting that the lad intentionally veered to the left? Upon hearing Heinrich's words, Grand was taken aback even further. Indeed, he cleverly utilized the cover of his teammates to drift wide, purposefully moving to the left, causing our players to hesitate in their pursuit, leaving no one to shield Martinez, thus affording him a one-on-one opportunity. This entire sequence may well have been part of his meticulous strategy. Even Robin's failure to track back seems to have been calculated. Heinrich took a deep breath, regretting not having fervently urged sporting director Sammer to acquire this young talent from Barcelona after the conclusion of the Telecom Cup. Yet, who could have anticipated that a mere 16-year-old could pose such a monumental challenge to Bayern Munich? As Lin Kuan deftly bypassed Martinez, Bayern's defenders immediately tensed. The entire defensive line, save for Alaba, had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Kuan. They were acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Despite Martinez's desperate attempt to chase back, he found himself a step behind Lin Kuan, compounded by the latter's earlier acceleration, which created several meters of separation between them. This distance signified that when Lin Kuan faced Bayern's defenders, they were left to fend for themselves. Dante was the first to charge forward, wearing an expression of gallantry tinged with fatalism. Ever since he had his cruciate ligament torn by Lin Kuan at the Weserstadion, he harbored a certain trepidation towards such swift, agile players who relished in feints and sudden changes of direction. These youngsters were oblivious to the agony of knee injuries, showing no regard for their own joints, relentlessly executing feints and shifts. Approaching 30, Dante's aging limbs had endured their fair share of injuries. He could neither keep pace with nor dare to match the tempo of his opponent. If he were to attempt such rapid directional changes, he genuinely questioned whether his knees could withstand it. Should he sustain another injury, it would likely be severe, requiring a lengthy recuperation period. As fate would have it, upon seeing Dante charge forward, Lin Kuan, without a moment's hesitation, commenced his feints and shifts. The simplest maneuvers often prove most effective in recognizing the adversary's knee troubles. He sought to exploit this weakness. Dante, witnessing Lin Kuan's change of direction, felt a profound frustration yet gritted his teeth to keep up with the rhythm. However, as Lin Kuan executed another feint, Dante nearly succumbed, nearly choking on his own blood. Fortunately, his robust physique and quick reflexes allowed him to stay in the contest. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Quan feinted once more. Dante dared not pursue and found himself unable to match the pace, sensing his knees beginning to buckle under the strain. After bypassing Dante, Lin Quan surged into the penalty area, confronting Boateng, who hesitated, contemplating whether to tackle. Boateng was genuinely haunted by mental shadows, and upon seeing Lin Quan advance, he felt a creeping dread before even engaging. Memories of being outmaneuvered before thousands of fans at the Allianz Arena flooded his mind. In duels of skill, one must never hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lin Quan was perplexed by Boateng's sudden introspection. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Seizing the golden opportunity presented to him, he shifted his shoulder to the right, lowered his center of gravity, and executed a feint that deceived Boateng. Under normal circumstances, Boateng would have discerned Lin Quan's ruse. Yet, at that moment, Boateng was distracted, his mind sluggish, resulting in his failure to react in time, allowing Lin Quan to slip past him effortlessly. Damn it! From outmaneuvering Martinez to bypassing Dante and penetrating the penalty area, Lin Quan accomplished this feat in less than 3 seconds. Neuer, who had just readied himself to collaborate with Boateng in intercepting Lin Quan, now found himself alone, forced to confront Lin Quan directly. Come on, Lin, let us settle this. With no defenders to assist, the one-on-one confrontation between the goalkeeper and the forward was akin to a hellish ordeal for Neuer. Nevertheless, in that moment, Neuer exuded an unparalleled fierceness reminiscent of the lion-hearted Khan, displaying no trepidation in facing his adversary. Lin Quan sensed that Bayern's players were closing in behind him. He had no time to delay. A shot had to be taken immediately, otherwise, he feared he might not even get the chance to shoot. Thus, casting a glance at Neuer's positioning and meeting his fearless gaze, Lin Quan decisively struck. Let it in, he silently roared, unleashing a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the upper left corner of the net, a hand suddenly appearing in its trajectory. Neuer reacted swiftly, correctly predicting the direction. At Allianz Arena, countless fans rose to their feet in anticipation. Would this shot find the net? In that instant, time seemed to freeze, each frame unfolding in slow motion. Neuer's hand inched closer, slowly yet resolutely, towards the football. Would he be able to make contact, to thwart the shot? The ball continued to ascend, but he had exerted every ounce of his strength, his outstretched hand unable to rise any higher. Damn, was it still just out of reach? Neuer, airborne, turned to watch the football sail over him, his heart filled with reluctance. Although the ball had slipped past his fingers, its height suggested it should sail over the crossbar. Just as Neuer and the Bayern fans entertained this thought, the ball suddenly began to descend as if it had been forcefully struck from the sky. A lob shot. Unbelievably. It was a lob shot. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the crossbar, and in the gaze of thousands of spectators, it ricocheted into Bayern's net. Lin Quan, amidst the throngs at Allianz Arena, performed an astonishing miracle. The chapter concludes. Chapter 112. Scouts from major clubs gather at Allianz Arena. As the first half drew to a close, neither side managed to breach the other's goal, maintaining a score of 1-1 until the halftime whistle was blown. Upon hearing the whistle signaling the end of the first half, the players of Werder Bremen exhaled in relief, gathering around Lin Quan, sharing laughter as they made their way back to their dressing room. In contrast, the players from Bayern wore solemn expressions, particularly the defenders, whose faces reflected considerable distress. In the visiting team's locker room, Schaff praised each player individually. When it was Lin Quan's turn, he smiled and inquired, Lin, how did you discern Bayern's defensive weaknesses? As Lin Quan attempted to execute his strategy, Schaff conceived some ideas of his own. However, before he could instruct his players to implement his tactics, Lin Quan had already breached Bayern's defense and scored a goal, leaving Schaff both astonished and elated. To be candid, luck played a part in that goal. Lin Quan explained with a smile that he initially moved to the left to see if he could evade Martinez. Unexpectedly, the opponent followed closely, prompting him to exploit Robben's reluctance to track back. With the cover of his teammates, he endeavored to draw Martinez toward the sideline, creating a one-on-one opportunity. Such a maneuver might succeed once, but it was unlikely to work a second time. In the second half, Robben would likely track back. If he refused, Bayern's coach would certainly substitute him for someone more willing to defend. Lin Quan recognized that his goal was rather fortuitous. Had Bayern's left flank featured Ribery instead of Robben, scoring would have been far more challenging. Indeed, you are correct. However, your insight has inspired me. Let's play this way in the second half. Schaff began illustrating his new tactics on the tactical board, while the players listened intently to his explanation. On the home side, Heinrich refrained from reprimanding the players and instead approached Robin privately. Algen, I do not require your excuses. I only need you to answer me one question honestly. Can you do that? Robin's gaze faltered, evading the old coach's eyes. Although Heinrich had not criticized him, he understood that the goals conceded in the first half were partly his fault. Robin nodded emphatically. A man must be willing to shoulder responsibility. If he is to blame, he should not shy away from it. After all, it is simply a matter of accepting responsibility. What is so daunting about that? Despite my temper being somewhat foul, my personality a bit difficult, and my playstyle somewhat self-centered, I am not one to evade responsibility. Very well, in the second half. If their number 10 appears on our left flank again, you must promptly track back and assist Martinez in containing him. Do you understand? Robin nodded vigorously once more. Lifting his head, his gaze no longer evading. During halftime, in the stands, Bayern fans were either heading to the restroom or grabbing drinks. The lead they had enjoyed was abruptly equalized by Lin Quan's stunning strike, resulting in a general air of discontent among the Bayern supporters, even silencing their raucous team anthem. However, the Chelsea scout de Visser, who had traveled from afar, felt quite pleased. This lad is even more remarkable than I had anticipated, given time. He is bound to become a phenomenal presence in European football. Although de Visser had only observed Lin Quan for half a match, his appraisal of the player was exceedingly high. Beside him, George Evans nodded repeatedly in agreement, exclaiming, "Sir, your insight is truly remarkable." I had submitted a detailed scouting report to the club regarding Lin Quan, suggesting they recruit him. However, for reasons unknown, my report was not taken seriously. Every time I mention this matter, I am filled with both frustration and anger. If the club had indeed reviewed my report and followed my recommendation to bring Lin Quan on board, and he subsequently made a name for himself, I could have been celebrated as the scout who discovered him. De Visser sighed. Although he was not privy to the intricate details, he could surmise the underlying cause. It was likely that the club considered Lin Quan too young, failing to capture the interest of the club president, Abu, leading to the dismissal of the report. You see, many scouts have their eyes on Lin Quan. For example, in that corner sits a scout from Atletico Madrid, while the gentleman in black is from Juventus. Over here, the one sporting sunglasses and a cap is a scout for Inter Milan, and there, that is a scout from Paris Saint-Germain in Ligue 1. Noticing de Visser's silence, George grew anxious and, like a detective, swiftly revealed several other scouts from different teams. Are all these scouts here to evaluate Lin Quan? De Visser was taken aback by the swift actions of his counterparts. Indeed, most are here to observe Lin Quan's performance, while some are also interested in De Bruyne. He nodded in acknowledgement, turning his gaze around in search of familiar faces. Suddenly, his eyes paused at a certain spot. Following his gaze, George recognized a familiar figure. Isn't that young Ferguson, son of Ferguson? De Visser scoffed. Yes, that's Jason Ferguson. He runs a talent agency, leveraging his father's name to attract young players. It is said that in his quest for fame and fortune, he leaked insider information from Manchester United, including locker room secrets, which incited Ferguson's furious wrath. Who would have thought such a legendary figure would have a son like him? Truly, a case of the apple not falling far from the tree. Unwilling to waste time on such a person, de Visser resumed his search through the stands. Suddenly, he halted again. George glanced over and noticed a stranger. Someone he had not seen before. Is that another scout? De Visser hesitated. He appears to be affiliated with AC Milan, an old-timer in the scouting world. It's been years since I last encountered him. I never expected to see him here. George immediately recalled recent news reports claiming that AC Milan intended to offer 45 million euros to Barcelona for Lin Quan. This rumor had not been confirmed by either party, leaving its veracity in question. However, the presence of AC Milan's scout here seemed to lend credence to the notion that the rumor was not entirely unfounded. The two individuals over there do not appear to be ordinary football enthusiasts. George made a new discovery, and de Weiser glanced over, his pupils abruptly constricting as he solemnly declared, "Those are Real Madrid's seasoned scouts, Juni Calafate and Manuel Romero. To think that the chief scout of Real Madrid is present?" George was astounded. These two are renowned figures in the scouting world, and even he, as a newcomer, had heard of them. Real Madrid has also been embroiled in rumors concerning Lin Quan. and the simultaneous appearance of their distinguished scouts at the Allianz Arena leaves little room for speculation regarding their intentions. De Weiser felt a sense of foreboding. The player they were assessing seemed to be enjoying more popularity than they had anticipated. In fact, Chelsea scouts had overlooked one individual. Hidden away in an unassuming corner of the stadium was Joseph Minguella, the esteemed scout from Barcelona who had previously discovered Messi. Minguella was not present on behalf of the Barcelona club. Rather, he was personally commissioned by the club's former honorary president, Johan Cruyff, to evaluate Lin Quan. Though Rosell had stripped him of his honorary president title, a vanity he neither needed nor cared for, Minguella was deeply concerned about the potential devastation Rosell could wreak upon Barcelona and the La Masia Youth Academy. Having forced him out and driven Guardiola away, Rosell was now allowing the finest young talents from La Masia to wander aimlessly outside. Minguella longed to inquire about Rosell's true intentions. He vividly recalled Cruyff's impassioned voice during their phone call, which resonated with him deeply. Cruyff's words struck a chord. Indeed, why are the exceptional players emerging from La Masia reluctant to renew their contracts, unwilling to don the red and blue jersey and battle at Camp Nou? What could be the reason behind this? The 15-minute halftime swiftly elapsed, and the match resumed. Bayern Munich launched consecutive attacks at the beginning of the second half, seemingly attempting to quicken the pace of the game. The single goal conceded in the first half had made them realize that mere defense would not suffice to secure victory. They needed to score additional goals. Lin Quan's astonishing strikes were rare. As long as they maintained a 1 or 2 goal lead, losing would be a challenging prospect. In the absence of Kroos and Müller, Bayern's offensive play became rather straightforward. Their two wingers would sprint down the flanks, one feverishly crossing the ball, while the other would make incisive cuts to shoot. The combination of Ribery and Robben wreaked havoc on Werder Bremen's defense. Left with no choice, Werder Bremen could only retreat, engaging in a defensive standoff near their penalty area. For Werder Bremen, securing a draw at the Allianz Arena was an acceptable outcome. Unlike league matches, cup competitions allowed for extra time following a draw, and if still level, a penalty shootout would ensue. However, Bayern could not afford such leniency. Thus they intensified their offensive efforts. Robben's attempt to cut inside and break through was intercepted. The ball remained with Bayern, who passed it to Ribery, who took a direct shot. The goalkeeper executed a crucial save, thwarting Ribery's sudden strike. In the commentary booth, the announcers felt a wave of anxiety for Werder Bremen. Bayern Munich's recent onslaught was relentless, besieging the Bremen goal with fervor. This could not continue. Everyone in the Bundesliga knew of Bremen's frail defense. They needed to venture forward, for relying solely on defense would not withstand Bayern's offensive might. To their astonishment, however, Werder Bremen managed to hold their ground. With the absence of Kroos and Müller, Bayern's attack appeared to pivot around the flanks, yet the true threat emanated from the center forward, Mandzukic, within the penalty area. As Bremen amassed significant forces around the edge of the box, the breakthroughs from Robben and Ribery were stifled, and their attempts to cut inside for shots proved futile. The only recourse was to pass into the box, relying on Mandzukic's individual prowess to score. Unfortunately, he was meticulously marked, with two towering defenders shadowing him at all times, leaving no gaps for exploitation. After grappling in the penalty area with the opposing center-backs to no avail, Mandzukic attempted to drift away from the box, seeking to act as a pivot for his teammates. With Mandzukic providing support, the advancing Schweinsteiger had a few opportunities to shoot. Yet it seemed as if he had forgotten his shooting boots today. Several attempts failed to pose a threat, and Bremen's goal remained unbreached. As the match ticked away, it swiftly approached the 75th minute. Coach Schaff was the first to make a substitution, replacing midfielder Hunt with a defender to bolster the defense against Mandzukic, preventing him from serving as a fulcrum for Bayern's attack. Consequently, the advancing Schweinsteiger found it difficult to create shooting opportunities. Bayern's offensive seemed to have sputtered. However, Heinrich remained unperturbed. After observing the players' conditions, he chose to make a substitution. He replaced Gustavo with Kroos, instructing Tony to switch positions with Schweinsteiger, taking up the role of attacking midfielder while Schweinsteiger dropped back to a deeper position. Kroos recalled the tactical arrangements discussed in the dressing room and nodded emphatically. With Kroos' introduction, Heinrich further called upon Shaqiri and Gomez to begin warming up. He had a premonition that the match might extend into extra time. If that were the case, Bayern would need to score, avoiding the risk of a penalty shootout. Once on the pitch, the combination of Kroos and Schweinsteiger as dual orchestral leaders resulted in a more fluid and threatening Bayern attack. Suddenly, the situation in front of Bremen's goal became perilous. In the 83rd minute, Kroos unleashed a long-range shot that struck the crossbar. The ball ricocheted, and Mandzukic seized the opportunity. However, under defensive pressure, his header went astray, sending the ball soaring away. This assault left Bremen's players in a state of trepidation. They ceased their attempts to counterattack and retreated entirely to their own half, forming a defensive barricade. Confronted with the formidable bus formation of Werder Bremen, Bayern Munich found themselves at a loss for effective strategies, resorting to incessantly lofting high balls into the penalty area in search of the imposing Mandzukic. Throughout the match, Mandzukic had engaged in a relentless physical battle with several defenders from Werder Bremen, enduring a level of exertion that would have left most players utterly exhausted. Yet, propelled by his indomitable spirit and resolute willpower, he persevered, leaping with fervor each time a teammate delivered a pass, regardless of whether he could secure the header. In the 92nd minute, Mandzukic was presented with the finest opportunity of the match. Ribery, after a skillful run to the byline, executed a delicate chip pass that found Mandzukic precisely at the right moment. Gritting his teeth, Mandzukic summoned all his strength, soaring high to meet the incoming ball. The cameras captured the prominent veins on his neck and forehead, a testament to the intensity of his effort. This was a moment where Mandzukic was truly risking it all. The power behind his header was immense, and the quality was exceptional, as the ball hurtled towards the lower left corner of the Bremen goal. Militz, the goalkeeper, found himself somewhat powerless against this strike. Despite attempting to make a save, he was unable to reach the ball. It was a disaster in the making. Militz instinctively shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending goal. Meanwhile, the Bayern supporters at Allianz Arena leapt to their feet, craning their necks to follow the trajectory of the soaring football. As they witnessed the ball slip past Militz's outstretched fingers, they braced themselves for a jubilant celebration. However, in the next heartbeat, a green figure emerged in front of the goal, blocking the ball just before it crossed the line. Upon seeing the number on the jersey of the opposing player, the Bayern fans felt an overwhelming urge to crush their own teeth in frustration. Once again, it was that damn number 10. He had thwarted Bayern's last-ditch effort. At that moment, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the second half, and the match was set to proceed into extra time. Chapter concluded. Chapter 113. A miracle unfolds, eliminating Bayern Munich at Allianz Arena. The fans of Werder Bremen gasped for breath in relief as Lin Quan successfully blocked the shot, finally able to exhale. Lin Quan himself was startled, being shorter in stature. He could not contest the aerial ball, so he had sprinted to the goal line to assist the keeper in defense. Unexpectedly, his fortuitous positioning coincided perfectly with Mandzukic's header. Had the strike been aimed at the upper left corner, Lin Quan, with his height disadvantage, would have been helpless. Instead, it veered towards the lower left corner, fortuitously colliding with Lin Quan. After successfully thwarting the attempt, Lin Quan was drenched in cold sweat. Had he been even half a second slower, he would have been too late. Mandzukic, rightfully dubbed the aerial overlord, delivered a header that was not only powerful, but also executed with a cunning angle. Were it not for Lin Quan's timely intervention, the ball would surely have found the back of the net. "Lin, how did you do it? You are remarkable," exclaimed goalkeeper Militz, as he rose from the ground and enveloped Lin Quan in an exuberant embrace, overwhelmed with excitement. As the other teammates rushed over, they affectionately tousled Lin Quan's hair while praising his cleverness. The expressions on everyone's faces were those of survivors, having narrowly escaped a harrowing situation. It was indeed perilously thrilling. His timely interception had truly salvaged the entire team. Otherwise, they would have been witnessing the Bayern players celebrating ecstatically on the pitch at this very moment. Do not be overly exuberant. Return to rest for a moment, as extra time is imminent, Captain Fritz reminded them. On the sidelines, Schaff and the coaching staff also appeared quite animated. However, he did not forget his duties. He ensured the players seated on the ground conserved their energy while swiftly briefing them on the strategy for extra time. The absence of a break in the middle of extra time posed a significant challenge for the Werder Bremen players. After a grueling match, all players had experienced substantial physical exertion. Their stamina might not suffice to endure the entirety of extra time, and the players had to grit their teeth and persevere. If Bayern were to score, given their current momentum, it would be nearly impossible for Bremen to equalize, which would spell their elimination. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent Bayern from finding the net at all costs. The 5-minute respite swiftly came to an end, and both teams returned to the field to continue the contest. As Schaff had surmised, Bayern's players immediately launched into a fierce assault upon resuming play. They were evidently aware that the Werder Bremen players had reached their physical limits, thus seeking to capitalize on this moment to utterly demoralize their adversaries. Scoring even a single goal would shatter the will of the Bremen players. In a state of depleted energy and crushed spirits, victory would be all but assured for Bayern, with the possibility of further extending their lead. After enduring relentless resistance from Werder Bremen, Bayern's players harbored a palpable resentment towards them. If given the opportunity to deliver a crushing defeat on their home turf, they would undoubtedly seize such a chance. Bayern had maintained control throughout the match, resulting in a comparatively lesser expenditure of energy for their players. Otherwise, they might not have had the strength to continue their relentless assault on Bremen. Bayern's offense was ferocious, with waves of attacks surging forth. In the 7th minute of extra time, Ribery once again cut inside, evading the Bremen fullback before attempting a forceful shot. Though this strike posed little threat, it deflected off a defensive player's leg mid-flight. Militz was momentarily caught off guard, despite making an immediate adjustment. He failed to intercept the ball. This time, Lin Quan was not positioned at the goal to mitigate the crisis. Just as everyone was convinced that the ball would inevitably find the back of the net and Bayern's players prepared to celebrate, the ball struck the post instead. With a resounding clang, it was repelled by the upright. A collective sigh resonated throughout the Allianz Arena, as countless Bayern fans clutched their heads in disbelief, staring incredulously at the ball that had sailed out of play. Such a golden opportunity thwarted by the post. The cursed goalpost. How could you betray your team? The players of Werder Bremen were taken aback, particularly Lekimia, who nearly caused an own goal and repeatedly apologized to his teammates, asserting that it was unintentional. He was somewhat overwhelmed by nerves, instinctively kicking at the approaching ball without contemplating the potential consequences of his actions. Had fortune not favored him, as the ball ricocheted away, he would have become the villain of the match. Fortunately, his teammates bore him no ill will. After all, who among them was not feeling the pressure? Aware of the defensive gaps on their right flank, Werder Bremen further tightened their formation, resolutely safeguarding their penalty area and denying their opponents any opportunity to penetrate for a shot. Faced with a fruitless incursion into the box, players like Robben, Schweinsteiger, and Kroos were relegated to taking long-range shots. The out-of-form Milik, seemingly inspired, thwarted every one of these attempts with remarkable saves. As all offensive strategies failed, the Bayern players began to feel the weight of urgency. Minutes ticked by, yet they could not breach their opponent's defenses. The tactics previously devised by the coach appeared ineffective, contributing to their rising anxiety. The initial 15 minutes of the first half swiftly elapsed, leading into the second half of extra time. On the sidelines, Hanks observed that his players, particularly those engaged in the offensive, were running low on stamina. He decisively opted for substitutions. Shaqiri replaced Robben, and Gomez took the place of Mandzukic. Mandzukic, having exerted himself to the utmost, found himself devoid of energy upon seeing the substitution signal. He exited the field behind Werder Bremen's goal and collapsed onto the ground. He yearned to witness his teammates' triumph in close proximity. Bayern's relentless siege persisted, with the vigorous Shaqiri slipping through the Werder Bremen defense like an agile eel. Meanwhile, Gomez leveraged his vigor to gain an advantage in his duels with defenders within the box. Once again, the Werder Bremen goal appeared precariously threatened. In the 23rd minute of extra time, Kroos noticed Shaqiri's astute movement and deftly delivered an exquisite lofted pass. This ball was not directed toward Shaqiri's run, but rather in the opposite direction, leaving the defender assigned to him oblivious to the impending danger until Shaqiri quickly pivoted to receive the pass. Standing at a mere 169 centimeters, Shaqiri was at a disadvantage against the towering defenders, making it challenging for him to secure the ball. However, Kroos capitalized on his teammate's evasive run, creating an opportunity for him to evade the defender and comfortably receive the ball. What a splendid pass, Shaqiri thought to himself. And without hesitation, he turned half towards the goal and unleashed a shot. As Militz observed Kroos's pass, he immediately recognized the impending danger. He swiftly maneuvered towards the near post, leaping high to deflect the opponent's shot away. Witnessing his teammates squander this opportunity, Kroos let out a resigned sigh. Such a display of shooting prowess seemed to waste his exquisite assist. Had he been setting up Robben instead of Shaqiri, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Contemplating this, he glanced towards Lin Quan, who was not far from him. He had heard whispers of this player's remarkable shooting skills. If he were to be his teammate, Kroos might well enhance his assist tally each season. Bayern's continuous failure to convert chances was beginning to fray Heightens' composure on the sidelines. The tactical design had borne fruit. Yet the players were unable to find the net, leaving him at a loss. He recalled the Champions League final against Chelsea 7 months prior, where Bayern's players had similarly squandered opportunities, ultimately succumbing to Chelsea in a penalty shootout. Would the scene from that final repeat itself on the DFB Pokal stage? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a tremendous cheer erupted from the Allianz Arena. What was happening? Heightens inquired of those nearby while observing the pitch. In that moment of distraction, it appeared that Bayern had scored. He did not catch who had netted the goal. He only saw his players celebrating fervently on the field. It was Gomez. After Ribery's long-range shot was parried by the goalkeeper, he capitalized on the rebound within the box. The assistant coach, Schillmann, was flushed with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he rushed onto the field to join the players in their celebration. With just 7 minutes remaining in extra time, a goal at this juncture almost signaled the end of the match. Lacking stamina, Werder Bremen, who could hardly run, had little chance of a comeback. Heightens understood this well, and he too could not help but feel exhilarated. An ordinary third-round DFB Pokal match had turned into a grueling contest, reminiscent of a final. This victory was hard-won. He exchanged a glance with his assistant coach, Grande, who, being older, lacked the youthful fervor and merely stood on the sidelines applauding the players without joining the celebration. They shared a smile, embracing one another and patting each other on the back. It was not easy. Indeed, it was exceedingly challenging. Their opponents had fought valiantly in this match. Yes, considering their lineup, it was truly remarkable that they had pushed us to this extent. On the pitch, Lin Quan returned to his goal, retrieved the ball, and placed it back at the center circle. He did not rush the opponents, instead quietly awaiting the conclusion of their celebration. Prior to their visit to Allianz Arena, the entire team had mentally prepared for the possibility of defeat. Facing such a formidable opponent as Bayern, no team in Europe dared to claim confidence in overcoming them. Even those football giants, whose players are worth hundreds of millions of euros, cannot guarantee victory. What audacity does Werder Bremen possess to claim they can surely win? Given their current performance, they have already exceeded expectations. Considering the disparity in strength between the two teams, it would not be surprising for Werder Bremen to lose by 2 or even 3 goals. Yet, can they truly accept such a fate? Having fought so hard to reach this point, can they resign themselves to a defeat on enemy soil? No, I refuse to accept it. He resolutely opened the system store to check his points. After the match against Nuremberg, his points had returned to 18, and winning one more match would allow him to accumulate enough to upgrade his talent related to injuries. However, time was of the essence, and he spent 10 points to elevate his stamina talent. By the time extra time commenced, he was already out of energy. Were it not for the stamina talent he had previously exchanged, he would have collapsed long ago. Nevertheless, the effects of the low-level talent worth 10 points were limited. He found himself unable to successfully dribble past opponents several times due to insufficient stamina. Without his counter-attacking threat, Bayern Munich could advance freely across half the field, bombarding their goal with relentless assaults. Lin Quan knew that he would soon be leaving Werder Bremen, so he had always wished to leave something memorable for the fans. Their bench depth was insufficient to compete with Bayern for the league title, yet they still had a fighting chance in the cup. If they could eliminate Bayern Munich in this match, the only remaining threat among their opponents would be Borussia Dortmund. Should Dortmund become distracted by the League and Champions League, they might be eliminated by other competitors prematurely. Their chances of seizing the trophy would significantly increase. Thus, should they defeat Bayern, their likelihood of lifting the cup would soar. After upgrading his stamina talent, he immediately utilized it with the system's assistance. Instantly, Lin Quan felt a surge of energy return to his body. He glanced at the scoreboard. Only 6 minutes remained in the match, ample time. Under the referee's urging, Bayern's players finally concluded their celebrations and returned to the field. The game resumed, and De Bruyne passed the ball to Lin Quan. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Quan did not return it, but instead charged into the opponent's half. Has he lost his mind? The spectators were astonished to see Lin Quan attempting to take on the entire Bayern Munich team single-handedly. Has this lad been so affected by the conceded goal that he has lost his senses? Kroos charged at him first, standing directly in his path. With swift footwork, he sidestepped and changed direction, deftly bypassing the defensively weaker Kroos after 3 touches. Martinez and Schweinsteiger also advanced towards him, yet Lin Quan still refrained from passing. With a powerful burst of speed, he surged past both players, racing to receive his own pass. How does he still possess such explosive energy at this moment? Hadn't he already depleted his stamina? After being bypassed, Martinez was engulfed in a whirlwind of bewilderment, grappling with a multitude of questions. The Bayern defenders were on the verge of exasperation. Within mere seconds of the kickoff, the opposing forward was already bearing down upon them. A turn of events that far exceeded their expectations. Block him. On the sidelines, Heightens, who had maintained his composure throughout the match, could no longer remain unfazed. The relentless momentum of the adversary struck him with considerable shock, instilling a profound sense of peril. If he could not be halted swiftly, this goal was likely to slip through their defenses. Without needing a reminder from Heightens, as Lin Quan approached the penalty area, all four Bayern defenders surged forward. They were acutely aware of the threat he posed within the box. He absolutely must not be allowed to penetrate easily. Faced with the simultaneous advance of four players, even someone as formidable as Lin Quan could not withstand the pressure. He maneuvered past Dante, but before he could evade the second defender, he was brought down by Alaba. The referee promptly blew the whistle, issuing a yellow card to Alaba and awarding Werder Bremen a free kick. While brandishing the card, he cast a surprised glance at Lin Quan. This kid is truly fearless. He is single-handedly challenging an entire team and nearly succeeding. On the sidelines, Schaff, who had prepared to concede defeat, felt a surge of anticipation at Lin Quan's audacious attack. Peterson, quickly, get on the field and replace Juniozovic. He turned around, his gaze locking onto the forward Nils Peterson, who was on loan from Bayern, not even allowing him time to warm up before sending him onto the pitch. Peterson was taken aback, having thought he would not see any action in this match. To his astonishment, just before the game drew to a close, the coach called his name. Swiftly shedding his shirt and dashing onto the field, Peterson approached De Bruyne and Lin Quan, whispering hurriedly to them. Lin Quan glanced towards the bench and noticed Schaff nodding in his direction. De Bruyne stepped up to take the free kick, retreating several paces, while Neuer anticipated a potential direct shot. As the free kick was taken, unexpectedly, it was not a direct strike at goal. The ball soared into the penalty area, landing near the left side, close to the baseline. It was, in fact, a pass. Lin Quan appeared at that moment, receiving the ball without being offside. The Bayern players, fearful of Lin Quan, rushed towards him in a frenzy, desperate to prevent a shot. However, Lin Quan refrained from shooting himself and instead returned the ball to a teammate who found himself in space due to Bayern's defenders being drawn away. Nils Peterson received his pass. He recalled the previous match, reflecting on the question he had posed to Lin Quan after missing a brilliant assist. And Lin Quan, through this pass, had provided his answer. The captain truly passed the ball to me. Peterson struggled to contain his excitement, glancing at Neuer's positioning before unleashing a precise shot. Before an audience of 65,000 fervent fans, the ball skimmed along the ground, brushed against Neuer's fingertips, and rolled into the net. The score transformed to 2-2, as Werder Bremen valiantly equalized in the 26th minute of extra time. Following the goal, Peterson exuberantly rushed towards Lin Quan, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Boss, I scored. I scored. I hope I didn't let you down," he exclaimed. Lin Quan, with a smile, patted his head and replied, "Well done, Peterson. You are the hero of Werder Bremen." At this praise from Lin Quan, Peterson beamed with delight. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Oh no, I seem to be a Bayern player. I just breached Bayern's defense and celebrated so exuberantly. Alas, it feels as though Bayern's gates have closed to me forever. This goal by Peterson dealt a significant blow to Bayern's morale. A victory within their grasp had slipped away. How could they not be furious? What was even more infuriating was that the Werder Bremen players showed no restraint, celebrating amidst the jeers of over 60,000 fans for a full 2 minutes, further diminishing the time left for Bayern to mount an attack. As the game resumed, Bayern sought to initiate a rapid offensive, attempting to secure a last-minute victory against Werder Bremen. However, the morale of Werder Bremen had been completely revitalized. The players seemed to forget their fatigue, energetically defending against Bayern's onslaught. 5 minutes later, after a lengthy 3 minutes of stoppage time, the referee finally blew the whistle to conclude extra time. Both teams entered a harrowing penalty shootout. Despite Neuer's valiant performance, parrying one of Werder Bremen's penalties, the demoralized Bayern players squandered 2 penalty attempts. Ultimately, Werder Bremen triumphed in the shootout, miraculously defeating Bayern Munich away from home and advancing to the next round of the DFB Pokal. End of chapter 114. The winter break begins. Chelsea's manager pays a visit. witnessing the players of Werder Bremen celebrate their victory on home ground. Bayern's president Rummenigge wore a grim expression in the box. The season was not yet over, and the team had already relinquished one title. Although the DFB Pokal pales in comparison to the League and Champions League titles, securing it could pave the way for a potential treble if they were to also win the other two championships. No team in Bundesliga history has ever achieved such a feat, although teams in other leagues have. As the face of the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich felt an undeniable obligation to uphold its glory. However, regrettably, after losing to Werder Bremen at home, their dreams of a treble were dashed. Once such a rare opportunity is missed, who knows when it will present itself again? The president need not be so pessimistic. Guardiola remarked with a smile from the other side of the box. Bayern's foundation is strong. They can maintain their peak for several more years. There will be opportunities next year. Moreover, with the elimination from the cup competition, the team can now devote their full attention to the league and the Champions League, thereby enhancing their prospects of clinching the latter. Rummenigge managed a faint smile, conceding that Guardiola had a valid point. Nonetheless, a shadow of concern lingered in his heart. The coaching styles of Guardiola and Heightens diverged significantly. Following the managerial change, Bayern would likely require a period of adjustment and integration. During this transitional phase, it seemed improbable that the team would make a significant impact in the Champions League. Thus, this year presented their most opportune moment. Pep, with the winter break fast approaching, I hope you can swiftly finalize your contract with the team, enabling Sammer and Hoeneß to assist you in navigating the transfer market, thereby facilitating your involvement in shaping the squad for the upcoming season. Given that the matter was broached by the other party, Rummenigge seized the opportunity to reiterate his invitation to Guardiola, urging him to expedite the signing of a formal agreement with Bayern. Thank you for your concern and support, Mr. President. I assure you, I will sign the contract before the transfer window closes. Please do not worry. At last, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Rummenigge's face. As long as a definitive timeline was provided, he could rest easy. Werder Bremen did not linger in their celebrations at the Allianz Arena. The Bayern fans, still reeling from the defeat, were far from pleased. They worried that, celebrating under the very noses of their opponents, the latter might breach the barriers and storm the pitch to exact their vengeance. On the sidelines, Schaff embraced his colleagues and the players on the bench before approaching the home team's dugout, where he shook hands with the venerable Heightens, exchanging pleasantries. Your team played magnificently. You truly deserved this victory. Despite the loss, Heightens maintained his composure and graciously congratulated his adversary. Thank you for your kind words. Your team is formidable, and I have no doubt you will achieve great success in the Champions League this year. Schaff, noting the courtesy displayed by his counterpart, reciprocated the compliments. The two shared a smile before parting ways, one to celebrate with his players, the other to console his disheartened squad. On the field, Martinez sought out Lin Quan, eager to exchange jerseys. Although he had previously witnessed Lin Quan's prowess in the national team, encountering him on the pitch was an entirely different experience, leaving Martinez thoroughly impressed. The young man posed a daunting challenge. Even with all his efforts, Martinez found it impossible to completely neutralize him. This match had undoubtedly won over Martinez's respect. Some individuals, it seems, are born with a rare talent, setting them apart from the rest. Lin Quan, naturally, did not decline Martinez's request and promptly removed his jersey to hand it over. As Martinez extended his own jersey in exchange, he cast a glance at Lin Quan's legs. Clearing his throat, he pondered whether the bruises scattered across them were a result of his own tackles, and if he should perhaps extend an apology. Although he hadn't resorted to any underhanded tactics, he had indeed tackled Lin Quan several times during the match. With this thought, the frustration of the loss began to dissipate. Lin Quan was oblivious to Martinez's subtle gestures, as the presence of injuries and innate talent rendered the damage to his legs less severe than it appeared. Furthermore, during the intensity of the match, the surge of adrenaline heightened his pain threshold, leaving him oblivious to any discomfort. It was only after he had a moment to rest that he would likely begin to feel the pain. However, such thoughts were far from his mind at present, for the protracted winter break had officially commenced. On the evening of the match's conclusion, the club announced its disbandment, marking the official start of the winter hiatus. Prior to arriving in Munich for the match, Lin Quan had already packed his belongings, allowing him to depart directly by plane once the game concluded. Just as the team had been granted leave, he received a call from Guardiola. He had assumed Guardiola was still on holiday and figured the call was merely to confirm his itinerary. To his surprise, Guardiola was indeed in Munich. And after sharing his location, it wasn't long before Guardiola appeared at his doorstep. Pep, what brings you here? Lin Quan had just seen photos of Sarah and Guardiola vacationing in the Mediterranean, only to unexpectedly encounter him in Munich. Cough, it's just some work-related matters. I didn't come specifically to watch your match. Guardiola hastily clarified upon noticing Lin Quan's skeptical gaze. However, his explanation only strengthened Lin Quan's conviction. This man was indeed here to watch him play. Work-related matters? Are you saying you've signed with Bayern? How did you know? Isn't it obvious? You are a renowned coach currently seeking employment, while Bayern's veteran manager is retiring and searching for a suitable successor. The two of you are a perfect match, making it only natural for Bayern to invite you as their head coach. Well, you guessed it. Bayern does indeed wish to hire me for the upcoming season. So have you accepted? Well, there is no reason to decline, is there? Though Lin Quan had anticipated this news, hearing Guardiola confirm it directly stirred his emotions. Pep, do you realize that your moniker European 4 originated with Bayern? Actually, Bayern has extended an invitation to me as well. If all goes as planned, I too shall be transferring to Bayern next season. Yes, I'm aware. Your uncle Pele has informed me, which was a significant factor in my decision to sign with Bayern. Significant factor? Not a decisive one. Guardiola, I offer you a chance to rephrase. Seeing Lin Quan's expression, Guardiola hurriedly clarified, perhaps it's not that crucial. My decision to sign with Bayern primarily stems from their formidable roster, which aligns well with my expectations. Moreover, I have yet to challenge myself in the Bundesliga. Hence my interest. It was not solely because of you that I chose to sign with Bayern. You call that an explanation? Lin Quan was at a loss for words. Who would have thought that the charismatic Guardiola would possess such a proud streak? However, while you incessantly extol Messi before the press, transforming into a fervent admirer, how is it that you fail to conceal your affection for him? In the capital of the United Kingdom, London, within the Chelsea Football Club, the Russian owner, Abramovich, wore a countenance as somber as a stormy sea. In his hand, he clutched the latest edition of the Daily Mail, which reported a sensational piece of news. Former Barcelona coach Guardiola was in discussions with Bayern Munich. Accompanying the article was a photograph of Guardiola enjoying a match in a private box at the Allianz Arena alongside the president of Bayern. This revelation obliterated Abramovich's good mood that morning. Abramovich is a man of little patience. Since Mourinho's departure, in pursuit of improved performances in European competitions, he has hastily cycled through 7 coaches. The current manager, Roberto Di Matteo, previously served as an assistant to the last coach, Villas-Boas, and took over as interim manager after Abramovich dismissed Villas-Boas. Remarkably, during his tenure, Chelsea clinched the Champions League title. Thus, the expectation was that Di Matteo would relinquish his position at the season's end in May, yet he found himself still at the helm as the new season commenced. Although Abramovich lacks patience, he has a penchant for nostalgia. Di Matteo led the team to the coveted Champions League trophy, making it difficult for Abramovich to dismiss him immediately, even if Di Matteo's coaching prowess is not particularly esteemed. Nevertheless, Abramovich does not harbor a fondness for Di Matteo. He believes that a coach worthy of his team should be world-class, someone like Guardiola. It is well known throughout the footballing world that Abramovich has long pursued Guardiola. Much like his penchant for acquiring star players, he favors hiring distinguished coaches with remarkable track records and an aesthetically pleasing style of play, capable of delivering both beautiful football and glory to the club. Regrettably, the pool of coaches meeting his criteria is exceedingly limited. Undoubtedly, Guardiola stands as the most fitting candidate. According to British media reports, since 2010, Abramovich has extended numerous invitations to Guardiola. Alas, the latter has consistently declined. One can hardly blame him. He was thriving at Barcelona, achieving remarkable success, with no compelling reason to abandon the club for Chelsea. After all, his notorious reputation for being exacting and for frequently dismissing coaches is no secret in the footballing community. Unless enticed by a lucrative salary, which esteemed coach would willingly take the helm at Stamford Bridge. Just as Abramovich was resigning himself to disappointment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Guardiola departed from Barcelona. Thus, Abramovich revived his interest in Guardiola. However, he was taken aback to discover that Guardiola had allied with Bayern Munich, leaving Abramovich with a sense of having been unceremoniously spurned. He promptly dispatched emissaries to approach Guardiola, extending an invitation with the promise that he could fill in any figure he desired on the salary check. Abramovich could not fathom that there existed a problem in this world that could not be resolved with money. If such a problem did exist, it must surely be due to an insufficiently generous offer. He possesses the financial capability to spend tens of millions of pounds on acquiring players, and he is equally willing to offer exorbitant salaries to hire renowned coaches. Presently, the highest salary for a coach stands at 10 million. Yet he is prepared to extend an offer of 15 million or even 20 million to secure Guardiola's services. Upon hearing his employer's words, Chelsea's manager, Imenolo, discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It is no secret within the club that the owner has a penchant for illustrious coaches, particularly a fondness for Guardiola. However, Guardiola seems indifferent towards Chelsea, and it is unlikely that money alone could sway his decision. If their target were Mourinho, Chelsea might have a glimmer of hope, as there exists a historical affinity between him and the club. This left Imenolo somewhat perplexed. During Mourinho's tenure, aside from failing to secure the Champions League, the team's performance was commendable. In fact, the current defensive structure of Chelsea was primarily crafted during his management. Mourinho's contributions were pivotal in Chelsea's triumph in the Champions League last year. His time at Real Madrid has not been particularly favorable. Rumors have circulated that the club's patience with him has reached its limit. Should Real Madrid fail to make significant progress in the Champions League this season, the Portuguese manager could very well face dismissal. Given this circumstance, it presents an excellent opportunity for Chelsea. If they were to extend an invitation to Mourinho, he would likely be inclined to return to Stamford Bridge and rekindle their past relationship. Nevertheless, Abramovich appears uninterested in reappointing Mourinho, which leaves Imenolo bewildered. Mourinho and Guardiola are undoubtedly the two most illustrious coaches in contemporary football. Why does Abramovich singularly favor Guardiola? With Abramovich's notoriously volatile temperament, especially in his current state of agitation, Imenolo refrained from offering any counsel and opted instead to dutifully execute the tasks assigned to him. In an effort to demonstrate Chelsea's sincerity, Imenolo resolved to make a personal visit. He flew to Spain, bearing gifts, and arrived at Guardiola's residence, nervously pressing the doorbell and standing outside in anticipation. He hoped fervently that Guardiola was not away on holiday, for that would complicate matters. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Guardiola was home. "May I ask who you were looking for?" Imenolo encountered a youth of about 17, clad in a football kit and cradling a ball, seemingly preparing to head out for a game. "Are you Lin Quan?" Imenolo hesitated momentarily, finding the boy somewhat familiar. A second glance confirmed that he was indeed the young player fervently recommended by Deves' scouts just days prior. How is he residing in Guardiola's household? What is the nature of their relationship? The fact that not many in the football world are aware of Lin Quan being Guardiola's adopted son explains Imenolo's curiosity. "Are you here to see me?" Lin Quan, not recognizing Imenolo, assumed he was merely another scout trying to make contact. "I am here to see Mr. Guardiola. However, if you are available, perhaps we could also discuss your contract?" Lin Quan was somewhat taken aback. The individual before him seemed rather outdated in his information. After all, Guardiola had been exchanging glances with Bayern for quite some time, and it was puzzling that he was only now making inquiries. "Pep, someone is here to see you." Lin Quan hospitably invited the guest into his home and offered him a cup of tea. Although he harbored doubts about the other's intentions to poach Guardiola, the decision ultimately rested with Guardiola himself, and he would refrain from meddling. Guardiola, engrossed in reading a newspaper upstairs, hurried down in his slippers upon hearing voices from the living room. "Good sir, are you looking for me?" He did not immediately recognize his visitor as the manager of Chelsea. "Hello, Mr. Guardiola. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Imenolo, the manager of Chelsea Football Club. I have come to extend an invitation to you to take the helm at Stamford Bridge. Apologies, but I am not interested." Upon learning that his visitor hailed from Chelsea, Guardiola's demeanor swiftly turned frosty. He would rather coach Manchester City, a club lacking in heritage, than take the reins at a prestigious establishment like Chelsea. Who in their right mind would wish to be dismissed by Abramovich at Stamford Bridge? Please do not be so hasty in your rejection. At least consider our terms." Imenolo appeared to have anticipated Guardiola's reaction, producing a check from his pocket and inscribing a figure upon it. "Should you accept our invitation, we could offer you this annual salary." Lin Quan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and widened his eyes in astonishment. The previous chapter had undergone some revisions, and many were dissatisfied with the stamina potion, so I altered it to a 10-point upgrade in physical talent. This chapter concludes. Chapter 115. The transfer window opens. Manchester City offers the highest salary to lure Lin Quan. No need to look further, regardless of the salary you propose. I will not be joining Chelsea. Guardiola's stance was resolute. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the figure on the check, remaining utterly unmoved. This left Imanolo somewhat disheartened. It seemed that luring him to Chelsea was indeed an impossibility. Imanolo shook his head, rising to take his leave. Mr. Guardiola, the doors of Chelsea will always remain open to you. Should you ever reconsider, you may contact me at this number. He left a business card and departed. Guardiola did not even glance at the card, instructing Lin Quan to dispose of it in the trash, before trotting back upstairs to watch tapes of Bayern. Lin Quan picked up the card for a moment before casually tossing it into the bin. TSK, a salary of 20 million. Abramovich is indeed generous. However, it was unfortunate that, with the obstinate Guardiola, Abramovich's financial allure had lost its potency. As the winter break approached across various leagues, the transfer market reopened on January 1st. Compared to the frenzied summer transfer window, the winter transfer period appeared significantly more rational. The most notable transfers still originated from the Russian Premier League. The illustrious Russian Premier League club Anji has secured the Brazilian midfielder Willian Borges from Shakhtar Donetsk for a staggering sum of 35 million, snatching him from Chelsea's grasp. Notably, in the recent 3 transfer windows, the record transfer fees have consistently emerged from the Russian league, which is capturing the attention of Europe with its remarkable expenditure. In addition to Willian's 35 million, Manchester City's forward Mario Balotelli, having fallen out of favor with the coach, has been offloaded for 20 million, making his return to Serie A. However, instead of rejoining Inter Milan, he has opted for their city rivals, AC Milan, realizing their inability to acquire Lin Quan. AC Milan has begun scouting for promising forwards in the transfer market. Balotelli's technical prowess and physical attributes are unquestionable. The only concern lies with his mentality. This paradox of extraordinary talent coupled with questionable judgment elicits both admiration and frustration. Nevertheless, AC Milan seems confident in their ability to manage Balotelli effectively. The Nerazzurri fans are incensed by this transfer, considering that he had previously declared his allegiance to AC Milan during his time at Inter. His move to their bitter rivals has ignited a fury among the supporters, with some radical fans even issuing death threats. Balotelli, however, appears unfazed, cruising around in his convertible sports car, seemingly indifferent to the threats from Inter's fans. On the English Premier League front, aside from these high-profile transfers, several significant transactions include Liverpool's acquisition of Chelsea's forward Daniel Sturridge for 12 million, and the signing of young playmaker Philippe Coutinho from Inter Milan for 8.5 million. Liverpool may not yet realize that this Brazilian, acquired for a mere 8.5 million, could eventually yield over 100 million, providing them with ample budget to sign key players like Virgil van Dijk, thereby revitalizing the club. Furthermore, Arsenal has secured Malaga's key defender, Shuriel, for 8.3 million, while Chelsea has spent 7 million to bring young forward Demba Ba from Newcastle. Overall, the Premier League's expenditures during this winter transfer window have been relatively restrained. Yet, even so, their investments in the transfer market far exceed those of other leagues. The disparity in league operations and broadcasting revenues continues to widen, enabling Premier League clubs to receive larger shares each season, granting them more substantial funds to lavish in the transfer market. Even mid-table teams like Queen's Park Rangers have managed to splurge 20 million on several capable players during the winter window. This high level of broadcasting revenue compels clubs to exert every effort to remain in the Premier League, often resulting in relegation-threatened teams displaying formidable resilience at season's end, frequently causing upsets against top-tier clubs. In stark contrast to the Premier League's extravagant spending, Bundesliga clubs exercise a more measured approach in their recruitment. Werder Bremen continues to adhere to a principle of frugality, having invested 650,000 to acquire the Croatian young talent Mateo Pavlovic from NK Zagreb. Born in 1990, the towering central defender stands at an impressive height of 194 centimeters. During the DFB Pokal match against Bayern Munich, the formidable aerial threat posed by their tall forward, Mario Mandzukic, made coach Schaff acutely aware of the team's vulnerabilities in defending against high balls. Consequently, he decided to secure this promising young player, who also possesses commendable immediate capabilities. Following this acquisition, he aimed to recruit another competent defensive midfielder. However, such players are scarce in the market. The quality options are prohibitively expensive, while the affordable ones fall short of expectations. After a prolonged search yielded no desired candidates, he reluctantly abandoned the pursuit. Lin Quan had recommended the 20-year-old Brazilian midfielder Casemiro to the club, but the latter had already been snatched up by Real Madrid, who swiftly secured his services at the Bernabeu. Thus, this winter transfer window concluded with Werder Bremen making only one signing. Bayern Munich, with its formidable strength and ample bench depth, had no intentions of making acquisitions. Meanwhile, Guardiola chose not to disrupt Hank's harmonious dressing room during the winter break, opting to shelve his own recruitment plans. Consequently, Bayern's squad remained unchanged during this period. On the other hand, Borussia Dortmund successfully re-signed Nuri Sahin from Real Madrid, a product of their own youth academy. After failing to secure significant playing time at Real Madrid, he sought a loan return to Dortmund. Other clubs generally exhibited modest spending, with investments mostly ranging between 2 million and 4 million, lacking any major signings. Overall, this year's transfer market has been rather subdued, not due to a lack of interest from the major clubs, but rather because a player, who has captured the attention of nearly all top teams, has yet to finalize his next destination, causing clubs to hesitate in lavishly spending their resources. That player is none other than Lin Quan himself. On January 10th, AC Milan could no longer remain idle. They led the charge by offering 45 million to Barcelona in hopes of acquiring Lin Quan. Following AC Milan's initial move, other clubs ceased their waiting and took action. Real Madrid quickly followed suit, activating Lin Quan's release clause with a bid of 50 million, directly challenging Barcelona. Given AC Milan's 45 million offer, Real Madrid's bid was essentially a blatant affront to Barcelona, signaling their intent to disregard any courtesy and directly engage with the player. Should the player be inclined to join Real Madrid, they would pay the release clause to facilitate the termination of his remaining contract. Conversely, if the player declined, they would refrain from increasing their offer, waiting for the contract to expire without allowing Barcelona any opportunity to profit further. Observing the contrasting approaches of AC Milan and Real Madrid, other major clubs began to show signs of division. Several clubs have offered 5 million euros, while others, maintaining cordial relations with Barcelona, symbolically proposed bids exceeding the release clause, all for the dignity of the entire club. However, their ulterior motive is to circumvent Barcelona and engage directly with the player. Given the modesty of the release clause, none are willing to appear naive. Their strategy involves converting the transfer fee budget into salary and signing bonuses, which would be presented directly to the player. Thus, in the face of enhanced remuneration, their offers undoubtedly become more alluring. The first clubs to engage with Lin Quan were two from the Premier League. The Manchester rivals arrived in Spain almost simultaneously to meet with him. The representatives from Manchester United extolled Lin Quan's virtues, declaring him a phenomenal player and a long-desired target for the club. They mentioned that Sir Alex Ferguson held high hopes for him, wishing to bring him to Old Trafford to become its new king. In response, Lin Quan merely chuckled. Surely, he was aware of the impending retirement of Ferguson at the end of this season, which would usher Manchester United into a prolonged period of reconstruction. To deceive himself into such a scenario would be to dig his own grave. Despite being humorously dubbed Lin the Emperor by fans, he was not akin to Lingard and had no desire to engage in carefree football at United prematurely. Thus, he declined their invitation. No sooner had he bid farewell to the Manchester United representatives than those from Manchester City arrived. The Middle Eastern magnates approached matters differently. Lacking the historical prestige of other footballing giants, Manchester City refrained from flowery rhetoric. Instead, they boldly presented a check, stating that should Lin Quan be willing to play at the Etihad Stadium, they would offer him an unprecedented salary of 15 million euros. To be honest, upon hearing this figure, Lin Quan felt an undeniable allure. While money is a trivial matter, the status represented by the highest salary in football is paramount. Of course, financial gain is significant, especially considering the brevity of a player's career. Seizing opportunities to earn more is vital. Noticing his hesitation, the representatives from Manchester City sweetened the deal. They proposed a signing bonus of 30 million euros, along with a luxurious mansion and a limited edition sports car valued at no less than 3 million euros, addressing all aspects of his living needs. Moreover, regarding the commercial interests surrounding image rights, they assured him that the club would claim none. All image rights would belong solely to him. Lin Quan felt as though he were being overwhelmed by the sheer force of their monetary allure. How extravagant Manchester City was. How could these Middle Eastern tycoons possess such wealth? The salary they offered eclipsed that of other clubs by double. Had he been a few years older, Lin Kuan might have readily accepted their offer. However, regrettably, he was still quite young and, without the talent of injury immunity, felt he could not yet join Manchester City. It would be wiser to bide his time, honing his skills in the Bundesliga for a few more years before making a move. Thus, he politely declined Manchester City, much like he had done with Manchester United previously, even suggesting that he might consider collaborating with City in the future if the opportunity arose. Although City's representatives left empty-handed, they departed content after receiving Lin Kuan's subtle hint. Following the emergence of the Manchester Giants, other elite clubs also began to send representatives to make inquiries. Due to the overwhelming number of visitors, some sought Lin Kuan while others were interested in Guardiola, with the former outnumbering the latter. With such incessant disturbances, both Lin Kuan and Guardiola found it challenging to maintain their daily routines. Consequently, they deliberated and decided to embark on a holiday, temporarily distancing themselves from the tumultuous atmosphere of Spain. Their departure, however, did not quell the transfer turmoil. Barcelona expressed their indignation by rejecting Real Madrid's humiliating offer, publicly declaring Lin Kuan as non-transferable. Yet, this response lacked conviction, as the uncertainty surrounding Lin Kuan's contract extension left the player's future beyond their control. Barcelona was acutely aware of this predicament, prompting them to reach out to Lin Kuan's agent to discuss the renewal of his contract. "Pair, this is the latest contract we are offering Lin Kuan. It truly reflects our commitment. We hope you will give it serious consideration," Sobisarita implored earnestly, adopting a demeanor of genuine concern for Lin Kuan's welfare. Pair, however, was no naive child, and he was not easily deceived. He feigned a glance at the new contract presented by Barcelona before shaking his head and responding, "I cannot make that decision. As you know, Lin Kuan's choices are significantly influenced by his guardian. I am merely his agent, unable to alter his resolve." Upon hearing the suggestion to consult Guardiola, Sobisarita's expression became somewhat strained. He was a loyalist of Rosell, and Guardiola's departure had been orchestrated by Rosell himself. The prospect of approaching Guardiola was daunting. Even if he were to swallow his pride, Guardiola might not be inclined to meet with him. "Could you arrange for me to meet with the player directly? There are matters I wish to discuss face-to-face," Sobisarita persisted, unwilling to abandon his efforts. He opted not to seek Guardiola, but instead aimed to negotiate with Lin Kuan himself. To him, Lin Kuan was merely a 17-year-old youth, impressionable and easily swayed. He believed that if he could draw Lin Kuan away from Guardiola, employing his persuasive eloquence, there was a chance he could convince him to sign the new contract. "I cannot assist you with this," Pair replied, shaking his head vigorously, as if to dispel the notion. He was astute enough not to allow Barcelona's representatives to engage with Lin Kuan. "Why not? He is still our player. Are we not allowed to meet with him?" Sobisarita clearly lost his composure, his frustration evident as he felt that this individual was toying with him. "Calm down, my friend. Lin Kuan and Guardiola have gone on vacation, and I am unaware of their exact location. However, I can send your new contract to him online and inquire about his thoughts over the phone." After leaving Barcelona, Pair immediately boarded a flight to Madrid to meet with Real Madrid's president, Florentino. "I apologize, Mr. President, but Lin Kuan has no intention of transferring during this winter break." "Haha, that's quite all right. So, after his contract expires this summer, is there a possibility he might come to the Bernabeu?" Florentino was not surprised by this outcome. He had long suspected that Lin Kuan would not transfer to Real Madrid as a Barcelona player. The fierce rivalry between the two clubs renders direct transfers virtually impossible. Should anyone dare to cross this line, they would forever bear the label of a traitor. When Figo transferred to Real Madrid and returned to Camp Nou, Barcelona fans displayed incredibly radical and humiliating actions. "I do not wish to deceive you. The likelihood is quite low." Florentino raised an eyebrow. Could it be that someone has already secured an agreement with Lin Kuan? Who might that be? Barcelona's new contract offers certain improvements over the previous one, promising him a starting position, guaranteed playing time, and an increase in annual salary to €7 million. As Lin Kuan perused the new contract sent by Pair while listening to the description of his conversation with Barcelona's sporting director, he gained a new understanding of Barcelona's eagerness to renew the contract. However, with Guardiola no longer at Barcelona, what reason would he have to return? To be subjected to Rosell's machinations? Despite their current courteous demeanor, it is merely because they are in need of him. As long as he refrains from renewing, he retains control. Yet, Once he affixes his signature to the new contract, control reverts to Barcelona. Once locked into a contract, will Barcelona not mold him as they please? Unless someone is willing to pay a high price to facilitate his release, the new contract does not include a fixed buyout clause. Thus, even if someone is willing to help him, Barcelona can refuse to sell. Henceforth, I need not see any renewal contracts from Barcelona. Given that he has decided to sign with Bayern, he should not waver, but rather focus on enhancing his own abilities. Previously, in the DFB Pokal match against Bayern, he expended 10 points to redeem a secondary fitness talent, delaying the upgrade of his injury talent significantly. After winning against Bayern, he currently has 10 points remaining. Werder Bremen has fewer matches, consisting only of the DFB Pokal and league play, with no Champions League matches to participate in. Moreover, their strength is not particularly formidable. Even against Bundesliga teams, one cannot claim a 100% chance of victory. Those 5 wins were not easily attained. In the latter half of the season, Werder Bremen has 17 league matches remaining. Should they advance to the cup final, that would add 3 more matches, culminating in a total of 20 games. Even if they were to triumph in each, it would still fall short of allowing him to fully upgrade his injury talent. Why is accumulating points so arduous? If the club's performance is lacking, what of the national team? Chapter Conclusion Chapter 116. The Ballon d'Or Ceremony, Lin Quan's Unexpected Gains. Another significant event during the winter break is the Ballon d'Or Awards Ceremony. On January 12th, FIFA's annual awards gala takes place at the International Exhibition Center in Zurich, Switzerland. Unlike the Ballon d'Or of 2016, this iteration is intertwined with FIFA's World Player of the Year accolade. To win the Ballon d'Or means to simultaneously claim the title of FIFA World Player of the Year. Thus, in comparison to the future iterations of the Ballon d'Or, the FIFA Ballon d'Or of this time carries greater prestige. Although he has only played half a season, Lin Quan's remarkable performances in league, cup, and national team matches have earned him a nomination, successfully placing him among the 23 contenders for this year's Ballon d'Or. However, he is acutely aware that he is merely an understudy, with little hope of winning. Perhaps once he secures the Golden Boy Award and clinches another Champions League title, or lifts the World Cup trophy, he may indeed stand a chance. For now, he remains an observer. This year's frontrunners for the Ballon d'Or are the incomparable duo of Messi and Ronaldo. Nonetheless, his national teammate Iniesta has also surged into the top 3, thanks to his stellar performances in the European Championship, making him the most likely candidate to win the award aside from the aforementioned legends. Lin Quan arrives at the award ceremony accompanied by Guardiola, who is nominated for the FIFA Best Men's Coach Award. Both face slim chances of winning. Lin Quan has only played half a season, and Guardiola has only managed for half a season. However, the two have made quite a name for themselves in the football world. Upon their arrival, reporters flock to them, eager to capture the moment. The fans in attendance erupt in cheers, many calling out Lin Quan's name. Guardiola, no stranger to such scenes, smiles at the cameras and frequently waves to the fans, exuding confidence. Go ahead and sign for them, but don't take too long. Guardiola pats Lin Quan's shoulder before making his way towards the fans holding up signs. He accepts papers and pens offered by supporters and begins to sign. Lin Quan follows suit, moving towards the fans to sign autographs as well. He is currently fluent in 4 languages: Spanish, German, English, and Chinese. Among the supporters, many are his fans from the national team, donned in the red jersey bearing his number 30. When signing for these fans, he employs Spanish. Conversely, for those who have traveled far and wear the green jersey of Werder Bremen with the number 10, he uses German to sign. As for the local fans from Switzerland and those from other parts of Europe, they all signed in English. After completing several dozen signatures, Lin Quan waved to the fans present, preparing to enter the venue alongside Guardiola. Lin Gu, I am your fan. Could I please have your autograph? After taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a familiar language. Lin Quan felt a bit surprised and turned his head to take a glance. It was a Chinese fan adorned with a red 5-pointed star flag sticker and wearing a Werder Bremen jersey with the number 10. Seeing that Lin Quan did not respond, the fan assumed he did not understand Chinese and hurriedly said in English, I am your fan. Please give me the signature. Lin Quan smiled and nodded, accepting the autograph book handed to him, and neatly wrote Lin Quan in Chinese characters. After returning the book, the fan, upon seeing the 2 characters, appeared particularly astonished. Wow. Lin Huang can actually write in Chinese. He exclaimed, I must take a photo and post it on the forum to show off. Haha. I have obtained Lin Huang's autograph. Lin Kuan's lips twitched slightly. Is it really appropriate for you to call me Lin Huang in front of me? I should have known better than to sign for this little black fan. He had already learned about the domestic netizens referring to him as Lin Huang over a month ago. Although he did not frequently browse domestic forums and message boards, he occasionally indulged in looking at posts praising him whenever he felt elated after a victory, seeking a bit of joy. To his surprise, he discovered that he had been bestowed with such a regal title. After finishing the signing, Lin Kuan intended to find Guardiola. However, he soon realized that Guardiola had already disappeared, having encountered a few familiar old friends. Guardiola lost track of time chatting and inadvertently left Lin Kuan outside while he and his friends entered the venue. It was Lin Kuan's first time attending such an event, and he was completely unfamiliar with the surroundings, momentarily left in an awkward position, unsure of where to go. The journalists on site found it peculiar that Lin Kuan was lingering outside and not entering. Fortunately, at that moment, another player arrived, coming to his rescue. It was none other than one of the remarkable duo, Cristiano Ronaldo. Upon stepping out of the car, Ronaldo noticed Lin Kuan standing in a daze outside and presumed that he was waiting specifically for him. He approached, extending his hand for a handshake. Lin Kuan, taken aback by Ronaldo's warmth, quickly recovered and extended his hand in return. The sight of their handshake captivated the majority of the journalists present, who eagerly grabbed their cameras and video equipment to immortalize this historic moment. This could very well be the first official photograph of Lin Kuan and Ronaldo together, albeit in suits instead of jerseys. Had they both been dressed in jerseys, it would have been even more splendid. After shaking hands, Ronaldo nodded in acknowledgement to Lin Kuan, waved to the journalists and fans, and then walked directly towards the venue. Lin Kuan exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Ronaldo's choice. Fortunately, Cristiano Ronaldo did not pause to sign autographs for the fans outside. Otherwise, he would have found himself awkwardly waiting for a while longer. Following in Ronaldo's footsteps, Lin Kuan traversed the entrance corridor of the venue and stepped into the vast interior. Much like the exterior, the hall was teeming with people. A considerable crowd had gathered. However, unlike outside, the majority of the attendees were illustrious figures from the football world, including journalists, players, coaches, and officials from various football associations. Lin recognized many individuals present, yet he refrained from engaging in conversation, as it was uncertain whether they would recognize him. He continued to trail Ronaldo until they reached the players' seating area, where he settled into a position towards the back. Ronaldo occupied a front row seat, with an adjacent empty space designated for Messi. Shortly after Lin took his seat, his national team compatriots, Iniesta, Xavi, and Fabregas, made their appearances one after another. Upon spotting him at the back, they opted to join him. In an instant, what was once an overlooked corner became resplendent with starlight, drawing the attention of many. Lin, why did you arrive so early? We were just debating whether to call you to enter together. Fabregas quipped, prompting laughter from the group. Although they were all nominated for the Ballon d'Or, none of them harbored hopes of winning. They had merely come to witness the event and see others receive accolades. As the conversation flowed, the topic naturally gravitated back to the question of who would claim the prestigious Ballon d'Or. While they felt they had no chance, they fervently wished for their teammates to seize the trophy. It goes without saying, it must be Messi. One chimed in. I too believe it should be Messi. Lin, you may not be aware in the Bundesliga, but he has been astonishing this year. Another continued. Leo scored 91 goals this year, breaking Gerd Muller's world record. 91 goals. It's unlikely I will ever achieve that in my lifetime. The mere thought of that figure left them in awe, let alone accomplishing it in matches. However, one could argue that Ronaldo's performances in both League and Champions League were commendable, and last season they had secured the league title. While they only claimed a Copa del Rey trophy, which certainly paled in comparison, the two titans of football had displayed remarkable prowess over the years. Messi's 91 goals were indeed unparalleled, yet he lacked in terms of honors. Ronaldo, while having scored over 20 goals fewer than Messi, boasted an additional league trophy, giving him an edge in terms of accolades. Come on, that's a world record. How many can break such a record? Fabregas exclaimed incredulously. I'll stake my claim here. If Messi does not win the Ballon d'Or, I shall eat this chair, he declared, pointing at the empty seat beside him with utmost conviction. As the words echoed, Messi made his appearance, taking the vacant seat beside Fabregas, and curiously inquired, What are you discussing? The awards ceremony commenced shortly thereafter, hosted by the former World Footballer of the Year, Ruud Gullit. one of the legendary Dutch trio. Alongside the charming presenter from Fox Sports, Kay Murray, the first accolade announced was for the Best 11 of 2012. The Best Goalkeeper award was bestowed upon Iker Casillas, the custodian of Real Madrid and the Spanish national team. The defensive line was dominated by the illustrious quartet of Dani Alves, Gerard Piqué, Sergio Ramos, and Marcelo, hailing from Barcelona and Real Madrid. The midfield triumvirate comprised Xabi Alonso, Xavi, and Andrés Iniesta, all representatives of the two esteemed clubs. In recent years, the prowess of these two Spanish giants has indeed been remarkable, with their squad's opulence surpassing that of other elite teams. The award for the best attacking trio was given to Lionel Messi, Radamel Falcao, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Each of these players had showcased their formidable skills over the past year, scoring prolifically for their respective clubs and national teams. Following the Best 11, the next award presented was for the Best Coach of the Year. In women's football, the accolade went to Pia Sundhage, head coach of the U.S. women's national team. For the men's side, Spanish coach Vicente Del Bosque triumphed over Jose Mourinho and Pep Guardiola to claim the honor. Guardiola, seated beside Del Bosque, immediately applauded the veteran's achievement. As for the enigmatic Mourinho, although invited, he chose not to attend the ceremony. Subsequently, awards such as the FIFA President's Award, the Fair Play Award, and the World Player of the Year were presented. Lin Quan, like a relentless applauding machine, joined the audience in their ovations upon each recipient's ascent to the stage. However, he could no longer remain an emotionless clapper when the Puskas Award was announced. He discovered that his stunning goal against Bayern in the Telecom Cup had made it to the final three contenders. The grand screen displayed the breathtaking footage of that goal, showcasing the young lad in a green jersey darting down the flank, effortlessly evading four defenders, outmaneuvering the opposing goalkeeper, and single-handedly executing this extraordinary strike. The audience, witnessing such a remarkable feat, wore expressions of sheer disbelief. This was not a goal scored against a weak opponent. It was against the formidable Bayern Munich, last season's Champions League runners-up. The audacity of such dribbling and finishing, typically reserved for fantasy, had been astonishingly realized on the pitch. As this realization dawned upon them, the crowd erupted in applause for Lin Quan. His national teammates, including Messi, the star of Barcelona, joined in the celebration, applauding Lin Quan's achievement. Despite having witnessed the goal multiple times, Messi remained in awe. This kid's dribbling ability is truly exceptional. It feels as though he has surpassed my own prowess. With a solitary goal, Lin Quan triumphed over Neymar and Falcao to secure the prestigious Puskas Award. Surprised by this honor, he ascended the stage to accept the trophy from Colombian legend Carlos Valderrama, delivering a heartfelt acceptance speech. "I extend my gratitude to those who voted for and supported me." To be bestowed with this award is truly unexpected. Despite his victory over illustrious competitors, Lin Quan did not bask in pride. He acknowledged the extraordinary difficulty of Falcao's acrobatic strike. Few players can execute such a feat and find the back of the net. Had Falcao won the award for that goal, Lin Quan would have accepted it with grace. As for Neymar, his dazzling solo effort against 5 defenders in the Brazilian league was equally remarkable, though the lesser caliber of opposition diminished its weight compared to Lin Quan's goal against Bayern. The audience erupted in laughter at his words, captivated by the humility of such a formidable player, easily winning the affection of bystanders. Those aware of his rapport with Guardiola glanced toward the esteemed coach, known for his own humility. It was no surprise that a player molded by him would exhibit such character. While Lin Quan's modesty was commendable, some felt it bordered on excessive. After all, he had 2 additional goals that were equally spectacular, leaving the judges in a quandary. Observing Lin Quan's unassuming demeanor, Gullit interjected. In the match between Werder Bremen and Bayern, Lin Quan scored 2 more breathtaking goals, even more impressive than this one. The cameras panned to Bayern's club manager, Hoeneß, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. He recalled that Lin Quan had scored in all 3 encounters against Bayern, each goal a work of art. This was undeniably awkward. Why was it always Bayern that faced injury woes? The backstage crew aptly showcased Lin Quan's 6 goals against Bayern on the big screen. Indeed, as Gullit had suggested, the goals scored in both the 6th round of the Bundesliga and the recently concluded 3rd round of the DFB Pokal were spectacular, rivaling the award-winning strike. Wait a moment, this young lad scored 6 goals against Bayern in 3 matches? An average of 2 goals per game? That's Bayern. A chilling realization dawned upon the spectators, their gazes toward Lin Quan shifting. At that moment, a consensus emerged. Lin Quan could no longer be regarded merely as a 17-year-old prodigy. Chapter 117. A friendly discussion with Guardiola. Though Lin Quan garnered some attention due to the Puskas Award, the stage tonight belonged to the legendary duo. Following the presentation of the FIFA World Player of the Year award, former World Cup champion, Ballon d'Or recipient, and World Player of the Year Fabio Cannavaro gracefully approached the podium. He was set to unveil the most coveted accolade of the evening, the winner of the FIFA Ballon d'Or. Cannavaro was acutely aware that all eyes in the room were firmly fixed upon him. Yet he understood that the focal point of their attention lay in the unopened award list he held in his hands. Consequently, as he ascended the stage, Cannavaro playfully feigned a glance at the award list, eliciting a ripple of laughter from the audience. The camera swiftly turned to the final 3 nominees for the Ballon d'Or: Iniesta, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Messi, capturing them in a shared frame. The expressions of the trio appeared somewhat unnatural, tinged with anxiety. Although Iniesta recognized that he was merely a participant in this contest, he could not suppress a flicker of hope within him. What if, having been a contender for several years, perhaps the judges would finally acknowledge the significance of midfielders and cast their votes in his favor, granting him an unexpected chance at the prestigious award? As for Ronaldo and Messi, external analyses suggested that their odds of victory were closely matched, with Messi enjoying a slight lead. Ronaldo could not help but steal a glance at Messi, who had claimed the Ballon d'Or 3 consecutive times, despite Ronaldo's commendable performances over the years. Each loss seemed to serve as a stepping stone toward his own potential triumph. After 3 years of laying the groundwork, surely it was time to reap the rewards? Meanwhile, Messi felt a sense of trepidation. His achievements over the past 12 years had been meager, with little to show from the national team and disappointing outcomes in both the Champions League and League Championships. Nevertheless, his personal goal tally had reached new heights, even breaking world records, which significantly bolstered his standing. Without deliberately prolonging the moment, Cannavaro swiftly unveiled the award winner. The recipient of the 2012 FIFA Ballon d'Or is Lionel Messi. The camera panned to Messi and Ronaldo seated in the front row. Ronaldo pressed his lips together, his emotions complex, yet he offered applause for Messi. At 27, he had only 1 Ballon d'Or to his name, while Messi, at 25, had already amassed 4 trophies. Could he ever catch up? As he watched Messi ascend the stage to accept his award, Ronaldo found himself pondering. Iniesta, along with Xavi, Fabregas, and others, applauded Messi's victory, casting a glance at Ronaldo's resolute silhouette. The world often hailed them as the 2 titans of their generation. Yet Messi's unprecedented 4 consecutive wins had placed him significantly ahead of Ronaldo. The fiercely competitive Ronaldo undoubtedly felt the weight of this reality. Given his nature, it was certain that he would intensify his efforts in subsequent matches to prove he could rival Messi. After the award ceremony, Iniesta chose not to join Fabregas and others in congratulating Messi. They were not particularly close, and with his intentions of not returning to Barcelona, he opted to avoid the commotion. Seizing the opportunity while Guardiola and Del Bosque were engaged in conversation, Iniesta approached Del Bosque. "Coach, congratulations on winning the Best Coach award. Haha, it was merely luck, but I am genuinely pleased to see your progress during this period." Del Bosque, in high spirits after receiving his award, greeted Iniesta with a warm embrace. The sight of Lin Quan, vibrant and unscathed, represents the most splendid news for Bosque. With merely half a year remaining until the Confederations Cup, it is imperative that the team's core players remain injury-free, particularly from severe injuries. Should any misfortune befall them, their participation in the tournament would be jeopardized. While the Spanish squad boasts considerable depth in its defensive and midfield positions, allowing for some leeway in the event of a minor injury, the forward line, especially the role of Lin Quan, lacks viable alternatives. This reality makes Bosque anxious each time Lin takes the field. He finds himself almost glued to the television for 2 hours, only able to exhale when assured of Lin's safety. During the times when Lin was absent from the squad, the seasoned coach never experienced such strain. However, this exhaustion has yielded rewards, as Lin's progress is evident to the naked eye. Moreover, as he matures, Bosque has observed a marked enhancement in his physical capabilities. The recent match between Werder Bremen and Bayern Munich showcased Lin's remarkable stamina during extra time, astonishing the veteran coach. Noticing Bosque in good spirits, Lin seized the moment to express his desire for more playing time. with the national team facing World Cup qualifiers and the Confederations Cup next year. The latter serves as a prelude to the World Cup, featuring formidable opponents. Therefore, a concerted effort is essential. Bosque assured Lin that he would be included in the squad as a key player for the upcoming tournament. Thinking Lin was worried about his position as a starter, Bosque reassured him that as long as he remains injury-free, he would be included in all significant matches for Spain. However, with the national team having few fixtures in recent months, and given the scarcity of matches for Werder Bremen, Lin suggested the possibility of playing with the youth national team, which is currently competing in the European Youth Championship. Bosque looked at him incredulously, questioning the merit of such a move. He pointed out that matches at that level would not pose any challenge or serve as valuable experience for a player of Lin's caliber, who is already a candidate for the Ballon d'Or, and wondered if it was appropriate for him to compete against a group of young players barely in their 20s. Lin sighed internally, contemplating the value of such matches, as even a single victory in the youth league would yield points. He yearned for the ease of winning those matches, which he deemed the ideal scenario. The only drawback was the need to shuttle between his club and the national team, which felt somewhat exhausting, and the meager reward of just 1 point per match. Had each match awarded 2 points, he would have eagerly participated in the youth team games, unable to be deterred. Seeing Lin's spirits appear somewhat diminished, Bosque sought to avoid dampening his enthusiasm further and inquired, "What is it? Do you have a strong desire to play?" "Indeed. I yearn to engage with a broader array of adversaries, to amass experience through competition and foster my growth. Such aspirations are commendable and indicative of ambition. However, participating in youth matches may not be the most fruitful endeavor, as defeating weaker opponents does not facilitate personal advancement. If one seeks interaction, it is imperative to engage with elite teams." Upon hearing this, Lin Quan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, for he had awaited such a statement. "This year, we are set to compete in the Confederations Cup in Brazil, where all participating teams are champions from various continents, each possessing formidable strength. Thus, it is essential for us to engage with powerful rivals, particularly those whose playing style mirrors that of the teams we will face in the tournament, allowing us to acclimate to their rhythm. In this manner, we will be better prepared for the challenges of the Confederations Cup." The teams confirmed for the 2013 Confederations Cup include host nation Brazil, European and World Cup champions Spain, Asian champions Japan, Copa America champions Uruguay, Central American champions Mexico, Oceania champions Tahiti, and the runners-up of the European Championship, Italy. The African Cup of Nations is yet to conclude, and the qualifying opponents remain undetermined. Among these 8 teams, Brazil, Uruguay, Italy, and Mexico stand out as the most formidable, exemplifying the essence of European and South American football. Therefore, should Spain seek to select opponents for friendly matches, they would likely favor teams that are geographically proximate and stylistically similar. Bosch immediately conceived several suitable candidates. However, the feasibility of establishing contact would hinge upon the negotiations between the Spanish Football Federation and their counterparts. Following the FIFA awards ceremony, Lin Quan vanished once more. During his absence, Guardiola made an appearance. On January 16th, Guardiola surfaced in Munich to officially sign with Bayern Munich, securing a 3-year contract set to expire in 2016. Guardiola's agreement with Bayern left numerous clubs who had aspired to acquire him disillusioned, particularly Chelsea, whose owner, Abramovich, reportedly expressed his frustration by throwing objects in his office. Once he regained his composure, he contemplated enlisting the services of Mourinho, a name synonymous with Guardiola's. He contacted Mendes to convey his desire to invite him to Stamford Bridge. With Guardiola out of reach, Mourinho became the next viable option. Chelsea's performance this season has been dismal. After the completion of the 22nd round, they lagged behind the leading Manchester United by 13 points, rendering their pursuit of the league title nearly futile. Furthermore, their position in the Champions League remains precarious. Currently sitting third, Chelsea faces numerous challengers, particularly the relentless Arsenal, who currently trails them by 5 points in 5th place. Although the gap appears significant, Arsenal has a history of demonstrating remarkable resilience during the season's climax, often miraculously securing their Champions League berth. This renders Chelsea's lead somewhat tenuous. The disappointing performance and precarious Champions League standing have pushed Abramovich's patience with Emre Mateo to its limits. Although the individual in question assisted the team in clinching the Champions League trophy last year, fulfilling his long-held dream, It is implausible that he would tolerate such an individual indefinitely for the sake of a single trophy. Granting him a year was already a display of considerable magnanimity. Now, it is time to part ways. Mourinho's tenure at Real Madrid has not been without its challenges, having played only half of the La Liga season. Real finds itself trailing Barcelona by a daunting 18 points. This gap effectively signals their exit from the title race, rendering them unlikely to defend their championship. Fortunately, their Champions League campaign remains alive, still presenting an opportunity for glory. However, should they meet an untimely elimination from the Champions League as well, it is certain that Mourinho would face dismissal. He is acutely aware of this reality, which is why he has not dismissed Chelsea's overtures. Had he not faced setbacks at Real Madrid, his temperament would likely have precluded a return to Chelsea. The turbulent undercurrents of football have little bearing on Lin Quan, who has been diligently training in preparation for the upcoming season. Beyond his regular training regimen, he has been meticulously studying the treasured video recordings of Guardiola, occasionally engaging in discussions with him regarding football tactics. Guardiola's avant-garde understanding of the game manifests in the innovative strategies he employs during matches. Nevertheless, these insights are not infallible. Indeed, his experiments have often resulted in failures. In summary, modern football, particularly the European variant that epitomizes the sport's evolution, increasingly emphasizes collective play while diminishing the significance of individual positional roles, such as that of the classical attacking midfielder, which has nearly vanished from the contemporary game. The no-striker formation crafted by Barcelona and the Spanish national team allows every player to possess offensive capabilities and share the responsibility of orchestrating attacks, resulting in a less predictable and thus more challenging defensive scenario. Lin Quan countered, asserting that Barcelona's formidable possession-based tactics are indeed bolstered by the presence of Messi. The almost identical lineup of the Spanish national team did not yield the same effectiveness with their no-striker formation. Prior to his inclusion in the national squad, Spain's attacking prowess had waned to the point where even the weakest teams were difficult to penetrate. While every player may possess offensive skill, they cannot rival the precision of a dedicated striker. Guardiola momentarily faltered in his defense. Indeed, Spain's no-striker approach has occasionally produced lackluster performances, yet it has also secured numerous championship titles, indicating a commendable track record. Guardiola maintains his conviction that possession-based football is the future of the sport. In contrast, Lin Quan posits that strategies akin to those employed by Atletico Madrid and Borussia Dortmund, characterized by high pressing and the extensive movement of players to cover space, will find their place in the future of football and may even become mainstream. The achievements of Dortmund and Atletico, despite their limited financial resources and comparatively inferior player rosters, underscore the superiority of such a tactical approach. While elite clubs may find this style less appealing and refrain from adopting it, it offers valuable insights for mid-tier and lower-tier teams. Possession-based control is a luxury privilege reserved for elite football clubs. Lesser teams often struggle to execute it effectively. However, the tactical approaches of Simeone and Klopp are certainly instructive for smaller teams. While the number of top-tier clubs in the league is limited, the quantity of ordinary teams is substantial, which suggests that possession play may not be as prevalent as high-press strategies. A disagreement erupted between the two, leading to a spirited debate. Yet, both are not obstinate individuals, and their perspectives shifted somewhat following their discussion. Notably, Guardiola appeared to have conceived a novel strategy, brimming with eagerness to implement it. Were he not currently without a coaching position, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to experiment with his own team on the pitch. Observing Guardiola's palpable excitement, Lin felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering whether Guardiola's ideas would prove effective. If they were to falter, it would likely spell trouble for him at Bayern in the future. The winter break swiftly came to an end. After a month of training, Lin had gained a kilogram, bringing his weight to 74 kilograms, and his physical condition had seen considerable improvement. With the aid of his secondary physical talent, he found it entirely manageable to play the full match. Even when faced with tight marking from opponents, he possessed the ability to evade them through vigorous movement. Moreover, during his spare time practicing with Guardiola, the latter imparted some defensive wisdom he had garnered throughout his career. Having emerged as a defensive midfielder from La Masia's traditional number 4 role, Guardiola balanced the responsibilities of orchestrating attacks with defensive duties. Although his physical attributes might not have been outstanding, his defensive acumen was exceptional, significantly contributing to his team's defensive efforts. This method of leveraging experience and awareness, rather than relying solely on physicality, suited the somewhat slender Lin perfectly. After a month of training under Guardiola, Lin's previously abysmal defensive capabilities had perhaps evolved to a more respectable level. While still not formidable, he was at least no longer as easily bypassed as he had been in the first half of the season. Once Lin had tidied up his belongings and bid farewell to his family, he boarded a flight back to Germany. Upon his return to the club, he found that several teammates had already arrived early. Lin had been particularly vigilant about maintaining his physique during the winter break, resulting in only a 1 kilogram increase. And that gain consisted solely of muscle. In stark contrast, many of his teammates, especially those who were less mindful of their diets, had noticeably gained weight. Peterson, for instance, had ballooned in size during their month apart. Lin nearly failed to recognize him. Nils, have you swollen up?" Lin remarked, incredulous. This fellow had managed to add a staggering 8 kilograms to his frame in just 1 month. If he continued on this trajectory for a year, he might find himself unable to walk at all. Coach Schaff, observing the situation, was exasperated, puffing and glaring in frustration, lamenting the lack of discipline. "This lad is gaining weight as if he were inflating a balloon. Even pigs in a farmyard don't gain weight as quickly as he does. Alas, I find myself unjustly accused. I have been diligently monitoring my weight, consuming but a mere morsel at each meal." What constitutes a morsel, you ask? Just a few hamburgers, a handful of fries, a couple of sandwiches, accompanied by a bottle of sugary soda. And you still dare to indulge in carbonated beverages. The coach, Seifert, was thoroughly incensed. "Run 20 laps around the field right now. And from this moment forth, you shall run 20 laps before every training session." Peterson wore a sorrowful expression, casting a glance toward Lin Quan as if to seek his intercession. Lin Quan feigned ignorance of his plea, turning to converse with De Bruyne and others. "Boss, you cannot abandon me." Peterson's cry for help went unanswered, and under the menacing gaze of Seifert, he begrudgingly set off to complete his laps. After 3 days of resuming training, the second half of the Bundesliga season commenced. Werder Bremen was set to host Borussia Dortmund in a challenging encounter. Facing formidable opponents right from the outset, this match promised to be arduous. In the previous half of the season, Dortmund struggled significantly. At the halfway mark, they had amassed merely 28 points, trailing league leaders Bayern by a staggering 12 points. If they harbored aspirations of claiming the championship this season, they could afford no further losses. Following the conclusion of the Champions League group stage, where they finished first and drew Shakhtar Donetsk, relatively weaker opponents, in the round of 16, the pressure on Dortmund to advance to the quarterfinals was considerably alleviated. Consequently, Klopp decided to focus their efforts on the league. With a month remaining before the Champions League knockout stage commenced, there was ample opportunity to secure points in the league. The team that had thwarted their aspirations of a triumphant start in the first half of the season, Werder Bremen, became their first target for retribution. Upon arriving at Weser Stadium, Dortmund played with remarkable vigor. In this match, Werder Bremen truly experienced the formidable impact of Klopp's relentless tactics. Determined to avenge their previous shortcomings, the entire Dortmund squad collectively covered a staggering distance of 125 kilometers, excluding the goalkeeper. This equated to an average of 12 kilometers per player. High-pressure defense, rapid counterattacks, teamwork. All of these elements were vividly demonstrated through Dortmund's extraordinary stamina. While Werder Bremen managed to hold their ground in the first half, they were overwhelmed in the second. As the match concluded, the score stood at 2-5, with the home team leading and the visitors trailing. Dortmund established an early advantage with 3 goals scored by Reyes, Götze, and Lewandowski in the first half. In the second half, Werder Bremen attempted a comeback through Lin Quan and De Bruyne, netting 2 goals within 15 minutes that briefly ignited a glimmer of hope. However, Reyes' decisive goal extinguished their aspirations. During stoppage time, Santana added a final touch by scoring from close range, sealing the score at 2-5. Werder Bremen suffered a significant defeat at home, marking a disheartening beginning to the second half of the season. Following the loss, Lin Quan felt a twinge of melancholy. The disparity in this match was a clear manifestation of raw strength. Borussia Dortmund's relentless pace left Werder Bremen struggling to keep up, ultimately exhausting them. Had they faced Dortmund in the midst of the season, Bremen would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat. However, after an entire winter break dedicated to recuperation, Dortmund found themselves in peak form, possessing ample stamina to support their frenetic style of play, leaving Bremen utterly helpless. After all, A frenzied Dortmund can triumph over Real Madrid by 4 goals in a single match. When they approached Werder Bremen with the same intensity as they did against Real Madrid, it would indeed be surprising if Bremen did not succumb to defeat. Lin, I suppose we have settled our scores. After the match, Marco Reus approached Lin, eager to exchange jerseys. Reus had scored twice, leading his team to a resounding victory, and his spirits were soaring. Settled? I don't recall us leaving the Westfalenstadion with a victory. Lin retorted. What do you mean? Doesn't the Telecom Cup count? Lin's lips curled slightly. It was evident that Reus still held onto the memory of that match. Can such a match be compared to a league game? Humph. I'll remember this grudge and settle it when we next visit Westfalen. Reus placed his hand on Lin's shoulder, inquiring curiously, now that our league encounters are done. Are you not returning to Barcelona next season? If you do, we might only meet in the Champions League, and the opportunities for confrontation would be scarce. Who said I'm returning to Barcelona? Is it not acceptable for me to stay at Werder Bremen? Huh, who would believe that? With your market value, Werder Bremen probably cannot even afford your salary. Reus replied, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Indeed, considering that the highest salary at Bremen was just over 2 million euros. And Lin was now quite renowned in Europe, his compensation would surely be around 6 or 7 million euros. Such an amount would undoubtedly be beyond Bremen's means. How about this? If you aren't going back to Barcelona, why not join us at Dortmund? Together we could challenge Bayern. Doesn't that sound enticing? Don't be absurd. Your forward positions are all filled. Where would I fit in? Would I take your spot, Götze's or Lewandowski's? That's a point. Reus scratched his head, ultimately conceding to the impracticality of that notion. Besides, if I were to join Dortmund, how would I seek revenge on you? Reus was taken aback. This fellow truly held grudges. Having lost to Dortmund, the entire Werder Bremen squad was seething with frustration. Conveniently, their next match was a northern derby against Hamburg. This time, there would be no need for the coach to motivate the players. They were naturally brimming with determination, eager to thoroughly dominate the underwhelming Hamburg squad. Hamburg itself was unremarkable. With mediocre performance, lacking star players, safe from relegation yet devoid of championship aspirations. It could be described as a team with little desire or ambition. Nevertheless, the presence of a Korean player in Hamburg added a touch of intrigue to the match. During the pre-match press conference, a South Korean journalist inquired about Schaaf's opinion on Hamburg's number 40 player. Schaaf had heard of a promising young winger emerging from Hamburg's youth academy, who had performed admirably this season, scoring 6 goals in the first half. This achievement is commendable for a 20-year-old. However, when compared to his own players, Lin Quan and De Bruyne, it seemed rather lacking. Alas, how unfortunate it is that his discerning eye has been sharpened by these two prodigies within his own team. Yet neither of them belongs to Werder Bremen, which is indeed tragic. Reflecting on this, he praised, Son is a player of considerable potential, and I have great faith in his future. Upon hearing Schaaf's commendation, the South Korean journalists puffed out their chests with pride. Seizing the moment, they further probed, in your opinion, whose potential is greater, Son's or Lin Quan's? Schaaf was momentarily taken aback, casting a quizzical glance at the journalist. Are you serious? Judging by their expression, he sensed they were not jesting. Thus, he replied earnestly, I believe this is not up for debate. Lin's talent at his age is unparalleled. The journalist nodded in agreement. Scoring 25 goals in a half-season could only be described as otherworldly. The South Korean journalist, undeterred, retorted, You are biased. Our son is no less capable than Lin Quan. If given ample playing time and tactical position, I am confident he will achieve even greater success. Schaaf's lips twitched slightly, thinking to himself, what a fool. Was not Lin's status within the team earned through his performances? If Son Heung-min truly possessed such prowess, why was he not granted a similar tactical role at Hamburg? Was the Hamburg coach lacking in vision? Schaaf turned to glance at Hamburg's head coach, Fink, whose expression was somewhat displeased. He perceived the South Korean journalist's remarks as a challenge to his tactical decisions and authority. Consequently, as the head coach of Hamburg, Fink began to lavish praise upon Lin Quan, extolling him in extravagant terms, to the point of absurdity. Schaaf found himself questioning whether Fink had taken a particular interest in his player, given the extent of his flattery. Words like once-in-a-century talent and a prodigy reborn flowed from Fink's lips with remarkable audacity. The South Korean journalists were taken aback. However, Son Heung-min himself was quite understanding. When the two teams crossed paths in the players' tunnel before the match, he took the initiative to approach Lin Quan and apologize. unaware of the events at the press conference. Lin Quan was puzzled by Son Heung-min's apology and could only encourage him, saying, "Play well. I believe in you." The 20-year-old Son Heung-min received encouragement from the 17-year-old Lin Quan. Such a scenario felt somewhat discordant, yet Son Heung-min's heart swelled with excitement. Lin Gu actually knows me. He believes in me. He felt a delightful surprise, overwhelmed with excitement, eager to rush onto the field and showcase all that he had to offer to Lin Quan. Once the match commenced, Son Heung-min exhibited remarkable activity on the left flank, successfully creating several threatening incursions. This stirred an extraordinary fervor among the Korean supporters on the sidelines. Our Son Heung-min is incredible. The players from Werder Bremen simply cannot contain him. Truly, he is the best in Asia. Well done, Son Heung-min. The Bundesliga stage seemed too limited for him. His talents would be obscured if he remained here. He ought to transition to the Premier League or La Liga, for only such elite leagues would befit his prowess. The Korean fans, in their habitual exuberance, blatantly disregarded the existence of Shinji Kagawa, bestowing the title of the best in Asia upon Son Heung-min. While Son Heung-min's potential was indeed promising, in 2013, he was evidently not as formidable as Shinji Kagawa. However, after Park Ji-sung's departure from Manchester United, the throne of Asia's finest was seized by the Japanese player, leaving the Koreans feeling quite disgruntled. After all, a promising young talent had finally emerged, and naturally, they showered him with accolades. After the match commenced, Hamburg indeed played commendably, particularly with Son Heung-min's vibrant performance. Noticing this, Lin Quan reduced his movements into the central area and began to focus on wing attacks. His formidable presence instilled a sense of caution throughout the Hamburg squad. As Son Heung-min ventured forth with the ball on the flank, he hesitated to initiate an offensive, opting instead for a defensive posture. With Lin Quan positioned as the right winger and Son Heung-min as the left, they found themselves aligned on the same flank. Thus, in the 9th minute of the match, the moment the Korean fans had been eagerly anticipating arrived, a direct confrontation between Lin Quan and Son Heung-min. Son Heung-min was adept at attacking but possessed average defensive skills. In facing Lin Quan's breakthrough, he exercised considerable caution, observing the lack of defensive experience in his opponent. Lin Quan deliberately feigned a weakness, shifting his weight onto his right foot. Son Heung-min, falling for the ruse, seized the opportunity to make his move as Lin Quan's weight shifted. Yet, in the instant he struck, the ball vanished from his sight. Lin Quan deftly altered his position once more, gliding past him and surging towards Hamburg's half. Oh no, he has been outmaneuvered. Witnessing Son Heung-min's defeat in this direct duel, the Korean supporters, who had been fervently cheering, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, their spirits somewhat deflated. Do not be disheartened. Our Son Heung-min excels in offense. He is not solely a defensive player. The opponent's breakthrough skills are indeed formidable. It is only natural he could not defend against them. Indeed, what merit is there in defense? Just wait and see Son Heung-min's offensive prowess. The opponent will struggle to contain him as well. With renewed vigor, the Korean fan base rallied once more, vocally supporting their player. Son Heung-min's inability to assert himself resulted in Hamburg's left side attack losing its potency. In just 10 minutes, Lin Quan had executed 3 successful breakthroughs and assisted a teammate in scoring a goal. This left Son Heung-min feeling quite frustrated, despite his utmost caution. He found himself questioning his capabilities. The gap between me and senior Lin Quan is indeed vast. As Lin Quan celebrated a goal with his teammates, Son Heung-min felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. However, upon hearing the cheers from the fans hailing from his hometown, his fighting spirit was reignited. He could not disappoint the fans who had traveled such a distance. Defense was not his forte, but offense was. Once the game resumed, Son Heung-min seized the ball once more. He sprinted down the flank, determined to assist his teammates in scoring and equalizing the match. Just past the halfway line, Lin Quan appeared before him, blocking his path. Here it comes. Lin Quan was about to be overwhelmed. On the sidelines, the Korean fans erupted with excitement upon seeing Lin Quan rush to defend against Son Heung-min. Haha, I've seen this guy play. His defensive skills are utterly lacking. He won't be able to stop our Son Heung-min. The Korean supporters brimmed with confidence, believing that with Son Heung-min's prowess, surpassing a player with negligible defensive capability would be a mere formality. Son Heung-min shared this sentiment. While Lin Quan possessed formidable offensive skills, his defensive abilities had always been a weak point. His presence on defense was likely an attempt to buy time for his teammates. I cannot let him hinder me. I must bypass him swiftly. With this thought, Son Heung-min flicked the ball with his left foot, preparing to accelerate past the sideline. Observing this maneuver, Lin Quan refrained from recklessly lunging and instead strategically positioned himself, ensuring that the ball could not pass him, effectively preventing Son Heung-min from overtaking him. Just as Son Heung-min initiated his breakthrough, he was taken aback by Lin Quan's quick reaction. He had no time to adjust and collided directly with Lin Quan. With a height difference of 10 centimeters and Son Heung-min being the aggressor, one would expect him to overpower Lin Quan. Surprisingly, it was Son Heung-min who fell. Lin Quan merely stepped back a pace, remaining upright. The home crowd in Hamburg was in an uproar, unable to comprehend why their winger had succumbed in the physical confrontation. Surely, their player appeared to have the advantage. Little did they know, although Lin Quan was shorter than Son Heung-min, their weights were comparable. A lower height translates to a lower center of gravity. Coupled with the defensive techniques he had learned from Guardiola, Lin Quan effectively utilized his body, thus gaining the upper hand in the tussle. Lin Quan's weight was nearing that of Messi, who is no stranger to physical confrontations. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such a remarkable number of goals and stunning dribbles. However, Lin Quan's current weight was sufficient. Any further increase could exert excessive pressure on his ankles and knees, diminishing his agility and impacting his speed. Witnessing Son Heung-min's fall, the Korean fans in the stands vociferously protested. They believed Lin Quan must have employed a foul, for how else could he possibly thwart their Son Heung-min? This lad is too devious. Indeed, his style of play is excessively underhanded. Our Son Heung-min is rather naive. Were I to take the field, I would undoubtedly deliver a sharp elbow to that fellow, ensuring he understands the gravity of the situation. Although the large screen displayed a replay of the recent defensive play, showcasing Lin Quan's clean tackle without any foul, the Koreans remained obstinately blind to it. 10 minutes later, Son Heung-min once again surged down the flank, with Lin Quan approaching him for the second time. Here it comes. Our Son Heung-min would surely glide past that man with ease this time. The Korean fans erupted with excitement, but their elation waned abruptly. Having learned from the previous encounter, Son Heung-min opted not to decelerate upon meeting Lin Quan. Instead, he executed a sudden burst of speed, denying his opponent the opportunity to position himself. His velocity has always been his ace in the hole, and he was confident that by wielding this advantage, he could evade any attempt to thwart him. Yet, Lin Quan truly succeeded. As Son Heung-min prepared to dribble past, Lin Quan anticipated his intentions, decisively pivoting to seize the ball before his adversary could react. Following his reception of the ball, he promptly delivered a precise through pass to the forward, De Bruyne. De Bruyne then executed a splendid lobbed pass, assisting the returning Arnautovic, who headed the ball into the net, altering the score to 2-0, effectively sealing the fate of the match for Werder Bremen. Having faced failure in their last two encounters, Son Heung-min's confidence took a significant hit. The Korean fans on the sidelines were utterly deflated. This time, Lin Quan had not even grazed the hem of Son Heung-min's jersey. Even with their thick skins, they could hardly insist on a foul. These exchanges have sufficiently demonstrated that Lin Quan and Son Heung-min are players of different calibers. Son Heung-min found himself unable to defend or penetrate, thoroughly subdued by Lin Quan's dominance on both ends of the pitch. Among the tens of thousands of fans present, perhaps only the Koreans would still insist that Son Heung-min surpassed Lin Quan in skill. Ultimately, Werder Bremen triumphed over Hamburg with a score of 3-0, concluding the Northern Derby of the season with a clean sweep. After the match, Son Heung-min appeared somewhat dejected, evidently affected by this defeat. Just as he bowed his head and prepared to exit the field, a green figure appeared before him. "Shall we exchange jerseys?" Lin Quan asked with a smile. He held no particular fondness for Korean fans, but bore no ill will towards the players. Son Heung-min's character and skill were exceptional, setting him apart from the typical Korean athlete. Such a person was not one he disliked. "Senior Lin," Son Heung-min responded, hastily removing his jersey. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, believing his lackluster performance in this match rendered him unworthy of exchanging jerseys with Lin Quan. "Keep pushing, play well, I believe in you." Lin Quan reiterated his earlier encouragement from the players' tunnel. After a moment, recalling a famous quote from Duncan, he patted Son Heung-min on the shoulder and added, "The future is yours." Son Heung-min was greatly inspired, nodding emphatically, his heart racing as he observed Lin Quan's departing silhouette. The esteemed Lin Quan had such confidence in him, declaring that the future belonged to him. Just thinking about it stirred a delightful excitement within him. Wait a moment, how old is Lin Quan this year? Suddenly, Sun Heung-min pondered the age of his senior, leaving him momentarily bewildered by the gusty winds. Chapter 119. The national team's match astounds all, captivating the attention of Manchester City's owner. Time swiftly passed, and February arrived in the blink of an eye. On February 2nd, Werder Bremen faced Hannover 96 at home. In this match, Lin Quan contributed with a goal and an assist, guiding his team to a comfortable victory and securing a second consecutive win. Following this match, the FIFA International Match Day commenced. Lin Quan boarded a flight directly to Doha, the capital of Qatar, where Spain was set to engage in a friendly match against the formidable South American team, Uruguay. Initially, Spain had intended to invite Argentina. However, due to Argentina's prior commitment to Sweden, Spain's plans fell through. As Uruguay was one of the participating teams in this year's Confederations Cup, Spain had not originally considered inviting them either. Typically, teams do not arrange friendly matches against each other before major tournaments. Yet, when Spain tentatively extended an invitation, to their surprise, Uruguay accepted. Uruguay had initially scheduled a match against France, only to be let down when France withdrew, leaving them without a game. Coincidentally, Spain's invitation arrived at the right moment. Upon noticing that Spain had the backing of wealthy Middle Eastern sponsors, offering over €2 million for the friendly match, Uruguay gladly accepted, given that their opponent was not only a participant in the Confederations Cup, but also a traditional powerhouse from South America. Spain approached this match with great seriousness. Coach Vicente Del Bosque, balancing a mindset of experimentation and gauging the opponent's caliber, fielded a squad comprising mostly starters with a few substitutes. In this match, Chelsea's Mata replaced David Silva, Arsenal's Cazorla stepped in for Xavi, and Barcelona's Valdez took the place of Casillas. The veteran captain Puyol, having recovered from injury, made his return to the starting lineup in search of match fitness. However, Lin Quan's starting position remained secure, as Del Bosque opted not to rotate the free role in the forward line. As the match commenced, Spain played cautiously, refraining from launching immediate attacks. Instead, it was Uruguay that showed eagerness, pressing high against Spain during their possession, attempting to intercept the ball and counterattack within Spain's half. This strategy may work against ordinary teams, but it was less effective against Spain. As Uruguay's three forwards charged forward, Spain's defenders showcased their passing prowess. Cazorla, with his balanced footwork and absence of a weak foot, orchestrated the midfield, skillfully distributing possession and leaving Uruguay's three forwards chasing shadows, unable to touch the ball. As the ball slipped from his grasp and he found himself outmaneuvered by his opponent, Suarez's eyes blazed with frustration. He fixed his gaze on Cazorla's shoulder, his tongue flicking across his lips. Having faced Arsenal's prowess before, Cazorla trembled with trepidation, inadvertently allowing Cavani to seize the ball. After intercepting the pass, Cavani swiftly relayed it to Rodriguez before dashing towards the Spanish penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Rodriguez intended to sprint down the flank, only to be confronted by the opponent wearing the number 30 jersey. Recognizing Lin Quan as his defender, Rodriguez regarded him with disdain. A player for Atletico Madrid, he had been schooled in the art of defense under Simeone, and he could easily discern the amateurish nature of Lin Quan's defensive maneuvers. With a mere flick and a dash, he believed he could effortlessly glide past. Rodriguez thought to himself and executed his plan. Look at my deft touch. And now I dash. But, alas, where had the ball disappeared? Though he had eluded his defender, the ball had mysteriously vanished. Glancing back, he realized, to his dismay, that the opponent had stealthily snatched it away and was now racing towards their half. "Stop him!" exclaimed Uruguay's coach, Oscar, as he leapt from his seat in alarm upon witnessing the opposing number 30 securing the ball. This player was the most formidable threat on the field, and allowing him to gain possession was perilously risky for Uruguay. The coach's urgent calls were drowned out by the roars of the thousands in attendance, and the players on the pitch remained oblivious to his plea. Nevertheless, even without the coach's shout, they were acutely aware of Lin Quan's potential threat. Their left back, Pereira, who played for Inter Milan, surged forward without hesitation. While he had heard of Lin Quan's reputation, he dismissed the threat posed by a mere 17-year-old, attributing his prolific scoring in the Bundesliga to the lack of defensive prowess among its teams. "We hail from Serie A," he thought, "and facing these Bundesliga forwards is child's play." Just then, as Lin Quan took a touch, The ball strayed slightly from his control. Pereira seized this moment as an opportunity. Without a second thought, he lunged to intercept. Lin Quan, unprepared for such an easily baited defender, found that his trick had grown stale in the Bundesliga, where defenders had become adept at countering it. As Pereira's foot rose to strike, Lin Quan deftly nudged the ball away, redirecting it towards his left foot. With a gentle flick, the ball rolled ahead. The two movements flowed seamlessly and with remarkable speed. As he sent the ball flying forward, Lin Quan accelerated, darting past Pereira on his right. Pereira, akin to a jester, kicked at thin air, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Even as he fell, he could not fathom how he had been so easily outmaneuvered. Upon witnessing his left back being effortlessly outmaneuvered like a jester, Tazware could not help but cover his face with his hand. Prior to the match, he had cautioned his defenders to be wary of the opponent's number 30, renowned for his exceptional dribbling and deceptive feints. This individual possessed remarkable ball control, and his feints were strikingly realistic. To wrest the ball from his feet during his dribbling, a concerted effort or physical confrontation was requisite. Pereira, however, committed a grave error by making a rash challenge, resulting in an inevitable bypass. After Lin Quan skillfully evaded Pereira, he immediately cut inside. Observing Muslera rushing out to thwart his shot, he executed a feigned strike, cleverly redirecting the ball into the vacant space in the center. The on-rushing Iniesta received the pass with ease and effortlessly slotted the ball into the open net, altering the score to 1-0. Following the goal, Iniesta smiled and gestured towards Lin Quan, acknowledging that the primary credit belonged to him. Lin Quan reciprocated with a thumbs up to Iniesta, recognizing the latter's excellent positioning and timing. Otherwise, the pass could have easily fallen into the hands of the opposing defender. For Lin Quan, the experience of playing for the Spanish national team was entirely distinct from that of his club. At the club level, his teammates were generally of lesser caliber. Apart from De Bruyne, the other players often lagged in awareness and technical proficiency, leading to frequent miscommunications. Consequently, they had to adjust their playing style to accommodate their teammates. Conversely, within the national team, he was surrounded by world-class players. Communication was hardly necessary, as they effortlessly grasped one another's intentions. This synergy facilitated seamless and aesthetically pleasing combinations on the field, rendering the game a delightful experience. Much like Lin Quan, his teammates found playing alongside him remarkably effortless. At the very least, they no longer had to worry about the attacking prowess up front. With Lin Quan in the lineup, Spain had no cause for concern regarding their goal-scoring capabilities. Not only were his dribbling and shooting of the highest caliber, but even if one were to strip away his dribbling and penetration skills, his mere presence in the forward position would allow Spain's elite midfield maestros to serve him opportunities aplenty. The ease with which the goal was scored prompted Del Bosque to applaud from the sidelines, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed and unexcited. Internally, he pondered, is this the level of Uruguay, ranked third in South America? Their strength appeared rather unimpressive. Despite the intimidating presence of forwards such as Suarez and Cavani, the opponent's midfield left much to be desired. Moreover, the left back appeared to be rather foolish, recklessly challenging Lin Quan. Del Bosque was curious whether Pereira would exhibit such naivety against Messi when Uruguay faced Argentina. Having secured an early goal, Spain began to play with increasing relaxation. Gradually seizing control of the midfield, they initiated their offensive forays into the opponent's half. In the 19th minute of the match, Lin Quan seized the ball in the attacking zone and, in concert with teammates Iniesta and Fabregas, executed a series of three-wall passes before penetrating the penalty area. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he opted for a delicate curled shot towards the far corner. The strike was executed with exquisite flair, the ball tracing a beautiful arc as it evaded the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, soaring towards the left side of the net. Upon the ball's release, Lin Quan felt an immediate surge of confidence. Observing the trajectory of the football, he raised both hands in anticipation of celebration. However, to his dismay, a resounding thud echoed as the ball struck the near post. Staring in disbelief at the ricocheting ball, Lin Quan was momentarily stunned. Did it really not find the net? Nearby, Fabregas approached, playfully ruffling Lin Quan's hair. That was a beautiful attempt, but the curve was too pronounced. Next time, adjust your contact point slightly higher. Lin Quan nodded, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had aimed for the far corner, yet the ball's trajectory had been exaggerated, veering back towards the near post. With one miss, He resolved to try again. 5 minutes later, Spain surged forward once more. Iniesta, spotting Lin Quan in open space, delivered a precise through ball to him. The position from which Lin Quan received the ball mirrored that of his previous attempt, prompting him to replicate his earlier shot. This time, he heeded Fabregas's advice, swinging his lower leg and striking with the inside of his foot, applying force near the arch, resulting in a shot that was not overly swift but possessed a significant curve. The goalkeeper, upon witnessing this shot, felt a pang of apprehension. Here it comes again? He swiftly reacted, launching himself into a high leap, executing a lateral dive. Yet, as before, he failed to make contact with the ball, which sailed narrowly past his fingertips. The audience watched in captivated anticipation. Would the ball go out of bounds? The curvature remained pronounced, yet, unlike the previous attempt, it did not return to bounce off the near post. As the ball nestled into the net, Lin Quan exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not gone in, he would have begun to question his existence. While Lin Quan harbored no such doubts about life, the opposing goalkeeper began to ponder his own reality. Was it truly that challenging to save a curled shot? He had successfully stopped others' curled attempts before. Why was this young man's shot so uniquely deceptive in its arc? On the sidelines, Bosque witnessed Lin Quan's goal and finally allowed a smile to grace his face. He embraced his longtime partner, Tony, exclaiming, "Does it not feel as though this lad is using Uruguay as a testing ground to hone his skills?" Tony nodded in agreement. It does seem that way. Mainly, the opposition has not applied adequate pressure, allowing our players to play with greater ease. Uruguay, though not a pushover, felt a sense of indignation after conceding 2 goals to Spain within the first 25 minutes. Aware of Spain's status as world champions, they were determined to assert their own dignity and not be treated with such disdain. As play resumed, Uruguay intensified their tackles, opting for a more straightforward and aggressive approach in their attacks. Their midfield may be lacking, yet their forwards are formidable. The trio of Suarez, Cavani, and Forlan, these exceptional strikers, command attention wherever they play. The Uruguayans eschew any elaborate tactics with the Spaniards, opting instead for direct long balls from the back to their forwards, relying on their individual prowess to secure goals. Remarkably, this strategy proves effective. With their extraordinary skills, Suarez and Cavani wreak havoc on Spain's defensive line. However, devoid of midfield support, they often find themselves isolated against multiple defenders. Although they can create some disturbances for the Spanish backline, converting these opportunities into goals remains elusive. Bosch, observing the aggressive approach of the opposition's forwards, instructs his midfield to retreat closer to the defensive line, thereby fortifying their defense while constricting the opponent's attacking space. Tavares, witnessing Bosch's adjustment, is immediately invigorated by the prospect. Spain boasts a formidable midfield, yet it comprises primarily technical players rather than those with a robust, physical style. If they spread too wide, the Uruguayan players might struggle to reclaim possession. Conversely, if they pull back towards their own defense, Uruguay could seize the initiative. With a decisive gesture, Tavares signals his players to push forward. By compressing the passing spaces on the field and employing intense physical challenges, even a powerhouse like Spain would find it difficult to maintain their possession game. This tactic proves effective, as Uruguayan players charge forward relentlessly, pressuring the Spanish ball handlers. In such moments, the ball becomes akin to a hot potato. Players hesitate to hold on to it, eager to pass at the first opportunity. This hurried passing lends itself to errors. In the 32nd minute, capitalizing on a mispass from Cazorla, Uruguay seizes the moment to launch a rapid counterattack, culminating in a goal by Rodriguez, bringing the score to 2-1. Following this goal, Uruguay's morale surges, as they glimpse the possibility of victory. Although this is merely a friendly match, the prospect of defeating the world champions is undeniably enticing. Upon the resumption of play, they persist in their relentless approach, pressing, engaging in physical confrontations, and employing fierce tackles without restraint. The Spanish players, perceiving this as just a friendly encounter, grow increasingly wary of potential injuries. The thought of being sidelined in such an inconsequential match, jeopardizing their club performance, weighs heavily on their minds. As this psychological burden mounts, their play becomes more constrained. Ironically, the greater their hesitation, the more potent Uruguay's tactics become, swiftly reversing the dynamics of the match. The once leading Spaniards find themselves on the back foot, struggling to regain control. On the sidelines, Bosch grows increasingly anxious. He realizes that his previous adjustments have yielded no benefits, instead complicating matters further. Alonso and Martinez are warming up, preparing to take the field. Even before the first half concludes, Bosque is already restless, contemplating substitutions. The current predicament for Spain stems from a deficiency in midfield tenacity. Cazorla, fearing injury, plays with excessive restraint. His physical confrontations are inadequate, as he struggles to retain possession under pressure and hesitates to take the ball. Should this continue, the risk of conceding a goal looms, prompting Bosque to consider replacing him. Both Javi Martinez and Xavi Alonso possess formidable defensive capabilities. Introducing them into the fray would fortify Spain's midfield against the opponent's relentless pressure. Once they regain control in the center, the match will revert to a tempo familiar to them, making victory a straightforward endeavor. On the pitch, Lincoln also perceives the issues plaguing the team. Thus, upon receiving a pass from a teammate, he promptly approaches Cazorla, who is overwhelmed by the opponent's pressing. Spotting Lincoln's arrival is akin to finding a lifeline, and he swiftly passes the ball to him. As Lincoln receives the ball, two Uruguayan players immediately surge forward to apply pressure. Through their relentless pursuit over the past several minutes, they have gleaned insights on how to reclaim possession. Spanish players exhibit a palpable fear of physical confrontation, anxious about sustaining injuries. They believe that by intensifying their aggression, the opposing players will falter or retreat, presenting them with opportunities to snatch the ball away. In their view, Lincoln, being so youthful, must be more susceptible to injury than the average player. Therefore, a mere intimidation tactic should suffice to unsettle him. However, to their astonishment, Lincoln remains unfazed by the approach of the two Uruguayan players. After receiving the ball, he calmly adjusts his steps, evading the first defender, and executes a graceful Anthony spin, eluding the second player. This maneuver is executed with such elegance that it elicits gasps of astonishment from the spectators. The Anthony spin, often criticized for its perceived lack of substance, is viewed as a mere exhibition of flair due to its repetitive nature, resembling a compass in motion. Yet, in Lincoln's hands, the spin transcends mere showmanship, manifesting as a stunningly effective dribbling technique. The affluent spectators from the Middle East, unfamiliar with the nuances of the game, perceive Lincoln's dribbling as if he were a sprite dancing across the pitch, employing his graceful movements to navigate the fierce assaults of the opposition. Akin to a refined prince taming a wild beast, this captivating scene ignites their excitement, prompting them to erupt in applause and cheers for Lincoln. In the VIP box, Mansour, who has acquired Manchester City and invested billions of pounds, finds himself unable to contain his exhilaration upon witnessing Lincoln's dazzling display, joining in the applause. Such an exceptional player, why hasn't he graced our Manchester City? Surely, it must be due to our insufficient financial offerings. The chapter concludes. Chapter 120. The wealthy magnates of the Middle East. On the pitch, after deftly evading two Uruguayan players, Lincoln became akin to a magnet, drawing the attention of almost the entire Uruguayan team. The nearby Uruguayan players, abandoning their respective defensive assignments, surged towards Lincoln. Observing their approach, Lincoln decisively passed the ball with poise to the unmarked Iniesta. With the defenders preoccupied by Lincoln, Iniesta found himself free to advance. After receiving the ball, he surged forward, drawing the attention of two Uruguayan defenders before passing to Mata on the flank. Upon receiving the ball, Mata cut inside and, upon entering the penalty area, unleashed a precise shot aimed at the goal. The Uruguayan goalkeeper, Muslera, executed a spectacular save, thwarting Mata's high-quality attempt. Though Spain's offensive move did not culminate in a goal, it certainly instilled a sense of trepidation within the Uruguayan players, who became hesitant to engage in their previous aggressive pressing tactics. On the Spanish midfield side, Lincoln's proactive retreat to receive the ball significantly alleviated the pressure on their build-up play. This ebb and flow allowed Spain to regain control of the rhythm of the game. During this period, Lincoln's possession increased noticeably. He intentionally extended both his time on the ball and the frequency of his touches to attract the Uruguayan defenders, thereby alleviating the burden on his teammates. Being the most threatening player among the Spanish contingent on the field, whenever Lincoln received the ball, two or even three Uruguayan players would immediately converge to apply pressure. Lincoln played astutely, capitalizing on any mistakes made by the opposing defenders to evade them, creating space for himself. Whether passing or attempting to score, he consistently posed a threat to the Uruguayan goal. If the opponents failed to provide opportunities or made no errors to exploit, he would, after drawing enough defenders, select the most suitable passing route to assist his teammates in their offensive endeavors. In such scenarios, Lin Quan appeared to transform into the linchpin of Spain's attacking front. Under his orchestration and distribution, Spain's offensive maneuvers became markedly smoother. Conversely, the effectiveness of Uruguay's pressing tactics began to wane, and the ball no longer felt like a hot potato. Tasvalier quickly recognized Lin Quan's pivotal role in the offensive setup and consequently instructed his players to assign a dedicated defensive midfielder to closely mark him, restricting his movement and passing options, thereby thwarting his calm command of play. The Uruguayan midfielder, Perez, formerly the captain of Monaco and currently with Bologna in Serie A, readily accepted this task. At 30 years old, Perez is renowned for his physical strength, aggressive defensive style, and fiery temperament. He is a cornerstone of defense for both club and country, readily undertaking the dirty work that others may shy away from, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to showcase his own value. Upon entering the fray, Perez began to employ various minor tactics to disrupt Lin Quan's rhythm. His experience is quite extensive. While engaging in these subtle maneuvers, he keenly observes the referee's position, striving to evade the referee's line of sight to avoid being caught in the act. This enables the players he fouls to protest to the referee, yet their appeals often go unnoticed. Lin Quan, upon witnessing this situation, realizes he is contending with a seasoned trickster. He is not the type to refrain from retaliating or to remain silent in the face of provocation. If you are resorting to underhanded tactics, why shouldn't I? Seizing an opportunity during a reception, he deftly turns, while Perez is pressing his knee against his backside, entirely oblivious to Lin Quan's arm movements. At that moment of turning, Lin Quan discreetly delivers an elbow to Perez's ribs, nearly knocking the wind out of him. As Perez gasps in pain, Lin Quan decisively opts to break through with the ball. Drawing in defensive players, he delivers a precise through ball, assisting Mata in scoring, thus altering the score to 3-1. Perez rushes to protest to the referee about Lin Quan's elbow strike, claiming the foul was committed by the opponent first, rendering the goal invalid. The referee, having not witnessed Lin Quan's foul, is skeptical of Perez's protest. He has heard of Lin Quan's reputation. This young man plays cleanly, relying on skill over physicality, and has never been known for malicious behavior on the field. Conversely, Perez is notorious for his devious antics. It is hard to shake the impression that he is the one truly engaging in underhanded tactics. Frustrated by the futility of his protest, Perez's glare at Lin Quan turns increasingly menacing. Lin Quan, having gained the upper hand, senses that retribution from Perez is inevitable. Therefore, he avoids entanglement with Perez and begins to increase his movement, circling around the referee, remaining within the referee's line of sight. In the presence of the referee, Perez is hesitant to act, as any blatant foul could lead to a direct red card. However, this only intensifies the fury burning within him. In the 44th minute of the first half, under pressure from the Uruguayan players, Pedro's pass comes out a bit rushed and lacks sufficient power. Consequently, the ball turns into a contested opportunity, allowing players from both sides to vie for possession. Lin Quan immediately sprints toward the ball. While Perez's eyes light up, this is a golden opportunity. He pretends to chase after the ball, deliberately slowing his pace to create the illusion that he cannot catch up with Lin Quan. However, just as Lin Quan is about to seize the ball, Perez seizes the moment, diving to the ground to execute a slide tackle, seemingly aiming to disrupt the ball. Yet, his exposed stud suggests that his intent is not on the ball, but rather on targeting Lin Quan. This poses a significant threat. On the sidelines, Bosque and the members of the Spanish coaching staff break into a cold sweat upon witnessing Perez's dangerous move. Lin Quan appears oblivious to Perez's impending slide tackle, as he preemptively claims the ball, placing his right foot upon it, seemingly contemplating his next pass. In the process of returning to the field, Perez sees Lin Quan remain stationary and unyielding, filling him with delight. This time, he has an opportunity. With a sudden thud, a muffled groan echoed across the field as Lin Quan and Perez both collapsed. One rolled on the ground, clutching his calf and wailing in agony, while the other lay motionless on the grass, cradling his ankle. The referee, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly halted the match and rushed to assess the player's injuries. Damn it, that murderous butcher! Long Bien and Bosque urged the Spanish medical team to hurry onto the field, hurling curses towards the Uruguayan bench. To him, The heinous foul committed by the Uruguayan midfielder was undoubtedly orchestrated by their coaching staff. If anything were to happen to Lin Quan, he vowed to file a complaint with FIFA, demanding severe repercussions for the offenders, leaving no stone unturned in seeking justice. The Spanish players were visibly distressed. Iniesta and Pedro, closest to the scene of the foul, rushed over to inquire about Lin Quan's condition. From their perspective, the foul could have inflicted serious damage to Lin Quan's ankle. The mere thought of his youth weighed heavily on their hearts. Enduring such a grave injury at this age could irreparably affect his future career. This sorrow soon morphed into rage, igniting a desire to confront the Uruguayan team. Yet before they could act, Lin Quan unexpectedly sat up. "I say, brothers, do you plan to leave me lying here? Aren't you going to lend a hand? Lin, are you unhurt?" Iniesta exclaimed, a mix of surprise and relief washing over him as he and Pedro swiftly helped Lin Quan to his feet. After standing, Lin Quan tested his ankle, noticing slight redness. But thankfully, it was not severe. "I'm fine, but that fellow may not be." The large screen began replaying the foul in slow motion. Just as Perez lunged to tackle Lin Quan, the latter deftly pulled the ball away, allowing it to roll to a position beyond Perez's reach. Perez's foot struck the ball first, causing Lin Quan to fall, creating the illusion that he had been kicked, when in reality, Perez had not touched him at all. The referee, however, was unfazed by this detail, deeming Perez's high foot to be a dangerous play, and brandished a yellow card in his direction. Perez, seemingly in genuine pain, was drenched in sweat and had no inclination to protest the decision. Although he had not hit Lin Quan, the latter's fall had fortuitously landed directly on Perez, exacerbated by Lin Quan's elbow bracing against the ground upon impact. This collision had taken a toll on Perez, who felt as though his ribs had cracked. Upon examination by the Uruguayan medical team, it was confirmed that indeed, he had suffered broken ribs, at least 2 neighboring ones. Yet, they found themselves unable to blame the opposing player, as it was they who had instigated the altercation first. Due to Perez's injury, he could no longer continue the match, forcing Uruguay into a reluctant substitution. The absence of their defensive stalwart rendered their backline even more vulnerable against Spain's relentless offensive onslaught. Fortunately, with little time remaining in the first half, Uruguay managed to endure a few more minutes before the referee signaled the end of the half. They prevented Spain from extending their lead. Trudging into the locker room with heads bowed and expressions of despair, trailing by a single goal. Conversely, the Spanish squad, upon realizing that Lin Quan had escaped injury, collectively exhaled with relief, surrounding him with laughter as they returned to the dressing room with a 2-1 advantage. Upon entering the locker room, Bosque meticulously assessed Lin Quan from head to toe. Only after confirming that he was indeed unscathed did he breathe a sigh of relief. He promptly announced, "Lin, you shall rest in the second half. Let Villa and Torres take the field to regain their form." With Spain already 2 goals ahead and their opponent having lost a key defender, Bosque believed the outcome of the match was largely settled. Moreover, as this was merely a friendly match and Uruguay had accumulated numerous fouls, he was hesitant to allow Lin Quan to remain on the pitch. Should he sustain an injury, it would be a substantial loss for Spain. "Very well, I shall adhere to your decision." Lin Quan accepted Bosque's arrangement with alacrity and proceeded to join Xavi and others on the substitutes bench to observe the match. In the second half, Spain made extensive personnel changes, with Alonso, David Silva, Martinez, Pique, Villa, and Torres entering the fray. Following the introductions of Alonso and Martinez, Spain's defense became remarkably resilient, unperturbed by the opponent's attempts to suffocate their play. However, the absence of Lin Quan, their most formidable threat in the attacking front, hampered the fluidity of their offensive organization. Although Hulawawa and Saint Infant displayed vigorous movement in the forward positions, they struggled to find the back of the net. On the other hand, Uruguay's forwards exerted considerable effort, yet they could find no opportunities to breach Spain's formidable defense. Ultimately, the second half concluded with both teams failing to score, culminating in a friendly match that ended 3-1 in favor of Spain. Following the match, at the invitation of sponsors, the Spanish players collectively attended an event in Doha. This gathering was designed to bolster Qatar's bid for the World Cup, as the wealthy Middle Eastern elites seemed to have developed a fervent passion for football. Not only were they fervently acquiring European teams, but they were also investing heavily in their own bid to host the World Cup. The affluent Qatari were vying for the 2022 World Cup, and in an effort to enhance the likelihood of their success, They were eager to leverage the influence of teams like the Spanish national squad to amplify their voice. The Spanish Football Federation was somewhat reluctant to participate in such commercial endeavors, as it would increase the burden on the players. However, the financial incentives were simply too enticing to ignore. Spain garnered over €8 million in sponsorship fees from this friendly match, with all travel and accommodation expenses fully covered by the sponsors. Moreover, the extravagant magnates from the Middle East bestowed upon each player of the Spanish team a generous gift. Lin Quan received a Cartier watch, and though he is not well versed in horology and thus unaware of its exact value, his teammates mentioned that it is worth 100,000 euros. Given the lavishness of their gesture, it would indeed be unbecoming to disregard their courtesy. After an arduous series of commercial activities, the team disbanded directly at the Qatar airport, with players boarding flights back to their respective clubs. Following this match, Spain's next national team fixture will not occur until March, where they will face Finland in the World Cup qualifying group stage. On February 9th, the 21st round of the Bundesliga commenced. Due to the proximity of the national team match, players including Lin Quan, De Bruyne, and Elia were relegated to the bench by coach Schaff. Their opponents, Stuttgart, are not particularly formidable, currently positioned 12th in the standings, akin to the previously encountered Hamburg team, belonging to the category of clubs secure from relegation but devoid of title aspirations. Consequently, it was initially anticipated that Werder Bremen, lacking numerous key players, would struggle in this match. However, unexpectedly, in the first half, Bremen's substitute midfielder, Ekasai, who had seen limited playing time this season, experienced a personal breakthrough. He scored twice and assisted his teammate, Hunt, in netting another goal. Before the half concluded, Bremen had all but extinguished the suspense of the match with a commanding 3-0 lead. In the second half, Stuttgart attempted a counteroffensive, managing to score a goal through Traoré. Yet, with Lin Quan and De Bruyne entering the fray in the 65th minute, the dynamics of the game began to shift dramatically. In the 78th minute, Lin Quan assisted Hunt in achieving his second goal, elevating the score to 4-1. In the 90th minute, Bremen seized yet another opportunity. Lin Quan, facing an open goal, opted to assist his teammate by passing the ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne graciously accepted this gift, effortlessly scoring the fifth goal for Werder Bremen. Ultimately, Bremen triumphed with a resounding 5-1 victory over Stuttgart, marking their third consecutive win in the second half of the season. Notably, Lin Quan, who contributed 2 assists in this match, surpassed Bayern's Ribery in the assist rankings, securing the second position, trailing only behind his teammate De Bruyne. Currently, De Bruyne has accomplished 17 assists, 2 more than Lin Quan. With 13 rounds remaining in the league, Lin Quan still harbors hopes of matching his teammate's tally. However, upon realizing that his assist count was nearing the historical record for the Bundesliga, De Bruyne has evidently developed an interest in accumulating assists. Historically, the assist record in the Bundesliga was set by De Bruyne himself during his time at Wolfsburg, with a remarkable 21 assists in a single season. This season, bolstered by Werder Bremen's formidable offensive prowess, De Bruyne's assist efficiency has significantly increased, making it highly plausible that he will break the Bundesliga record 2 years ahead of schedule. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 121. How could a forward amass so many assists? A week later, Werder Bremen hosted Freiburg in a match that, under normal circumstances, would have been rather mundane. However, due to the rivalry between 2 players competing for the Bundesliga assist title, the match took on an unusual significance. Throughout the game, De Bruyne and Lin Quan seemed to be performing, taking turns delivering exquisite passes to their teammates. In the 9th minute of the first half, Lin Quan early on assisted Peterson in scoring, elevating his assist tally to 16, trailing De Bruyne by 1. Unwilling to be outdone, De Bruyne quickly assisted Elia in scoring a goal, extending the gap back to 2. The Freiburg players were incensed. What do you take us for? Are we mere pawns in your quest for records? They launched a formidable counterattack. In the 36th minute, Freiburg's forward Cruz netted a goal, narrowing the score to 2-1. 5 minutes later, Freiburg's winger Macchiati was brought down in the penalty area, resulting in a penalty awarded by the referee. Macchiati took the kick himself and scored, leveling the match. The fans at Weser Stadium were disheartened to see their team squander a lead. Why does it feel like the team is playing oddly today? Indeed, Lin Quan has not scored. It seems De Bruyne is reluctant to pass to him. Upon reflection, some began to wonder if there was a rift between the two. In the locker room, Coach Schaff pondered this very question. After the first half, He called Lin Quan and De Bruyne over to inquire why they had not collaborated during the match. Had they combined their efforts as usual, they could have netted at least 3 goals in the first half, thus avoiding the current predicament of being equalized. In response to Schaaf's inquiry, De Bruyne stammered, "Lin and I are competing for the assist title. I fear that if I provide him with a good pass, he might squander my assist." Schaaf frowned and looked at Lin Quan, who shrugged. "Kevin, that thought saddens me. When have I ever wasted one of your exquisite passes? As long as the ball reaches my feet, any failure to score is my responsibility. If it doesn't that's on you." Were it not for their friendship, Lin Quan might have felt that De Bruyne's earlier remark was a betrayal before the coach. "Really? If that is the case, I apologize. In the second half, if I have a good opportunity, I promise to pass to you," De Bruyne said earnestly, feeling a twinge of guilt for having misjudged Lin's intentions. Schaaf, relieved to see the misunderstanding resolved, felt reassured. He had genuinely worried that a rift might develop between the two. However, the nature of their competition for the assist title felt somewhat peculiar. While it was reasonable for De Bruyne to accumulate assists given his role in orchestrating the team's attacks, which indicated his exceptional performance, it was still a curious situation. However, Lin Quan's assist tally is equally astounding. What sorcery is this? How can a forward, renowned for his goal-scoring prowess, amass such a plethora of assists? Schaaf is utterly perplexed, and the commentators in the booth are equally astonished. Oh, there exists a particularly intriguing statistic that I believe will pique your interest. Currently, Lin Quan ranks second on the assist leaderboard, with De Bruyne leading the charge. Both players fortuitously share the same team. Another commentator remarked, "The performance of the Bremen duo this season has been nothing short of spectacular. As of now, Lin Quan has netted 28 goals and provided 16 assists, accounting for an impressive 68.75% of Werder Bremen's total goals. Meanwhile, De Bruyne has scored 13 goals and made 18 assists, contributing to 48.5% of the team's overall tally. The sheer magnitude of their impact on Werder Bremen's offensive strategy is evident from these statistics alone. Thanks to the stellar performances of these twin stars, Werder Bremen has scored a total of 64 goals this season, trailing only Bayern's 68 in attacking potency. For those who may not grasp the significance of these figures, let us draw a comparison with third-placed Borussia Dortmund. Recently, Dortmund triumphed with a commanding 3-0 victory over Frankfurt, yet they have only managed to score 54 goals, falling behind the top two teams by a margin exceeding 10 goals. While the reputation of the Bremen duo is somewhat known in external circles, few have truly grasped the extent of their prowess. However, upon witnessing the data presented by the commentator, fans were left in astonishment. Is it truly possible that Bremen's twin stars are this extraordinary? One is on the verge of breaking the Bundesliga single-season goal record, while the other is set to shatter the historical assist record. What incredible fortune has smiled upon Werder Bremen to have drawn such monstrous talents? Indeed, one is a midfielder and the other a forward. Neither can be absent. Enough of this chatter. If we continue, the neighboring team may well weep in envy. As a decade-long fan of Werder Bremen, it is unfathomable to envision the team without Lin Quan and De Bruyne once their loan spells conclude. Alas, having witnessed half a season of Bremen's matches, one cannot help but feel a sense of dread at the prospect of a future devoid of these two stars. Indeed, their departure would undoubtedly diminish Bremen's offensive capabilities significantly. Not merely diminished, but it is conceivable that they may regress back into the ranks of relegation contenders. Sigh. Werder Bremen once basked in glory over a decade ago, and this season's unexpected resurgence seems destined to be fleeting. Once Lin Quan and De Bruyne depart, the team's strength will likely diminish drastically, and they may truly revert to their previous state. Suddenly, one finds a twinge of sympathy for Werder Bremen. In fact, there is a statistic the commentator neglected to reveal. Lin Quan and De Bruyne not only dominate the top two spots on the assist leaderboard. At the pinnacle of the Golden Boot standings, two individuals occupy the first and fourth positions, respectively. This season, the offensive prowess of Werder Bremen has indeed been upheld by these two players. Should they depart, the club will likely need to reassess its attacking strategy. After the misunderstanding was resolved in the second half, the twin stars of Werder Bremen rekindled their formidable synergy. De Bruyne not only increased his collaborative efforts with Lin Quan, but also frequently delivered exquisite passes to him. Although Lin Quan was fully aware that scoring would enhance De Bruyne's assist tally, he resolutely chose to secure the goal. After tearfully consuming two opportunities, Providing De Bruyne with 2 assists, Werder Bremen triumphed over Freiburg with an impressive score of 4-2 at home, having netted 2 goals and provided 1 assist. Lin Quan forced a smile as he embraced De Bruyne in celebration, yet inwardly he sighed. At this juncture, the prospect of claiming the assist title this season seemed utterly bleak. Not only was the assist king title slipping away, but so too was the accompanying 10-point bonus. With 3 assists in this match, De Bruyne's total now stands at 20, equaling Ribery's historic record for assists in the Bundesliga set during the 2009-2010 season. Should he manage even a single assist in the forthcoming matches, he will establish a new record for assists in the Bundesliga. Such exceptional performances have drawn increasing attention from various clubs. Numerous scouts had initially come to Bremen to evaluate Lin Quan, and witnessing De Bruyne's dazzling display, they took the opportunity to assess him as well. Consequently, Chelsea's seasoned scout, De Visser, returned to Germany specifically to monitor De Bruyne's form. What could the club's intentions be? That they do not recall Kevin? His remarkable performance in the Bundesliga, nearing a record-breaking achievement, should surely attest to his prowess. Rookie scout George Evans, having diligently tracked De Bruyne and Lin Quan, has recently been promoted. Club manager Imnero expressed satisfaction with his work, regretting not heeding his advice to recruit Lin Quan sooner. Perhaps it was his keen eye for talent or perhaps mere fortune that led Chelsea to assign George the responsibility of scouting under 21 players across the Bundesliga. Should a suitable prospect emerge, he is to report back to Stamford Bridge. There, seasoned scouts like De Visser will confirm the findings. And if the player's qualities align with Chelsea's requirements, they may consider acquisition. While Abramovich is known for lavish spending on star players, the team still requires a substantial influx of talented and promising young players to invigorate its ranks. These players can serve as substitutes, be loaned out, or be nurtured until they reach their full potential. If even a few elite stars emerge from this endeavor, Chelsea stands to gain significantly. Even if top-tier stars do not materialize, selling them after Chelsea's development typically ensures a return on investment, provided the initial assessment is sound. De Visser shook his head and sighed, stating that the situation at the club was rather intricate. The selection of a head coach remained unresolved, and the rapid alterations in tactical approaches had precipitated a significant decline in the team's performance, inciting rebellion among both fans and players. Having spent numerous years at Chelsea, he had witnessed such chaos only once before, during the mismanagement of the former owner Bates, which nearly led Chelsea to financial ruin. However, at that time, Abramovich stepped in, immediately infusing substantial funds to rescue Chelsea from its plight and usher in a period of glory. Yet now, the current predicament bore little relation to financial constraints. It was rather a consequence of Abramovich's capriciousness. His penchant for dismissing coaches was so pronounced that within just a few years, those he had ousted could form a team of their own. The compensation paid to these dismissed coaches over recent years would suffice to acquire a player like Torres. Although Di Matteo's coaching capabilities were indeed limited, the team had performed commendably under his guidance during the first half of the season. However, after a controversial decision led to a defeat against Manchester United, the team's morale plummeted, resulting in a series of consecutive losses. Abramovich, who had never held Di Matteo in high regard, hastily dismissed him in a fit of anger. Di Matteo's successor, Benitez, proved to be even less effective. Under his leadership, Chelsea endured a humiliating exit from the Club World Cup, followed by elimination from the Champions League and the FA Cup, teetering on the brink of a season devoid of any silverware. This discontent among the fans was palpable, merely 2 months into Benitez's tenure. The supporters at Stamford Bridge had already begun to vocally deride him. Furthermore, during the 16th minute of each match, the fans would rise in applause to honor the ousted Di Matteo, a gesture that left Abramovich in an awkward position, extinguishing any thoughts of extending Benitez's contract and prompting a desire to replace him as soon as the season concluded. Amidst such internal turmoil, Benitez essentially languished, merely going through the motions without any intention of nurturing the club's youth talent. As for De Bruyne, currently on loan, he would simply await the appointment of the next head coach, as Benitez showed little inclination towards his development. Benitez himself had faced a dismal trajectory since departing Liverpool. After a mere half-season at Inter Milan in 2010 due to unsatisfactory results, he found himself unemployed for 2 years before securing a position at Chelsea, where he struggled to adapt to the tactical demands and maintain control of the dressing room. Had Abramovich not been so relentless in his dismissals, leading to a reluctance among other coaches to take the helm at Stamford Bridge. Benitez would have likely been dismissed long ago. The chaos enveloping Chelsea left De Bruyne in a state of ambivalence. He was thriving at Werder Bremen and harbored concerns that a return to the Premier League might not guarantee him consistent playing time. If he had not established his prowess in the Bundesliga, he could accept a role as a substitute at Chelsea. However, now, following a remarkably successful season with the team, De Bruyne's mindset has undergone a transformation. He perceives himself as sufficiently capable of vying for a starting position, and if Chelsea fails to grant him that opportunity, he feels compelled to reconsider his future. As the impending challenge against Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena approaches, De Bruyne appears somewhat distracted during training, which raises concerns for Lin Quan. Consequently, he takes the initiative to approach De Bruyne and inquire about his situation. De Bruyne articulates the chaotic state of Chelsea and the apprehensions weighing on his mind, then poses the question, "Lin, do you think I should return to Chelsea when my loan period concludes?" His concerns are quite tangible, with the World Cup in 2014 on the horizon. If he returns to Chelsea and finds himself sidelined, it is highly likely that the Belgian national team would overlook him. While he remains loyal to Chelsea and is grateful for the club's role in elevating him from the lower leagues to the grand stage of the top 5 leagues. When faced with the choice between national duty and club allegiance, De Bruyne would undoubtedly prioritize his national team. Lin Quan is aware that the choice for Chelsea's head coach may likely be Mourinho, though he cannot yet ascertain this with certainty. Historically, Mourinho was dismissed by Real Madrid after failing to secure both the Champions League and the league title. He is uncertain of the ripple effects his arrival might cause. Had Real Madrid not been eliminated by Dortmund but instead reached the Champions League final, the narrative could have been entirely different, even if they ultimately did not win. Reaching the final would have validated Mourinho's capabilities, demonstrating that under his leadership, Real Madrid was indeed progressing steadily. Thus, he comforts De Bruyne, advising him not to rush into a decision, as Chelsea's managerial position has yet to be finalized. Once the coach is appointed and the team's tactical approach is established, he should reassess his compatibility with the coach's strategy. Should he find himself well-suited, Lin would support his return to Stamford Bridge. If not, he believes remaining at Werder Bremen would be preferable. It is worth noting that Mourinho has previously coached De Bruyne, during which time the latter's performance was less than stellar. Although De Bruyne's defensive capabilities have improved, they still do not meet the standards expected of a defensive player. Under Mourinho's guidance, apart from superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo who enjoy certain privileges, all other players are required to participate in defensive duties. De Bruyne would likely not hold the same tactical standing at Chelsea as he does at Werder Bremen. He might be positioned as a wide midfielder, a role that entails significant defensive responsibilities, including the necessity to curtail the opposing winger's offensive play. Given De Bruyne's relatively weaker physicality and defensive shortcomings, particularly in a league that emphasizes physical confrontations like the Premier League, if Mourinho were to assign him to this position, his performance would undoubtedly decline significantly, rendering it impossible for him to replicate his impressive displays at Werder Bremen. Consequently, in Mourinho's eyes, De Bruyne might be labeled as a failure, further diminishing his opportunities to play. From this perspective, Lin Quan believed that De Bruyne might as well remain at Werder Bremen. De Bruyne nodded. After all, Bremen was a team he had served for a season, and he had some emotional ties there. He did not wish for the team's performance to plummet immediately upon his and Lin Quan's departure. However, given Bremen's financial constraints, it was unlikely they could afford him. By the way, how many years is your contract with Chelsea? Lin Quan, noticing De Bruyne's inclination to stay, asked curiously. He recalled that when De Bruyne transferred to Wolfsburg, the club had paid $25 million. This price posed a slight burden for Werder Bremen, yet with some effort, it was not insurmountable. Last year's transfer window saw Bremen profit from player sales, and combined with the financial surplus from previous seasons, they had approximately $23 million in their budget for acquisitions. However, should the price rise any further, their hopes would be dashed. A player's transfer fee is often dictated by their market value and the remaining duration of their contract. A high market value naturally leads to a steep transfer fee. Conversely, if a player's contract is nearing its end, the transfer fee is likely to dip below their market value. I signed for 5 years, and my contract doesn't expire until 2017. De Bruyne discerned Lin Quan's thoughts and promptly shattered his hopes. Well, it appears that the initiative for the transfer lies firmly with Chelsea. Lin Quan sighed. With 5 years on the contract and only 1 year elapsed, there remained 4 more. Chelsea had no reason to rush. placing the onus on the buying side to feel urgency. At the start of last season, the transfer market estimated his value at 18 million. Now, it likely exceeded 20 million. If Werder Bremen wished to secure him, they would need to present an offer exceeding 25 million. Chelsea was not naive. They were well aware of De Bruyne's worth and would not part with him for a bargain. Actually, I have one more concern. De Bruyne suddenly spoke up. What if another club submits a bid to Chelsea that exceeds Bremen's offer? Then my chances of remaining at Bremen would be even slimmer. Chapter 122. The grueling schedule, consecutive matches against Bayern and Dortmund in the 23rd round of the league. Werder Bremen found themselves visiting the Allianz Arena for the third time. Unlike their previous visits that ended in triumph, this match posed the most formidable challenge of the season for Bremen. Bayern Munich was in top form, unleashing their full offensive might, with Robben and Martinez scoring 2 goals in the first half, establishing an early lead. Bremen managed to pull one back through Lin Quan, restoring some pride. If the match continued at this pace, even in defeat, Bremen would not suffer such a humiliating loss. However, in the 44th minute, Bremen's defender Prodl was sent off with a red card for a handball in the penalty area, leaving the team at a disadvantage and plunging them into a state of desperation. As Ribery confidently converted the penalty, the score on the field swelled to 3-1. Unfortunately, misfortune struck for Werder Bremen in the 49th minute, as a defensive blunder occurred amidst Bayern's relentless assault. Selassie inadvertently directed the ball into his own net while attempting to clear, gifting Bayern another goal. Merely 2 minutes later, Gomez unleashed a powerful strike from within the box, extending the lead to 5-1. Faced with the torrential onslaught from Bayern, the players of Werder Bremen appeared utterly bewildered. The fans at Allianz Arena could hardly believe their eyes. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet unexpectedly found their team triumphing by a significant margin. Their joy was reminiscent of a festive celebration, perhaps even surpassing it. After enduring 3 frustrating encounters against their rivals, Werder Bremen had supplanted Borussia Mönchengladbach as Bayern's primary nemesis. Today, they were finally able to exorcise their demons by defeating this vexatious opponent. Prior to this match, Bayern had found no advantage against Werder Bremen this year. After 2 disheartening cup matches that resulted in the loss of 2 titles and a league match where they squandered a 2-goal lead, doubts began to creep into their minds. Was Werder Bremen truly their Achilles heel? This resounding victory finally liberated them from such psychological burdens. Bayern remained the indomitable giant of the Bundesliga, unassailable in their dominance. Despite being a man down, Lin Quan and De Bruyne refused to abandon their offensive pursuits, determined to advance, even if it meant meeting their demise in the fray. In the 58th minute, Lin Quan showcased his dribbling prowess, weaving through defenders, and just before being brought down, managed to pass the ball while barely maintaining his balance. De Bruyne seized the opportunity, unleashing a high-quality long-range shot that added another goal, reshaping the score to 2-5. This goal served as a stark reminder to Bayern that, despite their considerable advantage, Werder Bremen was not entirely devoid of counterattacking power. Should they become complacent, they risked the prospect of an astonishing comeback from their opponents. If they were to squander a 4-goal lead, it would indeed be a disgraceful fate for Bayern. In the final stages of the match, Bayern's defenders tightly marked Lin Quan and De Bruyne, ensnaring them in an overwhelming defensive embrace. With one less player on the field and no teammates to provide assistance, the duo valiantly attempted to mount an offensive but found their efforts futile against Bayern's impenetrable defense. Ultimately, Bayern Munich triumphed at home with a decisive scoreline of 5-2, avenging their prior grievances and exhaling a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Werder Bremen concluded the latter half of the season with 2 losses in 6 matches, both against top-tier teams. In the first half of the season, they managed to hold their ground against Bayern and Dortmund, battling fiercely to earn draws. However, in the latter half, their once enigmatic prowess had been thoroughly deciphered by their opponents, rendering Werder Bremen ineffective. Perhaps when faced with teams of lesser strength, they could still emerge victorious, even achieving resounding triumphs. However, against those teams that exceed their prowess, securing a win has become a formidable challenge. The recent defeat against Bayern in the league left both Lin Quan and De Bruyne feeling exceedingly disheartened. This match served to illuminate the vast chasm that exists between Werder Bremen and the elite teams. I have made my decision. After this season, I shall return to Chelsea. De Bruyne finally resolved to take the plunge, even if it meant confronting fierce competition upon his return. Remaining at Werder Bremen might allow him to assume the role of tactical linchpin, and after Lin Quan's departure, he could even become the team's star player. Yet, staying at Werder Bremen would not facilitate his quest for accolades, nor would it foster his continued growth. If his intention was merely to use Werder Bremen as a stepping stone to a grander club, then he has already achieved that aim. There is no need to linger here to attract the attention of the elite. Have you made up your mind? Upon hearing De Bruyne's resolution, Lin Quan sighed. Before this match, he might have tried to dissuade De Bruyne. However, after the game, even the last vestiges of his own lingering thoughts had vanished. To attempt to persuade De Bruyne now would be utterly disingenuous. Yes, I have made up my mind. The style of the Bundesliga suits him well. But there are not many strong teams. Both Dortmund and Bayern have no shortage of organizational cores, leaving little room for him. Moreover, after his loan experience at Werder Bremen, he was reluctant to remain in the Bundesliga as an adversary to the club. Thus, the best choice was to return to Stamford Bridge. Unless another prestigious club expressed a willingness to pay a handsome sum for his transfer in the meantime. What about you? Where will you be next season? After discussing De Bruyne's future, he turned the question back to Lin Quan. Lin Quan smiled. If all goes as anticipated, it should be Bayern. I think Bayern is quite formidable. Their squad is powerful, and besides, your adoptive father is their coach. You can be certain that your situation there will not be as precarious as mine at Chelsea, where I struggle to even secure playing time. De Bruyne expressed his envy. In comparison to his uncertain future, Lin Quan's path appeared decidedly brighter. Your words imply that I am living off others' success, making me reconsider my desire to join Bayern. That was not my intent. I genuinely believe Bayern is an excellent choice. To be precise, I think highly of Coach Guardiola. I must say, I had no idea you held him in such high regard. Why have you never mentioned this before? De Bruyne scratched his head. You wouldn't understand. For technical midfielders like us, playing under Coach Guardiola is an immense stroke of luck. De Bruyne's words astonished Lin Quan. He had not realized the magnetic allure Guardiola held in the football world. Upon reflection, it made sense. Like Mourinho, Guardiola possesses a distinctive charisma that attracts numerous players of a similar style. Truly, they are the unparalleled titans of the coaching realm. Werder Bremen had just faced a defeat against Bayern Munich in the league, and now they found themselves drawn against Borussia Dortmund in the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal. It truly felt like misfortune had struck them, as if even drinking water at such a time might get stuck in their teeth. Both teams felt the weight of their ill fortune. Since their victory over Werder Bremen in the 18th round of the league, Dortmund seemed to be cursed, suffering injuries in almost every match. Players such as Götze, Reyes, Schmelzer, and Lewandowski have all succumbed to various ailments. The most severe case was Reyes, who first sprained his ankle, then injured his knee, and before he could fully recover, he strained his groin. Since joining Dortmund, Reyes' injury frequency has significantly increased, revealing his fragile physique. With Dortmund plagued by injuries and poised to face their Champions League knockout stage opponents at home, there was a possibility they might choose to forfeit this match. However, it is not so certain. Dortmund, though they did not secure a win in their away match last week, managed to score 2 away goals. A draw at home would suffice for them to advance, alleviating some pressure. Indeed, the Westfalenstadion is famously known as a fortress. Even the Shakhtar team struggled to conquer their opponents on home soil, making the prospects of winning at Dortmund's ground even more daunting. Conversely, having helped Dortmund eliminate Bayern, we are now the strongest remaining adversary in the DFB Pokal. Should Dortmund overcome us, the trophy would be within their grasp. One might say, does this mean Dortmund should be grateful to us? Initially, the Werder Bremen players thought they might capitalize on the situation, but upon further analysis, they realized that the match would be even more challenging for them. Lewandowski's injury is not severe, and he is expected to return. Götze, afflicted with the flu, seems to be recovering as he has resumed training with the team, indicating that he should be fine. Schaff cleared his throat, halting the players' discussions. The only confirmed absentees are Reyes and Schmelzer. However, Nuri Sahin's return compensates for this void. Last season, Dortmund thrived even in Reyes' absence, and with Sahin back, Reyes' absence should not significantly hinder their offensive prowess. Schaff's analysis prompted the players to lament their situation. They had hoped to take advantage of the opponent's injury woes, only to find that no such advantage existed. Schmelzer, a key left-back for Dortmund, is indeed a significant loss for them. Seeing the players in despair, Schaff reassured them. Ultimately, they must not pin their hopes of victory on the absence of the opponent's players. Rather, their focus should be on continuously enhancing their own capabilities and maximizing their strengths. The defeat to Bayern had dealt a considerable blow to the players' confidence, and Schaff himself harbored little hope. Reaching the quarterfinals, and even eliminating Bayern Munich, has already been an exceptional achievement for Werder Bremen. Given their capabilities, they should have been eliminated in the previous round. Lin Quan and De Bruyne exchanged glances, each reflecting the fierce determination ignited in the other's eyes. Both were evidently unwilling to accept the prospect of defeat, with the backdrop of their impending departure from Werder Bremen at the end of the season. This match could possibly be their only opportunity to secure a prestigious championship for the club. Thus, without further ado, they resolved to give it their all. Lin, I wish to learn your technique for evading defenders after receiving the ball. Could you teach me? With 5 days remaining until the match, the entire Werder Bremen team was in a state of intense preparation. That morning, De Bruyne approached Lin Quan, expressing his desire to master the skill of maneuvering past opponents upon receiving the ball. Previously, during De Bruyne's absence due to injury, Lin had taken on the role of orchestrating the offense. Although the duration was brief, his performance in several matches had been commendable. After De Bruyne's return from injury, he had persistently sought to learn Lin's exquisite technique of delivering a 45-degree cross. In addition to this skill, Lin's ability to evade defenders upon receiving the ball had also garnered De Bruyne's admiration. However, his shyness had prevented him from asking for guidance until now. Having already learned the art of curved passes and lofted balls from Lin, he had felt somewhat greedy to request more. Yet, for the sake of victory, De Bruyne decided to cast aside any reservations. What was a bit of shamelessness if it could aid the team? All right, to De Bruyne's surprise. He had anticipated a more hesitant response, but Lin readily agreed. You're not going to think it over? De Bruyne was taken aback. Such a unique skill could be shared so easily? No need to deliberate. You are not a stranger, but a brother. Why stand on ceremony? Lin had long recognized the challenge De Bruyne faced when closely marked by defenders, making it difficult for him to deliver threatening passes. Thus, he had contemplated whether to impart his evasion techniques. However, since De Bruyne had not initiated the conversation, Lin hesitated to broach the subject. Over time, it became apparent that De Bruyne possessed a strong sense of pride. He was introverted, somewhat reclusive, with a delicate and sensitive disposition, likely a residue from his experiences of exclusion and discrimination during his childhood in a host family. Well, my good brother, for life. Should you ever need my assistance, simply ask, and I shall do my utmost to help you. De Bruyne was deeply touched. In just a year at Werder Bremen, he had forged such a meaningful friendship, which was invaluable. Regrettably, he already had a new club lined up. Otherwise, how wonderful it would have been for him to join Chelsea alongside Lin. Chelsea was in dire need of a forward. Throughout their collaborative season, De Bruyne had played with great comfort, and if given the choice, he genuinely wished to remain bonded with Lin. What midfielder would not relish the opportunity to play alongside a striker who rarely squandered chances? Indeed, Lin Quan also perceives Ding Ding's passing skills as exceptional. Having him as a teammate significantly alleviates his burdens. Thus, he eagerly anticipates their next collaboration. However, the duration of this wait remains uncertain. After 5 days of intense preparation, on February 28th, the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal commenced. Werder Bremen, playing on their home turf, faced the formidable challenge posed by Borussia Dortmund. This match stands as the most pivotal encounter among all remaining fixtures of their season. Whether they will walk away empty-handed or lay claim to the coveted DFB Pokal trophy hinges on the outcome of this singular match. End of chapter.